As the news broadcast announced that cancer was no longer a terminal illness, Chen Huai'an bitterly turned off the TV. With no insurance, no family support, and even his girlfriend abandoning him because of his illness, he felt utterly alone. As a newly enrolled university student, all he had left was the small compensation his parents had received before they perished in a forest fire. After receiving a critical illness notice, Chen Huai'an moved out of school and rented a house near a wetland park for a year. His bank account had just over 30,000 yuan left, but he was convinced he wouldn't live long enough to see the lease expire. Over the years, his life had been unbearably hard. While his classmates traveled, played games, and dated, he worked tirelessly at part-time jobs. Now, with only a short time left, he decided it was time to live for himself. Just then, a notification popped up on his phone screen. Installation complete. Claim your virtual girlfriend now. Normally, he would have ignored such ads, but today, his finger hesitated. A new icon appeared on his home screen, a traditional-style girl in a flowing green dress, carrying a sword. Confirming that it was an automatically installed game, Chen Huai'an, for the first time, clicked on it. Before the game began, a disclaimer appeared. For players aged 18 and above only. Once your account is bound, it cannot be deleted or transferred. Then came the stunning character selection interface, offering a variety of virtual girlfriends, from a neon-lit mafia heiress to a transforming android. In the end, Chen Huai'an chose a character named Li Qingran, a disciple of the Cangyun Sect. She had fair skin, delicate features, and, most strikingly, a pair of cold, hollow eyes that seemed filled with sorrow. The moment he confirmed his choice, the system notified him that he had only 132 days left to live. The screen shifted to reveal a dilapidated straw hut. In the corner, a battered and bruised girl, none other than the tattered Li Qingran, was curled up. The system indicated that she was cold, starving, and suffering from severe fire poison, with only half an hour of life remaining. Seeing the vivid wounds and the look of pain on her face, an intense urgency surged in Chen Huai'an's heart. Ding! First top-up of 6 yuan unlocks a limited-time home renovation gift pack. Give your virtual girlfriend a comfortable home. The map of Yin State is this short? Chen Huai'an couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh when he saw the recharge notification. The game's developers didn't even bother to hide their intent. They were blatantly pushing players to spend money right from the start. Yet, as he gazed at the raggedly dressed girl on the screen, an indescribable emotion stirred within him. Her helpless, forlorn appearance struck a chord deep inside, so much like his own life. Alone, burdened with debt, even abandoned by his girlfriend. His so-called friends had vanished the moment he asked to borrow money. Now, he unexpectedly had the chance to help this game character, even if she was nothing more than a program designed to extract money from players. Just $6, Chen Huai'an muttered to himself as he clicked the recharge button. It was his first time ever spending money in a game. A golden glow of success enveloped Li Qingran's dilapidated hut. The straw mat transformed into a wooden bed layered with soft bedding. The drafty mud walls became sturdy bricks, complete with a window to shield against the elements. The entire room was renewed, adorned with elegant, antique-style furniture. Chen Huai'an had expected a typical NPC react on a cheerful expression, and that would be it. But Li Qingran's response was utterly unexpected. Her face shifted from shock to fear, then to wariness. She shrank into a corner, much like a frightened kitten, cautiously exploring her new surroundings. Only after a long pause. When she finally sat on the bed, the mattress naturally gave way under her weight. Even the places she touched left realistic creases. The astonishing level of detail left Chen Huai'an in awe. But before he could fully process it, a series of recharge prompts began popping up. 30 yuan for a beautiful dress gave in. 68 yuan for a nutritious meal, far pricier than his usual takeout, but he paid without hesitation. 98 yuan for a background check purchased. 188 yuan for a protective talisman, didn't even think twice. It wasn't until the game displayed the message, "Your virtual girlfriend is frightened. Please pause your actions," that Chen Huai'an finally stopped. By then, Li Qingran had crawled under the bed, trembling. The new clothes on the bed and the lavish feast on the table remained untouched. Meanwhile, the background report in the corner was still counting down, with 30 minutes left before it could be reviewed. The door, windows, and ceiling of the room were now adorned with 3 talismans, so small that they were barely visible without zooming in. Chen Huai'an noticed that Li Qingran's lifespan had been extended to 6 hours, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Since the game time synchronized with real time, it eased his urgency a bit. He recalled that Li Qingran still had fire poison in her system and wanted to click on her status to check. Unfortunately, Li Qingran was hiding under the bed at that moment, with only one small, pale foot sticking out. When he tapped on it, the foot recoiled as though shocked. It seemed he would have to wait for the test report to get more details. On the game screen, a roasted duck on the table caught his attention. The glistening oil and intricate craftsmanship made it appear so real, he could almost smell its aroma. Chen Huai'an rubbed his growling stomach. It was already afternoon, and he hadn't had lunch yet. Thinking about how realistic this feast looked for just 68 yuan, he found it quite worth it. Setting his phone aside to charge, he decided to grab something to eat before returning to take care of his unique digital girlfriend. Meanwhile, Li Qingran, still hiding under the bed, was lost in painful memories. As the fifth disciple of the Qishao Peak in the Cangyun Sect, she had once lived a peaceful life of cultivation. Her four senior brothers treated her kindly. Senior brother Lu Chongtian would wake her up for morning lessons every day. Second brother Xiao Yifeng often invited her to test medicines, and even the typically cold third brother Yun Zimo and the mission-loving fourth brother Zhang Hanxiao were dependable elders. Everything changed the day senior brother brought back sixth junior sister Mu Baishuang. This frail and sickly woman with a tragic past instantly became the center of attention. Senior brother even staked his life to vouch for her admission into the sect. Gradually, everything familiar to Li Qingran shifted. Senior brother stopped waking her for lessons, second brother ceased inviting her to test medicines, third brother began learning love songs for the younger sister, and fourth brother abandoned his missions to guard Mu Baishuang day and night. Even their usually indifferent master showed Mu Baishuang special care. Li Qingran didn't mind these changes. She understood their compassion for the younger sister. Under their dedicated guidance, Mu Baishuang's cultivation rapidly improved until it equaled her own. However, everything took a dramatic turn during the sect's grand competition half a month ago. What was supposed to be a friendly sparring match turned into a deadly trap when Mu Baishuang suddenly changed her tactics. Though the sword only grazed Mu Baishuang's shoulder, the consequences for Li Qingran were devastating. She was expelled from Qishao Peak and demoted to an outer disciple. The worst part was her four senior brothers, as if bewitched, sought revenge for Mu Baishuang. Senior brother destroyed her cultivation and severed her spiritual roots. Second brother forced her to ingest a crippling pill. Third brother schemed to expel her from the sect, and fourth brother abandoned her in the monster-filled Wanqing Mountains, leaving her for dead. In this dilapidated hut, she struggled to fend off demon wolves, but her lost cultivation and the fire poison in her body left her on the brink of death. As she curled up in a corner, waiting for the end, a mountain sparrow flew through the rain, and she heard a faint voice whisper, "Go home." In an instant, the ramshackle hut transformed into a stone-built courtyard. Li Qingran had never witnessed anything like this before. The transformation of a thatched hut into a stone-paved courtyard in an instant was already astonishing, but what left her even more speechless were the clothes and delicacies that appeared out of thin air. As a cultivator, she was well aware of the vast difference between retrieving items from a storage ring and creating objects out of nothing. She carefully sensed her surroundings, but detected neither the presence of a concealed cultivator nor any spatial fluctuations. Such divine abilities were beyond even her nascent soul-stage master, Taoist Qingxian. At most, her master could transform existing ingredients into delicious dishes but could never conjure complete meals like this. The aroma of the food made her mouth water. Since losing her cultivation, she could no longer sustain herself through fasting and had been surviving on wild fruits and roots. While demonic beast meat was delicious, it was often poisonous, and she was no longer able to discern which parts were safe to eat. Curled up under the bed, Li Qingran hesitated for a moment before poking her head out and mustering the courage to call out, "Which senior is casting spells here?" "This junior," Li Qingran humbly requests the honor of meeting you. The only response was the sound of rain tapping against the bamboo window. She pondered silently. Since the other party possessed such divine abilities, what use was there in hiding? Besides, the hand that had lightly tapped her soul earlier was warm, as if teasing her for not hiding well enough. Thinking of this, her face flushed with embarrassment. If death is inevitable, so be it. Crawling out from under the bed, she glanced around, and her gaze involuntarily fell on the table laden with food. Her stomach growled loudly, and she swallowed involuntarily. She sat properly at the table, but refrained from picking up the chopsticks. Instead, she clasped her hands together respectfully, bowed her head, and said, "If Senior is unwilling to show yourself, may I ask if I am permitted to eat this food? If Senior does not respond, I would rather starve than dare to touch what belongs to you." After speaking, she closed her eyes and began meditating, forcing herself to resist the temptation. Her small body swayed slightly, sweat beading on her kitten-like face, and her nostrils flared as she struggled against her hunger. At that moment, Chen Huai'an had just finished a simple lunch of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He picked up his phone and couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Who meditates in front of a table full of food? The girl's chin was practically resting on the roast chicken. The system notification popped up. Li Qingran requests permission to consume the nutritional meal. Approve? This even needs my permission? So strict. Chen Huai'an laughed and clicked approve. Thank you, senior. The crisp, melodious voice suddenly rang out, startling Chen Huai'an so much that he nearly dropped his phone. At first, since the game had no background music, Chen Huai'an thought there was no sound at all. However, When he turned up the volume, a vivid world unfolded before him, the crackling of a fire burning in the hearth, the distinct sound of torrential rain pouring outside the window. What surprised him even more was that Li Qingran had professional voice acting, an impressive level of quality for such a seemingly small-scale game. Chen Huai'an watched intently as Li Qingran ate her meal. Initially, she ate with elegance, taking small bites, but as time passed, the speed of her chopsticks increased until she was practically devouring the food. Watching her finish the meal at an astonishing pace, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but marvel at how this was truly a speed only a game character could achieve. After finishing her meal, Li Qingran picked up a small napkin, gently wiped the corners of her mouth, and bowed to Chen Huai'an with a flushed face. "I haven't had such delicious food in a long time, senior. Your kindness is something Qingran will never forget." She then explained that, during her meditation earlier, she suddenly heard a soul-penetrating yes resonate within her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw golden characters formed from spiritual energy floating above the dishes. This was clearly a transmission spell, but what was even more astonishing was that the spiritual energy forming the characters hadn't gathered from the surrounding environment. It had appeared out of thin air, showcasing the caster's incredible power. "Senior, I'll take care of the dishes now," Li Qingran said, carrying the tableware outside. The rain was still pouring relentlessly, and the densely clouded sky reduced visibility to less than 5 meters. The sound of rain mixed with distant thunder filled the air. Looking at the weather, she felt even more grateful for the shelter provided by this residence. Walking along the covered corridor, she quickly found the wooden barrel she had placed there the day before. It was now filled with rainwater, perfect for washing the dishes. As she cleaned, a system notification sounded. Li Qingran's favorability 5, current level 10. She can even wash dishes? Chen Huai'an was amazed by the game's attention to detail. While waiting for his identity verification and health report in real life, he began exploring the game's other features. Opening the map, he discovered that the game world was far larger than he had imagined. Li Qingran's location was just a small area, with much of the surrounding region shrouded in mist. On the map, a structure labeled Cangyun Sect was clearly marked. This puzzled Chen Huai'an. If Li Qingran was a disciple of the Cangyun Sect, why was she living in such poor conditions here? Moreover, judging by the map, Cangyun Sect was just on the next mountain over, not a great distance for a cultivator. As he pondered this, 5 rapidly moving red dots suddenly appeared on the map, heading straight for Li Qingran's location. Chen Huai'an usually didn't play games, but at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the 5 rapidly moving red dots on the game interface, and his heart clenched tightly. Any seasoned gamer knew that such markers typically signified dangerous enemies. The 5 red dots were advancing toward the small cabin at an alarming speed, while Li Qingran, shown on the screen, was still outside, intently scrubbing dishes, completely unaware of the impending danger. Sweat started to form on Chen Huai'an's palms as he frantically searched the game interface for any usable options. Although there were many options available, most were grayed out and locked. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared. Recharge 100 coins to purchase a sound transmission talisman and send a voice message to Li Qingran. Without sparing a second thought about the cost of the talisman, Chen Huai'an immediately clicked to recharge. As the notification sound of a payment deduction played, a golden, glowing talisman appeared at the center of the screen, with instructions below. Press and hold the talisman to speak. Chen Huai'an took a deep breath, pressed the talisman, and shouted in a low, commanding voice, "Monsters are attacking. Run." Li Qingran, still focused on scrubbing dishes, was startled by the sudden, almost otherworldly warning. She froze momentarily, then cautiously scanned her surroundings. Just then, a chilling wolf howl pierced through the rain, and 3 black demon wolves, each the size of a water buffalo, came into view. Behind them, 2 more lurked in the shadows. In that instant, Li Qingran realized that the lone demon wolf that had previously avoided a direct confrontation with her was merely a scout. 5 black-backed demon wolves. It was a meticulously planned ambush. The nearest wolf was now within 5 meters and lunged at her without hesitation. Despite having her cultivation destroyed and her spiritual roots severed, her combat instincts remained sharp. Li Qingran dropped low, rolling swiftly to evade the first wolf's attack. Simultaneously, she hurled the plate in her hand at a second wolf attempting a sneak attack. Chen Huai'an watched with bated breath, his heart pounding, but when he saw Li Qingran handle the situation skillfully, he couldn't help but cheer. The pack of wolves instinctively dodged the flying plate, mistaking it for a magical weapon, only to realize it was nothing more than an ordinary dish. The red glow in their eyes grew even more menacing. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Li Qingran bolted back into the cabin and slammed the door shut. Without pausing to catch her breath, she began moving furniture to barricade the entrance. However, her current physical strength was far from what it used to be, and even dragging a single table left her flushed and gasping for air. The pounding against the door grew increasingly intense, and Li Qingran quickly backed toward the window, weighing whether to risk an escape by jumping. Just as the demon wolves were about to break through, a deafening thunderclap erupted outside, shaking the ground. Blinding flashes of lightning burst through the cracks of the door, illuminating the entire room. Suddenly, a piercing cry from the wolf demon shattered the stillness of the night, accompanied by the acrid smell of burning flesh that quickly filled the air. Li Qingran looked up in shock and saw a talisman on the door, radiating golden light and spitting out crackling thunder fire. The square outline of the talisman paper was clearly visible through the wooden door. The wolf demon that had approached too closely was instantly reduced to charred remains. Thunderfire talisman? Li Qingran immediately recognized it. This was a talisman she had never noticed before when entering or exiting the house, clearly placed there by the mysterious senior. In the cultivation world, talismans and pills are categorized into 5 grades: mortal, common, superior, absolute, and immortal. Among them, immortal grade talismans are the rarest and most powerful, glowing with golden light and capable of incredible destruction. Only senior cultivators from major sects, highly skilled in the Tao, could craft such talismans. Ordinary Thunderfire talismans could only harm cultivators in the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages, but an immortal grade Thunderfire talisman could effortlessly kill a golden core stage demon. Even with wealth, such talismans are often unobtainable. The talisman on the door was unmistakably immortal grade. Most cultivators would guard such a talisman as a life-saving treasure, yet this senior had casually affixed it to her door. Such extravagance. Li Qingran felt a mix of gratitude and heartache. Outside, the 2 wolf demons had been obliterated, leaving no trace. The remaining 3 wolf demons, having witnessed the scene, tucked their tails and trembled with fear. Being mere Qi refinement level creatures, they were no match for such a powerful talisman. Though the front door was sealed, how could they give up on their prey so easily? After exchanging glances, the 3 wolf demons split up. 2 circled to the back window, while the third prepared to climb onto the roof. However, before they could act, a thunderous explosion echoed. The 2 demons near the back window were instantly incinerated into ashes. The last wolf demon, terrified out of its wits, turned and fled. At that moment, a game system prompt suddenly appeared. Launch offer: would you like to purchase a half-price Thunderfire Talisman 288 to eliminate the fleeing wolf demon? Chen Huai'an's face turned green. Under normal circumstances, he would have uninstalled the game by now. But seeing Li Qingran still shaken and worried that the wolf demon might return with reinforcements, he muttered, "If you don't uproot the weeds, they'll grow back with the spring breeze." Gritting his teeth, he spent the 288 yuan. A golden light flashed, followed by a deafening thunderclap. From Li Qingran's perspective, a streak of golden light tore through the sky, striking the fleeing wolf demon with precision. The ensuing explosion sent thunderfire raging, its intensity undiminished even in the pouring rain. In less than 30 seconds, 3 immortal-grade Thunderfire talismans had wiped out 5 wolf demons. Li Qingran stared blankly out the window, her thoughts drifting back to her days in Qingyun's sect. Whether it was the senior brother Lu Changtian, who sought her as a Dao companion, the second senior brother Xiao Yifeng, who used her to test medicine, the third senior brother Yun Zimo, obsessed with sparring, or the fourth senior brother Zhang Han Xiao, who often made her take the blame, their kindness towards her always came with strings attached. But this mysterious senior, who had helped her so selflessly, why? She had nothing to offer, only her life. Could it truly be that they had passed by and, out of sheer kindness, decided to help her? Shaking off her distracting thoughts, Li Qingran knelt solemnly and bowed deeply. Junior Qingran sincerely thanks the senior for their aid. Li Qingran's favorability 5, current level 15. Chen Huai'an nodded in satisfaction, feeling that the 288 yuan was well spent. Just as he was marveling at the immersive nature of the game, another system prompt appeared. Ding! Li Qingran's health report has been generated, along with detailed identity information. Would you like to view it? Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he muttered, "Here we go. Here we go." After reviewing Li Qingran's medical and identity reports, Chen Huai'an stood frozen in place. The information before him was simply overwhelming. It was as if he had stepped into the plot of a female-oriented cultivation novel. And compared to his own cancer diagnosis, Li Qingran seemed to embody every conceivable misfortune. Damaged spiritual foundation, shattered Dantian, fire poison ravaging her body, inner demons taking root, and severed meridians, 5 life-threatening conditions in total. What shocked him even more was Li Qingran's tragic experience. Just because she accidentally injured her junior sister's shoulder during the sect's grand competition, the entire Qishao Peak unleashed relentless vengeance on her. Senior brother Lu Changtian crippled her cultivation. Her master, Daoist Qingxian, stripped her spiritual root. Second senior brother Xiao Yifeng planted fire poison in her body using defective pills. And third senior brother Yun Zimo colluded with an outer sect elder to expel her from the sect. Finally, Fourth senior brother Zhang Hanshao lured her into this dilapidated hut, leaving her to fend for herself. Chen Huai'an's gaze landed on the young girl, sitting cross-legged on a chair in the center of the room. Li Qingran had her eyes closed, seemingly meditating in some form of cultivation. Out of courtesy, he gently tapped her shoulder to check her condition, not noticing the faint flush spreading across the girl's ears. The status displayed, cultivating, progress 3999. Chen Huai'an speculated that this meant she needed to accumulate 99 points of spiritual energy to advance to the second stage of qi refinement. He observed quietly for half an hour, only to find that her cultivation progress had not increased but instead dropped to 38. The girl's tightly furrowed brows and the pale downturn of her lips silently conveyed her struggle. Eager to help Li Qingran, Chen Huai'an began searching for any useful functional options. While he couldn't find a direct way to heal her, he did notice a formation icon in the upper right corner. Upon clicking it, he found a list of various grades of spirit gathering formations. Basic spirit gathering formation. Unlock by watching an ad for 1 hour. Intermediate spirit gathering formation. Unlock by watching an ad for 10 minutes. Advanced spirit gathering formation. 188 yuan hour requires watching an ad. Crazy Thursday special offer. Original price 488 yuan hour. In addition to these, there were an array of formations with diverse functions, such as concealment formation, mystic armor formation, and even the ominously named execution formation. However, these either required payment or had rare conditions that he couldn't decipher. For instance, one of the top-tier formations, the 10 Directions Blood Fiend Sky Slaughtering Array, requires 12 malicious weapons of at least the Spirit Tool grade, along with a heap of complex materials, to activate. Chen Huai'an stared at his phone screen, his brows furrowed. Where was he supposed to find these materials? Buy them in the game? Receive them as system rewards? Or send Li Qingran off to gather them like in that traveling frog game? The words Crazy Thursday special offer on the screen were particularly glaring. By tomorrow, the price for the advanced spirit gathering array would return to normal, and it wouldn't be cost-effective to use it then. Whether he acted now or later, the outcome was the same. Gritting his teeth, Chen Huai'an charged 1888 credits. The notification of a successful top-up chimed, and Chen Huai'an slumped back in his chair, an emptiness settling in his chest. But the feeling quickly dissipated after all. He didn't have many days left to live. Might as well enjoy himself while he could. If spending all his resources could make him feel alive, rather than like a half-buried corpse, then so be it. The advanced spirit gathering array would run for 10 hours, conveniently ending at midnight. Since Li Qingran wanted to cultivate, he decided to max it out. But before he could proceed, an advertisement popped up automatically. Heaven shows no mercy, treating all beings as straw dogs. We cultivators walk a path against destiny. How can we go without a trusty weapon? Treasure Pavilion's spiritual weapons, the top brand of the cultivation world, are now on sale. Click the link below to claim a Heavenly Dao subsidy and get up to 25 off. For weapons, trust Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, in the room, Li Qingran failed yet again. She let out a weary sigh. With her cultivation crippled, her foundation damaged, and even her spiritual roots gone, mastering cultivation techniques was useless. The spiritual energy in her body continued to dwindle, and her current efforts could only slow the decline. The technique she practiced, the Scarlet Cloud Art, was an exclusive method of the Qishao Peak. Even within the Cangyun sect, it was considered a fairly fast cultivation technique of the lower-grade Profound rank, a step below the upper-grade Profound rank Scarlet Sky Art. Yet even this technique couldn't restore her spiritual energy. It seemed she would have to rely on the Spirit Gathering Array. Fortunately, she was adept at setting up Spirit Gathering Arrays. 3 years ago, her fourth senior brother, Zhang Hanshao, had helped her during a Sect mission, and since then, she had used half of her monthly Spirit Stone quota to hire him to set up Spirit Gathering Arrays for her. Over time, she had learned how to do it herself. However, these arrays consumed vast resources. Basic ones required 100 low-grade Spirit Stones, intermediate ones needed 500 mid-grade Spirit Stones or 50 high-grade ones, and advanced arrays demanded Spirit Crystals, which were typically only affordable for elders and sect leaders. Yet now, she didn't even have the most basic Spirit Stone fragments. At that moment, there was a soft clink as something fell to the ground. Li Qingran's eyes widened in disbelief, her small mouth forming an O of surprise. On the ground lay 10 spirit crystals. Each one was the size of a baby's fist, their translucent azure surfaces radiating intense spiritual energy. These were treasures so valuable that even Qingxian Daoist would carefully ration them, and they were just casually tossed onto the floor. Senior you, you're wasting such precious treasures. Before she could recover from her shock, 8 banners emitting a faint golden glow descended from the air. Each was of the highest celestial quality, capable of maximizing the efficiency of array materials without wasting a single bit. The 8 flags of the array seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, quickly assembling into an advanced spirit-gathering formation that encircled Li Qingran. As the array activated, the spiritual energy within the spirit crystals was instantly extracted, forming a vortex that enveloped her. Under the confinement of the array, the concentration of spiritual energy rose sharply, first condensing into mist, and then transforming into crystalline droplets of spirit liquid that fell within the formation. Even without actively operating the red cloud technique, the spiritual energy eagerly surged into her body. This was undoubtedly a top-tier spirit-gathering formation. Li Qingran gazed at everything before her, her eyes welling up with emotion. From the luxurious mansion to the exquisite clothing, from rare ingredients to the thunderfire talismans, and now this advanced spirit-gathering formation, the senior had given her far more than she could ever deserve. She had once doubted whether the senior intended to cultivate her as a furnace, but upon reflection, if that were truly the case, such an investment would be unnecessary. 10 spirit crystals would be enough to buy several willing foundation establishment virgins for such a purpose. Perhaps this was truly her fateful opportunity. That senior, who had never revealed their face, was likely a wandering supreme powerhouse, seeking no reward from her, merely planting a karmic seed and accumulating merit. If that was the case, the only thing she could do was to cultivate diligently and not disappoint the senior's efforts. Senior, rest assured, Qingran will not let you down, she murmured softly, wiping the dampness from the corners of her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she resumed her meditative state. In this precious spirit-gathering formation, every second was invaluable. Training status, in progress. Training progress, 4199. Current affection level, 20. Tip: maintaining a respectful and proactive attitude will increase the likelihood of receiving small gifts. Chen Huai'an scratched his head as he looked at the data. He occasionally poked Li Qingran's shoulder to check her progress. Although he thought her cultivation speed was a bit slow, he comforted himself by saying, as long as the spiritual energy doesn't regress, it's fine. Seeing that Li Qingran still needed a long time to cultivate, he moved the thunderfire talismans from the roof to the doorway for extra security. Unwilling to turn off his phone, he placed it by his side and turned on his computer. His mindset had shifted. In the past, he was unwilling to make money because he thought death was inevitable. But for this game that had brought color to his life, for the string of data that was Li Qingran, he decided to start earning money. In this internet age, as a cancer patient, the easiest way to make money was through live streaming. He had already planned his preparations, obtaining a medical certificate from the hospital to prove his cancer diagnosis, shaving his head to mimic the effects of repeated chemotherapy. His current haggard appearance perfectly suited that of a patient, requiring no additional makeup. As for the content of the live stream, he would present himself as a bone cancer patient, climbing Mount Tai on legs racked with pain, flipping a metaphorical middle finger at fate, and giving death a mocking smile. Cangyun Sect, Qishao Peak. Mu Baishuang, who was deep in cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes, her brows furrowing slightly. She had keenly sensed something unusually. Qingran's aura had stabilized. Without hesitation, she retrieved a worn-out grass doll and 2 copper coins from her spatial ring and started calculating with her fingers. However, no matter how she worked it out, the results left her perplexed. According to her plan, Li Qingran should currently be gravely injured inside and out, her spiritual roots destroyed, and her body afflicted with an incurable fire poison. Surviving half a month should have been impossible. Not to mention the demon beasts roaming rampant in Wanqing Mountain. Encountering even one with some cultivation would have been enough to end her life. Once Li Qingran perished, the Tying Dao body would belong to her. Where had things gone wrong? Mu Baishuang's brows furrowed even deeper. The only thing she could confirm was that Li Qingran was still in that dilapidated, thatched hut and hadn't moved. That was the sole piece of good news. Baishuang, are you there? A grating, duck-like voice called out from outside her cave. Mu Baishuang's expression darkened further, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. It was Zhang Hanxiao again, that insufferable pest who visited her cave a dozen times a day. If it weren't for maintaining her image as the adorable junior sister and the item he carried, she would have long since lost her temper. How dare a lazy, good-for-nothing like him dream of becoming her Dao companion? Still, Zhang Hanxiao wasn't entirely useless. Mu Baishuang's eyes shifted as a plan formed in her mind. A sweet, practiced smile immediately appeared on her face as she stepped outside to greet him. Brother Hanxiao, she called out in a sugary tone, nearly making Zhang Hanxiao melt on the spot. Is there something you need, Brother Hanxiao? Mu Baishuang stood before him with a deliberately innocent and charming demeanor. Her head tilted slightly, her snow-white robe fluttering lightly, hands clasped in front of her stomach, her dark hair dancing in the breeze, her eyes sparkling like a pure white lotus. Ahaha. Zhang Hanxiao stared at her face, swallowing hard. Half a month ago, during your duel with Li Qingran, didn't your Shuangyue sword break? I've been taking on Sect missions non-stop lately and managed to save up enough to buy you a better sword. It's called Xiuhua, and it's much finer than Shuangyue. This, of course, was a complete lie. The Qiuhua sword was actually a birthday gift from Li Qingran to him. While it was true that he had taken on many missions recently, he had caused even more trouble, and the money he earned wasn't enough to cover the damages. In the past, Li Qingran would always help him resolve his messes, but now he had to fend for himself. Still, to win over the junior sister, he had no choice but to offer the Qiuhua sword. Mu Baishuang examined the Qiuhua sword carefully. This mid-grade magical weapon was indeed superior to her previous high-grade mortal weapon, the Shuangyue sword. Among Foundation establishment cultivators, it could be considered a luxurious piece of equipment. Though Lu Changtian had already gifted her a high-grade magical weapon, the Fengshu sword, who would complain about having too many weapons? Besides, in critical moments, a magical weapon self-detonation could serve as an effective trump card. Brother Han Xiao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Mu Beishuang's gaze fell on his waist as she feigned hesitation. Isn't the Qiuhua sword your personal weapon? What will you use if you give it to me? Oh, come on. With my strength, any sword will do, Zhang Hanxiao said carelessly. But you, junior sister Baishuang, need a reliable weapon for protection. It's settled. No more arguing. Hearing this, Mu Baishuang rolled her eyes inwardly. What do you mean she needs weapons for protection? Is she that weak? Mu Baishuang sneered inwardly, but on the surface, she offered a graceful bow, her eyes brimming with joy and gratitude as she accepted the Qiuhua sword. The blade slid out 3 inches from its sheath, emitting a chilling glint. She cradled the Qiuhua sword in her hands, feigning an expression of deep affection. I really like this sword. Hangxiage, you're so kind. Zhang Hanxiao's gaze lingered on the Qiuhua sword in Mu Baishuang's arms, and he wished he could offer her his entire arm along with it. Remembering his plan, he quickly added, Junior sister, are you free tonight? There's a place in the Sect's back mountain with abundant spiritual energy perfect for cultivation. Let me take you there tonight. Oh, no need. Mu Baishuang replied with a polite smile. Senior brother has already set up a spirit gathering array for me. Zhang Hanxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, Hangxiage, Mu Baishuang suddenly stepped closer, her slender fingers brushing against his palm as she looked up at him with sparkling eyes. There's an outer sect disciple named Song Jiajia. She's a good friend of mine. Could you bring her here for me? You know, it's inconvenient for me to go to the outer sect. The unexpected touch left Zhang Hanxiao utterly dazed. The faint fragrance from Mu Baishuang lingered in his senses as he stumbled out, only realizing he was standing under the willow tree outside her cave dwelling after a while. Totally worth it, he muttered, savoring the lingering sensation on his arm as he left, utterly satisfied. Although the sect strictly forbade interactions between inner and outer sect disciples, with heavy penalties for anyone caught, Zhang Hanxiao had already cast the rules aside. To him, his junior sister's words were law. Watching Zhang Hanxiao leave, Mu Baishuang leaned against the entrance of her cave dwelling, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the fiery, snake-shaped mark on her lower back. Her delicate face carried a hint of coldness, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Li Qingran. Let's see if your luck can save you this time. At midnight, Chen Huai'an was jolted awake by the vibration of his phone. To ensure he could check on his virtual girlfriend on time, he had set his phone to vibrate, slept with it pressed against his cheek, and even programmed an alarm to go off every minute. On the game screen, the effects of the high-level spirit gathering array had ended. 10 spirit crystals had turned to dust, and the array flags had lost their glow. Yet, at the center of the formation, Li Qingran looked radiant. Chen Huai'an lightly tapped her forehead to check her status. Cultivation progress, 327499. Qi refining level 2. Level 2 Qi refining? She's about to reach level 3. Totally worth the money. Chen Huai'an was feeling triumphant when 2 notifications popped up. Congratulations! Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran has advanced to Qi refining level 2. Monthly card special offer. First-time purchase comes with a discount and includes a free cultivation boost. For just 1,888 yuan. Receive rewards worth 18,880,000. Virtual girlfriend shop is now open. Purchase Qi refining items. Join the lucky draw for fortunes. Chen Huai'an's smile froze. He stared at the screen, unblinking. His hands began to tremble slightly. All he wanted to do was call the police. On a gaming forum, a user named Awakened Roast Goose made a post asking, has anyone heard of a game called My Virtual Girlfriend? The production quality is excellent, the character models are detailed, and the interactions are very immersive, with no repeated micro-expressions. But it's quite a cash grab. Replies quickly poured in. For love's sake, said they hadn't heard of it. Shanghai Uncle questioned the game's authenticity, and Pink Ferrari Bull outright demanded the installation package. Chen Huai'an frowned as he read through the comments. He pulled out his phone to search for information about the game but found nothing. What puzzled him even more was that this graphically stunning, smoothly running game had no installation package. His budget smartphone, which could barely handle a laggy Honor of Kings, somehow ran it flawlessly. Even stranger, His phone's 64 GB storage showed no change before or after playing the game. Pushing up his glasses, Chen Huai'an came to a startling conclusion. He might have been targeted by a powerful hacker organization. This game was likely their creation, and he had become their unwitting test subject. On the screen, Li Qingran had finished her meditation. She carefully packed away 8 array flags, a gentle smile gracing her face. Senior has been so kind to me. The materials on these flags could be used to make a protective charm. If I ever meet him, I'd love to give it to him. She paused and then shook her head self-deprecatingly. But someone as important as Senior would probably just laugh at a gift like this. Chen Huai'an's heart stirred as he watched this scene. Even knowing it was just a game, the idea of receiving a charm personally made by Li Qingran held immeasurable emotional value. His eyes drifted to the communication talisman in the shop, which had returned to its original price. In the end, he chose to remain silent. In the newly opened Qi refinement shop, the prices of items were jaw-dropping. Low-grade spirit stones for 50 yuan, ordinary-grade thunderfire talismans for 576 yuan, and communication talismans for 300 yuan. Weapons were even more exorbitant. Low-grade mortal swords for 998 yuan, mid-grade for 4,998 yuan, and high-grade for a staggering 9,998 yuan. And these were just the lowest-tier mortal weapons, not to mention higher-tier magical tools, spiritual artifacts, innate treasures, and celestial weapons. Chen Huai'an scoffed at the blatant attempt to milk players dry and silently vowed never to spend a single penny on these weapons. Just then, the expression on Li Qingran's face suddenly changed. Her brows furrowed, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Li Qingran took a moment to steady her breath, calming the turmoil within her qi and blood. A trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes as she murmured quietly to herself. Though the assistance of a senior had stopped her spiritual energy from depleting further, the harsh reality of her shattered Dantian and lost foundation weighed heavily on her heart. Without spiritual roots, expelling the fire poison from her body would be an almost insurmountable challenge, and her cultivation progress would only grow slower with each passing day. She contemplated her current options, returning to the Cangyun Sect to request medicinal pills or venturing into the Wonking Mountains to seek healing spiritual herbs. The former was nearly impossible. She was no longer a disciple of Cangyun Sect and didn't want to trouble those with whom she had only superficial ties. The latter, though fraught with danger, was the choice she leaned toward. At least now, she had gained some ability to protect herself against the demon wolves. Chen Huai'an listened to Li Qingran's muttered words and her inner deliberations, his gaze resting on her slightly pale face. Watching her cough up blood earlier had been unbearable, and he could no longer hold back. With a determined motion, he opened the recharge screen. He knew full well it was the game's ploy to extract money, but he still couldn't resist clicking the monthly card purchase button. He consoled himself with the thought, if I don't buy it this month, the price might go up next month. Better to seize the opportunity while it's here. Monthly card purchased successfully. You have received 1 transmission and adjustment opportunity. Medicinal pill supply and spirit stone supply delivered. As the system notification chimed, 2 pouches suddenly fell from the sky with a thud onto the table, startling Li Qingran. Curious, she leaned closer and gently poked one of the bulging pouches, immediately sensing the spiritual energy emanating from within. May I ask if these pouches were sent down by the senior? She inquired respectfully, looking up at the ceiling. There was no response, but she was already accustomed to this senior's silence as a tacit acknowledgement. Feeling a mix of curiosity and gratitude, she opened the first pouch. With a clatter, 50 lower-grade spirit stones spilled out. This amount far exceeded the monthly allowance even for an inner disciple of Cangyun Sect, warming her heart. The second pouch contained a red brocade box. Even before opening it, she could smell the pure, potent aroma of medicinal herbs wafting from within. The purity of the scent surpassed even that of her second senior brother, a prodigy in alchemy praised by the elders of the Dan Pavilion. When she opened the brocade box, a translucent red pill lay quietly inside, as flawless as red jade, free of any impurities. Great return pill, celestial grade, Li Qingran exclaimed in astonishment. This senior not only possessed extraordinary skill in creating talismans, but was also a master alchemist. This celestial grade great return pill was exactly what she needed at the moment. It could heal her injuries while also detoxifying her body. Everything this senior had provided was precisely what she urgently required, as if tailored just for her. This meticulous care filled her heart with a warmth that reminded her of her parents. Silently, she resolved to prepare a gift that would convey her sincere gratitude to this senior. Meanwhile, outside the screen, Chen Huai'an received a new system prompt. Li Qingran is about to begin healing. Do you wish to use the transmission and adjustment opportunity to personally assist her? This will greatly enhance the healing effects. Personally? Chen Huai'an narrowed his eyes, sensing that there might be more to this than met the eye. For dialogue options immediately popped up on the screen. Let's get this over with. I'm busy. How dare you defy me, little girl? Tired of living? Ha ha ha. Little missy. You'd better know your place. This is your honor. Spend 300 to purchase a voice transmission talisman and engage in free dialogue. Faced with these choices, Chen Huai'an pondered for a moment before selecting the first option, which seemed the most normal. Although the tone was a bit arrogant, it was still far better than the other options. After making his choice, although he didn't hear his own voice, Li Qingran's reaction was incredibly realistic. She first displayed a look of fear, taking half a step back. Lowering her head like a child who had made a mistake, she nervously fidgeted with her clothes and softly replied, "All right, but Qingran is all dirty and dusty. Could Senior allow me to clean up first before we proceed with the energy transfer? Would that be okay?" The game presented another set of options. No need to clean up. I prefer it natural. Ha ha ha. Very well, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Stop wasting time. Take off your top already. Spend 300 to purchase a voice transmission talisman and engage in free dialogue. Chen Huai'an immediately ruled out the first and fourth options and hesitated between the second and third. He briefly considered what might happen if he chose the third option, but quickly reminded himself that he was playing this game because Li Qingran had given him hope not for any inappropriate content. In the end, he chose the second option. Li Qingran blushed and softly replied, "And I'll go now." Magically, a bathroom appeared on the screen where none had existed before. When Li Qingran entered the bathroom and stood in front of a bronze mirror, she was just about to undo her clothing when she suddenly paused. Her fingers froze at her chest as a deep blush spread from her face to the tips of her ears. Biting her lip, she lowered her head, realizing that with the senior's extraordinary abilities being able to foresee even the attack of Demon Wolves, it was likely that her every move was under his watchful gaze. No way. Senior wouldn't do such a thing. Li Qingran shook her head firmly, then felt ashamed of her own thoughts. If the senior truly had any ill intentions, why would he wait until now? Judging by his demeanor and speech, he must be an elder of several hundred years. Even though his voice sounded young, it was surely just an illusion. With this realization, she was convinced that he wouldn't harbor improper thoughts towards someone as young as her, and the embarrassment and conflict in her heart dissipated greatly. She allowed her clothing to slide off her shoulders, untied her inner garment, and revealed her delicately proportioned figure. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an was staring at his phone screen, his eyes slightly red, his finger hovering hesitantly over the bathroom option. He had already confirmed that with just a light tap, he could freely switch between rooms. An intense inner struggle raged within him. I can't let myself become someone even I would despise. But it's just a game. You're a cancer patient. Does being sick mean I can't have desires? I'm just worried she might have an accident in the bathroom, like slipping or something. Or what if some kind of monster suddenly appears? After thinking it through, he decisively tapped on the bathroom option. Insufficient affection level. Unable to view. The system prompt made him breathe a sigh of relief, though he couldn't stop himself from wondering. Does this mean if the affection level is high enough, I could see? As if I really want to see? Chen Huai'an scoffed, dismissively, before casually opening a small website for entertainment. Just as he was getting into it, the game notified him that Li Qingran had finished bathing. That fast? Don't girls usually take at least half an hour? He silently placed the open tissue back and focused his gaze on the bathroom door. The bathroom door slowly opened a crack, and steam wafted out. Li Qingran emerged wrapped in a plain white towel, her fair shoulders exposed, her bare feet stepping onto the floor. The game system zoomed in on her feet, capturing even the intricate details of water droplets sliding off her skin. Wow, such impressive quality for a small studio. Chen Huai'an marveled at the stunning visual effects. By this time, Li Qingran had knelt on the bed, her back to the camera. A senior. Qingran is ready? Despite imagining the senior as a kind and solemn elder, her ears burned bright red as the bathrobe slipped down her waist, revealing her entire back. After all, channeling energy to heal injuries couldn't be done through clothing, especially around the back, abdomen, and chest. The fire toxins and impurities within her needed to be expelled, and the heat from the fire toxins could even ignite fabric. Exposing her back was the most practical choice. Chen Huai'an stared at the flawless back in front of him, so detailed that he could make out faint blood vessels beneath the skin. He was completely stunned. The game system then displayed a golden acupoint map on her back and prompted, "Please place your left hand on Mingmin and right hand on Qihai Shu to begin channeling energy for healing." So this is how it works in person, Chen Huai'an thought to himself, understanding the process as he reached out and pressed down. A faint, muffled groan immediately came from the game. As expected of a small studio, Chen Huai'an nodded in approval. He had always been partial to the detailed craftsmanship of such boutique developers. The process of spiritual energy entering her body was evidently excruciating for Li Qingran. She let out restrained groans of pain, while beads of sweat the size of pearls formed on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks and neck. Her skin glistened with a fine layer of moisture, and as the progress bar for healing slowly advanced, tiny black impurities began to emerge from the droplets. The visuals are truly spectacular. Chen Huai'an observed the intricate details in the game. He firmly believed that spending money on games required not only engaging gameplay but also good value for money. Some games, while fun, offered only a couple of chapters and could be completed in under 2 hours, yet were exorbitantly priced, a blatant cash grab. However, this virtual girlfriend game gave him a completely different impression, had a premonition that this game could last him an eternity. As the healing progress reached halfway, the system notifications appeared one after another. Li Qingran. Meridians repaired, foundational damage removed. Li Qingran. Internal injuries healed, moderate internal damage removed. Detoxification initiated. Please press Yangwen and use circular motion on Shanshu to continue healing. Following the instructions, Chen Huai'an shifted to the next acupoints. The moment his virtual hands made contact, Li Qingran let out a soft gasp. Watching her skin gradually turn a shrimp-like red, he couldn't help but think, it must hurt, right? Seeing her grit her teeth and endure the pain, he felt a wave of sympathy. However, Li Qingran's experience was entirely different. The warmth emanating from the two large hands on her back soothed her, even as the fiery toxins being expelled from her body felt like countless insects crawling through her limbs, itchy and numbing. She bit her lip, determined not to let any inappropriate sounds escape and offend the senior. To distract herself, she glanced toward the copper mirror at the bedside, hoping to catch a glimpse of the white-haired elder. Yet, the mirror only reflected two hands formed of spiritual energy, one pressing with bent fingers, the other applying a circular motion, delivering a steady and comforting force. Unable to see the senior's true face, she felt both relieved and a little disappointed, ashamed of her earlier presumptions about the elder. Li Qingran. Fiery toxins expelled, body corrosion removed. As the progress bar reached its end, her skin returned to normal. To Chen Huai'an, her complexion, though still carrying minor impurities, now appeared smoother and more radiant, like a polished egg with a glossy sheen. Thank you, senior, for healing me. I already feel much better, Li Qingran said softly, her voice filled with gratitude. She clutched her towel nervously, her ears flushed red, and even the back of her neck showed a hint of embarrassment. May I ask you a question, senior? Her voice trembled slightly, as if she'd mustered all her courage to speak. The system immediately presented multiple options. Yes, no, guess, and recharge 300 to purchase a communication talisman for free dialogue. This time, Chen Huai'an didn't hesitate and chose the recharge option. Upon receiving his approval, Li Qingran's tone immediately lightened with delight. Senior, you've helped Qingran so much. Could you let Qingran know your name? Of course, if you'd rather not share, Qingran won't insist. The game interface popped up a character name input box. Chen Huai'an looked at the screen and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. After spending thousands of yuan and playing for half a day, he was only now allowed to create a character name. The entry threshold for this game was ridiculously high. Without thinking too much about fancy names, he simply typed in Chen Huai'an. After all, if he truly left this world, at least a trace of him would remain in this game. A steadfast sword drives away endless night. A serene heart transforms the cold dawn. Huai'an, Huai'an. Li Qingran softly recited the name, her eyes curving into a smile as she turned to glance back. Senior's name, Qingran will remember it always. Her jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Though the rain poured heavily outside the window, her heart felt warm. Her radiant smile in that moment made Chen Huai'an momentarily forget that this was just a game. For a fleeting instant, it felt as though a real girl was smiling at him. He quickly shook his head, dispelling such unrealistic thoughts. Senior, Qingran's attire has gotten dirty again. I must go clean up. Draped in a towel, Li Qingran bowed gracefully towards the ceiling before carrying her fresh clothes into the bathroom. Staring at the now empty room, Chen Huai'an mocked himself inwardly for feeling a flicker of affection for a game character. However, the problem of Li Qingran's shattered Dantian and spiritual roots still needed to be addressed. Searching through the game interface, he discovered a help center with a question submission feature. The first question of the day was free, but subsequent inquiries would cost exponentially more. Chen Huai'an couldn't help but laugh at the blatant pay-to-play model. Determined to make the most of the free daily question, he decided to ask about methods to repair a Dantian. The system displayed calculating fate, and at the same time, in the Cangyun Realm where Li Qingran resided, the heavens shifted dramatically, drawing the attention of many cultivators. When the result finally appeared, Chen Huai'an read the description of the Hunyuan Butian pill on the screen and saw its dismal 0.001 drop rate, leaving him with a heavy heart. It seemed he would need to change his plan. He resolved to visit the hospital first thing tomorrow to secure a medical certificate, then head straight to Taimu Mountain to begin live streaming. No matter what, He was determined to find a way to repair Li Qingran's Dantian. Night the rain had gradually stopped. Li Qingran held the talisman tightly in her hand, her heartbeat quickening slightly. Only 3 steps remained. She began with the first step, replenishing the talisman with spiritual energy. Facing a talisman crafted from the leftover materials of a celestial-grade formation flag, she had no idea how much energy it required. Hesitating no longer, she poured all the energy from 50 lower-grade spirit stones into it. When the stones were depleted, she drained her own spiritual energy to barely fill the talisman. Beads of sweat formed on her pale face as she rubbed her flushed cheeks and took a deep breath. The second step was the simplest, writing the name of the person to be protected on the talisman using blood. Yet, Li Qingran's hand trembled slightly, her nerves more on edge than before. Write it properly. It has to be perfect, she murmured repeatedly, holding her breath as she carefully inscribed the 3 characters Chen Huai'an onto the talisman. Looking at the crooked, almost illegible handwriting on the talisman, she let out a bitter laugh. This had always been her flaw. Her handwriting was atrocious. As the daughter of a military general, her childhood interest lay entirely in horseback riding, spear techniques, and archery skills for the battlefield. Calligraphy, a refined activity for young women, had never captured her interest. Whenever her parents forced her to practice writing, she would hide and cry. Back then, she had believed that elegant handwriting was irrelevant to fighting on the front lines. Thinking back now, if she could do it over, she would have diligently followed her parents' lessons. Recalling her father's words, "It's the thought that counts," in a gift, Li Qingran clenched her fist to encourage herself and moved on to the final step, transferring fortune. This step required her to transfer her own luck to another through the talisman. While this would cause her to face misfortunes for a while, it was a small price to pay for the safety of her senior. Using a secret technique, she sealed her fortune into the talisman. Her complexion turned even paler, but a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. She placed the talisman on the table and bowed respectfully toward the ceiling. Junior Qingran is deeply grateful for the care of my senior. My injuries have healed, and I feel I have no way to repay you. Thus, I have crafted this talisman as a gift. Though it is small, it carries my heartfelt sincerity. I hope senior will not disdain it. As soon as she finished speaking, she anxiously watched the talisman on the table. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A talisman suddenly vanished. The senior had accepted it. A joyful smile lit up her face as she shyly murmured, "Thank you, senior, for not minding my clumsiness." After a long night of work, her still recovering body was utterly exhausted. She collapsed onto the soft bed, and sleep quickly overcame her. It was the first time in half a month that she had lain on such a comfortable surface. Her eyelids grew heavier, but she struggled to keep her eyes on the ceiling, mumbling faintly as she drifted off. "Good evening, senior." Song Jiaojiao was just about to leave when she was called back. Turning around to face the speaker, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. "Song Jiaojiao, it seems you've made quite some progress lately. Already at the 9th level of Qi refinement, huh? Perfect. I have a task for you." "What is it?" "Kill Li Qingran for me." "What? Kill Li Qingran?" Song Jiaojiao's eyes widened in shock. "Are you still holding a grudge over that incident?" What if I am?" Li Qingran's reputation in the sect is already in shambles. Her death wouldn't matter. She deserves it. Besides, as long as you handle it cleanly, you can easily make it look like she was killed by the monsters in Wanqing Mountain. The tone softened suddenly, becoming almost coaxing. "Be good if you do this well. I'll get you a foundation establishment pill." "A foundation establishment pill?" A trace of struggle flashed in Song Jiaojiao's eyes before her resolve hardened. "All right, fine. Wait for my good news." The next morning, before the sun had risen, Chen Huai'an's first task of the day was to launch his virtual girlfriend game. "Your remaining lifespan, 131 days. The notification made Chen Huai'an frown. While he indeed had a terminal illness, a game predicting his death date. How absurd. Then again, it was probably referring to the remaining lifespan of the senior character in the game. He smirked coldly, thinking, so when my relationship with Li Qingran deepens, the senior character will conveniently die, prompting me to spend money to extend her life? Such an obvious cash grab tactic. As he mulled over the idea, another notification popped up. Due to your divination of heavenly secrets, you have suffered backlash from the Tao of Heaven, resulting in a loss of fortune. Today's hexagram: Li minor auspicious favorable for marriage, unfavorable for mountain climbing. Tomorrow's hexagram: Jin inauspicious favorable for cleaning, unfavorable for mountain climbing. Intrigued by these cryptic messages, Chen Huai'an decided to look up the meaning of the Jin hexagram. Jin represented thunder and was associated with the feet. An inauspicious Jin hexagram signified that traveling might lead to accidents. He glanced at the weather forecast. It was sunny and over 30 degrees at Mount Tai. Where could he possibly find a thunderstorm? Closing the notification, his gaze shifted to the peacefully sleeping Li Qingran. Her sleeping posture was serene, unchanged throughout the night, though her complexion seemed less than ideal. Last night, he had gone to bed after reading a Mount Tai travel guide and hadn't paid much attention. However, he remembered that before he slept, Li Qingran had been diligently meditating and cultivating. Opening her character information panel, he noticed a new debuff, fortune loss. Could it be related to his divination? Status, sleeping. Current affection level, 25 admiration. Affection level has reached 25. A small gift has been triggered. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, has prepared a small gift for you. It has been delivered to the gift system. Chen Huai'an searched through the game's inventory but found no trace of the gift. Small-scale games like this often had issues with system updates not syncing properly. Likely, the gift would only refresh in the morning. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Puzzled, Chen Huai'an opened it, only to find no one there. Instead, a small package, about the size of a palm, lay on the doorstep. Picking it up, he noticed it bore no courier company logos or tracking number, just a neatly written label with the words, Li Qingran's small gift for Senior Chen. Chen Huai'an stared blankly at the package in front of him, utterly bewildered. Standing at the doorway, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Does a small operation like this even deliver physical items? And could this game actually be run by hackers? They even know my address. This has to be solid evidence. These people must have exposed all my personal information. An average person would likely be terrified in a situation like this, but Chen Huai'an just shrugged indifferently. What's there to fear? My life's worth nothing. If I die, I die. Big deal. Hey, he shouted into the dark hallway. Are you guys hiding out there? Come on out and let's talk. This game is way too pay-to-win. Can't you tone it down a bit? I'm seriously broke. His voice echoed through the hallway, but no one replied. All right, suit yourselves, he muttered, closing the door. He understood this was just a test. Flopping onto the couch, he began unboxing the package. Since the sender went to such lengths to replicate the in-game item exactly, the quality of the gift was probably decent. Inside the box was a delicate square sachet, but when he turned it over, his lips twitched involuntarily. 3 crooked traditional Chinese characters spelling Chen Huai'an were scrawled on the front, with the words safe and sound written in smaller characters below. The handwriting was so atrocious it looked worse than what he could manage back in first grade, instantly downgrading the sachet's overall appeal. He tried to open the pouch to examine its contents, but its material was unexpectedly sturdy and impossible to tear. Frustrated, he brought it to his nose and gave it a sniff. And that sniff changed everything. A subtle, elegant fragrance wafted up, neither cloying nor overpowering. It was light, refined, and completely non-aggressive, yet it immediately conjured an image of Li Qingran in his mind. It was as if this scent belonged to her. What the? Chen Huai'an exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He sniffed it from different angles, over and over, even comparing it to his favorite teacher character in the game. But no matter what, his mind kept circling back to Li Qingran. This is insane. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, if you've got the skills to make something like this, why not start a perfume brand instead of scamming players in a game? With free promotion, you'd make a fortune. In the end, he decided to carry the sachet with him if only because the fragrance made it feel like Li Qingran had crafted it herself. The rest of the morning was a whirlwind of preparations for his live stream. He stopped by a barbershop near the hospital and shaved his head bald, uploaded his cancer diagnosis to the homepage of his streaming account, and even asked a doctor to help him record an inspirational short video. Gritting his teeth, he spent 1,000 yuan on promotional ads. Finally, he found a nearby noodle shop and ordered a bowl of dry mixed noodles. In the afternoon, Chen Huai'an boarded a flight to Mount Tai. The homepage of his livestream account displayed a declaration filled with youthful defiance. Youth has no price, and life happens only once. My name is Chen Huai'an, and I have been diagnosed with terminal cancer. In the time I have left, I will defy fate, mock death, and push my physical limits to make my life shine as brightly as possible. By the time he arrived at the base of Mount Tai, it was already 7 p.m. His plan was to start climbing at midnight, so he could reach the summit just in time to witness the sunrise, fulfilling a small wish of his. Although he wasn't sure how much money he could earn from this, the concept of a terminal cancer patient challenging Mount Tai was certainly a rare and compelling hook. At this point, however, his ankles were severely swollen, and each step sent waves of excruciating pain through him. Even putting on shoes had become a torment. After lying on a bench near the mountain base for 3 hours, the clock struck 10. Chen Huai'an pulled out his phone and opened a game to check on Li Qingran. The diligent young girl was already awake, sitting cross-legged on her bed in meditation. On her desk was the clean, washed plate he had delivered earlier that day, along with a basket of nearly untouched fruit. Watching her earnest effort, Chen Huai'an felt his own nervousness dissipate. Taking a deep breath, he curved his lips into a faint smile and opened his livestream account. After half a day of build-up, his vlog had already attracted attention, and over 100 people had signed up to watch his stream tonight. For a newcomer, this was already a decent number. The moment the live stream began, skeptical comments flooded in. How can you prove you're a terminal cancer patient? Are you just here to milk sympathy and scam money? Terminal cancer, yet you plan to climb Mount Tai in 5 hours? A bone cancer patient this capable? Really? Even scamming should have some logic. Chen Huai'an didn't respond immediately. Instead, he calmly launched another wave of live stream promotions. Once the viewer count climbed to several hundred, he finally spoke. Hello, everyone. My name is Chen Huai'an. Tonight, I will climb Mount Tai in 5 hours. As a terminal cancer patient, the entire process will be live streamed without edits. My profile contains my full medical diagnosis, payment records, and test reports. Feel free to verify them with the relevant hospital. I welcome any fact-checking. With that, he aimed the camera at his legs, rolling up his pants and removing his shoes and socks. On screen, his swollen ankles were covered in blister-like lumps resembling burns, and the disease had already spread to his right knee. As you can see, my current physical condition is terrible. Every step I take is agonizing. He turned the camera back toward himself, rubbed his bald head, and flashed a carefree smile. But I will prove myself through action. I will stomp on this illness, laugh at fate's helplessness, and flip death the bird. At sunrise, I will stand alongside all of you watching from behind your screens. The combination of his detailed medical records, the grotesque swelling on his legs, his unmistakable bald head, and that carefree, unyielding smile landed like a series of heavy blows. The entire livestream chat fell into a stunned silence. Oh my, this is so touching. I actually doubted the streamer was just in it for the money. A comment like this suddenly popped up in the livestream chat. Soon after, more voices of support flooded in. So inspiring. I feel so guilty. Streamer, stop climbing. I'll send you gifts. Chen Huai'an's heartfelt words had indeed moved some viewers, but skepticism lingered. Some accused him of faking his evidence, while others boldly declared they would go to Taishan themselves to verify the truth. To the friend who wants to verify at Taishan, you can set off right now, Chen Huai'an said, staring directly into the camera. They'll start climbing at exactly 12 o'clock. I won't go anywhere before then. Climbing Taishan with latest stage bone cancer? Who are you fooling? In front of his computer, a young man, already furious from being beaten by a cheater in an online game, glared at the screen with anger flashing in his eyes. He quickly typed in the chat, I'm an hour's drive from Taishan. Brothers, wait for me to expose this fake streamer. With that, he grabbed his keys and stormed out. To him, online scammers were just as detestable as those cheating players. If he couldn't catch the cheaters, he'd at least deal with this suspected fraud. Chen Huai'an read the skeptical comments but remained unfazed. In fact, he secretly hoped more people would come to verify. The more people, the better it would not only prove his condition but also boost his stream's traffic. If he managed to catch the attention of high-level accounts, his chance to make money would increase. Follow me so you don't miss out, he continued. I don't have much time left. I'm racing against the clock. Besides climbing, I also want to try more extreme sports in the future, like skydiving and bungee jumping. As the clock approached noon, Chen Huai'an carefully checked his gear. To reach the summit within 5 hours, he needed to travel light. Although he initially planned to bring 2 power banks, he decided to take just one, hanging it on his shoulder. His phone was already down to 27 battery after 2 hours of streaming, but with the power bank, it should last until he descended. Are you Chen Huai'an? Suddenly, a voice called out behind him. Chen Huai'an turned to see 4 people standing there. A young man, 2 middle-aged men, and a girl with a punk style. Are you guys from the live stream? That's right. We're here to verify you, Zhang Rui said with a cold smirk. Before arriving, he had created a group chat with other viewers planning to go to Taishan. To prevent Chen Huai'an from escaping, they made sure to meet at the entrance before approaching him together. Nice to meet you all, Chen Huai'an said with a relaxed smile. I thought this journey would be a solo one, but having company makes it even better. Ignoring his pleasantries, Zhang Rui pointed at his leg and demanded, that lump on your legit makeup? Pull up your pant leg and show us. Without hesitation, Chen Huai'an bent down and rolled up his pant leg. Zhang Rui and the others shone their flashlights, leaning in to examine it closely. The punk girl reached out and pinched Chen Huai'an's leg. Her eyes widened instantly, and she instinctively covered her mouth with both hands. Oh my god, it's really all lumps, so many of them. How does he even walk? Is this guy for real? Zhang Rui felt a little embarrassed, his eyes darting around as he muttered under his breath. Lumps don't necessarily mean it's bone cancer. It's osteosarcoma, Chen Huai'an said with a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. You can look up the symptoms of osteosarcoma online and compare them to my condition. It's getting late, I should start climbing now. With that, he picked up his livestream stand and began walking. Wait, Zhang Rui tried to say something, but Su Shaoqian cut him off. You're being too much. The punk girl, Su Shaoqian, shot Zhang Rui an angry glare. Whether it's osteosarcoma or not, his leg clearly has issues. Considering all the information, he doesn't seem like he's lying. At least try to have some empathy. A middle-aged man standing nearby nodded in agreement. My father passed away from osteosarcoma. I'm all too familiar with this disease. The fact that this young man is standing here instead of lying in a hospital bed is already remarkable. The biggest risk with bone cancer is secondary fractures, and strenuous activity should be avoided, another middle-aged man added. For him to attempt climbing Tai Mountain, it really shows his courage and determination. Zhang Rui scratched the back of his neck, guilt written all over his face, and fell silent. The four of them quickly followed after Chen Huai'an, who was already walking ahead. Streamer, this stand looks heavy. How about I carry it for you? Su Shaoqian offered. Chen Huai'an shook his head. No need. I have to hold it myself to adjust the shooting angles. Besides, this is part of my commitment to my audience. You're doing great, young man. An older man gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Rui muttered an apology under his breath. Sorry, man. I lost a game earlier, and my head was a mess. I get it, Chen Huai'an replied without looking back. We're all going through something. How about this? I'll send you some gifts to make up for it. Chen Huai'an immediately turned around with a warm smile. What kind of gifts are we talking about? A big rocket, the 2,000 yuan one. Thank you. You're a good person. Zhang Rui thought to himself. This streamer is definitely sick, but it's clear he's also trying to make money. Still, pushing himself like this won't his condition worsen? But if he needs the money, I might as well support him. He opened the live stream, hit the follow button, and sent 10 big rockets in one go. The chat exploded. Whoa, big spender alert. Isn't that the guy who was doubting him earlier? Looks like the streamer really is a patient. First time seeing a real case like this grabbing popcorn. Streamer, don't push yourself too hard. We'll chip in too. The 10 big rockets triggered a chain reaction, quickly boosting the number of viewers in the live stream. The combination of buzz and a flood of gifts drew more and more people to watch. Thanks to the boss for the big rockets. Chen Huai'an beamed with joy and gave Zhang Rui a close-up shot, though Zhang Rui shyly turned away. After platform fees, this haul would net him about 10,000 yuan. 100 lucky draws for the Fortune Carp event were within reach. The internet really was a fast way to make money. As the climb continued, waves of pain began to spread through Chen Huai'an's body. Beads of sweat rolled down his temples. The skepticism in the live stream chat gradually faded, while Zhang Rui and the others silently followed behind, watching his staggering figure with tight throats. Sweat soaked through the amulet hanging on his chest, its faint fragrance becoming more pronounced. Chen Huai'an's mind wandered to the image of Li Qingran's smiling face. He couldn't help but wonder, what might that girl be doing right now? What could Senior be doing right now? Li Qingran rested her chin in her hands, gazing at the ceiling with a look of yearning in her eyes. She could sense that Chen Huai'an was very busy at the moment, with no time to spare for her. In her mind, she pictured a white-haired, ethereal elder slicing through demons with a sort of figure like Senior. A person of such great stature must be fighting for the cultivators of the entire Cangyun Realm right now. The thought brought a silly smile to her face. If only Senior could be my master. The thought had barely emerged before she slapped her forehead. No, Li Qingran, don't get ahead of yourself. Reflecting on today's encounter, she felt deeply grateful. Senior had not only given her 12 spiritual crystals, but had also maintained a high-level spirit gathering array for 6 entire hours, directly raising her cultivation to the 5th stage of the Qi refinement realm. Thanks to the recovery of her meridians and internal injuries, the rate of spiritual energy leakage from her Dantian had indeed slowed significantly. However, her shattered Dantian was like a leaky basin. Spiritual energy continued to dissipate, albeit more slowly. She had to find a solution to repair both her Dantian and her spiritual roots. While Senior was incredibly powerful, she couldn't rely on him for everything. His willingness to help her was a blessing, but she couldn't take the initiative to ask for more. She already had a plan in mind. The Cangyun sect was unreliable, so she'd have to try her luck with other sects, even smaller ones. Perhaps she could find a method to repair her Dantian in their ancient texts. If she couldn't, she'd leave the cultivation world altogether, find a quiet place to live in seclusion, and slowly gather clues about her enemies. Or maybe she'd return to the Southern Dynasty and become a female general. As for avenging herself against those Senior brothers, she dared not think too much about it. She hadn't been their match before, and her chances now were even slimmer. It was cowardly, yes, but in the cultivation world, the weak had no choices. She had once been resigned to dying, but now she wanted to live a little longer, at least until the day she could thank Senior in person. At the foot of the mountain, Song Jiaojiao stared at the newly built stone house, her brows tightly furrowed. This didn't match the information she'd received. Wasn't Li Qingran supposed to be locked up in a thatched hut? Clearly, someone was assisting her in secret. Could it be the personal disciples of Qi Shaopeak? Although Mu Baishuang had said they hated Li Qingran to the core, what if they still harbored a sliver of old affection? After weighing her options for a moment, Song Jiaojiao decided to tread carefully. She didn't want to offend those personal disciples, but she also wasn't willing to give up the Foundation establishment pill. In the end, she decided to test the waters first, to see if those disciples had set up any traps nearby. From her storage ring, she retrieved a half-hanglong red incense stick item called Beast Lure Incense. It was a special type of incense with an extremely wide range of scent diffusion. While difficult for cultivators to detect, it was highly attractive to sharp-nosed demonic beasts. Normally used for hunting, today it would serve as a lethal weapon. But now the plan had changed. Song Jiaojiao dared not approach recklessly and had no choice but to lure the wild beasts to do the dirty work for her. She was fully aware that this method might draw the sect's attention, but at this moment, she couldn't afford to worry about that. Li Qingran, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes. Don't blame me for this, Song Jiaojiao murmured softly. She then lit a red incense stick and flicked it with her fingers. The incense traced an arc through the air before landing steadily on a large tree near the house. Quickly, she set up a formation to conceal her aura, ensuring her safety during the imminent beast rampage. Inside the stone house, the young girl was sound asleep, unaware of the impending danger. It would take some time for the beasts to detect the scent and gather. Song Jiaojiao hid in the shadows, patiently waiting for events to unfold. At 5 in the morning, the faint light of dawn began to creep across the horizon. Chen Huai'an was nearing the summit of Mount Mai, but his condition was dire. Unlike other hikers who struggled with the cold wind and low temperatures at the peak, he was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale as paper. Every step he took felt like walking on the edge of a blade. Along the way, he had only eaten 2 pieces of bread, spending the rest of the time drinking water to keep going. Though his steps were unsteady, each one was firm and resolute. He kept his back straight and his calm gaze fixed ahead, resembling a determined pilgrim on a sacred journey. Bro, let me carry you up. Stop climbing. Zhang Rui was on the verge of tears. Tonight's experience would stay with him forever. A patient with a leg covered in osteosarcoma was enduring excruciating pain as he climbed the stone steps, one by one. Even the 2 middle-aged men in the group were struggling to keep up, and the punk-style girl was gasping for breath. Although Zhang Rui worked out regularly, the scene before him struck him more deeply on a psychological level. Chen Huai'an's group continued to grow. Many tourists who had initially planned to give up were inspired by his story and spontaneously joined behind him, forming a long, winding line. We're almost there, Chen Huai'an said with a faint smile as they neared the summit. An hour earlier, a level 57 Big Brother had promised him a surprise at the top. But whether or not the gift awaited him, he was determined to finish the climb. For Chen Huai'an, scaling Mount Mai wasn't just about earning money, it was about testing his limits in the final days of his life. However, just 98 steps away from the summit, a sudden sharp pain shot through Chen Huai'an's right leg. He lost his balance and collapsed heavily onto the stone steps. His leg. Su Shaoqian, who was following closely behind, screamed and covered her mouth in shock. Chen Huai'an looked down and saw that his right leg, from the ankle to the knee, was now twisted and deformity had suffered a fracture. Pathological fractures are a common symptom in bone cancer patients. When Chen Huai'an's right leg fractured on the steps of Tai Mountain, his expression remained unusually calm. The cancerous cells had long eroded his bones, leaving them fragile and brittle. This outcome seemed inevitable. What's physical pain compared to that? Chen Huai'an thought to himself. Compared to the fire that claimed my parents' lives, this pain is nothing. Tourists around him quickly gathered, their concerned voices filling the air. But Chen Huai'an steadied himself, adjusting the camera in his hand. Turning to Zhang Rui, who was helping him up, he said, "Hey, buddy, do me a favor and open my backpack." "Backpack? Are you out of your mind? Call an ambulance right now." Zhang Rui stared at him in disbelief, baffled by how indifferent this young man seemed to his fractured leg. "An ambulance can't make it up here." Chen Huai'an shook his head. "Just open the backpack, I have my own solution." Skeptical, Zhang Rui unzipped the backpack. Chen Huai'an pulled out a foldable crutch and skillfully unfolded it. Both Zhang Rui and the surrounding tourists froze, their faces filled with astonishment. "That's it? This is your solution?" Zhang Rui nearly laughed. "I thought you had some kind of miracle cure in there." But Chen Huai'an had already propped himself up with the crutch, moving with practiced ease. He had anticipated this day for a long time. Even before the fracture, he had regularly practiced using the crutch, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard in this moment. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, his fans flooded the screen with virtual gifs and messages of support. No one doubted his condition anymore. Everyone was moved by his determination. Voices urging him to descend the mountain echoed, but they couldn't shake his resolve. Almost there, just one final stretch, and the 90,000 sponsorship is mine. Chen Huai'an gritted his teeth, his face contorting with effort. the legendary Hun Yuanbu Tian Pilha. Just you wait. The tourists watched his struggling ascent in silent admiration. Who could have imagined that this determined young man was pushing himself for what seemed like an absurd live stream challenge? When Chen Huai'an finally stepped onto the last level of the summit, dawn broke. A ray of light pierced through the clouds, gently illuminating the mountain peak. Birds soared across the sky, and in the distance, the resonant sound of bells echoed. In the next moment, the rising sun erupted into view, its golden light bathing the entire landscape. Chen Huai'an and the tourists held their breath, captivated by the majestic scene. Suddenly, a deep and resounding "bai" reverberated through the heavens. Ripples of light, like waves on water, shimmered in the sunlight. Out of these ripples, an ancient ceremonial procession gradually emerged. At the forefront stood a figure of imposing dignity, clad in a dark dragon robe, with a ceremonial crown atop his head and a sword at his waist. Behind him followed an entourage of civil and military officials. The civil officials held their ritual tablets with solemn expressions, while the military officials, dressed in black armor, exuded an air of strength. Attendants carried an array of gleaming ceremonial artifacts as they walked on clouds. Beneath their feet, faint glimpses of green tiles and bricks appeared, as the majestic procession made its way slowly toward the summit of Mount Tai. What the heck is this? A mirage? Or are they filming a movie? The tourists were dumbfounded, chattering in disbelief. Before their words had even fully landed, the procession, which had been far away, suddenly traversed several miles in an instant, appearing right before their eyes. The summit of Mount Tai fell silent in an instant. An invisible pressure blanketed the scene, rendering everyone immobile, their courage to speak entirely drained. Chen Huai'an stood frozen, staring at the awe-inspiring emperor as he approached. The emperor's face was indistinct, obscured by a faint, elusive mist. The procession moved like a flowing painting, weaving through the crowd of tourists ethereal and enigmatic, as if existing in a parallel dimension that intersected with reality but did not interfere with it. Chen Huai'an had thought the same, until the emperor stopped directly in front of him. In the moment when the emperor was about to pass through his body, he suddenly inclined his head slightly, his golden, slit-pupil eyes locking onto Chen Huai'an's. This was no accidental glance. Chen Huai'an could clearly sense the scrutiny in the emperor's gaze, which sent chills down his spine. But the heart-stopping moment was fleeting. The emperor passed through him, and together with the procession, disappeared into the thin mist atop Mount Tai. This mysterious phenomenon quickly went viral online, shooting to the top of trending topics. Experts speculated that it was a projection of the ceremonial procession from Emperor Qin Shi Huang's ritual at Mount Tai. However, they could not provide a definitive explanation for how such an ancient scene could manifest in modern times, only asserting that there must be a scientific basis behind it. As a staunch materialist, Chen Huai'an didn't dwell on the supernatural nature of the event. If someone were to tell him there was a female ghost in his house, he'd probably head straight to the store to buy Okamoto 001, just to contribute to biodiversity. After completing his live stream, his phone battery finally died. Chen Huai'an bid a quick farewell and ended the broadcast. Bro, how are you planning to get back down the mountain? Taking the cable car or hiring someone to carry you in a sedan chair? After witnessing the extraordinary events, Zhang Rui was now in complete awe of Chen Huai'an, practically viewing him as a superhero. Of course, the cable car, Chen Huai'an replied. Although there were plenty of college students offering climbing assistance or sedan chair services on Mount Tai these days, he opted for the economical and efficient cable car, eager to get home and recharge his phone to continue chatting with his virtual girlfriend. Now with 120,000 yuan in earnings, Chen Huai'an calculated his finances while contemplating his future choices. Though live streaming was exhausting, it had undeniably given him a glimmer of hope for financial stability. However, his heart was weighed down with conflicting emotions about his condition. The main doctor's hesitation when issuing the critical condition notice, the vague words hinting at the possible spread of the cancer. Amputation was unavoidable, yet even with that, the survival rate remained dismally low. Should he gamble everything on chemotherapy, or simply live in the moment with the money he had? While he was deep in thought, he and a group of stream followers, including Zhang Rui, arrived at the cable car ticket station. The queue ahead was packed with local tourists and foreigners, the air buzzing with chatter. Suddenly, a loud fuck pierced through the noise. A foreign tourist, attempting to cut the line, had been struck on the shoulder by a stray rock from Waknoshire. Serves you right. That's what you get for not waiting your turn. Zhang Rui and others nearby couldn't help but smirk at the scene. Soon, it was their turn. Inside the 8-person cable car, a few burly men with tattoos of dragons and tigers were already seated, exuding an intimidating presence. Brother, are we really getting on? Zhang Rui asked nervously. Of course, Chen Huai'an replied nonchalantly. Don't judge a book by its cover. Who knows, maybe they just enjoy decorating themselves with some wildlife art. As he prepared to board, The protective amulet hanging around his neck suddenly snapped and fell to the ground with a sharp crack. Bending down to pick it up, Chen Huai'an moved sluggishly, drawing impatient curses from the tattooed men in the cable car. Just then, a thunderous boom erupted. The entire Tai Mountain shook violently. Before Chen Huai'an could regain his balance, he was thrown to the ground, tumbling into the ticket hall. Above him, the ceiling began to crumble, and debris rained down in a chaotic cascade. Shit! Get out of the way! Falling rocks. Screams erupted from the panicked crowd. Amid the chaos, a deafening explosion echoed, followed by the shattering of the cable car's glass, splitting the air with a piercing sound. An earthquake struck Mount Tai, causing massive rockslides. A large boulder came crashing down with uncanny precision, crushing a cable car that was about to descend right in front of the ticket office. The cable car was flattened entirely. Fortunately, the cableway system remained intact, averting an even greater disaster. Strangely enough, the 7 victims inside the crushed cable car were all notorious drug traffickers, including 2 leaders of major drug cartels. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent people. Rumors quickly spread among the locals, claiming it was the manifestation of Mount Tai's mountain deity. Some even connected the event to the recent mirage of a celestial phenomenon that appeared over Mount Tai. These were details that Chen Huai'an only learned later. At this moment, he quietly walked into a small roadside convenience store, borrowed a power bank, and focused on opening his mobile game featuring a virtual girlfriend. He sat calmly on a chair, his expression indifferent, as if the pain from his injuries had nothing to do with him. Beside him, Zhang Rui was frantically dialing emergency services, his hands trembling slightly with guilt. If he hadn't said those harsh words, perhaps Chen Huai'an wouldn't have insisted on climbing the mountain. Let's see what my virtual girlfriend is up to, Chen Huai'an murmured to himself. As soon as the game interface loaded, a flood of system notifications appeared, overwhelming the screen. You have 130 days of life remaining. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, is under attack by a minor beast horde. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, is fighting desperately. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, is injured. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, is seriously wounded. Chen Huai'an's heart tightened. He hastily dismissed all the notifications, and the scene before him made his breath catch. The once elegant courtyard was now in ruins. Li Qingran was kneeling in a pool of blood, surrounded by the bodies of slain beasts. Her carefully chosen new outfit was torn to shreds, revealing gruesome wounds. She clutched a broken sword in her hand, her long hair disheveled and partially obscuring her face as her breathing grew faint. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, is critically injured. So unfortunate I still couldn't meet you, senior. Li Qingran weakly lifted her head, gazing through the broken roof at the faint morning light in the sky. A trace of nostalgia crossed her pale face as fleeting memories of her 19 years of life surfaced, her father dying in battle, her mother poisoned, and her joining the Cangyun sect with the hope of avenging her parents. Yet, she discovered that the rules of the cultivation world were nothing more than shackles for the weak. Despite her relentless efforts to improve her skills, she was ultimately expelled from the sect with her spiritual roots and Dantian destroyed. A sparrow flew across the damaged rooftop, and a faint glimmer of light flickered in Li Qingran's dim eyes. In just 2 short days, every moment of her encounter with the senior resurfaced in her mind. The selfless care and warmth she received filled Li Qingran's heart with endless gratitude. Yet, in this lifetime, she knew she could never repay the senior's kindness. Cough, cough, she hunched over, blood and tears mingling as they dripped down her pale cheeks. If there is a next life, the thought was interrupted as a demonic beast locked its gaze on her frail figure, its jaws opening wide to tear her apart. At that critical moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of lightning bolts crashed down like silver serpents, their overwhelming power illuminating the inside and outside of the small hut in a blinding white light. Hidden within a concealed formation, Song Jiaojiao stared in stunned silence at the scene. Hundreds of thunderfire talismans poured down like a torrential storm, each one worth at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. This was far beyond anything Li Qingran could afford. Someone else must have intervened on her behalf. The relentless barrage of lightning continued, as if cost was of no concern. The destructive power of over 200 talismans obliterated the demonic beasts, reducing them to ashes and leaving behind a field of scorched craters. Inside the hut, the unconscious Li Qingran lay safely within a golden protective shield, unharmed despite the blood pooling around her. Sensing danger, Song Jiaojiao prepared to flee, but before she could act, a golden talisman glowing with radiant light appeared above her. The intricate runes etched into the talisman exuded an overwhelming thunderous energy. Was an immortal-grade thunderfire talisman. Ha ha ha. A bitter, despairing laugh escaped her lips. In the next instant, a golden lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended, obliterating her and the concealed formation in one strike. Watching the red dots on the map vanish one by one, Chen Huai'an finally let out a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he had drawn 500 times from the koi pool, earning a large haul of spirit stones, thunderfire talismans, and communication talismans. Although the low-grade spirit stones were a slight loss, the thunderfire and communication talismans were decent rewards. Among them were over a dozen high-grade and supreme-grade talismans, as well as 2 rare immortal-grade talismans. He had even unexpectedly obtained an exceptional grade magical weapon, the Suxian sword. While he wasn't entirely sure of its exact value, it was undoubtedly a prized weapon commonly used by Foundation establishment cultivators. But now was not the time to calculate gains and losses. Chen Huai'an turned his attention to Li Qingran's condition with a grave expression. Excessive blood loss, critical condition, cultivation progress, 145649999 5th layer. Remaining lifespan, moments. Affection level, 35 reverence. Following standard protocol, he retrieved an immortal-grade Great Rejuvenation Pill from Li Qingran's storage ring, a gift from his monthly card. However, the system displayed a frustrating notification. Your virtual companion, Li Qingran, is critically injured and unable to consume the Great Rejuvenation Pill on her own. Administration failed. Staring at the overly realistic yet headache-inducing message, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but complain. Is this game trying to be so hardcore because it's aiming for civil service exams? The purchase tool turned out to be unusable, and such matters could only be resolved by contacting customer service. However, Chen Huai'an chose to directly use the Tianji divination, taking advantage of the first free use of the day. During the divination process, the Cangyun Realm underwent a dramatic shift. Countless elder cultivators from various sects were startled out of their meditation, sensing the presence of a powerful being probing the secrets of the heavens. Discussions erupted among them. Some speculated it was the patriarch of Nci Nianzhai, while others voiced concerns about the dwindling spiritual energy. Those from the demonic sects grew especially cautious, retreating in fear of exposing their plans. The divination revealed 2 ways to heal Li Qingran. Transferring internal energy could restore 30 of her injuries, while the lost art of golden needle acupuncture could fully heal all injuries except for damage to her Dantian and spiritual roots. The virtual girlfriend store immediately popped up a notification, asking if he wanted to spend 9,998 to purchase the lost golden needle acupuncture technique. Looking at the outrageous price, Chen Huai'an felt a surge of frustration. What angered him even more was that not only did the skill itself cost money, but even the golden needles required for each use came with additional expenses. Yet, as he glanced at Li Qingran lying in a pool of blood, memories of his late parents surfaced, recollections of all they had sacrificed for him. Buy it! He gritted his teeth and hit confirm. The system notified him that he had acquired the golden needle acupuncture technique, along with the flowing cloud technique and the spring revival needle technique at level 1. However, he still needed to pay an additional 640 for 64 specially crafted silver needles. With a heavy heart, Chen Huai'an made the payment again. Just as he was about to begin the treatment, the system prompted him to remove Li Qingran's clothing for the procedure. He froze for a moment, inappropriate thoughts flashing through his mind, but he quickly refocused on the urgency of saving her life. At that moment, an ambulance arrived. As the doctors and nurses stepped out, Zhang Rui pointed at Chen Huai'an, who was engrossed in his phone, and fabricated an absurd medical history, claiming Chen had late-stage bone cancer, a bone sarcoma, and had also broken his leg while climbing Mount Tai. The doctor was skeptical of such an outlandish combination of conditions and found Chen Huai'an's intense focus on his phone even more baffling. However, when he lifted Chen's pant leg to examine him, his expression abruptly changed. Quick, quick, quick. Bring the stretcher down, the doctor shouted while swiftly examining Chen Huai'an's injuries. His lower leg was severely deformed, the fractured area grotesquely swollen and a dark purplish red, a clear sign of internal bleeding. More concerning were the numerous subcutaneous cysts on his leg, classic symptoms of osteosarcoma. The medical staff worked together to lift Chen Huai'an onto the stretcher, but he remained holding his phone, his calm demeanor baffling everyone. The doctor glanced at this unusually composed patient, his mind racing with questions. Hey man, why are you still playing with your phone? Zhang Rui couldn't help but blurt out. From his perspective, all he could see was a pitch-black screen. He began to wonder if the injured man might have some mental health issues as well. As the ambulance sped away, Zhang Rui reconnected the power bank he had lent to the charging station at the supermarket. Reflecting on how he had said so many inappropriate things to someone who might be battling both cancer and mental illness, he slapped himself in frustration. Inside the ambulance, 2 nurses exchanged puzzled looks as they observed Chen Huai'an, who was repeatedly tapping at his blank phone screen. From Chen Huai'an's perspective, however, he was completely absorbed in performing acupuncture therapy on Li Qingran. To avoid drawing attention, he held the phone screen close to his face, focusing intently as he aligned the acupuncture needles with the glowing pressure point diagram. When one of the nurses tried to get his attention, Chen Huai'an simply turned his head away and continued with his treatment. The doctor, noticing this behavior, decided to request a psychiatric evaluation. At the critical moment when the acupuncture was complete and Li Qingran's injuries were healed, the phone suddenly powered off due to low battery. It was only then that Chen Huai'an realized he was no longer at the base of Mount Tai, but in a hospital room. "Young man, keep it down. Some of us are trying to sleep," came a feeble complaint from the next bed. Chen Huai'an turned to see an elderly man with a bandaged leg and a weary expression. What caught his eye more, however, was the set of silver needles on the small cart beside the man's bed. His fingers twitched with eagerness, itching to put them to use. The overpowering urge drove Chen Huai'an to reach out and grab the set of silver needles. He cast a glance at the elderly man on the bed next to him, and an inexplicable, complex smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It carried a mix of arrogance and defiance, tinged with a hint of slyness, but above all, it was brimming with an uncontrollable sense of urgency. Opening the needle case, he saw 36 silver needles lying neatly inside. His fingers brushed lightly over the needle tips, and a peculiar sense of familiarity surged through him, as if he were caressing the fingertips of a lover. "Forgive me," he murmured silently to the old man, bowing slightly. Then, without hesitation, he picked up one of the needles and plunged it into his own right leg. Using someone else's needles on himself brought a strange, almost forbidden thrill that inexplicably excited him. He hadn't chosen to use the needles on the old man not out of any moral consideration, but simply because, as someone on the brink of death, he preferred to experiment on himself. As soon as the needle pierced his skin, a vivid diagram of acupuncture points and meridians appeared in his mind, perfectly matching the ones he had seen in the game. His fingers began to move with astonishing speed, their dexterity almost impossible to follow. In the blink of an eye, all 36 needles were inserted into various acupuncture points on his right leg. He then held his breath and carefully adjusted the depth and angle of each needle. The same hands that usually struggled to hold even a water bottle were now as steady as a rock. Once the procedure was complete, Chen Huai'an meticulously returned the needles to their case and placed it back where it belonged. The tormenting sense of unease finally subsided, and he let out a long, satisfied breath, rubbing his hands together in contentment. To his amazement, the bruising around his fractured bone had already begun to fade. While the bone remained twisted, the symptoms of tissue damage were visibly improving. "This game is insanely realistic," he marveled to himself, a sudden inspiration striking him. "Ha ha, I've figured it out," he exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "It's the cancer cells TVE activated my genetic lock." Meanwhile, outside in the hospital corridor, Dr. Wu was discussing Chen Huai'an's condition with Dr. Zhang. "But he's a college student with no history of mental illness," Wu Bin said, flipping through the medical records and questioning Dr. Zhang's diagnosis. Just then, a stifled, eerie laugh echoed from the hospital room. "Ha ha ha." Dr. Zhang shrugged and gestured toward the room. Wu Bin sighed and shook his head as he stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Chen Huai'an adopted a serious demeanor. "Doctor, I'm not sick. I want to be discharged. By the way, do you have a power bank? If you do, I can stay a bit longer." Wu Bin looked at the young man on the bed, his earnest expression almost convincing. Internally, he began to calculate whether the medication dosage needed to be increased. Dr. Zhang's gaze fell on Chen Huai'an's leg, and he froze for a moment. "Huh, how is your leg already healed?" He clearly remembered that not long ago, when he went to see Wu Bin, Chen Huai'an's fractured calf was not only severely swollen but also turning black in the worst areas, nearly at the point of necrosis. Yet now, the fracture had significantly reduced in swelling, and the bruising had faded a great deal. Noticing the doctor's gaze, Chen Huai'an instinctively pulled his leg back and forced an awkward smile. "I've always been pretty resilient since I was a kid, with a bit of a natural gift for self-recovery." Of course, he couldn't tell him that the bruising had been resolved using a secret golden needle technique. Not only would no one believe him, but it might also bring unnecessary trouble. As for demonstrating the needle technique on the spot, in this day and age where even helping someone cross the street could lead to complications, he wouldn't dare take the risk. Dr. Zhang hesitated for a long moment before shifting his focus to a more pressing matter. "Young man, you really need to address that osteosarcoma. Ignoring it could be quite dangerous." "I understand," Chen Huai'an replied with a light chuckle, "but I don't have the money." "You didn't buy insurance?" "No." "What about your parents?" "They're gone." This brief exchange left Dr. Zhang in silence. Having practiced medicine for decades, he had encountered countless similar cases, but patients as composed as Chen Huai'an were rare. "Doctor, I know my situation well. Just treat it like a regular fracture." Dr. Zhang nodded, but couldn't help adding, "If you need to raise funds, let me know. I might be able to help." "Thank you. Once I earn some money, they'll definitely get proper treatment." Throughout their conversation, Wu Bin quietly observed from the side. He noticed that this young man had a clear mind and bright eyes, showing no signs of mental issues at most. He was just a bit overly dramatic. It was almost laughable that they had nearly resorted to using a tranquilizer gun. What a false alarm. Chen Huai'an stayed at the hospital until the afternoon, and after getting a cast on his right leg, he insisted on being discharged. Before leaving, he specifically stopped by the pharmacy next to the hospital to purchase a set of silver needles. The moment he stepped out of the hospital, he began hunting for a power bank like a starving wolf. Having spent 60,000 yuan on the game, if anything happened to his character, he might as well jump out of the hospital's second-floor window. Under the astonished gaze of a female student, he hobbled on his crutches and swiftly snagged the last available power bank at a restaurant's charging station. Turning on his phone and logging into the game, he let out a sigh of relief upon finding that Li Qingran was still safely lying in the Xuanjia formation. With the power bank in his mouth, one crutch under his arm, and his other hand holding his phone, he sat down at the restaurant. "Boss, he'll have 3 liang of dry noodles." "Got it. Want a fried egg with that?" "No, but he'll take some soup." "All right. Fried eggs are 3 yuan though." "Not getting one. The soup's free, right?" "Fill it up." Ignoring the unconscious Li Qingran for now, he opened the luck koi prize pool in the game. He was still 500 draws away from reaching the guaranteed reward. "TCH, I was never meant to be lucky," Chen Huai'an snorted. With the payment notification from Easy Pay popping up, his finger decisively tapped the draw button. All and everything on the line. Li Qingran had a dream. Darkness surged toward her like a tide, and countless ferocious beasts chased her relentlessly with snarling jaws and claws. Just as she was about to be devoured by these terrifying creatures, a sharp crack of thunder split the sky. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the heavens. It was a young man, his face obscured but his unusual attire strikingly distinctive. His movements were fluid and precise. His left hand scattered talismans that radiated lightning, while his right hand wielded a mystical artifact that gleamed with deadly brilliance. The beasts pursuing her were either scorched into charred remains by the lightning or pierced through by the falling artifact. Is it senior? Li Qingran gazed up at the sky, a powerful intuition welling up inside her. This was indeed the senior she had long imagined would save her. Yet, he was much younger than she had expected. Before she could take a closer look, the figure suddenly descended before her. Li Qingran's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and even her ears turned red. Hastily, she tried to kneel in respect, but strong hands stopped her in time. The man pressed a square object into her hands. It was entirely black, resembling a brick but much lighter. Engraved on its surface were 3 simplified characters, Dian Guan Bao. As she puzzled over the peculiar name, the figure before her began to fade like morning mist. "Senior? I've always been so grateful to you," she called out anxiously, but all that remained was his parting instruction echoing in the mist. "This is very important. Take good care of it." In the real world, Chen Huai'an was clicking place order on an online shopping page. "This one will do." Dian Guan Bao. Even the name sounds reliable. Though the 300 yuan power bank wasn't cheap, after the earlier incident, he was willing to splurge on a high-capacity one. As for replacing his phone, he quickly dismissed the idea the virus program without an installation package couldn't be transferred anyway. At 9 p.m., after being home for over an hour, Chen Huai'an opened his virtual girlfriend game. As expected, Li Qingran had already awakened. She was curled up in a corner, her tattered clothes barely concealing her disheveled state. Hugging her knees, she stared blankly at the ground. Beside her, a half-burned red incense stick stood. System notifications popped up one after another. "Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran's house is damaged. Recharge 6 yuan to repair it. Recharge 88 yuan to provide your virtual girlfriend with 2 stylish new outfit. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran is hungry and feeling down. Recharge 68 yuan to cheer her up." Without hesitation, Chen Huai'an clicked through the recharges. In an instant, the dilapidated house was restored to its former glory. 2 sets of brand new clothes appeared on the bed, and the table was laden with chicken, duck, fish, and fresh fruits. Such a dramatic transformation didn't escape Li Qingran's notice. In truth, she had already sensed the senior's presence evidenced by the scorched craters scattered around, the ashes of the beasts, and her own fully healed injuries. These signs made it unmistakably clear. The sudden appearance of the beast horde was truly perplexing. Taking advantage of the lingering lightning fire around her, Li Qingran carefully searched the area surrounding the small hut. Beneath a scorched tree, she discovered a broken piece of a beast lure incense, snapped into 2. She picked up the broken incense and examined it closely. Each sect's beast lure incense had its distinctive characteristics. For Cangyun sect, the base of their beast lure incense bore unique azure cloud patterns. These patterns were not merely decorative, but were key components crafted from special materials. Scraping them off would render the incense ineffective. Due to its inherent risk, Every major sect ensured their incenses carried identifying marks to prevent misuse or framing. The person who threw the incense likely intended for it to burn completely to ashes, erasing all evidence. Unexpectedly, a senior expert intervened, unleashing a heavenly thunderbolt that scorched a 500-meter radius to blackened earth. That individual had most likely perished alongside the beasts. Li Qingran lay on the bed, gazing wearily at the ceiling. Her parched lips trembled slightly, like a wilting flower. Senior, do you think, am I a detestable person? Chen Huai'an immediately opted for free dialogue. Armed with over 70 transmission talismans, he spoke with confidence. Clearing his throat, he began a long and heartfelt speech of comfort. However, what Li Qingran heard was the solemn and authoritative tone of the great Tao. Why do you say such a thing? If not, then why do the people of Cangyun sect me senior brothers? My master all want me dead? Li Qingran's eyes gradually clouded with despair. They've already destroyed my Dantian and spiritual roots, expelled me from the sect, and abandoned me to fend for myself in the Wanqing Mountains. Why can't they just let me go? What did I do wrong? Chen Huai'an looked at her dimming eyes and understood. From her experiences, it was clear that Li Qingran was the epitome of a self-sacrificing personality. If someone showed her a little kindness, she would repay it tenfold. Despite Qingxian Daoran taking her as a disciple but never guiding her, she still regarded him as supreme. A small favor from her senior brother Lu Changtian made her treat him like family. Second senior brother Xiao Yifeng gave her leftovers, and she willingly became his test subject. Third senior brother Yun Zimo gifted her a storage ring, and she silently endured his false accusations. Fourth senior brother Zhang Hanshao helped her once, and she gave everything to clean up his mess. She was like a flower that bloomed at the slightest touch of sunlight. Yet even under storms and torrential rain, she forced herself to smile. But beneath that smiling mask, she was likely covered in scars. The saying, "the kind are bullied, the meek are trampled," is no joke, but a harsh truth. Just like how he once gave his all to his ex-girlfriend, only to be betrayed. Stories like these are countless. Cherished goddesses toyed with in cheap motels, carefully nurtured flowers blooming for others, trusted confidants turning into enemies. More and more people place their emotions on pets or virtual characters, not out of foolishness but to avoid further pain. People should have dignity and not let others trample over them. One day, that scarred heart will find someone who treasures it. Chen Huai'an stared at Li Qingran's eyes through the screen, as if locking gazes across time and space. In her eyes, he saw a reflection of himself. Li Qingran, the great Tao's solemn voice conveyed his words clearly. Today, I will help you restore your Dantian. Even if your past is a mess, your future will surely bloom with brilliance. At the peak of Qishao Summit in the Qingyun sect, a towering ancient pine stood proudly. Every week, Taoist Qingxian would hold a lecture here for 2 hours, followed by an hour dedicated to answering disciples' questions. At this moment, the lecture had just ended, and the disciples were seated in a circle beneath the pine. Lu Changtian was the first to rise, performing a respectful kneeling salute. He looked up at the figure in green robes seated under the pine and cautiously asked, "Master, I heard that the sect master's direct disciple, Zhao Lingtian, had his Dantian shattered by a single strike during a battle with a demonic cultivator. The sect master spared no expense in attempting to restore it. Is it truly impossible to repair a shattered Dantian?" As soon as the question was asked, the expressions of the other disciples varied. Unconsciously, they all thought of their former fifth junior sister, Li Qingran, who had also suffered a shattered Dantian. Taoist Qingxian opened his eyes slightly, revealing a thin slit. Stroking his beard slowly, he replied in a calm tone, "A Dantian is not entirely irreparable, but it requires a rare ancient divine medicine. With that medicine, even a completely destroyed Dantian can be restored. Without it, it is harder than ascending to the heavens. May I ask, Master, what is this divine medicine?" The Hunyuan Batian pill. Taoist Qingxian enunciated each word clearly. The name seemed to carry a certain power, causing everyone present to hold their breath. Taoist Qingxian continued his explanation. From the moment a being is born, their Dantian is predetermined. The quality of the Dantian determines the capacity and purity of spiritual energy it can hold. In the early stages of cultivation, the impact of the Dantian is less apparent compared to spiritual roots. However, as one's cultivation progresses, the difference in Dantian quality becomes evident when two cultivators of the same level and spiritual roots face off. In ancient times, when spiritual energy was abundant, the great cultivators classified Dantians into 9 grades. The 9th grade was the lowest, while the 1st grade was the highest. A 1st-grade Dantian could not only refine spiritual energy rapidly, but also produce exceptionally pure energy. Back then, the quality of a cultivator's Dantian could determine their future prospects. Zhang Hanshao, unable to contain his curiosity, stepped forward eagerly, patted his stomach, and asked with pride, Master, what grade would you say my Dantian is? Taoist Qingxian glanced at him sideways and coldly spat out 2 words. Ungraded. The other disciples burst into laughter. Zhang Hanxiao's face turned beet red, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. What are you laughing at? Taoist Qingxian scolded. Among all of you, only Lu Changtian barely qualifies as a 7th grade. The rest of you are ungraded as well. In ancient times, you would have been relegated to the outer sect, tasked with cleaning up after the sect's guardian beasts. The only reason you are inner disciples now is that the spiritual energy in the Cangyun Realm has withered, and the importance of Dantian quality has greatly diminished. The disciples' laughter instantly ceased, their faces turning pale. Taoist Qingxian returned to the main topic. A cultivator's Dantian is fixed by nature. Once shattered, it is as irretrievable as spilled water. However, as the saying goes, the Tao gives rise to 14 paths, yet leaves one to be sought by man. In ancient times, an alchemist extracted a thread of fate from the heaven-mending stone, unraveling the secrets of the universe, and refined the primordial heaven-mending pill. The voice of Taoist Qingxian echoed atop Qishao Peak as he explained the profound mysteries of this divine medicine. This pill can not only repair the Dantian but also enhance its quality. And this is merely the effect of the mortal-grade primordial heaven-mending pill. As for the power of the celestial-grade version, perhaps only the ancient alchemist himself knew. The disciples' eyes sparkled with longing. Offering such a pill to the sect master would ensure their cultivation resources for a lifetime. Next month, a small ancient secret realm will open in the central continent. It contains not only a battlefield of demonic beasts, but also the abodes of ancient cultivators, Lu Changtian said, his expression alight with excitement. He calculated silently if he could find the primordial heaven-mending pill, perhaps his 7th grade Dantian could be elevated to the 6th or even 5th grade. Taoist Qingxian nodded slightly. You can try your luck. Though he doubted such a divine medicine would appear in a small secret realm, he didn't want to dampen the disciples' enthusiasm for this rare training opportunity. That concludes today's lecture. Return to your caves, Qingxian said, preparing to wave his sleeve to dismiss the disciples. Suddenly, a beam of azure light shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds above Wanqing Mountain. The pillar of light pierced the heavens like a divine column, filling the air with a rich medicinal fragrance. Cultivators across the Cangyun Realm were shaken to their cores. A pillar of spiritual light, its fragrance filling the heavens. A divine pill has been born. It's coming from the direction of Wanqing Mountain. Hurry, there might still be time. Atop Qishao Peak, Taoist Qingxuan's eyes snapped open. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the phenomenon. Simultaneously, other great cultivators from the main peaks of the Qingyun sect soared into the sky. Any capable cultivators near Wanqing Mountain also moved swiftly toward the disturbance. Meanwhile, a notification popped up on Chen Huai'an's phone screen. The celestial-grade primordial heaven-mending pill has appeared, causing widespread commotion. Would you like to pay 18 to conceal the heavenly secret? Gritting his teeth as he stared at the ever-increasing cluster of red dots on the map, he reluctantly paid the fee. The pillar of light vanished in an instant, taking the medicinal fragrance with it. Taoist Qingxian, who was the first to arrive, hovered midair, his spiritual sense sweeping across several miles like waves. He noticed his former disciple, Li Qingran, still inside a small cabin. Though he considered reprimanding her, his frustration at not finding the divine pill left him disinclined to bother. Moments later, Qingyun sect master Wu Duantian arrived, bowing deeply toward the vast mountains. Senior, would you be willing to reveal yourself? I am prepared to offer any resources in exchange for a pill to repair the Dantian. But the mountains remained silent, with no response from within. The great cultivators gradually departed, leaving only inexperienced ones still searching in vain. Meanwhile, the divine pill that had shaken the entire Cangyun realm now lay quietly on an ordinary wooden table. In the corner of the room, a frightened young girl huddled, trembling in fear. Senior, what is this? Li Qingran stared in shock at the scene before her. Just as Chen Huai'an mentioned helping her restore her Dantian, a green light suddenly erupted from his hand, enveloping the entire room. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air, and with just one breath, she could feel the spiritual energy within her body circulate noticeably faster. This is a pill that can restore your Dantian, Chen Huai'an replied briefly, deliberately withholding the pill's specific name. At that moment, Chen Huai'an thought to himself, to him, Li Qingran was nothing more than a highly intelligent AI. With today's level of technology, creating an AI capable of simulating human emotions was entirely feasible with enough data training. Given that the game's creator was a brilliant hacker, crafting such an AI model was well within their capabilities. A pill to restore my Dantian? Li Qingran was incredulous. As a small cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, she knew how nearly impossible it was to repair a shattered Dantian. Even if there were a way, it would be far beyond the reach of someone at her cultivation level. Moreover, the phenomenon triggered by the pill's appearance indicated its extraordinary value. Senior, this pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it, she said firmly. Though she longed to regain her cultivation, she had already received too many favors from him and had no way to repay them. This left her feeling deeply indebted. Take it and stop hesitating, Chen Huai'an commanded sternly through a voice transmission. Internally, he nodded in approval. The AI's depiction of her character was indeed intricate. In an ordinary game, the character might have accepted the pill without hesitation. He continued, this item is useless to me. The commotion just now has already drawn the attention of other cultivators. I won't be able to conceal this for long. If you don't take it now, you'll only be causing me trouble. Li Qingran found herself in a dilemma. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the pill and the ceiling as she bit her lip. Taking the pill would only deepen her sense of guilt, but refusing it would bring trouble to her senior. Hurry up! A thunderous voice boomed from above. Ah! Startled, Li Qingran trembled. Torn between her principles and defying her senior, she ultimately chose the latter. With trembling hands, she carefully picked up the pill from the table. Watching this, Chen Huai'an's lips curled into a smug smile. Heh, in the end, you still had to obediently take it, he thought to himself. He realized that he was growing fond of being addressed as senior and decided to refer to himself as this venerable one. From now on it sounded more mysterious and profound. If you don't take this pill, I would have wasted 90,000 yuan, he mused, still curious about what treasures those 500 draws might have yielded. Though Li Qingran had compromised her own principles, she silently resolved to find a way to repay this kindness in the future. Staring at the ceiling, Li Qingran raised one hand and held up 3 fingers, solemnly swearing to the heavens, earth, and humanity, the 3 realms. Her voice was clear and resolute. No matter what trials awaited her in the future, be it a mountain of blades, a sea of fire, or the depths of purgatory, she would face them without hesitation or regret. This heartfelt vow resonated with the laws of the universe, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge and swirl. The breeze lifted her dark hair, revealing her unwavering eyes. With her vow made, she hesitated no longer. Placing both hands under the celestial-grade Hunyuan heaven-mending pill, she consumed it. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, sending a stream of pure energy directly to her shattered Dantian. From Chen Huai'an's perspective, a golden thread flowed toward Li Qingran's lower abdomen, while everything in the room seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, spinning around her as the center. This energy rapidly expanded beyond the confines of the small room, forming a towering tornado of spiritual energy outside. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Li Qingran's consumption of the celestial-grade Hunyuan heaven-mending pill will continue to trigger a heavenly phenomenon. Would you like to spend 28 to conceal her destiny from prying eyes? You've got to be kidding me. Chen Huai'an laughed in exasperation. Wasn't this just a blatant form of extortion? But for safety's sake, he gritted his teeth and made the payment. Deep in Wanqing Mountain, the powerful surge of spiritual energy had already drawn the attention of cultivators. Over there, a divine pill must have emerged, they exclaimed in excitement. Yet just as they prepared to investigate, the spiritual tornado abruptly dissipated, as if snuffed out by an invisible hand. The cultivators were left bewildered, with some shouting in frustration, "Keep searching. Don't leave any stone unturned." Meanwhile, inside the small room, Chen Huai'an was intently watching Li Qingran as she meditated. She sat quietly, 2 strands of dark hair falling over her shoulders, gently swaying in the lingering spiritual energy. Her simple attire complemented her elegant demeanor, and the slight furrow of her brows as she focused added a delicate charm to her appearance. As a science major, Chen Huai'an could only describe her in the most straightforward terms. Damn, she's stunning. Forcing himself to look away, he turned his attention to his inventory. The 12 slots were already full. From left to right, there were low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, a voice transmission talisman, 5 tiers of thunderfire talismans, a Xian armor array, a mid-level spirit gathering array, the Su Xian sword, and finally, a golden jade slip in the last slot. Looking at these items, Chen Huai'an felt a headache coming on. Why couldn't the damn thunderfire talisman stack? Expanding the inventory required another 188. What a scam. But what intrigued him most right now was that golden jade slip. Just one glance was enough to tell him it had to be something extraordinary. As the golden jade slip of the Qinglian Sword Codex was opened, an overwhelming aura of a top-tier artifact surged forth. The first thing that caught the eye on the jade slip was a bold and heroic verse. I am the madman of Chu, singing phoenix songs and mocking Confucius. With a 3-foot sword in hand, I pierce through the sorrows of the heavens. The introduction explained that the Qinglian Sword Codex was created by the Qinglian Sword Immortal. It contained 36 foundational sword techniques and 12 advanced sword forms, categorized as celestial grade. Anyone with unblocked meridians could practice it, but to reach its pinnacle, 3 essential traits were required: the sword bone, sword spiritual root, and sword heart. After reading the introduction, Chen Huai'an's expression turned peculiar. Could this Qinglian sword immortal actually be Li Bai? He murmured to himself. When did the poet immortal become a sword immortal? Then, shaking his head with a self-mocking smile, he added, well, considering how creative people get these days, even Tang Monk can wield a Gatling gun. Li Bai being a sword immortal isn't that far-fetched. The thought of Li Qingran using a sword suddenly lit up his eyes. This celestial-grade sword technique seemed perfect for her. When he turned to the first page, he was shocked to find that this was far from a simple in-game item. Each page was meticulously illustrated with brushstroke text and detailed diagrams of movements. The craftsmanship here is incredible, he couldn't help but exclaim. Starting from the first chapter, Crane Stance, every technique was accompanied by precise instructions and visual explanations. For instance, Crane Stance required standing with legs together, bending the knees, and lifting one foot into a crane-like pose, with a thoughtful note for beginners. You can skip lifting the leg at first. The manual also provided detailed guidance on sword grip and breathing rhythm. Flipping all the way to the final chapter, Carefree, he found all 36 chapters equally thorough. Just as he was about to dive into the 12 advanced sword forms, a notification suddenly popped up on the screen. You have not yet mastered chapters 1 through 12 and cannot access the sword forms. Instinctively, Chen Huai'an searched for a recharge option, but to his dismay, this time, money wasn't the solution. Would you like to begin learning chapter 1, Crane Stance? The system displayed 2 options. Yes, think again. Without hesitation, he chose yes, but what happened next left him utterly dumbfounded. The phone's camera automatically switched to selfie mode, and the system required him to mimic the crane stance as shown in the diagram. Current progress. Beginner 0. Chen Huai'an's lips twitched uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? This game wants me to act it out in real life? And record it? Is this how they punish non-spenders? Staring at his reflection on the screen, he felt that following the game's demands would make him look truly insane. Could the developers of this game possibly have some twisted sense of humor? Chen Huai'an stared coldly at the phone screen, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. He had already seen through the minds of the game developers clearly. They just wanted to watch players strike ridiculous poses while laughing their heads off in the background, probably munching on takeout. Chen Huai'an, won't let you have your way. He waited for a while, fully expecting a pay-to-win button to pop up, but it never did. Just like those grind-heavy games that tempt players to spend money when they can't take it anymore. With that thought, he decided to change his approach and plan to pass the Qinglian sword manual directly to Li Qingran. However, the system immediately threw up a notification. You cannot directly teach the Qinglian sword manual to Li Qingran. Please first cultivate the 36 sword chapters of the Qinglian sword manual to the initial insight level to unlock the swordsmanship teaching feature. What the heck? What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Huai'an ruffled his hair in frustration and noticed a question mark icon in the top right corner. Holding onto a sliver of hope, he tapped on it. The help page displayed a line of text. The purpose of this game is to provide players with the most authentic development experience. Players can offer resources and assistance to their digital girlfriend or become her guide and emotional support. However, to forge iron, one must be strong themselves. To better teach your digital girlfriend, please strive to improve yourself. Chen Huai'an fell silent. The concept of this game was indeed unique. Personally teaching the digital girlfriend, watching her grow using the sword techniques you taught her, overcoming challenges. Wasn't this exactly the kind of immersive experience that most games nowadays lacked? Though the game was demanding and hardcore, that made it all the more appealing to him. He reopened the learning interface, propped up his phone, and picked up a drying rod to use as a makeshift sword. The cultivation process turned out to be far more challenging than had imagined. The sword had to stay perfectly vertical to the ground, perpendicular to his arm, and parallel to his body. It wasn't too hard for a short while, but soon his arm began to ache. Worst of all, half an hour of effort had only resulted in a mere 1% progress. Yet Chen Huai'an didn't give up. He pushed through for a full hour. By the time he finally set down the drying rod, his back was drenched in sweat. Midnight was approaching, and he hadn't showered, nor had he washed his clothes. The sour stench of post-exercise exhaustion clung to him. Let's just call it a workout, he muttered to himself, stretching his sore arms and giving himself a mental pep talk. He decided to rest for the night and continue in the morning. Just then, a sudden thud came from outside the door, as if something had bumped into it. He opened the door, but there was no one outside. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to close it, his eyes were drawn to a shadow near the doorframe. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a tiny black kitten curled up into a ball, trembling against the frame. As a guest in a chain hotel, Chen Huai'an was puzzled by the unexpected visitor's presence. He crouched down and gently poked the shivering ball of fur. The kitten didn't react but began trembling even more. Carefully, he pinched the scruff of the kitten's neck and lifted it up, finally getting a clear look. Its face had a distinctive white marking in the shape of an inverted T, often referred to as a muscle cat pattern. What was truly heartbreaking, however, was the condition of its hind legs bloodied and mangled and its back, which was covered in scars. Looking around, he noticed the window at the end of the hallway was wide open. Unusual blood stains on the door caught his attention. The height of the marks was clearly beyond the kitten's reach. Scattered feathers from a bird of prey near the window began to piece the story together. It seemed the kitten had been caught as prey by a large raptor, slammed against the door during the struggle, and then left behind when the predator was startled and flew away. Little one, seems like fate has brought us together, Chen Huai'an murmured as he carried the kitten into his room. Although the hotel had a strict no-pets policy, such rules meant little to someone with a terminal illness. He placed the kitten in a shoebox, but it quickly became apparent how dire the situation was. Within seconds of searching online for a nearby pet hospital, blood had already soaked through the bottom of the box. It was close to midnight, and the nearest 24-hour pet hospital was an hour and a half away, far too long for the kitten to survive. Chen Huai'an pulled out a set of silver needles he had originally prepared for his own use. Little one, since conventional methods won't save you, you'll have to try something unconventional today, he said, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect toward the kitten. To his astonishment, as he focused on the kitten's body, a detailed acupuncture map for feline anatomy suddenly appeared in his mind. Following the glowing points on the map, he began performing the spring revival needle technique, a method said to stop bleeding, promote circulation, and accelerate wound healing. The results were immediate. The bleeding stopped, and on the wounds along its back, a thin blood membrane began to form, sealing the injuries completely. Hiss. Chen Huai'an rubbed his chin, surprised by the effects of acupuncture. Although he knew very little about traditional Chinese medicine, he had always held it in awe. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder, was it his innate talent, or was the acupuncture technique he learned from the game truly extraordinary? It was hard to determine. For now, he had done everything he could for the little cat. The rest depended on the tiny creature's will to survive. He turned and walked into the bathroom to take a shower, unaware that a sinister black dragon had silently appeared behind him. The dragon, resembling a wisp of smoke, flickered in and out of sight, as if it existed somewhere between reality and the void. Only its eyes, deep and commanding, exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. Meanwhile, the black cat in the shoebox struggled to move its body. A faint chewing sound came from its mouth, and a pale bone joint occasionally became visible. As the chewing continued, its form began to twist grotesquely, shifting back and forth between that of a sheep and a cat. Its features turned horrifying, resembling a fang-bearing, eyeless demon with a massive mouth and eyes glaring from under its arms, truly terrifying. After several transformations, it finally stabilized back into the form of a cat and gradually quieted down. At that moment, Mu Baishuang learned a shocking piece of news from Yang Buotao. Song Jiaojiao was dead. Confronted by Mu Baishuang's questioning, Yang Buotao's expression turned grim as he explained, I only told her to kill that wretched Li Qingran, but she never came back. She left a soul lamp with me, and when I returned to the cave to fetch some spiritual stones, I found the lamp had gone out. What did you just say? Mu Baishuang feigned grief and anger. Why would you send Song Jiaojiao to kill Li Qingran? Song Jiaojiao is my friend, and Li Qingran is my senior sister. Are you insane? Tu did it for you. Yang Buotao stammered, his face pale and voice trembling. That wretch Li Qingran hurt you and humiliated me. I've hated her for a long time. Didn't you tell Song Jiaojiao how much you suffered at Li Qingran's hands? I was just trying to avenge you. Call me Mu Baishuang. We're not that close. Mu Baishuang said coldly, though her mind was in turmoil. Her original plan had been to exploit the relationship between Song Jiaojiao and Yang Buotao, making Yang Buotao the scapegoat for inciting murder. Since it was Zhang Hanxiao who had brought Song Jiaojiao into the intersect, at most, Zhang Hanxiao would face consequences. By all logic, with Song Jiaojiao's cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, killing a crippled Li Qingran host Dantian was destroyed and spiritual roots extracted should have been an easy task. But the reality was unexpected. Li Qingran had survived, while Song Jiaojiao had perished. Judging by Li Qingran's mysterious recovery from her injuries, there was definitely more to the story, though Mu Baishuang hadn't paid attention before. Junior sister Baishuang, everything I did was for your happiness. Yang Buotao explained anxiously, his voice tinged with obvious panic. But these words only plunged him into a perilous dilemma. Although Li Qingran had been expelled from the Cangyun sect, her spiritual roots were destroyed, and she was now nothing more than an ordinary person. As a righteous sect, for a cultivator to harm a defenseless mortal would be a disgrace if word got out. Worse still, it would not only subject him to severe punishment from the sect, but also make him bear responsibility for Song Jiaojiao's death. No, I am not happy, Mu Baishuang replied coldly, her gaze piercing. Yang Buotao, prepare to face the sect's punishment. With that single sentence, she shifted all the blame onto him. At that moment, the senior disciple of Qi Shao Peak, Li Qingran, strode into the hall. Mu Baishuang immediately took shelter behind him, as if finding the most reliable support. Yang Buotao, this is Qi Shao Peak, not your Xinling Peak. What business do you have here? Lu Changtian demanded in a stern tone. Brother Changde. Mu Baishuang suddenly clung to Lu Changtian's arm, tears streaming down her face. Yang Buotao ordered Song Jiaojiao to assassinate Li Qingran, and now Song Jiaojiao is dead because of him. One was my good friend, the other my senior sister. How could he do such a thing? Woo woo. No, it's not like that. Senior Lu, please, let me explain. Yang Buotao tried to defend himself, but before he could finish, Lu Changtian, now enraged, kicked him to the ground. Yang Buotao, how dare you? Lu Changtian's eyes burned with fury. Even if Li Qingran has left Cangyun Sect, she was once a part of Qi Shao Peak. Since when do you have the right to meddle in our peak's affairs? Did you think killing Li Qingran would earn you any favor from us? Very well, you orchestrated Song Jiaojiao to commit murder, violating sect rules. You will come with me now to the discipline hall for punishment. Lu Changtian's sword pointed directly at the pale-faced Yang Buotao, ready to apprehend him, when Mu Baishuang gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother Changtian, Mu Baishuang whispered, senior sister Qingran isn't dead. The one who died was Song Jiaojiao. Lu Changtian froze mid-motion, his hands suspended in the air. His expression was one of utter shock, and it took him a while to regain his composure. What did you just say? Lu Changtian was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news that Song Jiaojiao was dead, yet Li Qingran was still alive. He found it hard to believe. He clearly remembered Li Qingran's abilities despite years of cultivation in spiritual energy. She was merely a slightly more skilled martial artist at best. Song Jiaojiao, on the other hand, was a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Killing Li Qingran should have been as easy as turning her hand. Song Jiaojiao was killed by Li Qingran? Lu Changtian stared at Yang Buotao, his eyes filled with skepticism. Yang Buotao shrank back under the intensity of his gaze, stammering as he explained, I only sent her to kill Li Qingran. She was initially reluctant, but I promised her a foundation establishment pill, and she agreed. Later, when I went to gather spirit stones to buy the pill, I returned to the cave only to find that Song Jiaojiao's soul lamp had shattered. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, the rule was absolute. When a person dies, the lamp goes out. A soul lamp held a thread of the cultivator's soul and a drop of their essence blood. If the main soul dissipated, the fragment would inevitably vanish with it, leaving the essence blood to dissipate into the heavens and earth. Brother Changtian, Mu Baishuang said with a worried expression, I heard that the demonic sect has started stirring again in the Cangyun Realm recently. Could it be that senior sister was possessed by someone from the demonic sect? Even though senior sister Qingran is no longer part of our Qingyun sect, I still wouldn't want her to fall victim to the demonic sect. Lu Changtian's face grew dark as he contemplated. Punishing Yang Buotao was inevitable, but what concerned him more was the anomaly of Li Qingran. How could a mortal kill a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Was this truly a coincidence, or was there a deeper mystery? Mu Baishuang continued, Brother Changtian, Sister Qingran was once one of us from Qi Shao Peak. We can't just ignore her. Even if she becomes a servant, it would be better than leaving her to perish at Wanqing Mountain. What would the other peaks think of us? Little junior sister, you truly have a kind heart, Lu Changtian said through gritted teeth. Back then, Zhang Hanshao should have ended her life directly. Though his tone was harsh, he had already taken Mu Baishuang's suggestion to heart. If Song Jiaojiao's death was indeed an accident, sending Li Qingran away from Wanqing Mountain would suffice. But if Li Qingran was truly responsible, whether by a fortuitous encounter or possession by the demonic sect, she was a ticking time bomb. It would be safer to keep her under close watch. Still, he leaned toward the former explanation. Unless she was possessed or had joined the demonic sect, he couldn't fathom how someone without spiritual roots or a Dantian could kill a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Master once said that only the primordial heaven-mending pill can restore a Dantian, Lu Changtian mused to himself. That's an ancient divine medicina. There's no way Li Qingran could have obtained it. He gently patted Mu Baishuang's head and said softly, Don't worry, junior sister. I'll report this matter to Master, and make sure you receive a satisfactory answer. Song Jiaojiao's death won't be in vain. If Li Qingran truly had nothing to do with it, bringing her back to Qi Shao Peak won't be a problem. After all, she's just a mortal our peak can afford to support her. Brother Changtian, you're the best, Mu Baishuang said with a playful smile, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. Lu Changtian reported the mysterious death of Song Jiaojiao and his suspicions regarding Li Qingran to the sect. Sect Master Wu Duantian, upon hearing the matter, grew solemn and immediately made two decisions. First, Yang Buotao was to reflect on his actions in isolation at Thundercliff for 6 months, with all his resource allocations revoked for 1 month. Second, Li Qingran was appointed as the team leader to lead the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall to investigate Wanqing Mountain. Before departure, everyone gathered at the Law Enforcement Hall. Dantian repeatedly reminded them, if you encounter members of the demon sect, do not act rashly. Demonic cultivators are cunning, and the strength they display is often an illusion. Li Qingran, report to the sect immediately using the communication jade slip if anything arises. Rest assured, sect master. I will not act recklessly, Li Qingran replied respectfully before turning to his master, Daoist Qingxian, the leader of Qishao Peak. Daoist Qingxian stroked his beard and squinted as he said, you've always been steady in your actions. I won't say much more. Go on. Li Qingran drew the sword from his waist with a graceful motion that left many of the female disciples entranced. Just as he was about to lead the team into flight, a deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed across the sky. Boom! The entire Cangyun Realm was thrown into chaos. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, with blood-red lightning flickering within. A terrifying divine sense swept across the area, leaving Li Qingran dizzy and disoriented. He stumbled and fell from his flying sword as soon as he stepped onto it. The atmosphere in Cangyun sect grew tense. Even the sect master and the peak leaders wore grave expressions. This was the latest in a series of consecutive days where a powerful cultivator had been deducing the secrets of heaven at noon, a rare and ominous phenomenon. Such deducing required specialized techniques and drained vast amounts of both spiritual energy and fortune, typically limiting a cultivator to 1 attempt per year. The repeated deducing, combined with the recent revelation of a divine pill in Wanqing Mountain, had plunged the entire Cangyun Realm into uncertainty. Even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage is nothing more than an ant in the face of the grand forces of heaven and earth, Dantian remarked gravely. Li Qingran, to ensure safety, you and your team should travel on foot. With such a powerful figure deducing the secrets of heaven, the demon sect is unlikely to act recklessly. Whether you go sooner or later makes no difference. Meanwhile, at the bathroom door, Chen Huai'an, now dressed in his pajamas, was furiously tapping away on his phone. He was repeatedly testing that heavenly deduction function, first asking tricky questions to tease the system, then trying to curry favor in hopes of obtaining an insider account. When the system automatically shut down, he grew serious and entered the question, how can I restore my spiritual root? The system quickly responded, spiritual roots cannot be repaired, but they can be artificially implanted. This was promptly followed by a string of recharge advertisements. The cultivation battle pass has captured a glimpse of heavenly secrets for you. For only 12,888, you can receive 10,000 times the rewards. I'll battle your damn. Chen Huai'an cursed angrily. While Chen Huai'an was searching for alternative ways to obtain a spiritual root, the interface of the system girlfriend's shop suddenly popped up. The most prominent spot showcased a golden, radiant Xian Shui spiritual root priced at a staggering 19,990,000 yuan. And that was just the most basic 5-element spiritual root. Scrolling further down revealed an array of increasingly exorbitant options, their endless strings of zeros blurring the eyes. Adding insult to injury, the Xian Shui spiritual root was locked, requiring Li Qingran to reach the nascent soul stage before Chen could even unlock the purchase option. Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Will that amount of money be better spent on curing cancer? Yet, the shop offered no ordinary spiritual roots, only these outrageously priced premium ones, clearly designed to prevent players from acquiring spiritual roots through purchases. Well, at least I unlocked the gene lock, Chen muttered to himself, clicking the recharge button with a resigned smirk. Watching his account balance dwindle rapidly, he collapsed heavily onto the couch, an overwhelming emptiness washing over him, far more intense and enduring than any fleeting moment of regret. Just then, a faint meow broke the silence. Chen immediately sprang up and rushed to the shoebox. The little black cat's condition had noticeably improved. Though its wounds were still gruesome, they had healed significantly since its bath, and it could now move slightly within the confines of the box. I'm a genius, Chen said, giving himself rare praise before shaking his head with a wry smile. Too bad my days are numbered. He didn't notice the black cat fixating on his neck, its pupils glinting with a sinister red light. Eat him. Just eat him, and my injuries will heal. That pathetic bird wasn't nearly enough. When their eyes met, the black cat instantly masked its intentions, its pupils shifting from slits to soft, rounded circles. It let out a pitiful meow. Still not feeling well? Chen turned away to grab some silver needles, intentionally exposing his unguarded back. The black cat arched its body, fur bristling, ready to strike with deadly intent. But just as it pounced, Chen spun around, a needle in his left hand and his right hand gripping the scruff of the cat's neck with unerring precision. Damn it! What did this cursed human do? Why can't I move? The black cat raged internally, but its body was completely immobilized. That was just the first round. Let's reinforce it now, Chen said as he placed the cat on the couch, wrapping it in a towel before continuing with his acupuncture. Taking into account the potential risk of rabies, he had taken extra precautions. The black cat thrashed wildly, baring its sharp teeth, but Chen had anticipated this. With 2 more precise jabs at critical acupoints, the cat froze again. What kind of trick is this? I can't move again. The black cat's eyes widened in disbelief. This works like a charm, Chen remarked with satisfaction. Chen Huai'an skillfully inserted the needles while shaking his head in amazement, his fingers deftly moving across the black cat's body. With this technique, if I weren't treating people, I could open a pet clinic and probably make a fortune. Those pet owners might even bring me banners of gratitude. He lifted the cat's tail for a quick glance. Oh, a male? Once you grow up, he'll personally perform a neutering surgery on you to keep you from causing trouble with the female cats. The black cat's fur instantly bristled, its eyes flashing with anger. This human dared to talk about neutering me? Outrageous. I must eat him right now. However, as the silver needles continued to pierce its body, the black cat was startled to find its wounds healing rapidly and its pain gradually fading. The needles didn't hurt. On the contrary, waves of warmth spread through its body, making it so comfortable that it almost drifted off to sleep. This human might actually be useful. This acupuncture technique can heal injuries? Interesting. Are there still practitioners of the golden needle secret arts in this era? Fine. They'll let him finish healing me before I eat him, and I'll take that golden needle technique for myself while I'm at it. Just then, the game interface suddenly popped up with a notification. Your virtual girlfriend has fully absorbed the immortal-grade Hunyuan Butian pill. Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up. He swiftly removed the needles from the cat with practiced ease and, with a casual toss, landed them perfectly into a shoebox on the sofa. The lid snapped shut, trapping the furious black cat inside. Meow. My wounds aren't healed yet. Human, you're dead meat. The black cat scratched furiously inside the box. Chen Huai'an ignored the commotion, fully engrossed in checking Li Qingran's status on the game screen. Meditation. Dantian formation in progress. Cultivation progress. 3679-5999 Stage 6. Remaining lifespan. 273 years. Favorability. 50 respect. Seeing the lifespan data, Chen Huai'an felt a mix of relief and envy. The game had initially predicted he only had 129 days left to live. While he didn't entirely believe it, his short lifespan wasn't entirely implausible. On the bright side, as long as the game company didn't go under, Li Qingran could continue to exist with traces of him for over 2 centuries. In hindsight, the money he spent on the game seemed worth it. Of course, that depended on the company being trustworthy. Recalling those games that shut down without warning, leaving players' investments wasted, he couldn't help but feel relieved that this game didn't display the dreaded final interpretation rights belong to the company clause during login. At that moment, the phone screen's image began to settle. The swaying curtains stilled, the dust around the small house calmed, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy returned to a tranquil state. Chen Huai'an's gaze was fixed firmly on Li Qingran. Golden light sprouted from the girl's figure like budding plants, quickly spreading across the entire room. Tiny buds began to form on the glowing tendrils, heralding an imminent, extraordinary transformation. A system notification suddenly popped up. Li Qingran has entered the final stage of forming her new Dantian. A grade 1 Dantian may attract unwanted attention from all directions. Would you like to pay 88 to protect Li Qingran? Another Peidoan scheme, Chen Huai'an sneered, a trace of disdain tugging at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of the game's tactics. If he chose not to pay for protection, Li Qingran's Dantian reconstruction would undoubtedly fail, inevitably followed by the appearance of some ancient demon trying to seize it. After all, the developers controlled the narrative entirely. After weighing his options, Chen Huai'an reluctantly clicked the payment button. But then, a flood of additional payment options appeared. Personal avatar protection, 100,888 per use. Taodai mount protection, 58,888 per use. Sword spirit protection, 38,888 per use. Ultimate protection package, 35,888 per use includes the minor Zhu Xian sword array, Xuanwu formation, and 7-9 Yang 5 thunder talismans. Advanced protection package, 18,888 per use includes the Thunder Lock Dragon Trap formation and 1-9 Yang 5 thunder talisman. Intermediate protection package, 1,888 per use includes the Soaring Sword Array and 10 Immortal Grade 5 Thunder Talismans. Basic protection package, 188 per use includes the Thunderfire Heaven Burning Array, 10 Immortal Grade Thunderfire Talismans, and 1-9 Yang Purple Thunder Talisman. Chen Huai'an couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. So the 88 was merely the entry fee to unlock the real paywall. Without it, he wouldn't even have the privilege of spending more. Still, the packages didn't seem entirely unreasonable. Even the cheapest option would suffice to help Li Qingran overcome her tribulation. The pricier ones were just for flashy effects, designed to let wealthy players show off in the official server. As someone who hesitated over spending 15 on takeout, Chen Huai'an found the 188 basic package surprisingly decent. Without hesitation, he opted for the cheapest option. In an instant, a dazzling array of lightning erupted, centering on Li Qingran's small room and expanding to a radius of 100 meters. 10 immortal-grade thunderfire talismans were affixed to the walls of the room, while on the table before Li Qingran, a massive 9-young purple thunder talisman shimmered with violet lightning, its surface etched with mysterious runes. As Li Qingran's Dantian reconstruction progress reached 90, far away in the azure cloud realm, amidst the rugged rocks of Wanqing Mountain, a pair of sinister eyes suddenly opened in the depths of a pitch-black pool. Such a delightful scent. That's the aura of a supreme-grade Dantian. A voice cackled from the depths of the pool. Who would have thought someone in this era could form a supreme-grade Dantian? Heaven smiles upon me. Truly, heaven smiles upon me. Senior Brother Lu, is it true that demonic cultivators have been spotted in Wanqing Mountain? Whispered a disciple of the Cangyun Sect. I heard they use cultivators to make pills, flay them alive, and craft artifacts from their bane so cruel and terrifying. This was a rare opportunity. Ever since entering the Foundation establishment stage, the disciples had spent most of their time flying on swords, with little chance for casual conversation. Now that they were traveling at a slower pace, it was only natural for someone to bring up such unsettling rumors. Silence! Lu Changtian snapped, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group behind him. So what if there are demonic cultivators? Wanqing Mountain is Cangyun Sect's territory. Even if the Demon Sect's Grand Elder came, they'd have to kneel. Senior Brother Lu is right. Exactly. Senior Brother Lu is the strongest among the new generation of personal disciples in Cangyun Sect. His talent far surpasses those demonic cultivators. If we encounter any demonic cultivators, we'll slaughter them without mercy. Though Lu Changtian's face remained calm, a flicker of pride rose in his heart. Indeed, ever since Zhao Lingtian's Dantian was destroyed, he had become the top personal disciple of the younger generation and the strongest Foundation establishment cultivator in Cangyun Sect. As for mere demonic cultivators, suddenly, a cold wind swept through the air. The once clear night sky darkened in an instant. Lu Changtian looked up to see a mass of dark clouds rising from the mountains, swirling with dense, blood-red demonic energy, and speeding westward at an alarming rate. Even from a great distance, the oppressive aura sent chills down their spines. It's a demonic cultivator. Such terrifying demonic energy. Quick, inform the sect. Lu Changtian's face turned ashen, his earlier confidence vanishing entirely. Judging by the sheer scale of the demonic energy, the opponent was at least of an old monster's level. For cultivators like them, who had yet to reach the core formation stage, encountering such a being was nothing short of courting death. A disciple from the law enforcement hall fumbled to retrieve a communication jade slip, but just as he was about to activate it, he found himself completely paralyzed. He, little ones. I can't let you relay any messages so easily. A chilling voice echoed abruptly. Lu Changtian's heart sank in terror. The black cloud in the sky had vanished without a trace, and the demonic cultivator had somehow appeared behind them. Before anyone could react, a mass of demonic energy engulfed the law enforcement hall disciple. Without even a chance to scream, he and the jade slip were reduced to dust, leaving behind only a ghastly, shriveled corpse. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I won't bother dealing with you. But I'll leave you a little toy to play with. The demonic energy dissipated, and though the demonic cultivator never revealed their true form, they had effortlessly killed a Foundation establishment disciple. Junior Brother Zhang. Junior Brother Zhang? Stop calling him dead. We need to report this to the sect immediately. As one disciple stepped forward to collect the body, Lu Changtian suddenly sensed something amiss. Don't go near him. Get back, he shouted urgently, but it was too late. The supposedly dead Junior Brother Zhang sprouted crimson fur all over his body. Like a predator, he sprang up from the ground, bearing his fangsa pair of sharp, gleaming canines and lunged straight for the neck of his fellow disciple. Splurt! A sudden flash of blood appeared as the neck of a Foundation establishment disciple was brutally bitten through, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. The gruesome sight froze the surrounding disciples in place, their eyes filled with terror. The bloodthirsty creature, now even more frenzied, was unmistakably a Mao Jiang. Lu Changtian swiftly drew the flying sword from his waist, his expression grave as he barked at the disciples around him. Form the array immediately. This creature is formidable. If we don't kill it, none of us will leave here alive. Staring at the menacing Mao Jiang, his heart sank to an icy depth. To create such a creature, one comparable to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, with such ease, just who was this formidable demonic cultivator? Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, inside a small cabin, The pill given by the senior is no ordinary item. Li Qingran was stunned as she examined her Dantian through internal vision. Within the golden radiance enveloping the area, a golden lotus platform was taking shape, slowly spinning. It was unlike any ordinary Dantian she had ever known. Streams of green light flowed across the lotus, each petal distinct and intricately engraved with profound Taoist scripture. She recalled the record she had read on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. In ancient times, cultivators placed great importance on the quality of their Dantian. A first-grade Dantian was already considered top-tier, while the legendary supreme-grade Dantian was said to be so rare that even prodigies would need extraordinary resources for the faintest chance to achieve it. Though she had never seen a supreme-grade Dantian before, her intuition told her this golden lotus Dantian before her was precisely that legendary supreme grade. The senior. Li Qingran gazed at the room filled with golden lotus light, her eyes welling with tears. She had already owed him an unrepayable debt for restoring her Dantian, and now, he had granted her such an incredible opportunity. Kihi, a supreme-grade Dantian indeed. Fortune has smiled upon me. Suddenly, a chilling, maniacal laugh echoed from outside the cabin. Li Qingran turned toward the sound, only to see a dark cloud looming in the sky, filled with surging demonic energy. Within the cloud, a shadowy figure could be vaguely made out. Senior, a demonic cultivator is here. In her panic, Li Qingran didn't have time to consider the senior's strength. Grabbing her broken sword, she fixed her wary gaze on the window. Qi, the demonic cultivator laughed wildly. I am Yefu Tian, patriarch of the Tianma sect. Today, none of you will escape. Surrender and become the stepping stones for my ascension to the Tao. How dare you? Li Qingran was about to raise her sword to fight, but a gentle force pressed her back down. At the same moment, in a hotel room, Chen Huai'an was staring at a large red on a map and the ominous black cloud, a sly, wicked smile curling his lips. He activated a voice transmission talisman and said, Girl, step back, get on the bed, and tuck yourself in. This lord is about to put on a show. What Li Qingran heard, however, was, it's nothing. Mere ants. This lord can annihilate them with a flick of the hand. A fervent smile spread across Chen Huai'an's face. As a Padoan player, all he wanted at this moment was to crush the boss with overwhelming force. Thunderfire Immolation Array. No need to hold back. Let's crank it up. His commanding voice echoed above the small house in the Cangyun Realm. Thunderfire Immolation Array. Activate. With a resonant hum, Yi Futian witnessed a breathtaking scene. Intricate purple runes began to flow across the ground within a 100-mile radius of the small house. Thunder and fire erupted from the runes, intertwining into a massive circular barrier that firmly encased him and the house. Though the threat didn't feel particularly overwhelming, Yi Futian, a cunning old fox who had survived countless pursuits by righteous cultivators, was always extremely cautious. Normally, he would have withdrawn immediately. But today, the lure of that perfect Dantian was too irresistible. It was a golden opportunity to break through his years-long bottleneck, even if it meant sacrificing his current cultivation and starting anew. In the Cangyun Realm, where spiritual energy was increasingly scarce, relying solely on natural treasures could no longer lead to true breakthroughs. Today, even if the entire Cangyun sect's elders were present, he was determined to take this gamble. A mere formation, and you think it can stop me? Yi Futian's figure blended into the surging demonic energy as a blood mist demon palm shot forth, transforming midair into an overwhelming force, like a mountain crashing down onto the small house. The surrounding area was instantly engulfed in flying sand and falling rocks, with grass and trees bowing low. Li Qingran felt an icy chill pierce straight into her heart, making it hard to even breathe. The demonic palm struck the formation with immense force, but the runes only flickered slightly, remaining completely intact. Chen Huai'an, who had been studying how to operate the array, was startled by the sudden attack. What the heck? Shameless old man, he muttered, quickly tapping on his screen. 3 celestial-grade thunderfire talismans shot out from the windows and doors of the small house, heading straight for the demonic energy cloud. Initially, Yi Futian dismissed the talismans as insignificant, but as he sensed the unique pressure of celestial-grade items, his scalp tingled with alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. The talismans detonated midair, and the ensuing thunderfire engulfed his blood mist entirely. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an finally figured out how to operate the array. A special keyboard appeared on his phone screen, and by inputting the correct combination of English and Chinese characters as prompted, he could unleash the full power of the formation. Isn't this child's play for someone like me? Chen Huai'an thought smugly. Ever since mastering the art of acupuncture, his hands had become astonishingly steady. If he were to play rhythm games now, he might even set a world record. His fingers tapped rapidly on the phone screen, producing crisp clicking sounds. With a thunderous roar, Yi Futian, who had barely managed to block 3 Thunderfire talismans, had no time to recover before a bolt of lightning and fire shot straight at his face from the array. Nod your head for yes, shake your head for no, say hello to greet. Hello, hello, haha hello. As Chen Huai'an's speed in answering questions increased, the frequency of the Thunderfire attacks intensified. Although the individual strikes from the Thunderfire Inferno array weren't fatal, their sheer density was overwhelming. Soon, the black cloud of demonic energy dissipated, revealing a disheveled Li Qingran, his body charred, clothes in tatters, and his once white hair now frizzed out like a dandelion. Arganough, he'll kill you. Li Qingran, who had lived for over 5 centuries, had never suffered such humiliation. No longer holding back, he soared into the air and landed atop the small roof. His withered, darkened hands pressed forward, summoning a surge of demonic energy that coalesced into a massive, fearsome figure with a green face and sharp fangs. The apparition opened its blood-red maw wide, mirroring Li Qingran's movements as it pressed forward with an overwhelming force. With a deafening explosion, the Thunderfire Inferno array fully materialized, its supporting runes shattering inch by inch under the immense pressure. Whoa, the boss has entered Phase 3 and activated its ultimate move? Chen Huai'an chuckled as he noticed Li Qingran's health bar had dropped to just 1/3. This boss is pretty impressive. Gotta admit its skills look flashy. With a set of contingencies in hand, he felt no panic and even had the leisure to admire the boss design. Inside the small house, Li Qingran anxiously clutched the hem of her garment. Senior, demonic cultivators are cunning, wary of his trump card. She could only silently pray in the corner, her heart filled with helplessness and guilt. If not for the senior repairing her Dantian, such a formidable demonic sect expert wouldn't have been drawn here. The pain of her parents' murder and the humiliation from her fellow disciples had long taught her that to protect what she cherished, strength was indispensable. With a loud crash, the Thunderfire Inferno array shattered completely. Li Qingran hovered above the small house, the apparition behind him effortlessly crushing incoming talismans. The exploding Thunderfire seemed to merely tickle him. Hehehe, do you have anything else up your sleeve? The Heavenly Demon Arts 4 Great Corpse King apparitions. After 5 centuries of cultivation, I've condensed the Ingo apparition. It's indestructible, immensely powerful, and can break through any technique. What good is your intricate array now? Is that so? A cold snort came from within the small house. As Chen Huai'an unleashed the final talisman, the dark night sky suddenly took on a rusted hue. The inky clouds churned and surged, while violet lightning tore through the heavens like sharp blades. Above Li Qingran's head, the sky underwent a violent transformation as thunderclouds rapidly converged. The 9 Suns violet thunder talisman flickered faintly within the clouds, its immense power palpable and unnerving. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew wild and chaotic. Li Qingran gazed upward, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Cangyun sect watched this astonishing celestial phenomenon in awe and trepidation. Deep within Wanqing Mountain, the red-haired zombie that had been suppressing Li Qingran and the others suddenly sensed danger. Letting out a piercing wail, it desperately tried to escape the area covered by the thunderclouds. Ordinary Thunderfire talismans, even those of celestial grade, merely infused spiritual energy into their constructs. However, the 9 Suns Violet Thunder Talisman harnessed the forces of nature, summoning true divine lightning, specifically designed to eradicate evil and purge malevolence. Following the game's prompts, Chen Huai'an meticulously traced the strokes of the talisman with his finger. At that moment, Li Qingran felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, realizing that staying any longer would mean certain death. Calculating his chances, he resolved that as long as he could survive, there would still be opportunities to acquire the supreme-grade Dantian in the future. With this thought, he didn't spare a glance at Li Qingran in the small hut, turning to flee without hesitation. In that split second, a deafening boom erupted. A thunder dragon descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire world in an instant. The lightning dragon split into 2, one bolt chasing Li Qingran, the other striking toward the eastern side of Wanqing Mountain. As the ground trembled and the mountains quaked, Chen Huai'an watched Li Qingran's health bar on the phone screen drop to 0 in an instant. He couldn't help but blow on his fingers mockingly and quipped, "Tiske, that's it? Looked all high and mighty, $188 to take him out instantly. What's there to say?" Within the Cangyun sect, Sect Master Wu Duantian observed the unusual phenomenon, clearly sensing the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy. He mused to himself that there was a fierce battle unfolding in Wanqing Mountain, and one of the participants was even capable of summoning divine lightning. This ability bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious cultivator who had previously refined the divine pill. The thought brought Zhao Lingtian to his mind, rekindling a glimmer of hope in his heart. Turning to look at his pale-faced disciple lying on the bed, Wu Duantian spoke with a grave tone. "This might be our last chance. This time, the 2 of us will go together." If we can gain that senior's assistance, there might still be hope for your Dantian. When Wu Duantian arrived at the scene with his personal disciple, the battle was already over. The sky had returned to calm, the suffocating spiritual energy fluctuations had vanished, and the mysterious senior was nowhere to be seen. A faint trace of demonic energy lingered in the air, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze was immediately drawn to a massive crater caused by lightning. The crater was 3 zhang deep and dozens of meters wide, with molten lava flowing at the bottom. Occasional arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the magma. Thin demonic energy still swirled within the crater, but the demonic cultivator was nowhere to be found. It was unclear whether they had been reduced to dust by the terrifying lightning or had escaped by sheer luck. To command such formidable lightning, Wu Duantian maintained the composure expected of a nascent soul stage cultivator on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. As a nascent soul stage cultivator himself, he could begin to harness the power of heaven and earth, and his spiritual manifestation had become more substantial. But to wield the heavenly power as this senior had done was utterly beyond his reach. Just how powerful was this individual? Nevertheless, since they were clearly opposing the demonic cultivator, they must be a righteous figure. Master, look over there. There seems to be a woman in that small hut, Zhao Lingtian said, pointing to a small house by the stream at the foot of the mountain. Wu Duantian glanced briefly in that direction and immediately recognized her. It was Li Qingran, the disciple expelled from Qishao Peak for intentionally harming a junior sister. It's her, Zhao Lingtian said with a disdainful sneer. In the Sect competition, it was supposed to end at first contact, but she insisted on settling personal scores. She deserved to be expelled from Qishao Peak and the Sect. I heard Zhang Hanxiao sent her back to the mortal world? She's probably trying to worm her way back into Qingyuan Sect. Don't waste time on irrelevant people, Wu Duantian said, withdrawing his gaze. To him, a disciple whose cultivation had been crippled was not worth his attention. Li Qingran was simply lucky if her hut had been 100 meters closer to the lightning crater. Even the residual impact would have been enough to harm her severely. As for whether Li Qingran could have any connection with that senior, Wu Duantian didn't entertain the thought. For one, Li Qingran's newly formed Dantian had completely concealed her aura. Moreover, given the vast disparity in their statuses, how could someone capable of crafting divine pills care about someone as insignificant as her? Zhao Lingtian, that senior may still be nearby, Wu Duantian reminded him. After a great battle, they're likely resting in a secluded spot. If you sincerely seek their help, they might be able to heal your Dantian. Understood, Sect Master, Zhao Lingtian replied confidently. As the prince of a powerful mortal kingdom, with a rare radiant flame spirit root and striking good looks, he believed anyone would be eager to nurture his talent. Cultivation was all about fate and karma, especially for reclusive experts stuck at bottlenecks in their advancement. Once they leave seclusion, they often travel far and wide, seeking opportunities while also forming good connections and accumulating virtue. This, in turn, can help them break through bottlenecks and even increase their chances of surviving tribulations. In front of the thunder pit, Zhao Lingtian stepped forward 2 paces, clasping his hands respectfully in greeting. He forced a few tears to well up in his eyes and spoke with a slightly choked voice, Senior, I am Zhao Lingtian, the personal disciple of Qingyun Sect. A few days ago, I witnessed you refining a divine pill, and today, I had the honor of seeing you repel the demonic cultivators. My admiration for you has grown immensely. My Dantian was shattered by demonic cultivators, and I harbor deep hatred toward them. He paused briefly and then pleaded earnestly. I humbly request a formula to restore my Dantian. If Senior grants me this chance, I am willing to serve you tirelessly and repay this kindness for the rest of my life. This heartfelt plea left Wu Duantian, standing nearby, feeling rather conflicted. He silently grumbled to himself, thinking that when he first took Zhao Lingtian as his disciple, he had never seen him act so obsequiously. Yet, for the sake of his beloved disciple's Dantian, he suppressed his displeasure. The vast and silent Wanqing Mountains seemed to stretch endlessly. Master and disciple waited patiently. Inside a small hut, Li Qingran stood by the window, gazing outside before retreating to the edge of her bed. From Zhao Lingtian's tone, it was evident he was seeking an opportunity from the senior. She couldn't help but wonder, would the senior grant him a chance? While it might seem improper to think this way, in her eyes, the senior, aside from his formidable strength, seemed like a benevolent figure who generously bestowed opportunities wherever he went. She had to admit that, both in terms of talent and background, Zhao Lingtian far surpassed her. Investing in him would undoubtedly yield greater returns than investing in her. Sitting on the bed with her knees hugged to her chest, Li Qingran pouted slightly, a hint of jealousy flashing across her face. Her reluctance for the senior to grant Zhao Lingtian an opportunity stemmed not from selfishness, but from understanding his character. She knew Zhao Lingtian to be arrogant, conceited, and narrow-minded. If he were to misuse the senior's resources for wrongdoing, wouldn't that cause trouble for the senior? Ultimately, however, the decision lay with the senior, and all she could do was wait and see. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an was in the middle of tallying his loot from defeating a boss when suddenly, a notification popped up on his screen. Someone is requesting an opportunity from you. He froze in surprise, then followed the game's prompt to see two individuals standing near the small hut. Above their heads, their identities were displayed. Cangyun sect leader Wu Duantian. Cangyun sect's personal disciple Zhao Lingtian. Isn't this the sect that had bullied Li Qingran? Chen Huai'an let out a cold laugh. As Li Qingran's cyber boyfriend, he harbored no goodwill toward these people. The game helpfully displayed a dialogue box for a voice transmission talisman. This is the first time you've triggered an opportunity-gifting storyline. The use of the voice transmission talisman is free this time. You may grant other cultivators opportunities, which could have unpredictable effects on your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran. You can choose the item to gift from your inventory. Zhao Lingtian is requesting a Hunyuan Butian pill from you. Will you grant it? Chen Huai'an was so enraged that he laughed. He opened his inventory, pulled out a Thunderfire talisman, and aimed it at the two. However, the system prompted, Wu Duantian is a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. Do you wish to engage in battle with him? Realizing he couldn't yet defeat a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, Chen Huai'an calmed himself and decided to maintain the image of a mysterious expert. He pressed the voice transmission talisman, took a deep breath, and began a tirade of insults. Outside, Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian felt the sudden rise of a fierce gale, the grass bending low under its force. Sensing the spiritual energy within the wind, they were overjoyed. They perked up their ears, afraid to miss even a single word of guidance from the senior. However, the only thing that echoed through the roaring wind was a thunderous shout. Leave! Inside the small hut, Li Qingran was momentarily stunned. Then, her lips curved into a smile, and she covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Hearing the furious roar carried by the wind, Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian's expressions instantly darkened. Senior, have we offended you in any way? We are strangers to each other. Why humiliate us like this? Zhao Lingtian asked, suppressing his anger. As the acknowledged prodigy of the Cangyun sect, he had always been held in high regard. Even after his Dantian was injured by a demonic cultivator, his master, Wu Duantian, tirelessly sought ways to aid him. Yet now, an unknown senior dismissed him with a single word, leave, leaving him humiliated beyond measure. The Wanqing mountain fell silent, with no further response. Zhao Lingtian stood frozen, both furious and embarrassed, caught between advancing and retreating. He was unwilling to give up the chance to heal his Dantian, but found the humiliation unbearable. Helplessly, he turned to his master for guidance. Let's go, Wu Duantian sighed. If it's meant to be, it will be. If not, it's simply not our fate. What is yours will come to you, and what isn't, you are not destined to have. He understood clearly that if the person in question was merely an equal opponent, he could stand up for his disciple. But the fact that he couldn't even track the spiritual presence emanating from the other party made it evident that their strength far surpassed his own. Persisting in this matter would only invite further humiliation. Master, Zhao Lingtian murmured, unwilling to concede. Wu Duantian placed a reassuring hand on his disciple's shoulder. Abandoning the idea of summoning his flying sword, he opted to leave on foot. Though he feigned nonchalance, his heart was weighed down with far more pain than his disciple's. As a master unable to stand up for his student, walking away in defeat was a bitter pill to swallow. Elsewhere, Lu Changtian and his team from the law enforcement hall were resting under a pine tree. Originally 50 strong, the group had lost 14 disciples in their battle against the red-haired zombie, leaving only 36. Fortunately, a mysterious expert had intervened, subduing the zombie with a single heavenly lightning strike. Without that intervention, the casualties would have been far worse. To summon heavenly lightning to exorcise demons, such a technique is beyond our imagination, one disciple marveled. Though Lu Changtian remained silent, his heart was filled with admiration for the mysterious figure. He couldn't help but wonder if he might someday receive guidance from such a master, which would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation. Senior brother Lu, after this ordeal, should we continue the mission? Yes, that demonic cultivator's fate is still uncertain. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances, their hesitance plainly evident. Seeing their reluctance, Lu Changtian sneered inwardly and said coldly, the sect master entrusted us with this mission, and it must be completed. Hey race, what will do? You all return to report the casualties. I'll handle the rest. Senior brother Lu, Wanqing Mountain is so dangerous. How can you manage alone? It's decided. I'm the leader, and you'll follow orders. Lu Changtian commanded with an air of finality. The disciples of the law enforcement hall, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, expressed their gratitude and departed swiftly, leaving Li Qingran standing alone beneath the pine tree. Heh, cowards, he muttered to himself. With your attitude, you'll never seize the opportunity, a voice said. Continuing the mission isn't just about reputation, or the sect master's orders, it's about the chance of a lifetime. Opportunities are scarce, and the difference between one person's fortune and a group's is like night and day. The small room fell silent. Li Qingran bowed deeply toward the ceiling, her heart brimming with gratitude yet unsure how to express it. This junior owes the recovery of her Dantian entirely to your kindness, senior. I can't thank you enough. She had already said thank you numerous times and feared overdoing it would seem insincere, so she kept the rest of her gratitude in her heart. Chen Huai'an glanced at the affection meter, which had climbed to 60, and grinned ear to ear. What are you thanking me for? You're my virtual girlfriend. As your cyber boyfriend, helping you is only natural. He added, Qingran, you must cultivate well and trample on all those who look down on you. My life may be set, but you're different. Even though you're just data, data can grow too. Before the game officially launches, I'll make sure you're the strongest female cultivator. That way, even if Yama drags me away, I can die smiling and reincarnate as the world's richest man. Li Qingran replied respectfully, I won't disappoint your expectations, senior. She kept a serious expression, but inwardly, she thought, despite his aloofness, senior is surprisingly reliable. She allowed herself a small, secret smile before retrieving a string of beads from her storage ring. The beads, crafted from low-grade spirit stones, were uniform in size and meticulously polished. Senior, I made this lucky charm. The materials aren't great, so I hope you'll forgive me. Once I find better ones, I'll make you a new one. A system notification popped up. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran has made you a small gift. It has been sent. Please check your inventory. A gift? Qingran, you're the best. Chen Huai'an chuckled, his face lighting up with a fond smile. He felt that all the money he'd spent on the game was worth it. Even though he knew it was all part of the game's mechanics, he didn't mind. Meanwhile, in the Cangyun Realm, Li Qingran heard a brief response. Not bad. Thoughtful of you. She eagerly awaited the moment her gift would reach him. In a budget hotel room, Chen Huai'an clutched his phone, reluctant to put it down. He recalled the mediocre protective charm he'd received last time. After just one hike, the name engraved on it had been sweat-washed away. He hoped this time the game's gift would be better. From a crack in a shoebox, a pair of feline eyes watched him intently. The cat thought to itself, this human boy isn't simple. I'm too weak to act now, better wait until he falls asleep. Late at night, Li Qingran continued her cultivation as usual. Chen Huai'an, meanwhile, checked his account balance and turned pale. It only took 2 days for him to spend most of his newly earned money. He needed to start his second challenge stream soon, but his injured foot made it tricky to balance difficulty with novelty. He wrestled with the problem until 4 a.m., when he finally drifted off to sleep. Moonlight seeped into the room, illuminating the shoebox. Suddenly, the box opened, and 4 silent black paws landed on the desk. The cat's eyes glowed red in the darkness as it crept closer to the sleeping man. Under the moonlight, its shadow on the wall morphed into the shape of a massive and ferocious beast. Outside, the chirping of insects abruptly ceased, and time seemed to thicken, growing heavy and slow. Any creature is at its most vulnerable when in deep sleep. At this moment, a black cat was perched above the sleeping Chen Huai'an, its gaze locked onto his unguarded neck. The black cat had only recently awakened and had not yet fully regained its strength. It understood that in a direct confrontation, it was no match for a grown man. But with enough prey to restore its energy, even the cars that once caused it harm would no longer pose a threat. Thinking of those 4-wheeled metal boxes, a glimmer of malice flashed in the black cat's eyes. The cunning humans hid inside their fast-moving steel shells, nearly killing it during their first encounter. Very well, revenge would begin with this human. Whoosh! The black cat lunged forward, its movements as swift as lightning, transforming into a blurred shadow. Its sharp claws slashed through the air, leaving a crimson trail as they aimed directly for Chen Huai'an's throat. However, just as the attack was about to land, roar! A deafening dragon's roar exploded in the black cat's mind. Its vision went black, its limbs stiffened, and it collapsed heavily to the floor like a lifeless weight. Zhu! Zulong! The black cat trembled as it crawled back onto the bed, shaking its dazed head. When it looked once more at the peacefully sleeping man, its feline eyes were filled with disbelief. Chen Huai'an shifted in his sleep, causing the blanket to slide off and reveal his back. There, a black dragon tattoo was slowly moving, its golden eyes flashing with a brilliant, commanding light. Sensing the black cat's gaze, another dragon's roar echoed in its mind. The dragon-shaped tattoo suddenly burst forth from the man's back. Terrified, the black cat turned to flee, but a dragon's tail with golden-edged black scales swept across, slamming it directly back into a shoebox. The lid snapped shut with a loud clap. Meow! The black cat let out a pained cry, curling into a ball as burning agony coursed through its body. Blood trickled from its mouth. Already frail, it had suffered consecutive injuries, leaving it in an even worse state than before. I need to get out of here. The black cat struggled to stand, but dizziness overwhelmed it. It barely managed 2 steps before collapsing unconscious. The moonlight remained tranquil. The dragon-shaped tattoo circled the bed once before returning to Chen Huai'an's back. In his sleep, he scratched his rear with a goofy smile and rolled over again. At 7 a.m., the alarm clock rang. Chen Huai'an peeked out from under his pillow, his face marked with dark circles. With a single hand, he precisely grabbed his phone and swiped the screen open. The interface of his virtual girlfriend app instantly appeared. Inside the small room, Li Qingran sat cross-legged, meditating as she absorbed the spiritual energy from the formation. Status: cultivating. Cultivation progress: 763199999 8th level. Remaining lifespan: 273 years. Affection level: 60 close. Not bad. Seeing Li Qingran's cultivation progress, Chen Huai'an instantly felt wide awake. As his funds were running low, Chen Huai'an could only afford to set up a mid-tier spirit gathering array for Li Qingran. Yet, even so, a single night of cultivation allowed her to leap several levels in her realm, her strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Watching her progress, Chen Huai'an felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This game might be a money trap, but the results were undeniably immediate. He gently tapped Li Qingran on the shoulder, causing the battle order system and historical information to pop up. The system showed that Li Qingran had jumped from the 6th to the 8th level overnight, unlocking 3 rewards shaped like golden pouches. Chen Huai'an clicked to claim them, and the 3 pouches instantly materialized on Li Qingran's desk. The pouches were spirit stone mystery boxes, which could yield anything from a single spirit crystal to 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, but they were restricted to Li Qingran's use. Chen Huai'an, however, showed little interest in such minor rewards. His attention was entirely drawn to the dazzling purple glowing interface, showcasing the reward for reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. It was the Tideborn Manual, a lower-tier Earth-grade cultivation technique. This method drew inspiration from the vastness of the ocean, emphasizing the essence of the tides and the mysteries of yin-yang cycles. Practitioners, as if standing by the ocean's edge, could channel their spiritual energy like tidal waves, even connecting with the world's spiritual energy to sustain their power during combat. More importantly, this was the precursor to the Songhai Manual once perfected. It allowed for a seamless transition to the higher-tier technique. Chen Huai'an couldn't help but marvel at the quality of the battle order rewards. Curious, he checked Li Qingran's character panel, only to find that her current cultivation technique, the Crimson Cloud Manual, was also lower-tier Earth grade. This posed a dilemma. Switching to a new internal cultivation technique would mean forfeiting her current progress, rendering all prior cultivation efforts wasted. Noticing that the Tideborn Manual lacked the label, for Li Qingran's use only, a peculiar thought crossed Chen Huai'an's mind. Could he cultivate this technique himself? Recalling the Azure Lotus Sword Codex, he couldn't help but wonder if he needed to master it first before passing it on to Li Qingran. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he dismissed these thoughts as quirks of the game's design. Just then, the system displayed 2 consecutive notifications. Li Qingran's bracelet and the spoils from defeating Nightshade Sky had been delivered. The loot included fragments of the demonic art, a lower-tier spiritual sword, a damaged mid-tier spiritual artifact, and several spirit stones. The system prompted him to select one item as the real-world reward. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chen Huai'an immediately hobbled to the door on his crutches, determined to catch the delivery person this time. However, when he opened the door, no one was there. Only 2 boxes lay quietly on the ground. A small box containing the bracelet and a 1.5-meter-long box labeled spoils. When he attempted to lift the long box, he found its contents astonishingly heavy, causing it to crash to the floor, leaving a dent in the floorboards. Panicking, he quickly covered the damage with a rug, then carefully lifted the box with both hands, a sense of reverence rising within him. What a sword! A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. Chen Huai'an, too, now had his own sword. Unfortunately, his livestream account didn't have many followers yet, otherwise, he would have definitely done an unboxing stream. Chen Huai'an carried the 2 packages back to his room, carefully locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains. The soft light from the bedside lamp cast a warm glow as he eagerly sat down on the bed, rubbing his slightly chilled hands together. Let's open Qingran's gift first. He picked up the smaller box and used a nail clipper to carefully cut through the tape. The moment he lifted the lid, his expression froze. Inside was just a sealed bag containing what looked like a string of glass beads. However, as soon as he held the beads in his hand, a strange sensation emerged. The beads felt smooth, cool, and almost magical, instantly invigorating him and sweeping away his morning drowsiness. Despite the beads' rough craftsmanship and the crooked blessing words etched on them, The thought of Li Qingran's heartfelt gesture made him smile unconsciously as he happily slipped the beads onto his wrist. On the desk not far away, the black cat in the shoebox twitched its nose slightly, its eyelids lifting just a crack. Chen Huai'an couldn't wait to open the second package, his movements noticeably more impatient this time. He tore off the wrapping paper, revealing an ancient-looking longsword. The blade was 1.5 meters long, with a bronze hue and black fish scale patterns etched along its surface. The hilt bore intricate traditional characters that appeared to be the name of the swordsmith. Black scale sword, a fitting name, he thought. He held the sword up to the bedside lamp, its sharp edge reflecting a cold, gleaming light. The sword gave him an inexplicable feeling, as if it didn't belong to this era but was a genuine flying sword that had crossed over from Li Qingran's fantasy realm, the Cangyun world. I must be too tired. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. But he couldn't deny that the game developer's attention to detail was impressive. Just like the previous charm that had its paint rub off it might have been crudely made, but it faithfully captured the handmade essence of Li Qingran's creations. These beads were similar, made of glass yet carrying a unique fragrance. And as for this sword, its craftsmanship was so exquisite that it could easily be considered a valuable collectible. He was about to test the blade with his hand, but abruptly stopped. Some instinct warned him against it. Instead, he bent down to pick up a curled black cat hair from the floor and lightly placed it on the blade. Ching! A clear, resonant sword hum filled the room, and the cat hair split cleanly in two, falling neatly to either side of the blade. Holy crap! Chen Huai'an gasped sharply. It's that sharp? Isn't this considered a restricted weapon? If someone finds out... He quickly slid the sword back into its scabbard and hung it on the nail in the wall where a painting had once been. Surprisingly, the ancient-looking longsword blended seamlessly with the modern decor of the room, as if it belonged there all along. That's it then, black scale sword. From now on, you'll burn with me. Ha ha ha. Inside the shoebox, a black cat was staring out with wide, round eyes. The spiritual energy emitted by the spirit stone had awakened it. For the cat, which was still in the process of recovering, this energy was like life-saving nectar. Even just breathing in the air infused with this energy could speed up the healing of its injuries. The black cat was filled with confusion. Golden needle technique, the protection of the ancestral dragon, and now spirit stones and magical artifacts? It couldn't figure out Chen Huai'an's true nature, nor could it make sense of this era. By all reasoning, these things related to spiritual energy should have long since disappeared from this world. What it had seen and heard since awakening had confirmed this belief. Yet, this young man seemed to have access to all of them, which was truly baffling. Just as the black cat was about to feign weakness and meow pitifully to attract Chen Huai'an's attention, the figure inside the room had already vanished. Dragging its frail body, the cat climbed up to the windowsill, only to see Chen Huai'an, dressed in pajamas and holding a clothes-drying rod, rushing toward the plaza across from the hotel. At the plaza, old Li, who had been practicing Tai Chi for 20 years, had just arrived at his usual exercise spot. Among the 7 or 8 residential communities in the area, no one dared to claim superiority over him in Tai Chi. On his way, he had kindly warned 2 children who were crossing the street while engrossed in their phones to be careful, only to be met with a dismissive middle finger. This left him lamenting the current generation's obsession with games and lack of vitality. However, when he reached the old tree where he typically practiced, the sight before him made his eyes light up. A young man in pajamas was holding a drying rod, striking a posture that, while far from standard, was brimming with determination. This scene gave Old Li a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Young man, you're doing it all wrong. Your stance isn't stable. This isn't how you plant your feet for a horse stance, Old Li said as he approached, pressing down on Chen Huai'an's shoulders and gently nudging his legs apart with his foot. Despite the sharp pain radiating from the cast on his right leg, Chen Huai'an didn't feel the slightest bit annoyed. Because at the very moment the old man corrected his posture, the progress of the first part of the Qinglian sword manual he was practicing jumped from 2 to an astonishing 13. Surprise. A tremendous surprise. Chen Huai'an stared at the old man as he casually corrected his movements. It felt as though a new door had been opened before his eyes. Not only did this confirm his suspicion that the game's backend was indeed using cameras or an AI system to monitor the precision of his movements in real time, but it also gave him hope of truly mastering the Qinglian sword manual. Thinking about the game's meticulous attention to detail, from the traditional techniques embodied in the Golden Needle to this sword manual clearly inspired by orthodox martial arts, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the old man in front of him. "Master!" he exclaimed, turning around and bowing deeply, his eyes glistening with excitement. The title caught Li Laotu off guard for a moment. While older folks would sometimes jokingly call him that, no young person had ever addressed him as master with such sincerity. Looking at the young man in front of him, with his shaved head and sallow complexion, a warmth blossomed in Li Laotu's heart. "Young man, I only helped correct a few of your movements. Am hardly a master, Li Laotu said with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. When I was younger, I just practiced classical martial arts for a few years. He continued to point out areas where Chen Huai'an needed improvement. Your routine resembles Tai Chi to some extent, but it carries more sharpness, which doesn't quite align with Tai Kai's soft and flowing nature. But in martial arts, the foundation is key. You need to stabilize your stance first. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Chen Huai'an's trembling right leg. His brow furrowed, and he reached out to gently probe it, feeling the layer of plaster beneath. What alarmed him more was the distinct swelling on the leg. Here, let me check your pulse. Without waiting for a response, Li Laotu grabbed Chen Huai'an's wrist. As he felt the pulse, his expression grew increasingly grave, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. A death pulse. This wasn't an ordinary ailment, it was a grave condition with no chance of survival. He looked up at Chen Huai'an, only to find the young man's face calm and untroubled. Old man, not only are you skilled in martial arts, but your medical expertise is also remarkable, Chen Huai'an said with a smile, as if he had completely seen through the old man's thoughts. The old Chinese doctor sighed heavily, while the king of hell kept his register. The elderly man's face was grave, his brows furrowed, and he sighed repeatedly. His expression seemed to perfectly reflect his current predicament, his name already inscribed in the records of the king of hell, ready to be summoned at any moment. Mr. Li, I'm in the terminal stage of cancer. I don't have much time left. I know my own condition well. I have to admit, your diagnosis through observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking is impressively accurate, said Chen Huai'an, his tone surprisingly calm. Terminal cancer? And you can still smile? Mr. Li scrutinized Chen Huai'an's pale face, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Such a young and promising man, how could he be struck by such a relentless illness? Since it's already a fact, why not face it calmly? A faint smile played on Chen Huai'an's lips. In the days I have left, I just want to live happily and fully. For me, having the chance to experience life is already worthwhile. Although my journey is shorter than others, if I think about it differently, with how tough it is for college graduates to find jobs these days and how hard life is for everyone, I guess I've just checked out early. Mr. Li opened his mouth to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. In Chen Huai'an's eyes, he saw an extraordinary sense of composure and acceptance. It was a level of detachment and wisdom that even many elderly people struggle to achieve. Yet this young man had already reached it. Was he simply born with such maturity? Mr. Li's heart grew heavy. No one is born with such clarity. Such maturity must come at a painful cost. For someone in their early 20s to reach this state of mind, it could only mean he had endured far too much hardship, leaving him unfazed by any blow life could deliver. Is there really no hope for a cure? Almost none. Chen Huai'an shook his head. Even with insurance, it would only prolong my life. The cancer cells have already spread to my bone marrow. It's terminal. With current medical advancements, a full cure is nearly impossible. I don't even have insurance. Sometimes I wonder if it's worth pouring money into just prolonging my life. Now, I think it's more important to spend my remaining days happy, doing things I've always wanted to do but never dared. Of course, if I could afford treatment while staying happy, I'd gladly live a few extra days. His radiant smile carried a hint of bitterness that Mr. Li couldn't ignore. Young man, I can't help with the illness, but your mindset is crucial. I've heard of terminal cancer patients who practiced Tai Chi, maintained a positive attitude, and saw their tumors gradually shrink until they disappeared completely. If you're willing, you can come here every morning. I can help correct your movements. The fundamentals of classical martial arts are interconnected, so don't worry about learning the wrong way. Chen Huai'an had heard of similar miraculous stories. He knew the old man saw him as someone desperate enough to try anything. Yet he didn't feel like denying it, as he was genuinely interested in mastering the Qinglian sword technique. Wouldn't that trouble you too much? Not at all, not at all. Mr. Li waved his hand with a smile. Spending time with a young person like you is a pleasure for me. He himself had been battling diabetes, a constant threat hanging over him like a sword, robbing him of peace. But after this brief conversation with Chen Huai'an, he felt an unexpected lightness, as if the burden head carried for so long had momentarily lifted. It was as if the youthful energy around him had rekindled his vitality. By midday, Chen Huai'an had made significant progress, advancing the first part of the Qinglian sword manual to 80 completion. However, no matter how hard he tried after that, his movements became sluggish, and he could no longer improve. Old Li observed him carefully and bluntly remarked, "Your muscles are already fatigued, and your form is starting to falter. That's enough for today. Pushing further would be pointless." Reluctantly, Chen Huai'an declined Old Li's offer to stay over at his place, citing the need to work on his live streaming plans that afternoon. On his way back to the hotel, he couldn't stop pondering the unusual events of the day. Last night, while practicing the Qinglian sword manual, he had felt exhausted within just half an hour. Yet this morning, even on an empty stomach, he had managed to persist for 5 to 6 hours. Even Old Li had commented that, if not for his cancer diagnosis, he would have been considered a martial arts prodigy. Absent-mindedly rubbing the glass bead bracelet on his wrist, he failed to notice that one of the beads had dimmed slightly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he clenched the bracelet tightly. I get it now. My innate talent has been awakened. He was finally convinced that his genetic potential had indeed been activated. Techniques that might be impossible for ordinary people seemed effortless for a genius like him. While the cancer cells had shortened his life expectancy, they had inadvertently unlocked this extraordinary gift. With this realization, Chen Huai'an immediately pulled out his phone to review the progress chart for the Golden Needle acupuncture skill. Currently, it was at Spring Needle LV1, and upgrading to Meridian Needle LV2 required 1,000 applications of acupuncture. So far, he had only completed 3. At this rate, who knew how many years or lifetimes it might take? As a terminally ill Padawan player, the one thing he lacked most was time. Glancing at his bank account balance, he broke into a sinister smile. Just $9.98? Money can always be earned again. But missing this chance to awaken my potential would be the true loss. The moment the payment was processed, the game interface lit up with a dazzling glow emanating from the spring needle technique. The light cascaded downward, illuminating the meridian needle technique. A system notification immediately popped up. Your skill, Golden Needle Acupuncture, has advanced to LV2. You have unlocked a new technique, Meridian Needle. Back at the hotel, Chen Huai'an eagerly locked the doors and windows before sitting down on the sofa to examine the details of the Meridian Needle technique. A system prompt appeared. Do you wish to start the needle technique tutorial? Warning: the Meridian Needle technique carries a high degree of risk. Insufficient proficiency may result in a high likelihood of permanent disability. Without hesitation, he selected yes. Please choose a target for acupuncture. Chen Huai'an paused to consider. Obviously, Li Qingran couldn't be used as a test subject. Just as he was debating whether to ask Li Qingran to catch a wild boar for him, his phone's camera suddenly turned on and switched to selfie mode. The screen displayed his bewildered face. Target selected. Please proceed with acupuncture. Chen Huai'an's face was a mix of confusion and disbelief. What the? No way, dude. Are we done pretending? Not even trying to hide it anymore. Chen Huai'an stood in the middle of the room, fuming, his gaze sharp. I know you can hear me. From now on, stop messing with my phone and stay out of my privacy, or I'll take you to court. Just then, 3 game notifications popped up on his phone screen. Due to the high risk of the Meridian opening needle, using it on a suitable target will greatly enhance proficiency. This session can increase proficiency by 20 and reduce the chance of disability caused by the needle by 20. The powerful effects of the Meridian opening needle can assist your virtual girlfriend in accelerating her cultivation and stabilize a cultivator's foundation. Chen Huai'an's eyes instinctively fell to his right leg, his brows furrowed. After a moment, his expression gradually softened. Maybe it's not a bad idea. My right leg's already useless anyway. What difference does it make if it gets worse? Besides, this is just a game item. It claims it can cause disability? Nonsense. Nearby, a black cat crawled out of a box, cautiously leaping onto the sofa. It needed to stay close to Chen Huai'an to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the spirit stones, but kept a wary distance, fearing the ancestral dragon's suppression on him. The black cat stared intently at Chen Huai'an's phone as he kept tinkering with it, silently pondering. This human stares at that black box all day. Could all the treasures on him come from there? Maybe even the ancestral dragon's protection is tied to that thing. When Chen Huai'an suddenly picked up a silver needle, the black cat thought he was finally going to use it on itself. But in the next moment, to its surprise, Chen Huai'an plunged the needle directly into his own right leg. Ah! His piercing scream echoed through the hotel room. Thankfully, it was midday, or it would have surely alarmed the other guests. Looking down at the now purple skin where the needle had pierced, Chen Huai'an's face lit up with joy. His previously numb right leg could actually feel pain again. Without hesitation, he jabbed the needle in a dozen more times. The black cat, seeing this, quietly crouched and prepared to snatch the phone. It pounced right as Chen Huai'an inserted the final needle. But to its astonishment, the man's previously fractured leg suddenly shot up like lightning, delivering a sharp knee strike straight into the cat. Meow! The black cat flew in a perfect arc and landed back in the shoebox, the lid closing neatly on top. Wow! It hurts, but I can feel it now, Chen Huai'an exclaimed, rubbing his now sensitive right leg, his face brimming with excitement. The effect of the meridian opening needle is to regulate the meridians and unblock the flow of blood and energy, Chen Huai'an explained carefully as he analyzed the principles of the treatment. The loss of sensation in his leg is mainly caused by the fracture and the tumor's pressure. The meridian opening needle is precisely suited for this condition. Of course, this could also be considered a method of fighting poison with poison. We were fortunate it worked. As he was deep in thought, his knee suddenly bumped into something. He instinctively scratched his head and glanced around in search of the object, but since he had been entirely focused on the acupuncture points earlier, he hadn't paid attention to his surroundings. Never mind, maybe it was just my imagination, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the Cangyun Realm, Li Qingran's cultivation speed was astonishing. Thanks to the enhancement provided by her exceptional grade Dantian, her progress was nothing short of extraordinary within a single day. She had advanced from the 8th level of Qi refinement, which she had broken through the previous night, to the threshold of Qi refinement perfection. In her Dantian, the 5 elemental spiritual energy quietly accumulated. This phenomenon was rare in the cultivation world, as most cultivators possessed spiritual roots. Those with spiritual roots could transform the absorbed 5 elemental spiritual energy into pure spiritual power of a corresponding attribute. For instance, someone with a fire spiritual root could convert various energies into fire attribute power. Matching attributes allowed for maximum potency, while conflicting attributes could pose significant risks. In the cultivation world, single spiritual roots were widely regarded as a mark of exceptional talent, and mutated spiritual roots were even rarer and more desirable. Conversely, 5 elemental roots and rootless individuals were considered the least favorable. Cultivators with 5 elemental roots advanced slowly, often unable to break through the Qi refinement stage in their lifetime. Rootless cultivators, while accumulating energy quickly, struggled with poor quality spiritual power, making it difficult to overcome bottlenecks and resulting in spells weaker than those of their peers. However, as Li Qingran approached the foundation establishment stage, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that her exceptional grade Dantian provided not only purer spiritual energy but also a vastly superior capacity for storing it. When she looked inward at her Dantian, she was stunned to find that her current total spiritual energy was already 2 to 3 times greater than her previous peak. Even without spiritual roots, with the help of my predecessors, I can still achieve great heights on this path of cultivation, she encouraged herself silently. The 5 elemental spiritual energy within her began to stir under her guidance, surging toward the barrier of the foundation establishment stage. At this critical moment, a sudden, searing pain struck her mind. Darkness enveloped her, and within the chaos, a familiar figure emerged, a man clad in azure robes. It was her former master, Taoist Qingxian, standing before her. Li Qingran, hurting your fellow disciple is unjust. Qingxian Taoist's voice boomed like thunder, each word striking heavily upon Li Qingran's heart. You practice the martial arts of this sect yet lack diligence. Trampling on your master's teachings, this is unfilial. Banished to the outer sect, you bullied the disciples there, this is unkind. With the inner energy techniques of the Qiyun manual in hand, you still consider betraying the sect to seek another master, this is disloyal. Each accusation resounded like a tolling bell, reverberating in Li Qingran's mind, instantly disrupting the surge of spiritual energy she was about to channel to break through her bottleneck. In the darkness, the figure of senior brother Lu Changtian appeared beside Qingxian Taoist, his lips curling into a chilling smirk. Li Qingran, someone as disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unjust as you dares to dream of advancing to the foundation establishment stage? Pathetic and laughable. The face of third senior brother Yun Zimo surfaced, filled with disgust. Li Qingran, you actually harmed junior sister? I must have misjudged you completely. Second senior brother Xiao Yifeng snarled, his expression twisted. Li Qingran, return all the pills and spiritual herbs I gave you. Someone like you doesn't deserve them. Fourth senior brother Zhang Hanshao approached with his sword drawn, his gaze fierce. If you dare break through to the foundation establishment stage, I will personally cleanse the sect of you and ensure you vanish from this world. No, it's not true. Li Qingran curled up in the cold darkness, her voice trembling. I didn't mean to hurt junior sister. I haven't neglected my cultivation, nor have I bullied the outer sect disciples. She tried to defend herself further, but was silenced by countless shadowy hands emerging from the darkness, covering her mouth. It was just like the day of the sect's grand competition. When Lu Changtian struck her off the stage with a single palm, no one listened to her explanations. She had coughed up blood, lying in the dust, while Mu Baishuang had only suffered a shallow cut on her shoulder. Why? Wasn't she, Li Qingran, also a disciple of Qi Shaopeak? Wasn't she also a student of Qingxian Taoist? The voices of her fellow disciples gradually emerged, their accusations overlapping. She deliberately injured junior sister. What a vile person. How could Qi Shaopeak have such a malicious disciple? She's probably jealous of how beautiful junior sister Mu Baishuang is. Senior brother Lu was so kind to her, yet she repaid him like this. Someone like her deserves to die, to be cast out of the sect and fed to the beasts of Wanqing Mountain. Get out of Qingyun sect. Get out of Qingyun sect. The chants grew louder and louder. Standing at the back of the crowd, sixth junior sister Mu Baishuang leaned against Lu Changtian, bathed in radiant light. Like a delicate flower cherished by all, she gazed at the tear-streaked Li Qingran and softly parted her red lips. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, yet it pierced through the darkness enveloping Li Qingran. Seen your sister Qingran just disappear. Someone like you doesn't deserve to live. By the way, the black cat we saved yesterday. Chen Huai'an was just about to get up and check on the little creature in the shoebox when his phone suddenly vibrated, the screen lighting up. The black cat in the shoebox had already perked up its ears, ready to act cute, but upon hearing the noise, it immediately lay back down. Its head, which had just been bumped earlier, still seemed a bit dazed. Chen Huai'an sat back down on the sofa. A notification popped up on his phone screen. Your virtual girlfriend is under attack by a heart demon. Startled, he quickly opened the game to check. Inside the small room, Li Qingran was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her face was deathly pale, her brows tightly furrowed, and beads of sweat covered her forehead and cheeks. A dark aura loomed over the center of her forehead. Her lips had turned blue, and she looked to be in immense pain. A heart demon at the chi refining stage? Chen Huai'an was a bit panicked. He had read plenty of cultivation novels, and heart demons were usually challenges faced by cultivators at much higher realms. Opening Li Qingran's status panel, the system provided an explanation. Heart demons are not related to cultivation levels, but originate from a practitioner's internal obsessions, malice, or greed. They could naturally arise from the practitioner's experiences or be influenced by certain demonic cultivation techniques. To overcome a heart demon, one must first conquer their inner thoughts. Chen Huai'an recalled Li Qingran's backstory. Her parents were killed by treachery, and she had endured countless injustices, particularly on Qishao Peak within the Cangyun Sect. All of these could be the source of her heart demon. He began searching the game interface for a recharge option. The game was oddly designed. Aside from the visible shop, all other recharge functions were hidden. For example, if he wanted to protect Li Qingran during her tribulation, he had to wait for the game to prompt him with a recharge button. With no other choice, Chen Huai'an decided to use a heavenly calculation simulation. This simulation of heavenly secrets requires a payment of 100 for an attempt. Additionally, you will enter a state of diminished fortune. Proceed with the simulation? Proceed. As the simulation began, the entire Cangyun Realm sensed the disturbance. Cultivators across the land started speculating. After the midday heavenly calculation, another powerful entity is attempting to simulate the heavenly secrets. Could it be related to the emergence of the divine pill at Wanqing Mountain, with its dazzling spiritual radiance? Or perhaps it concerns the impending opening of the Zhongzhou secret realm. At that moment, Su Qinian, the sect master of Wanjian Pavilion, stood atop the peak of Jinmen Mountain. Dressed in flowing white robes, his white hair billowed in the wind as he held his sword and gazed toward Wanqing Mountain. He exuded the demeanor of a transcendent master, though his composed stance did not last for long. The next second, his fury erupted uncontrollably, and he cursed loudly, "Damn you, Qingyun sect! To hell with you, treacherous heavens! Do all the benefits go to you, Wanqingshan? Just you wait this time in the central continent's secret realm. I'll make sure you regret it." As he ranted, a senior elder from the sword pavilion descended swiftly on his flying sword, bowing respectfully. "Sect master, there are two urgent matters." "What is it?" Su Qinian adjusted his expression, feigning a calm and composed demeanor as he casually stroked his beard. "Sect master, we're out of money." The elder's face was pale, his words hesitant. "What?" Su Qinian froze. "No more spirit stones? Then go dig in the back mountain." "Well, the spirit stones are gone. We've mined them all." "What the hell? Already?" Su Qinian could no longer maintain his composure. Although he had anticipated last month that the back mountain's spirit stones were running out, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The sword pavilion was already the poorest sect in the Cangyun Realm, and with the central continent's secret realm about to open, resources were urgently needed everywhere. He could only offer temporary reassurance, saying, "Leave this matter to me. I'll figure out a way to get more spirit stones. Is there anything else?" As he spoke, he instinctively rested his hand on the flying sword at his waist, contemplating the possibility of selling off his belongings. The sword, as if sensing his thoughts, let out a resonant hum and shuddered slightly. "There's also," the elder swallowed nervously. "Our sect's guardian beast has gone into heat and is requesting to be sent out for mating. It said if we don't let it go, I'll destroy all the spiritual herbs in the back mountain." Hearing this, Su Qinian's mouth twitched. Sending the beast to the beast sect for mating would cost money, and ordinary demon beasts wouldn't be good enough for it. Yet, ignoring its condition wasn't an option. The spiritual herbs in the back mountain were worth a fortune. Letting it roam outside would also endanger the safety of the outer disciples. Once again, he pressed his hand against the flying sword at his waist. With a pained expression, he closed his eyes and said, "Castrate it." "What?" The elder was utterly shocked. Su Qinian's eyes snapped open, a fierce sword-like glint flashing through them as he growled, "Damn it. Tell that beast that the sect is broke. It better hold it in, and if it can't, He'll personally see to it that it gets castrated. The elder left with a bitter expression. Guardian beasts were male demon beasts raised from infancy by the sect, and castration would not only stunt their development but also strip them of their aggression. However, if the sect master had been driven to such extremes, it was clear the sect's financial situation was truly dire. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Su Qinian maintained his outwardly calm demeanor, but his right hand had already reached into his storage pouch, brushing against a set of nightwear. It seemed he'd have to find a way to make some money. At that moment, the celestial mechanism completed its deduction. Li Qingran was returning to Qingyun's sect to rid herself of her inner demons and sever her karmic ties with Qishao Peak. Due to the backlash from her inner demons, her cultivation would regress unless stabilized with an acupoint needle and a supreme-grade heart protection pill. Chen Huai'an stared at the system notification in surprise. The acupoint needle was risk-free, and on top of that, they were giving away a supreme-grade heart protection pill for free? This game was surprisingly generous for once. A flash of green light, and the supreme-grade heart protection pill appeared on the table. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at Qishao Peak of the Qingyun sect, the second disciple, Xiao Yifeng, had just returned to his cave dwelling. He gleefully retrieved his alchemy furnace. I finally managed to buy that supreme-grade heart protection pill. The last batch of mid-grade and high-grade ones wasn't enough for my research into refining techniques, but this time, it'll definitely succeed. He smirked, thinking to himself that while the Qingyun sect had the formula for heart protection pills, differences in alchemist techniques resulted in varying quality. Only master alchemists could produce supreme and celestial-grade pills, and their methods were always closely guarded secrets. But he was confident he could reverse engineer the process and uncover the mysteries. Once I figure out how to refine supreme-grade heart protection pills, little Junior's sister will admire me even more. The thought made him feel that spending his entire fortune on the pill was worth it. But as he reached into his storage pouch to retrieve the pill, his face turned pale. It's gone. The pills I bought, they're all gone? My supreme-grade heart protection pill, it's gone too. The theft of a precious pill belonging to an inner disciple of Qishao Peak caused a massive uproar within the Qingyun sect. Xiao Yifeng, his face full of indignation, recounted to the sect leader and elders how the supreme heart-protecting pill, worth tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones, had inexplicably vanished from his storage pouch. To acquire this pill, he had exhausted all his connections and resorted to borrowing from others. Fortunately, as an alchemist, once he mastered the recipe for refining the supreme heart-protecting pill, repaying these debts would not be too difficult. When exactly did you notice the pill was missing? The elders pressed. Xiao Yifeng hesitated before admitting that his storage pouch had been with him the entire time, since returning from the foot of the mountain. He had even checked it upon entering the sect, yet the pill had mysteriously disappeared. The Qingxian Taoist and the other elders, who had initially been prepared to speak in his defense, now looked at him with visible exasperation. Sect leader Wu Duantian immediately ordered the sect to go into lockdown, demanding that all disciples surrender their belongings for inspection. However, after a chaotic search, nothing was found. If I ever find out who stole my pill, I'll tear them limb from limb. Xiao Yifeng swore to the heavens. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Huai'an had already fed the supreme heart-protecting pill to Li Qingran. As he carefully followed the instructions on his phone, he suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. Achoo! Who's talking about me? He muttered, rubbing his nose before refocusing on the task at hand. The operation guide displayed on his phone was extremely detailed. Press the Qi-Hai acupuncture point with the left hand for breath regulation, while the right hand follows the meridian opening needle technique, sliding fingers from the Qi-Hai point to the Guanyuan point. At this moment, Li Qingran was drenched in sweat from the torment of her inner demons. Her thin robe clung to her body, faintly outlining her alluring figure. Her waist was adorned with a green doo-doo, resembling a small skirt that draped to the tops of her thighs. Embroidered on it were lotus leaves and a tiny frog, with the words Li Qingran stitched crookedly in the lower right corner. The familiar scrawled handwriting instantly shattered any fleeting thoughts Chen Huai'an might have had. It was identical to the writing on his protective talisman and bracelet. But there was no time to dwell on this realization, as the Qi-Hai and Guanyuan points on Li Qingran's body began to emit a golden glow, signaling him to start the needling process. Using his thumb and forefinger, he applied gentle pressure, feeling the slight tremor in her body. Though he couldn't see her face, Li Qingran was biting her lip, her cheeks flushed crimson, with the blush spreading all the way to her ears. The screen was divided into 2 sections, displaying different acupuncture diagrams. Chen Huai'an focused intently, following the glowing marks on the diagram to apply the needles in sequence. Meanwhile, deep within her consciousness, Li Qingran was battling her inner demons, entangled in invisible threads that burned her with searing pain. Mocking voices and taunts echoed relentlessly in her ears. The faces of Qingxian Daoran, Lu Changtian, Xiao Yifeng, and others spun wildly before Li Qingran's eyes, twisting into a towering wall of grotesque visages. Each face seemed to be cast from the same mold, their gaping mouths like black voids spewing cruel, bone-chilling words. Li Qingran, you think you can break through the foundation establishment stage? Disgrace. You deserve to have your cultivation crippled. Get out of Cangyun's sect. Senior sister, someone like you doesn't deserve to live. A piercing ringing in her ears felt like a blade slicing through her mind. The chaotic thoughts and the relentless, venomous voices exploded within her head. Her soul felt as though it was being pierced by thousands of needles, every bone crushed under an invisible weight, her dignity ground to dust. Li Qingran reached out, desperate to grasp something, anything, but her hands met only the cold emptiness of the void. The twisted faces loomed closer, their gaping maws threatening to consume her entirely. No, someone please help me. At that moment, a clear sword hum cut through the darkness, sharp and resonant. Like a refreshing spring cleansing the muck, it instantly dispelled the cacophony. A beam of light tore through the blackness and illuminated her world. Li Qingran. A voice called out to her. She forced her eyes open. The ghastly faces froze in place, and a fiery line split them down the middle. Flames erupted from the fissures, reducing them to nothing but ash. Through the swirling smoke, a figure standing with a sword came into view. Dressed in black, with flowing white hair, the person exuded an imposing presence. A black dragon with golden eyes coiled protectively around them. Senior, Li Qingran stared at the figure in awe, her inner turmoil gradually subsiding. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself still inside the small cabin. It had all been an illusion conjured by her inner demon. Her body was drenched in sweat, and an unusual sensation radiated from her abdomen and lower back. Two large hands, formed from golden spiritual energy, pressed firmly against her acupoints. One hand channeled energy, while the other performed acupuncture-like movements. Each press sent waves of energy coursing through her, making her nearly gasp aloud. She held her breath, afraid of disturbing the senior's technique. Looking down at her abdomen, she saw her soft flesh rise and fall under the spiritual hands. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. She bit her lip, twisting the fabric of her clothing with her hands, her toes nervously scraping against the floor. She was so embarrassed she wished she could vanish into thin air. Oh no, my dude. He saw it. Why did I have to embroider lotus leaves and frogs on it? He must think I'm so childish. Thanks to Chen Huai'an's skillful acupuncture, the issue of her inner demon had been temporarily set aside. Her mind now fixated entirely on how she would face him in the future. Even as Chen Huai'an finished his treatment, she remained lost in her own mortified thoughts. All right, it's done. Your cultivation level is stable, Chen Huai'an said with a sigh of relief, seeing that Li Qingran had retained her state at the peak of the qi refinement stage. Although the supreme heart-guarding pill helped stabilize her cultivation, the severity of the inner demon's backlash required the unique combination of his meridian opening needle technique and massage skills to fully resolve. Now, the challenge ahead was to deal with the root cause of her inner demon. According to the heavenly calculations, Li Qingran had to return to Cangyun Sect to sever her karmic ties. Though Chen Huai'an was reluctant to let her take such a risk, the game's storyline left no alternative. As he mulled over the next steps, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. A cold voice came from outside. Li Qingran, open the door. I know you're in there. The visitor was Lu Changtian. Li Qingran had no doubt about it. After spending 3 years on Qi Shao Peak, this voice was deeply etched into her memory. A faint killing intent accompanied a probing spiritual sense sweeping over her. Li Qingran, you've reached the peak of Qi refinement? How is that possible? Lu Changtian's voice was filled with disbelief. In his understanding, Li Qingran's Dantian had been destroyed, making it impossible for her to cultivate, let alone reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement in such a short time. Lu Changtian reached out to push the door open, intent on uncovering the truth. The game immediately presented options. 1. Strike him with a palm and send him flying, teaching him a lesson for laying hands on your digital girlfriend. 2. Use the pressure of your power to force him to his knees, so he learns the meaning of respect. 3. Let out a cold snort and unleash your inner force to shatter his eardrums, scaring him off. This choice may lead him to suspect you are a demonic sect cultivator. Chen Huai'an stared at the options, feeling disgruntled. The person outside was none other than Li Qingran's inner demon, her senior brother, Lu Changtian. His sudden arrival was unexpected, marked as a neutral yellow on the map, with no danger warning triggered. Can I pay extra to just end him outright? Chen Huai'an thought darkly. While killing someone in real life required mental preparation, this was just a game, and he felt no moral qualms about eliminating Lu Changtian. After waiting a moment, the game provided no recharge option. He quickly realized that since Lu Changtian was Li Qingran's inner demon, as the customer support had mentioned, she had to deal with him herself. It was best for him not to interfere. After some thought, Chen Huai'an chose 2. Why won't this damn door open? Lu Changtian was about to channel his spiritual power to break it down when suddenly, An overwhelming pressure descended upon him like a mountain. His blood churned. His internal organs felt as though they were being crushed by an iron grip, and his knees buckled uncontrollably, slamming into the ground and shattering the floor tiles. Within the Qingyun sect, only his master, the sect leader, and a few peak masters could force him to his knees with sheer pressure. But this aura was far more devastating, leaving him with no will to resist. Junior disciple Li Qingran of Qishao Peak, Qingyun sect, was unaware of the senior's presence in the room. I deeply apologize for any offense. Silence. A thunderous voice erupted from within the room, and a gust of wind blew the door open before slamming it shut again. Li Qingran was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a thunder pit. His abdomen felt as though it had been struck by a powerful blow, his internal organs churning violently, and the rest of his words were swallowed back. Qingran, this person is from your sect? I will not intervene. Understood. Thank you, senior. Hearing Li Qingran address the person inside as senior, Lu Chongtian's mind stirred. It seemed their relationship was anything but ordinary. Lu Chongtian stood in front of the humble hut, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Could Li Qingran's recovery be the result of this mysterious senior's aid? Was Song Jiaojiao's death also connected to this person? His gaze fell on the tightly shut wooden door, questions swirling endlessly in his heart. The possibility of Li Qingran joining the demonic sect was quickly dismissed just now. The aura he felt was pure and tranquil, a stark contrast to the sinister energy of the demonic sect. But how had she come to know such a powerful figure? As he struggled to untangle the web of confusion in his mind, the wooden door creaked open. Li Qingran stepped out, now dressed in plain attire, her cheeks faintly flushed. Lu Chongtian, what brings you here? She asked. Lu Chongtian lifted his head to take in the sight of his former junior sister. In just a short time, she seemed like an entirely different person. The timid and soft-spoken girl he once knew was gone, replaced by a stranger radiating a sharp, unyielding aura, especially her eyes cold and devoid of any warmth. Remembering the mysterious senior still inside the hut, Lu Chongtian instinctively adjusted his demeanor. Supporting himself as he stood, he spoke as calmly as he could. Junior sister, I've come to take you back to Qingyun sect. You injured 6th junior sister during the sect tournament, and while that was wrong, it doesn't warrant a death sentence. If I had known Zhang Hanshao abandoned you in Wanqing Mountain to die, I would never have stood by and done nothing. Doesn't warrant a death sentence? A bitter, icy smile appeared on Li Qingran's face. So crippling my Dantian and taking my spiritual root was your idea of mercy? Lu Chongtian, you know exactly what that means for a cultivator. You didn't take my life outright, but you left me wishing for death. Lu Chongtian frowned. The Li Qingran before him was aggressive and confrontational, a stark contrast to the grateful and deferential junior sister he remembered. Since she was still able to cultivate, her Dantian must have only been damaged. With the help of that senior and some medicinal pills, she should be able to recover. Junior sister, crippling your Dantian was my mistake. He pressed his lips together. But you're still able to cultivate, aren't you? Master and I will help you fully recover. As for your spiritual root, we can find you a better one. My spiritual root? Li Qingran's voice trembled, her eyes growing colder. Lu Chongtian hesitated, then finally forced himself to answer. You know how frail junior sister is, how poor her foundation was. So we gave her your water spiritual root. But don't worry, I'll find you an even better single-element spiritual root, no matter the cost. Li Qingran lowered her head, her bangs concealing her expression. Her hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly, and silent tears streamed down her face, falling to the ground in tiny splashes. Outside the game, Chen Huai'an watched this scene unfold with a cold sneer. The people of Qishao Peak had actually transplanted Li Qingran's spiritual root into that so-called junior sister. Madness. He could see that despite everything, Li Qingran still held deep feelings for Qingyun sect. She remembered Qingxian Daoist teachings and cherished the kindness her senior brothers once showed her. But now, as those tears fell, those memories and bonds would surely be shattered beyond repair. Lu Chongtian, I will return to Qingyun sect, Li Qingran said, lifting her head. The tears in her eyes had dried, leaving behind a chilling emptiness devoid of emotion. That gaze sent a shiver down Lu Chongtian's spine, robbing him of any sense of relief. Her voice was steady, each word deliberate. Tomorrow, I will return to Qingyun secto, sever all ties with the past. After Lu Chongtian left, Li Qingran returned to the room, bowed deeply toward the ceiling, and knelt on both knees. She knew in her heart that her return to the Qingyun sect was not out of attachment to the sect, but to sever the obstacle hindering her cultivation path. Lowering her head, she earnestly conveyed her thoughts to her senior. Though the Qingyun sect was a perilous place, she had no choice but to face it. She understood this decision might cause her senior to doubt her intentions. After all, she had already received so much kindness, and returning to the sect at this moment could seem ungrateful. Yet, She could only kneel there, awaiting her senior's guidance. If he permitted, she would proceed. If he opposed, she would remain where she was. Chen Huai'an pondered briefly before activating the sound-transmitting talisman. No need to worry. The one who ties the knot must untie it. Since this matter began at Qishao Peak, let it be resolved there. Handle it as you see fit, I trust you. Moments later, an ethereal voice resonated within the small room. When joy ends, sorrow follows, such as the balance of gain and loss. Every sip and bite is predestined. Everything has its cause and effect, and one must bear their responsibilities. Go forth. Li Qingran carefully reflected on these words. Her heart stirred. She bowed deeply once more, her hesitant gaze transforming into one of determination. Junior Qingran thanks Senior for the guidance. Before you leave, I shall grant you something. Before the words had fully faded, a flying sword appeared on the table out of thin air. Its scabbard gleamed as pure as moonlight, and its tassel was as crimson as fresh blood. This sword is called Suxiana top-grade magical flying sword. Since your previous sword is broken, use this one for protection. Li Qingran held Suxian in her hands, her eyes brimming with tears. She wiped the corners of her eyes, hugged the sword tightly, and bowed deeply. Qingran will not let Senior down. At that moment, Chen Huai'an's phone suddenly rang. Is this Mr. Chen? Would like to invite you to participate in a variety show. Another scam call, Chen Huai'an muttered, frowning as he hung up. He was already preoccupied with figuring out how to help Li Qingran during her tribulation tomorrow. The game would surely find a way to push for in-app purchases. He had no time to deal with scam calls. In the past, he might have spent an hour chatting with the scammer about life. The phone rang again. Chen Huai'an glanced at the caller ID and smirked, ready to unleash his masterful deception skills. Mr. Chen, don't hang up. We're from a legitimate program called Adventure with Celebrities. After watching your vlog about the Mount Tai Challenge, our director became very interested. The show features popular celebrities and has decent ratings on Mango TV. Your participation could attract more followers to your streaming account. It's a win-win. Hearing this, Chen Huai'an's expression shifted. He quickly searched on the hotel computer and found that it was indeed a moderately well-known outdoor variety show. The premise of this variety show revolves around outdoor extreme challenges, where popular young celebrities are tasked with activities like hiking, diving, bungee jumping, and wilderness survival. Chen Huai'an knew that such shows often served as excellent platforms for celebrities to build their public personas, while also exposing the vulnerabilities of some pampered stars in extreme conditions. With curiosity about the show's intentions in inviting him, Chen Huai'an opened his livestream account. The numbers on the screen stunned him instantly. A casually edited vlog of his had garnered over 100 million views, with more than 7 million likes. The comments and private messages flooded in like a tidal wave, overwhelming the system to the point where it couldn't refresh. Holy crap, did I just go viral? Staring at his follower count, which had skyrocketed to 270,000, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but exclaim. Shaking his head in amazement, he muttered, "This is the internet age for you." At that moment, he finally understood why so many college students were obsessed with becoming influencers. Compared to the deadened grind of working for a boss, the influencer path seemed to hold at least a glimmer of hope. More importantly, the world of self-media was vast and diverse, allowing creators to focus on their passions. Even if monetization wasn't guaranteed, at least the journey itself gave life meaning. His vlog had touched on multiple trending topics, the most striking of which was the Taishan Fengshan Mirage incident. While experts attributed the phenomenon to atmospheric optical effects projecting scenes from a Shanghai film set onto the summit of Taishan, Chen Huai'an dismissed it as a hastily concocted explanation after just one glance. The actor playing the emperor in the film, though dressed in a black imperial robe and undeniably handsome, lacked the aura of the person Chen Huai'an had glimpsed. The difference was as stark as a loach compared to a true dragon, utterly incomparable. Other trending topics in his vlog focused on cancer awareness, supporting cancer patients, and courageously facing life's challenges, all of which garnered significant attention. It was then that Chen Huai'an realized the key. His content didn't involve selling products, soliciting donations, or pandering to pity. Instead, it consistently conveyed a resilient and uplifting spirit. In an era dominated by sales-driven content and rampant online scams, his fresh and authentic tone stood out as a breath of fresh air. Coupled with platform algorithms pushing his content, it naturally sparked a viral sensation. Within 3 days, his work was still gaining momentum. It was clear that the variety show was hoping to ride the wave and capitalize on his newfound fame. A so-called win-win? They're just trying to exploit me for free publicity. Typical capitalist theory, rotten to the core. I'm not interested in joining any variety show, Chen Huai'an firmly declined. I just want to live out the rest of my days in peace. The voice on the other end of the phone seemed prepared, responding casually, Mr. Chen, who wouldn't want a chance to treat their illness. If you participate in this show, we'll pay you 500,000 yuan as an appearance fee. How much? Chen Huai'an's eyes widened instantly, as if he were staring at two gleaming gold ingots. 500,000 yuan, and that will cover your appearance fee for this season of our variety show, came the sincere voice on the other end of the phone. We typically shoot 3 shows per quarter, and this money will be transferred to your account as soon as you sign the contract. Chen Huai'an held the phone, carefully weighing the offer. 500,000 yuan off fee on par with many second or third-tier celebrities. It was clear that the show's producers wanted to capitalize on his recent surge in online popularity. He knew full well that most regular artists would have to pay their own way to appear on a show, let alone receive such a hefty appearance fee. That sounds pretty good, Chen Huai'an replied with a hearty smile. Can you tell me more about the specifics of your show? It's a hiking challenge on Tianmin Mountain, with professional mountaineers accompanying the group. Besides you, we've invited 5 other celebrity guests, and you'll appear as a mystery guest. The voice paused briefly. If you're interested, add me on WeChat, and I'll send over the electronic contract right away. Interested? Absolutely. I love being a mystery. Chen Huai'an's lips curled into a sly grin. After hanging up, his gaze shifted to the game screen, where Li Qingran's character was sitting in meditation, cultivating. Though he'd poured a significant amount of money into the game borderline obsessively, it was this game that had propelled him into the spotlight. Simply capturing the mirage of mount ties, sacrificial rites, or undertaking a terminal cancer challenge to climb a mountain wouldn't have been enough to make him go viral. It was the combination of these elements, along with his accidental fracture, that catapulted him to his current level of fame. Once he signed the electronic contract and submitted his bank details, Chen Huai'an stared at the additional 500,000 yuan in his account, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. 10,000 yuan was barely a drop in the bucket against cancer, but maybe 500,000 could offer a slim chance of survival? Without delay, he headed to the hospital where he'd previously undergone tests. In the consultation room, the attending physician frowned deeply as he studied the X-ray images on the computer screen. You're telling me you just went hiking on Mount Tai and happened to fracture your leg? That's right. Nothing else, Chen Huai'an replied, noting the peculiar expression on the doctor's face. His heart sank. The doctor let out a sigh. In all my years of practice, I've never seen anything like this. In less than a month, the cancer cells have spread from your leg and pancreas to your entire body, even your brain. He pointed at the X-ray, continuing, this rate of metastasis is completely abnormal. Cancer cells need nutrients to spread, but it's as if they somehow absorbed an enormous amount of nutrients in a very short time, causing them to multiply uncontrollably. It's unprecedented. So basically, there's no cure, right? Chen Huai'an's tone was calm. The doctor gave him a complicated look and sighed again. Young man, didn't you say you made 500,000 yuan? Use the time you have left to enjoy life as much as you can. As long as you don't break the law, do whatever makes you happy. Live every day to the fullest, and keep smiling, all right? The doctor's words were clear enough, kid. You don't have many days left. Better spend all your money before you die, and let someone else benefit from it. Chen Huai'an dragged his weary steps back to the hotel. The digital clock on the wall showed it was already past 9. He slumped onto the edge of the bed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Being able to make money doesn't help. This illness can't be cured, no matter how much money you have. Opening the game, he saw that Li Qingran had finished meditating and was now quietly sitting by the window, gazing at the moonlight. Chen Huai'an knew she was worried about tomorrow's progress, but in truth, she had no reason to be. In this game, 50,000 was a massive fortune, capable of achieving so much. A single celestial-grade Hunyuan Butian pill only cost 10,000, and 50,000 might even be enough to buy the life of a nascent soul cultivator. If only I could pay money to buy myself more time, Chen Huai'an muttered to himself, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. But unfortunately, reality wasn't a gamino. One would deliver some heaven-defying artifact to change his fate. Tomorrow, Li Qingran would return to the Cangyun Sect, while he had to head to Tianmin Mountain to record a show. Before long, Chen Huai'an calmed himself down. Changing fate still depends on me. At least now I have 50,000. I can do things I didn't dare to imagine before. Isn't that a kind of fate changing in itself? With nothing else to do, he suddenly remembered the little creature in the room. He reached into a shoebox and pulled out the small, recently awakened black cat, placing it on the sofa. The black cat looked dazed at first, then seemed to realize something and let out a pitiful meow in a raspy voice. It hobbled a couple of steps, pretending to limp, before turning back to Chen Huai'an and meowing again. Looking at the little drama queen, Chen Huai'an stroked his chin, pondering acupuncture techniques. The meridian opening needle had shown good results. Though it had risks, the cat was already limping, so side effects didn't seem to matter much. There's no way I, Chen Huai'an, could be that unlucky. Meanwhile, the black cat was secretly smirking in its heart. Heh, aren't I adorable? Hurry up and use your needles to heal me. Then I'll have an even better chance to get my paws on your treasures. Half an hour later, the black cat stared blankly at its now genuinely lame right leg, sinking into profound confusion. It had only been pretending to limp, but now it was truly crippled. Chen Huai'an forced himself to stay calm, masking the guilt in his heart. You're destined to be with me. He could see that the black cat's right leg had completely lost sensation, stiff as a wooden stick. Since that's the case, they'll take responsibility for you. From now on, your name is Baji. In the human world, giving a pet a name means adopting it. You'll grow up healthy, and whatever I eat, you'll eat too. No picky eating allow. As he rambled on, Chen Huai'an placed the bewildered Baji back into the shoebox and gently closed the lid. Chen Huai'an thought to himself, what does a little cat know anyway? Once I figure out the meridian needle technique, I'll fix its leg. Leaning on a crutch, he hobbled downstairs to buy some steamed buns. Today, he had a rare bit of extra cash, so he decided to treat himself to a chicken drumstick for a change. He slammed the door shut behind him, causing the shoebox on the table to wobble violently. My leg. An angry roar came from inside the box. Damn human brat. Just you wait, don't let me find the chance to deal with you. By noon, Chen Huai'an had already fallen asleep, his phone screen still lit up with the interface of a virtual girlfriend game. The clock struck 12 and a notification suddenly popped up. Your remaining lifespan is 72 days. Meanwhile, the Cangyun Sect was abuzz with chatter. Did you hear? Li Qingran is returning to the Sect. Who's Li Qingran? She's the one who injured the junior sister from Qishao Peak. They say she did it on purpose. She's actually daring to come back? In a Sect competition, who doesn't get hurt? Qishao Peak is just being overly sensitive. Sure, Li Qingran's here. All the disciples turned their eyes toward the Sect's entrance. A slender figure approached slowly, dressed in a blue and white Taoist robe. Her black hair was tied back with a white ribbon, and in her right hand, she carried a pale moon-colored sword. The morning breeze swept through, lifting the strands of hair on her forehead and the hem of her robe, while the sword tassel danced lightly in the wind. She walked with calm composure, crossing the square in front of the main hall in no time. Is that Li Qingran? They say she attacked Mu Baishuang out of jealousy. But she's so much prettier than Mu Baishuang. True, it was such a pity to expel her back then. Standing at the center of the square, Li Qingran remained composed, enduring the stares and murmurs of over 1,000 cultivators around her. She tightened her grip on the Su Xian sword, feeling the cold aura emanating from its sheath blend with the morning mist. The chill didn't intimidate her. Instead, it bolstered her resolve. She knew she wasn't alone. There was always that gentle gaze watching her every move, silently supporting her. The sect's senior disciples and elders began to arrive one after another. Sect leader Wu Dantian emerged from the main hall with 3 of his personal disciples. From the direction of Qishao Peak, Taoist Qingxian flew in on his sword, followed closely by Xiao Yifeng, Yun Zimo, and Zhang Hanxiao. Lastly came Lu Changtian, whose sword carried none other than the junior sister, Mu Baishuang. Li Qingran met Mu Baishuang's gaze, her expression calm. But Mu Baishuang, as if startled, quickly hid behind Lu Changtian. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded across the square. Li Qingran, do you know your crime? Innocent. Before Taoist Qingxuan's words had fully settled, Li Qingran raised her head, her cold gaze locking directly onto the nascent soul cultivator. Without a trace of fear, she firmly declared her stance. At that moment, the entire plaza before the grand hall fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, struggling to believe their ears. A mere nascent soul stage cultivator dared to confront a spirit transformation elder so brazenly? The cultivators present exchanged uneasy glances. In the Qingyun sect, elders like Taoist Qingxian were akin to divine authority. Right or wrong, their word was law, and ordinary disciples could only comply respectfully. If there were any disagreements, they were to be addressed in private, not through such direct defiance as Li Qingran was displaying. Was she courting death? Sect Master Wu Dantian gazed at Li Qingran's back and shook his head silently. This young woman had remarkable resolve. Even under the oppressive aura of Elder Qingxian, she remained composed. Yet her unyielding nature was a flaw. It would be difficult for her to survive long in this ruthless world of cultivation where the strong preyed on the weak. Innocent, you say? Taoist Qingxian laughed furiously. Defying your superiors is already a grave offense. Kneel. With a thunderous shout, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Li Qingran. She clenched her teeth, struggling to withstand it, but her body was slowly forced toward the ground. Just as her knees were about to touch the earth, a gentle force suddenly supported her, allowing her to resist Qingxuan's oppressive might. Senior. Li Qingran's heart warmed, but worry soon took over. Within the Qingyun sect were 7 spirit transformation cultivators and over a dozen nascent soul cultivators. If her benefactor intervened, they might face grave danger. Qingran is foolish and has troubled Senior once again, she thought silently. It matters not, came a cool voice by her ear. As long as I am here, no one dares to insult you. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chen Huai'an sat dumbfounded, staring at his game interface. Just 10 minutes earlier, when Li Qingran had stepped into the main hall, the system had unexpectedly prompted him to create a character. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly after spending tens of thousands. He was only now discovering he could create a character. Opening the character creation panel, he realized the customization options were fairly limited. The face editing system only allowed slight adjustments to his real-life appearance. Fortunately, his looks were decent, and with a few tweaks, he managed to give himself a somewhat ethereal vibe. However, as he scrolled through the hairstyle options, he was utterly baffled. The selection was filled with flowing, celestial white-haired styles, but the most eye-catching one, the Wuxian style, was priced at a staggering 998 yuan. Seeing the limited-time offer label, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This game was charging for white hair, and it wasn't even subtle about it. In the game store, Chen Huai'an was fully immersed in browsing the character customization interface. The white hair option was prominently displayed, priced at a discounted 998 yuan. It resembled Wei Wuxian's ponytail hairstyle, except the color was pure white. He tried it on, and the effect was surprisingly good. Although other hairstyles were priced as high as 9,998 yuan, as a fan of white-haired characters, he felt this purchase was worth it. Next came the outfit selection. The default burlap clothing gifted by the system was far too shabby, barely better than what a beggar might wear. After carefully browsing, he settled on a black Taoist robe named Dijuan, adorned with golden dragon patterns on the cuffs, priced at a discounted 3,988 yuan. Compared to other robes that cost tens of thousands or required rare spirit stones to purchase, this was quite a bargain. With a striking hairstyle and a stylish outfit, his character finally exuded a hint of celestial elegance. However, it still fell far short of the grandeur of the nascent soul elders in the main hall, who were surrounded by radiant auras. Determined, he moved on to the special effects section. The selection of effects was dazzling, with options like Ancestral Dragon's Protection and Golden Crow Chasing the Sun, ranging in price from tens of thousands to hundreds of millions. Chen Huai'an ultimately chose the most cost-effective option, the Ancestral Dragon Seal effect, available at a limited-time discount for just 99.8 yuan. Upon equipping it, a shadowy five-clawed black dragon coiled around his character, not quite as majestic as the full Ancestral Dragon's Protection, but still intimidating enough to impress his current rivals. As for weapons, he added a premium spirit artifact effect to his trusty black scale sword, also at the discounted price of 99.8 yuan. Lastly came the most critical upgrade, realm advancement. From Qi refining to nascent soul, every realm offered instant upgrades or experience cards. Even at 0.1 of the original price, the cost was staggering. But Chen Huai'an was no longer the person who would fume over such prices. Without hesitation, he chose the Nascent Soul Perfection Experience card, spending 188,000 yuan. In an instant, his character was engulfed in a divine radiance, with waves of powerful spiritual pressure rippling outward. Just then, a furious roar echoed through the game. "Kneel before me. Make Li Qingran kneel?" Chen Huai'an sneered, pressing the voice transmission talisman and replying in a deep voice, "As long as I'm here, let's see who dares." In the grand square of the Cangyun sect's main hall, two waves of nascent soul-level spiritual pressure clashed violently. Centered around Li Qingran, the explosion of spiritual energy erupted instantly, with shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The tiles of the square were lifted by an invisible force, raining down onto the mountain gate's walls and leaving countless dents. The surrounding cultivators felt their minds thrown into chaos, their ears ringing incessantly. "Something's wrong, there's an expert here." Wu Duantian's expression changed drastically as he urgently turned to the elders on either side. "Quick, activate the sect's protective formation and ensure the disciples' safety." "Understood." The two elders immediately sprang into action, only to quickly realize their concern was unnecessary. The overwhelming pressure was clearly targeted at the Qi Shao Peak lineage, particularly Qingxian Taoist. The other disciples merely felt a gentle breeze brushing their faces, and even the flying debris seemed to avoid them as if guided by an unseen hand. However, the disciples behind Qingxian Taoist were not as fortunate. The oppressive might of the two nascent soul-level cultivators bore down on Li Qingran and the others, pinning them to the ground. Their faces turned purple from the strain, yet not one dared to utter a single complaint. "Who are you? And why are you interfering in the affairs of my Cangyun sect?" Qingxian Taoist's expression grew dark. As the second most powerful figure in the sect, second only to the Cangyun patriarch, even sect master Wu Duantian was no match for him. Yet now, he faced an opponent capable of standing on equal footing. Qingxian had already heard from Li Qingran that Li Qingran had befriended a mysterious senior, but he hadn't expected the individual to intervene so decisively for an ordinary disciple who was unrelated to them. "I have interfered. What of it?" A clear, ethereal voice drifted through the air, leaving Qingxian Taoist momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, the voice continued, Li Qingran is no longer a disciple of the Cangyun sect. I am merely here to help her resolve her karmic ties. What karmic ties? Asked Qingxian. Naturally, the karma of Qishao Peak and Li Qingran. I will not interfere further, but neither will you. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding the reputation of your Qingyun sect. These words sent a wave of unease through Chen Huai'an's heart. He silently cursed his misfortune at only being able to acquire the peak nascent soul-level cultivation. If he had reached the body integration stage, he wouldn't have to waste time with words. One sword strike would have resolved all the trouble. While he could fight to the death and potentially self-detonate to take the elders down with him, that would only work if they didn't flee. For now, he had no choice but to continue posing as a mysterious and powerful figure. As long as his true position remained concealed, the air of mystery would ensure Qingxian Daoist dared not act recklessly. Chen Huai'an's confidence stemmed from his ability to see all the information about Qingxian Daoist. Qingxian Daoist, late nascent soul stage cultivation, age 651, naturally suspicious, cautious in actions, and with a personality that was both arrogant and cold. In many ways, this was remarkably similar to Chen Huai'an himself. Outwardly cheerful and carefree, yet secretly scheming, he would bare his fangs the moment his bottom line was crossed. This was the so-called wolf cub face, a facade hiding a meticulous and calculating mind. It was precisely because of this understanding that he was certain Qingxian Daoist would not act recklessly before pinpointing his true location. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Qingxian Daoist and the others from Qingyun sect immediately turned grim. Wu Dantian was seething with rage, longing to demonstrate the sect's might to this arrogant intruder. Yet, he could do nothing but glare in frustration. The opponent's position was untraceable, and probing with spiritual pressure yielded only a void. Keep searching for his location, Wu Dantian commanded the two elders, while subtly signaling Qingxian Daoist. Through a sound transmission, he said, Qingxian, we are in the open while he hides in the shadows. We know nothing about him, so we must not act rashly. As for Li Qingran, she's merely at the qi refining stage. What trouble could she possibly cause? Let's observe for now. Qingxian Daoist gave a slight nod, withdrawing his oppressive aura, though his gaze remained as sharp as a blade fixed on Li Qingran. To him, the fact that she had brought outsiders to disrupt the sect and disgrace Qishao Peak was an unforgivable offense, one he intended to settle in due time. Returning to Qishao Peak? She could dream on. By now, Li Qingran was no longer the same as she had been in the past. With Chen Huai'an backing her, she confidently approached the group from Qishao Peak, ignoring Qingxian Daoist's piercing stare and looking directly at Zhang Hanxiao. Fourth senior brother, it's been a while. Well, Li Qingran. Zhang Hanxiao sneered with his arms crossed. Found someone to rely on, and now you think you can come back here flaunting yourself? This is Qingyun sect. Indeed, the senior has my back, Li Qingran said, holding her Su Xian sword with a determined gaze. Fourth senior brother, do you remember how you used to cause trouble and rack up debts, relying on my protection? All those spirit stones, I was the one who paid them off for you. If not for that, your reputation would have been in shambles long ago. You're spouting nonsense. Zhang Hengxiu's face turned beet red. Don't you dare slander me. Slander? Li Qingran let out a cold laugh, raising her hand. Countless records flew from her storage pouch like snowflakes, scattering and fluttering through the air. A cold voice emerged from the swirling snow as Li Qingran clutched a stack of documents in her hand, her gaze icy and piercing. These, she said, are the records of the debts I repaid for you. I intended to keep a clear account, but your troublemaking far outpaces my ability to document it. Over the years, nearly all of my spirit stones have been swallowed by these bottomless pits. The corners of her lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. The managers of the gambling dens, treasure pavilions, and money houses can all vouch for me. Zhang Hanxiao, to outsiders, you're the illustrious fourth senior brother of Qishao Peak, the top performer in sect missions. But in reality, you're nothing more than a parasitic leech, tearing flesh and draining blood from your junior sister. The flurry of documents scattered into the air, and the disciples of Qingyun's sect eagerly caught them. Each slip bore staggering amounts, all sealed with Zhang Hanxiao's personal stamp, while the debtor was unmistakably Li Qingran. Who would have thought senior brother Zhang was such a person? You're just finding out? He borrowed money from me last year, and hasn't returned a single coin. I've kept my distance from him ever since. Junior sister Li is truly remarkable. If I had a sister like her, I'd gladly trade 100 years of my lifespan. Daoist Qingxian caught one of the fluttering slips, and when he saw it was a brothel receipt from Drunken Immortal Pavilion, his fury erupted. You disgraceful wretch! Is this how I taught you? Using your junior sister's spirit stones to visit prostitutes? His right hand moved to grip the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a spiritual sense swept through the scene. Did you forget my command? Sit down. Daoist Qingxuan's vein pulsed on his forehead as he reluctantly withdrew his hand, suppressing his rage. The murmurs and accusations from the surrounding crowd pierced Zhang Hanxiao like knives. Rage boiled within him. Using his junior sister's spirit Stenesso, what? Li Qingran was a talentless fool who didn't need so many spirit stones anyway. What was wrong with him borrowing some? It was that vile woman who dared to expose him. Zhang Hangxiu's glare locked onto Li Qingran, standing just 5 steps away. Drawing 2 inches of his sword, he gritted his teeth and spat. Li Qingran, you're slandering me. You wretch, do you dare duel me? If you lose, you'll kneel and apologize. If you win, you'll admit to everything. Do you dare? Using force to twist facts. How fitting of 4th senior brother's style, Li Qingran replied, her hand calmly gripping her sword's hilt. Even if she wasn't his match, so what? Today, she had come to sever ties with the version of herself that once tolerated everything for the sake of loyalty and affection toward Qishao Peak. The oppressive aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator surged toward her, the fierce wind tossing her loose strands of hair. Yet beneath her fringe, her eyes grew colder, and a faint smile bloomed on her frost-pale face. Very well, draw your sword. Zhang Hanxiao, known as the top performer in Cangyun Sect's missions, was indeed a formidable cultivator. Despite his vices of gambling and womanizing, he had reached the midstage of the Foundation establishment realm before the age of 30, a talent that drew significant attention. On Qishao Peak, he was only a few years older than Mu Baishuang and Li Qingran. While his cultivation level was not on par with senior disciples like Lu Changtian, he consistently maintained an edge over Li Qingran. During their time on Qishao Peak, Li Qingran was often summoned by Zhang Hanxiao to serve as his sparring partner, only to be repeatedly and predictably defeated. Both practiced the exclusive sword technique of Qishao Peak, the lesser wuxiang sword. Zhang Hanxiao had mastered the technique, while Li Qingran, having joined later, lacked proper guidance due to their master, Daoist Qingxian, being in long-term seclusion. Combined with her limited talent in swordsmanship, it took her 3 years to barely achieve proficiency. Now, facing Zhang Hanxiao, whose swordsmanship and internal energy far outclassed her own, Li Qingran felt the pressure. However, her grip on the Su Xian sword remained steady. Li Qingran, I heard from the senior brother that you managed to cultivate to the peak of qi refinement despite having a damaged Dantian? Zhang Hanxiao smirked mockingly. Impressive perseverance. Too bad you didn't put in this much effort back on Qishao Peak. All you did was mess around. Now that you suddenly want to work hard, it's already too late. Instinctively, Zhang Hanxiao reached for his sword but grasped at empty air. Only then did he remember that his usual flying sword had been gifted to Mu Baishuang, leaving him with a subpar, dull-grade weapon that was barely suitable even for cutting vegetables. Pressing his lips together, he reluctantly drew the battered sword. Against Li Qingran, such a weapon would suffice. Li Qingran, as a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, going all out against you would be dishonorable. So, I'll suppress my cultivation to the peak of qi refinement and fight you on equal footing, Zhang Hanxiao declared arrogantly, pointing his sword at her. Not far away, Daoist Qingshuan's face darkened ominously. This fool. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the peak of qi refinement, Zhang Hanxiao was still bullying someone as disadvantaged as Li Qingran, who not only had a damaged Dantian but also no spiritual roots. Suppressing to the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement would be the only fair match. How had he ever accepted such a disgraceful idiot as his disciple? Meanwhile, Wu Duantian, standing nearby, understood Daoist Qingshuan's pride in maintaining appearances. Seeing his master's face darken like a storm cloud, Wu silently thought to himself, Zhang Hanxiao is likely headed for half a year of reflection at the cliff of contemplation. Ignoring Zhang Hanxiao's provocation, Li Qingran remained silent. Her Su Xian sword left its sheath, and the blade gleamed like lightning. Her figure transformed into a streak of light, darting straight toward her opponent. Junior sister, your first move, shaking the branch, still lacks refinement. Zhang Hanxiao laughed as he leapt into the air, slashing downward with his sword. Instantly, 3 sword shadows materialized, surrounding Li Qingran. This was the most ruthless killing move of the lesser wuxiang sword, Lone Shadow of the Wild Goose. As Li Qingran watched the 3 shifting and deceptive sword shadows, she recalled the countless times she had lost to this very move. Yet today, the once deadly strike seemed far less intimidating. Although Zhang Hanxiao had suppressed his cultivation, his mastery of the sword technique remained sharp. However, to her, the shifting movements of the sword now appeared noticeably slower. Why? Could it be because of the supreme-grade Dantian? The question quickly turned into a certainty in her mind. The Supreme Spirit Meridian was incredibly rare, even in ancient times, and was highly sought after by all. How could it not possess extraordinary qualities? The battle was on the verge of erupting. Li Qingran's gaze was sharp as lightning, locking onto Zhang Hanxiao's figure with precision. As their swords clashed, the metallic clang echoed throughout the square. The smug expression on Zhang Hanxiao's face froze instantly. Li had been confident of his victory, fully aware of Li Qingran's weaknesses. This move was supposed to be a lethal strike, yet it missed its mark. What shocked him even more was the broken sword lying on the ground. Glancing down, he realized that his own sword had been reduced to only half its length. A low-grade magical weapon, shattered in just one strike? A few steps away, Li Qingran stood tall with her sword. The blade in her hand exuded a biting chill, its black edge as deep as the night sky, while the hilt gleamed like moonlight. A crimson tassel swayed gently in the breeze. This was clearly not the sword she had originally wielded. On the high platform, Sect Master Wu Dantian narrowed his eyes. The quality of this sword was far from ordinary, was at least a top-tier magical weapon. The icy aura emanating from the blade was exceptional even among top-tier weapons. If nurtured further, it could soon develop spiritual consciousness and ascend to the level of a spirit weapon. Beside him, Taoist Qingxian anxiously rubbed the hilt of his own sword. He had already disapproved of Zhang Hanxiao's underhanded methods, and now, seeing him unable to even protect his weapon, he felt even more disgraced. If Zhang Hanxiao were to lose, wouldn't it be an even greater humiliation? The tide of the battle had begun to turn. Weaponless, Zhang Hanxiao dared not confront Li Qingran head-on and instead aimed to deplete her spiritual energy. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Qingran's momentum remained unrelenting, showing no signs of fatigue. Shocked, his concentration faltered for a brief moment. Li Qingran seized this fleeting opportunity, and her sword technique shifted abruptly. The ninth move of the small void sword, dancing shadows of the trees. With a subtle flick of her wrist, her sword seemed to transform into countless streaks of icy light, all targeting vital points. This most challenging move to master flowed effortlessly today. At that moment, Zhang Hanxiao unleashed his suppressed cultivation, elevating it to the mid-foundation establishment stage. But it was too late. Li Qingran's sword was already upon him. The sword light was like a shadow, scattering like shards of golden sunlight. A piercing scream tore through the air. Zhang Hanxiao's body was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His chest and limbs were covered in a web of deep sword wounds, with blood streaming out incessantly. 3 steps away, Li Qingran sheathed her sword and stood tall, her head held high. Fourth senior brother. No, Zhang Hanxiao, you've lost. Li Qingran gazed at Zhang Hanxiao, who lay motionless on the ground, and felt a weight lift from her chest. A sense of relief washed over her, leaving her feeling much lighter. The Sect's Plaza fell into a deafening silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before them. A disciple at the peak of Qi refinement had defeated Zhang Hanxiao, who was in the midst of foundation establishment. Even considering that Zhang Hanxiao had temporarily lifted his cultivation seal and his flying sword had been destroyed, the result was simply too unbelievable. Sect Master Wu Dantian stiffly turned his neck, his expression puzzled as he looked at Taoist Qingxian beside him. Elder Qingxian, was Li Qingran truly stripped of her spiritual roots and had her Dantian abolished? Back then, although he thought the punishment was too harsh, the rules of autonomy among the peaks, combined with Qing Xuan's overwhelming strength and his ties to the elder Qingyun patriarch, left him no choice but to turn a blind eye. But now, seeing his own direct disciple Zhao Lingtian utterly defeated, and then looking at this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Taoist Qingxian fixed his gaze on Li Qingran, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. What astonished him was not only her incredible combat prowess, but also her masterful use of the Xiao Wu Xiang sword technique. He recalled how Li Qingran had asked him for guidance multiple times, but her comprehension seemed so limited that even after several explanations, she failed to grasp the essence. Frustrated, he left her to figure it out on her own, or seek help from Lu Changtian. When she left the Qishao Peak, her mastery of the Xiao Wu Xiang sword was at best rudimentary. Yet now, she could execute the dancing shadows of the trees move, indicating she had reached the level of mastery. Though the Xiao Wu Xiang sword was only a mid-level technique, advancing from rudimentary to mastery in just a few months was anything but ordinary. Junior brother Zhang. Fourth senior brother. Lu Changtian and the others rushed forward immediately. Yun Zimo supported Zhang Hanxiao's upper body while Xiao Yifeng quickly retrieved a healing pill and helped him swallow it, assisting him in circulating his energy to stabilize his condition. Meanwhile, Mu Baishuang threw herself onto Zhang Hanxiao's chest, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed, "Senior brother, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have accepted your sword. If you had kept it, you wouldn't have suffered such severe injury." Yet, in her heart, she secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, Zhang Hanxiao had given her the sword. Otherwise, it might have been shattered in Li Qingran's hands. What unnerved her even more was the transformation in Li Qingran. What kind of changes had occurred within her? And who was the mysterious high-level cultivator backing her? Could that person see through her disguise? No, her identity must not be exposed. The young master's lifespan was nearing its end, and she had to do everything in her power to secure an opportunity for him. Once he broke through his bottleneck and reconnected with the secluded patriarch, they might still have a chance to rise again. Mu Baishuang silently reminded herself to keep a low profile. She quickly got up, bowed her head as if wiping away tears, and quietly retreated behind Li Qingran. Li Qingran's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he fixed it on Li Qingran. Li Qingran, you've gone too far. Li Qingran pointed at Li Qingran, his expression cold and stern as he questioned, no matter what, Zhang Hanxiao was once your senior brother. How could you strike such a vicious blow? Vicious? Li Qingran chuckled softly, spreading her hands. I'm merely at the peak of the qi refinement stage, not the foundation establishment stage. It's already a stretch for me to injure him. Do you truly believe I could leave him gravely wounded and unconscious? Li Qingran opened his mouth but was at a loss for words. He turned to look at Zhang Hanxiao, who was lying on the ground. Zhang's face was as red as a brick, clearly pretending to be unconscious. While his external injuries were indeed severe, they were far from incapacitating. It was evident he couldn't accept the humiliation of being defeated by Li Qingran. Li Qingran, has your Dantian been restored? Taoist Qingxian, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. At these words, all the core disciples of Qi Shao Peak turned their eyes to Li Qingran in unison. Even Mu Baishuang, who had been hiding behind Lu Changtian, peeked out timidly. Li Qingran brushed her hair back, resting one hand on her sword's scabbard as her gaze dropped to the ground. Thanks to the compassion of a senior, I was able to restore my Dantian. As she spoke, her ears flushed slightly, a stark contrast to her earlier composure. While everyone else pondered the implications of her words, Mu Baishuang keenly noticed Li Qingran's subtle change. A woman understands another woman best, and she could see that Li Qingran had developed special feelings for this mysterious cultivator. If that cultivator had designs on Li Qingran's tiny physique, how could she, with her current strength, contend with such a formidable opponent? Biting her lip, Mu Baishuang made up her mind. Senior Sister Qingran, she said timidly, stepping out from behind Lu Changtian. Master once said that restoring a Dantian requires the incredibly rare Hunyuan Batian pill, which has long been lost to time. Senior Sister, you must be cautious not to be deceived by someone with ill intentions. Before she could finish, a fierce killing intent swept over her. Li Qingran gripped her Su Xian sword tightly, her knuckles white and her body trembling. The senior has shown me immense kindness. How dare you slander him so casually? I'm sorry, Senior Sister. I was only worried about you. Mu Baishuang stammered in panic. The sound of a sword's hum suddenly filled the air. Li Qingran lowered her head, her hair flowing as the Su Xian sword left its scabbard. A dazzling sword light shot straight for Mu Baishuang's throat. Mu Baishuang remained motionless, closing her eyes in a pitiful display. With a sharp clang, the sword's momentum was blocked. Yun Zimo stepped in front of Mu Baishuang, glaring at Li Qingran with eyes full of hatred. Once her protective third senior brother, he now stood in opposition to her. How ironic. But Li Qingran no longer cared about such things. She was no longer anyone's junior sister, no longer a former core disciple of Qi Shao Peak. She was simply herself. If she were to shine for anyone in this life, it would only be for that senior. She gently stroked the tassel of her Su Xian sword, a cold smile curling her lips. Yun Zimo, since you've stepped forward now. Her eyes grew icy. Then let's start with you and continue the reckoning. What? You want to duel me? Yun Zimo raised an eyebrow, a faint cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'm not like fourth brother who suppresses his cultivation. Dealing with an arrogant tyrant like you, who bullies fellow disciples and respects no one, I wouldn't feel ashamed even if my cultivation level crushes yours. Although Yun Zimo was also a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the treasures in his storage bag far surpassed those of Zhang Hanxiao. Unlike Zhang Hanxiao, who squandered his spiritual stones as soon as he earned them, Yun Zimo was adept at accumulating wealth. Coupled with his expertise in weapon crafting and array formations, even cultivators of the same level would think twice before challenging him. Third senior brother, are you scared? Li Qingran's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he stared directly at Yun Zimo. You won't provoke me into falling for your tricks. Yun Zimo retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag, his gaze briefly sweeping over Li Qingran's Su Xian sword. Your sword is indeed impressive, but I won't suffer the same setback as fourth brother when it comes to weapons. I have more flying swords than you can count. Ignoring Yun Zimo's words, Li Qingran turned and respectfully bowed to Sect leader Wu Duantian. Sect leader Wu, the Qingyun sect upholds justice, rewarding good and punishing evil. Collaborating to frame and slander fellow disciples is a grave offense. Has such a matter occurred? Wu Duantian, who had been fully absorbed in contemplating the restoration of his Dantian with medicinal pills, was startled by the sudden question. After a moment's pause, he responded, such an incident has indeed occurred. Li Qingran, what exactly are you trying to say? I have not slandered you. A flicker of panic flashed in Yun Zimo's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He was confident he had covered his tracks well, leaving no evidence to be traced even if questioned. Li Qingran cast Yun Zimo a sidelong glance and continued, what punishment would befit such a crime? Wu Duantian narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard thoughtfully. For minor cases of slander and defamation, the offender is warned and sent to reflect in the disciplinary hall. Repeat offenders are exiled to the cliff of reflection. However, for collusion and harm against fellow disciples, if the offense is severe and proven true, the punishment is tongue removal, eye gouging, and molten iron poured into the ears, with no medical treatment allowed for 1 month. For cultivators, such punishment wouldn't leave irreparable injuries, but the pain would be excruciatingly real. A month of silence, blindness, and deafness. Trapped in darkness and isolation, this was indeed a torment akin to the harshest penalty. Yun Zimo, the third direct disciple of Qi Shao Peak, has colluded with an outer sect elder to slander and persecute fellow disciples. As a prestigious sect, surely Qingyun sect would not turn a blind eye to such actions? The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of those present shifted. Yun Zimo appeared outwardly furious, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner unease. Elder Wang Chuan of the outer sect glared at Li Qingran, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Several outer sect disciples subtly retreated to the back of the crowd, their eyes darting nervously. Outrageous! How dare you commit such an act? Daoist Qingxian erupted in fury, drawing his sword and pointing it at Yun Zimo. His long black and white hair billowed under his imposing aura, resembling an enraged lion. Enough! Sit down now. A commanding spiritual sense swept through the void, its tone leaving no room for defiance. Daoist Qingxian clenched his teeth, taking 3 deep breaths to suppress his anger before reluctantly sheathing his sword. The mysterious cultivator, capable of restoring Li Qingran's Dantian, must undoubtedly be the powerful figure who once refined the divine pill. Daoist Qingxian knew well that an existence at or above the Dao integration realm was beyond the combined strength of all the elders present. The only chance would be to summon the reclusive patriarch Qingyun, but as he was at a critical juncture in breaking through his bottleneck, disturbing him was clearly unwise. Thus, Qingxian had no choice but to suppress his fury. Wu Duantian's expression turned grave. With Li Qingran coming forward to expose the matter herself, the situation was entirely different. Under normal circumstances, he might have mediated for Daoist Qingxuan's sake, but today, with a mysterious and formidable figure backing Li Qingran, how could he act recklessly? Besides, this was originally a problem for Qi Shaopeak to resolve. Remembering how Daoist Qingxian often showed him, the sect master, little respect, Wu Duantian saw this as an opportunity to teach him a lesson while currying favor with the mysterious figure behind Li Qingran. After all, he still sought a way to restore the Dantian of his personal disciple, Zhao Lingtian. Yun Zimo, is what Li Qingran said true? Wu Duantian's cold gaze bore into Yun Zimo, his late nascent soul stage pressure enveloping the space. Under the sharp scrutiny, Yun Zimo felt a chill down his spine. Despite knowing how severe the consequences could be, he gritted his teeth and denied, Sect Master, please investigate thoroughly. I have never done such a thing. Li Qingran is slandering me. Seeing through Yun Zimo's guilty demeanor, Wu Duantian turned to Li Qingran. As the sect master of Qingyun's sect, if you were wronged and expelled unjustly, I will ensure you receive justice. However, evidence is required for all matters. Do you have proof? Justice? Li Qingran sneered coldly. She knew all too well that Wu Duantian's idea of justice was not for her, but for the senior backing her. Without the senior's protection, she wouldn't have been able to reclaim anything today. I do have evidence, she said. Before being expelled from the sect, I used 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to bribe a fellow disciple involved in the incident to name the mastermind. He believed I was on my way out of Qingyun's sect and, tempted by the spirit stones, confessed everything. That disciple even made me swear an oath to never reveal the truth, or else. Li Qingran's gaze sharpened as she looked directly at Wu Duantian and the group from Qi Shao Peak. In truth, she could have exposed Yun Zimo before leaving the mountain, but she had clung to the hope of reconciliation with her sectmates. It wasn't until Zhang Hanxiao threw her into a dilapidated hut that she finally saw the truth. There was no longer any reason to hold on to expectations for the people of Qi Shao Peak. Senior, Qingran will not let you down, she silently vowed in her heart. Or else, I would suffer the agony of being pierced by 10,000 swords. As her words fell, a sharp sound echoed, and an ethereal sword materialized, piercing through her back. Li Qingran's face turned deathly pale as blood dripped from the corner of her lips, splashing onto the ground. Trembling, she raised a hand, reaching through the phantom sword to clutch her chest. Her body swayed unsteadily, and she could only barely remain standing by leaning on her sword for support. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More swords descended from the void, embedding themselves into her body. The excruciating pain coursed through her nerves like countless ants gnawing at her. Fresh blood gushed from her 7 orifices, splattering vividly against the stone tiles. Yet, she clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to utter a single sound. A stunned silence fell over the plaza in front of the Cangyun sect's main hall. The crowd stared in shock, rendered speechless by the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingran's body was pierced by a myriad of interwoven swords, resembling a human hedgehog. Under the crushing weight of the sword formation, her disheveled hair mingled with the blood pooling around her. Struggling to support her faltering body, she knelt on one knee. Profound inscriptions of the Tao flowed across the blades. 10,000 swords pierced her heart, and the oath of the Tao was fulfilled before the eyes of all. Help! Somebody help! Wait, what? This game never mentioned a plot twist involving the female lead. Outside the game, Chen Huai'an froze in shock as he watched Li Qingran turn into a bloodied figure. He stood there, dumbfounded, before frantically tapping on his phone screen. The already cracked screen now bore even more fine fractures under his relentless actions. Sweat streamed down his forehead as he desperately hoped for the system to pop up a recharge option. Within the Cangyun sect, all the disciples stood rooted in place, stunned. Among them, one disciple, his face pale as paper, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Who would have thought Li Qingran would invoke the great Tao oath to prove her innocence? The oath brought the torment of 1,000 swords piercing the heart, and even the slightest misstep could leave an irreversible heart demon, forever hindering one's path of cultivation. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to destroy his phone screen in frustration, the system finally displayed a leisurely prompt. Would you like to recharge 18.8 to purchase a celestial grade jade creation pill to heal Li Qingran? Limited time offer. Without hesitation, Chen Huai'an tapped the purchase button, not even noticing how unusually reasonable the price was this time. In the grand square before the Cangyun sect's main hall in the Cangyun Realm, the barely conscious Li Qingran suddenly felt an invisible force supporting her. To everyone's astonishment, a brocade box materialized behind her. The box slowly opened, revealing a jade-like pill glowing faintly. A rich, fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. Those nearby felt their spiritual energy circulating more rapidly, and even unhealed wounds began to itch as if mending. Those farther away felt a sudden surge of vitality. Before anyone could fully savor the intoxicating fragrance, the pill transformed into a streak of green light and flew directly into Li Qingran's mouth, dispersing rapidly within her body. A jade creation pill. Sect Master Wu Dantian was the first to recognize the pill. He had used countless rare pills in an attempt to heal Zhao Lingshan's damaged Dantian, including this type of life-saving jade creation pill. However, the ones he had used could not compare to the flawless, radiant celestial grade pill before him. Master, is this pill really that powerful? Zhao Lingtian asked. Wu Dantian shot him a sidelong glance and replied irritably, ordinary jade creation pills are 5th grade elixirs. This one is celestial grade. What do you think? Zhao Lingshan's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart aching. If the ordinary ones are 5th grade, then the celestial grade must be at least 4th or 3rd grade, and they're using it just to ease her pain. She's not even on the brink of death. The various elders from the sect's peaks watched as Li Qingran was enveloped in a radiant green light, their emotions a complicated mix. Such a precious elixir was something they would reserve only for life-and-death situations. Among the crowd, Wang Chuan, an elder from the outer sect, was already drenched in sweat, sensing that disaster was imminent. Exposure of his wrongdoings was now inevitable. Who could have imagined that Li Qingran would act so decisively, directly breaking the sacred Tao oath of 10,000 swords piercing the heart? Wang Chuan's heart churned with fear. Given Wu Dantian's temper, his position as an elder was undoubtedly finished, and he would likely face the cruel punishments of eye gouging and tongue removal. What terrified him even more was how the mysterious cultivator behind Li Qingran might deal with him. Would Wu Dantian, in an attempt to appease that cultivator, throw him under the bus as a scapegoat? At this thought, Wang Chuan's gaze toward Li Qingran grew increasingly sinister. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on that disciple, and the mysterious cultivator was undoubtedly concerned about her safety. It was the perfect opportunity. Resolving himself, he gritted his teeth. There was no turning back now. Suddenly, Wang Chuanha pulled out his flying sword and hurled it forward. He leapt into the air, landing steadily on the blade. Mountains remain green. Rivers flow on. I'm out of here. However, he had barely flown 2 steps when over a dozen golden talismans shot toward him at an even faster speed. With a deafening roar, the clear sky was suddenly filled with thunder. Unable to dodge, Wang Chuanha was struck headon, plummeting heavily to the ground in a cloud of black smoke. Nearby, Chen Huai'an frowned as he collected the remaining lightning fire talismans back into his storage pouch. Blowing on his numbed fingers, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Wang Chuanha, An outer sect elder with merely a peak golden core cultivation level was no match for the barrage of talismans. While the attack wasn't lethal, it left him scorched inside and out, unable to get up for the time being. Seeing this, Wu Duantian was startled and immediately ordered Wang Chuanhe to be restrained. His apprehension toward the mysterious cultivator deepened. For someone to casually throw out such high-grade lightning fire talismans, they must have considerable resources. Could this person be a reclusive elder from another sect? Such individuals, backed by their sects, were the most troublesome to deal with. Lone cultivators, by contrast, were far easier to handle. Sensing the worsening situation, Yun Zimo quickly knelt before Wu Duantian and Daoist Qingxian. Master, sect leader, this disciple has sinned. I acted out of anger because Li Qingran hurt junior sister, and I let my emotions get the better of me. But regardless, I violated the sect rules. I am willing to accept punishment. You insolent fool. Daoist Qingxian trembled with rage, his face turning crimson. Qi Xiaopeak would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the Qingyun sect after this disgrace. If the Grand Elder learned of this upon leaving seclusion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, the oppressive, watchful presence in the shadows left him paralyzed, unable to act rashly, a humiliation unlike anything he'd ever felt. Stroking his beard, Wu Duantian narrowed his eyes and said, Without Wang Chuanhe's involvement, you wouldn't have been able to pull this off. He is the root of the problem. Hearing this, Yun Zimo's heart leaped with joy, thinking he might escape severe punishment. However, Wu Duantian's next words sent him plunging into despair. Elder Wang Chuanhe, for framing and slandering a fellow disciple, your actions are utterly reprehensible. You are hereby stripped of your elder's status and sentenced to the punishments of eye gouging, tongue removal, and molten iron poured into your ears. You will repent at the Cliff of Reflection for 6 months. Yun Zimo, personal disciple of Qi Xiaopeak, will receive the same punishments and will repent at the Cliff of Reflection for 3 months. Considering your voluntary confession, your meals will include 2 extra slices of vegetables each day. All other participants will also be sent to the Cliff of Reflection to face the wall in penitence. Yun Zimo's face turned ashen. Sect leader, no, that will ruin me. Master? Master, please, plead for me. He scrambled toward Daoist Qingxian, only to be kicked away, rolling all the way to the plaza's entrance before collapsing unconscious. Master, third junior brother already knows he was wrong, Lu Changtian said, unable to bear the scene. Mu Baishuang added softly, yes, master, third senior brother just acted impulsively. Silence. Daoist Qingxian swept his gaze coldly over the disciples. If anyone says another word, you can join them at the Cliff of Reflection. Lu Changtian turned pale and shut his mouth. Xiao Yifeng quickly swallowed the words he was about to say. A flicker of gloom passed through Mu Baishuang's eyes. She could feel the situation spiraling out of control. Wu Duantian glanced at the Qi Xiaopeak disciples, a faint smile playing at his lips. Then, turning to the now conscious Li Qingran, he asked warmly, Qingran, are you satisfied with this sect leader's decision? The rarity of the Baiyu Zhao Hua pill lies not only in its ability to heal injuries, but also in its capacity to completely eliminate pain. For cultivators facing life and death crises, it is often not the injuries themselves that prove fatal, but the various negative states induced by the accompanying agony. Even tortures as extreme as being pierced by 1,000 swords are reduced to a nearly negligible level of pain under the effects of the celestial grade Baiyu Zhao Hua pill. Li Qingran lowered her head, gazing at the faint green glow swirling around her body. She gently pinched her wrist with her fingers, fully aware in her heart that she was once again indebted to her senior. Yet this favor was so immense that she no longer knew how to repay it. Qingran, it's nothing, just a pill. Focus on the matter at hand. An ethereal voice whispered in her ear, audible only to her. Qingran, are you satisfied with this sect master's decision? Wu Duantian's voice rang out. Li Qingran raised her head to look at Wu Duantian, catching a glimpse of 2 disciples dragging Yun Zimo away, presumably to the Hall of Justice. Gouging out eyes, cutting out tongues, pouring molten iron into ears, such tortures were nothing compared to what she had endured in the past. If not for the senior's presence, Wu Duantian would surely have let Yun Zimo off lightly, out of consideration for Qingxian Daoist. Though she would have been relentless in her pursuit of justice, the presence of her senior behind her brought an unexpected sense of peace to her heart. Sect Master Wu is wise and just. This junior is naturally convinced and grateful. She bowed deeply, her words implying her approval. Wait. A cold, detached voice suddenly echoed through the void. Qingran may be satisfied, but I am not. Wu Duantian's smile froze instantly. The hand stroking his beard suddenly seemed out of place, and he could only cautiously address the void. How does your excellency suggest we proceed? Why, carry out the punishment on the spot, of course. Chen Huai'an, sitting cross-legged on a couch while stroking a cat, spoke into a sound-transmitting talisman. Who knows if you'll actually punish him in the Hall of Justice? I can't see it. Seeing is believing, after all. There was a brief silence in the void before the ethereal voice responded. Justice must be visible to all. Punishment must not be concealed. If the consequences of wrongdoing are not displayed openly, they fail to serve as a deterrent. Therefore, the sentence must be executed immediately. Li Qingran was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She understood that her senior feared the justice she had fought for might be quietly swept under the rug, allowing those who had wronged her to escape their rightful punishment. Wu Duantian inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that this mysterious cultivator might demand Yun Zimo's expulsion from the sect, a decision beyond his sole authority. He signaled to the two disciples holding Yun Zimo. Very well, then. Carry out the sentence here and now. The disciples from the Hall of Justice promptly dragged Yun Zimo back to the center of the square. One held him firmly in place, while the other retrieved a hook from their belongings. Given the formidable regenerative abilities of cultivators, there was no need to heat the hook with fire. With a piercing scream, Yun Zimo stood in the center of the square, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the sky as he let out a silent wail. His tongue was already gone, leaving him only able to produce muffled, incoherent sounds. Many disciples of the Cangyun sect turned their faces away, unable to bear the cruel scene. Molten iron was being prepared on site, requiring some time before it was ready. At this moment, Wu Duantian's gaze shifted to Li Qingran more precisely, to the mysterious cultivator behind her. All eyes in the square were now fixed on Li Qingran, as if she had become the spokesperson for this enigmatic figure. Zhang Hanxiao maintained his pretense of unconsciousness. Lu Changtian and Xiao Yifeng looked pale, not daring to utter a single word of plea on Yun Zimo's behalf. Instead, they shielded Mu Baishuang behind them, fearing she might witness Yun Zimo's pitiful state. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Li Qingran appeared uneasy. She kept her head down, counting the ants on the ground, too hesitant to speak rashly since the senior cultivator had yet to express his stance. What does Qingran think? A gentle voice suddenly broke the silence. Li Qingran's face flushed instantly. After a brief pause, she forced herself to appear composed and replied, "This junior believes it is already sufficient." Taoist Qingshuan's face remained grim, and he let out only a low grunt. Meanwhile, Wu Duantian stroked his beard with a peacemaker's smile. Believing the time was right, he turned to the figure behind Li Qingran and cupped his hands respectfully. "This old man humbly has an impertinent request. Since you were able to restore Li Qingran's Dantian, might I ask if you could also aid my personal disciple?" He stepped aside to reveal Zhao Lingtian, putting on an expression of heartfelt sorrow. This child is exceptionally gifted, wise, and kind-hearted, a rare talent indeed. But alas, his Dantian was destroyed by a demonic cultivator. I cannot bear to see his potential cut short like this. Li Qingran raised her head, a frosty glint flickering in her autumn-like eyes. She was well aware of the rarity of the Hunyuan pill. Such a divine pill must also be a treasured item to the senior cultivator. For Wu Duantian to make such a request, was he trying to use her as leverage to pressure the senior? At that moment, Chen Huai'an, sitting before his phone, received a system notification. Cangyun sect leader Wu Duantian requests an opportunity Hunyuan Butian pill. Please choose your response. 1. Direct refusal. Do you even deserve it? Get lost. 2. Tactical delay. Let's not discuss this for now. We'll revisit it after resolving the current matter. 3. Grant the opportunity. Very well. A mere Hunyuan Butian pill is of little consequence to me. You may have one. Lose one Hunyuan Butian pill. If none are in your inventory, 1 million or 100 spirit crystals will be deducted. 4. Use a sound transmission talisman to communicate freely. Chen Huai'an's finger hovered over his choice, but stopped suddenly. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed that there might be more to this situation. He had originally intended to choose the first option. Faced with the choices, Chen Huai'an's fingers hovered back and forth over the glowing screen. The value of the Hunyuan Butian pill far exceeded the mere number of 10,000, as evidenced by the game's hints and the fact that it was already sold out in the koi pool. More importantly, this was just the standard quality, nowhere near the level of a celestial-grade pill. His left hand unconsciously rubbed the cat figurine, his brows furrowing deeper. Opting for a forceful approach would be far too risky. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, capable of suppressing later-stage nascent soul cultivators, a major sect like Cangyun sect was bound to have hidden power. If some reclusive elder who had been in seclusion for decades suddenly emerged, he wouldn't even be confident in his ability to protect Li Qingran. This wasn't just an overreaction on his part. In this kind of progression-based game, every choice could influence the storyline's trajectory, and a single misstep could lead to a bad end. Restarting the game wouldn't solve anything. Either the new digital girlfriend wouldn't be the same as his Li Qingran. After much deliberation, he decisively clicked the second option. This matter can wait. Once Qingran's situation is resolved, Well, find a place to discuss it in detail. His deep voice echoed across the scene. Wu Duantian immediately realized he had been too hasty and quickly cupped his hands in apology. You're absolutely right. Qingran's situation is far more important. It was my mistake to overlook that. Still, in his heart, he was already calculating if curing Zhao Lingshan's Dantian required exhausting all his resources. So be it. Li Qingran was about to remind the senior, but a calming voice reached her ears. Do not worry. I have my arrangements. She instantly felt embarrassed, realizing she had been overthinking. Despite his youthful appearance, her senior's experience was undoubtedly vast. There was no need for someone as junior as her to fret. After calming herself, she lifted her gaze toward Xiao Yifeng, the second disciple of Qi Shao Peak. Xiao Yifeng, who had been comforting Mu Baishuang, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he met Li Qingran's icy gaze. Memories surged like a tide. This wasn't the same Li Qingran who used to endure everything silently, no matter the hardship. Whether it was the agony of testing medicines or being injured by the sparrow demon, she had always smiled without complaint. Only now did Xiao Yifeng realize that perhaps, all along, the admiration he thought she had for him was nothing more than his own misguided delusion. Gradually, his attitude toward her had shifted from pleading to commanding, expecting her to test medicines and tend to the spiritual fields as if it were only natural. He thought it was only natural. Usually, he would casually hand over pills he didn't need to Li Qingran, even though they might not be of much use to her. In his eyes, that was already enough. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yifeng snapped out of his thoughts and looked down. His junior sister, Mu Baishuang, was gazing up at him with tearful, pitiful eyes, her slender, icy hands clutching tightly onto his. The young girl was evidently terrified, having been crying ever since hearing Yun Zimo's agonized screams. Her face was pale as a sheet. Yet, despite her fear, she still mustered the strength to show concern for him. Looking at her, Xiao Yifeng mocked himself inwardly. What am I still so afraid of? However, he failed to notice the faint trace of red mist swirling deep within Mu Baishuang's eyes. Nearby, Qingxian Daoist, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced thoughtfully at Xiao Yifeng, his brows furrowing slightly. That fleeting, peculiar aura had raised his suspicions, but he quickly dismissed the notion. After all, the disciples of Qi Shao Peak were rigorously selected. Apart from occasional flaws in temperament, there shouldn't be any major issues. Nevertheless, he made a mental note of the anomaly. Li Qingran, why are you staring at me like that? Encouraged by his junior sister, Xiao Yifeng straightened his back and confronted Li Qingran. What have I ever done to wrong you? Don't forget how many pills I've given you. Well, I should thank you for your generosity, Li Qingran retorted with a cold laugh, counting on her fingers. Fasting pills, insect repellent pills, laxative pills. The surrounding Cangyun sect disciples burst into laughter, and Xiao Yifeng's face turned bright red. She paused, her eyes growing even colder. Oh, and let's not forget the counterfeit great rejuvenation pill you gave me. That poison burned through my body for 93 days, leaving me sleepless, unable to eat or drink, and at times so weak I couldn't even walk. Truly, you are the exemplary second disciple of Qi Shao Peak, me good senior brother. Xiao Yifeng's expression shifted slightly. He had anticipated that Li Qingran would bring this up. Back then, after the grand martial competition, Mu Baishuang had been injured, and Li Qingran had been struck by Lu Changtian, coughing up blood. He had feigned concern and given her a pill laced with fire poison, watching as she gratefully consumed it, only for the poison to take effect moments later. At the time, he had thought to himself that she deserved to taste the same suffering as his junior sister. But he quickly regained his composure. Junior sister, I'm only a 7th-rank alchemist. While I may have some talent, I can't guarantee that every pill I refine will be free of impurities. How can you prove I deliberately harmed you? He crossed his arms and smirked arrogantly. You've been testing pills for so long, and claim to be so sensitive to their properties. Couldn't you tell if one contained fire poison? I think you're nothing but an ungrateful lunatic, twisting our kindness into nonsense. Li Qingran stared at the smug Xiao Yifeng before her, feeling a wave of nausea rise in her stomach. Even if she were expelled from Qingyun's sect, even if she were left to die in a broken hut, she would never have imagined that the senior brother she once revered could become so loathsome. Unfortunately, she had no direct evidence, and that incriminating remark was known only to the two of them. Just as Li Qingran found herself at a loss, a cold snort echoed from the void behind her. How interesting. Xiao Yifeng, let me ask you this. As an alchemist, are you not capable of discerning whether a pill contains fire poison? Xiao Yifeng froze. Detecting fire poison in pills was a fundamental skill for alchemists. If he couldn't even manage that, what right did he have to call himself an alchemist? He immediately nodded. Of course. In that case, prove it. Before the voice had even faded, 10 ornate boxes flew out from the void behind Li Qingran. Each box contained a basic mortal-grade Great Rejuvenation pill, the simplest of pills, with a well-documented formula. Xiao Yifeng stared at the seemingly ordinary pills, which even appeared to have come from the same batch, with confusion. What was this senior trying to achieve? Here are 10 ordinary-grade Great Rejuvenation pills. 9 of them are tainted with fire poison. If you can identify the one without fire poison within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I will consider you to have passed this test. Xiao Yifeng's eyes sharpened like lightning as he carefully scanned each pill. Typically, inferior pills would reveal black spots on their surface, but these 10 pills were as smooth and flawless as jade, showing no visible abnormalities. His heart sank. This was clearly a trap devised by the senior backing Li Qingran. These pills must have been meticulously disguised, making it impossible for an ordinary person to discern their flaws. But then, a faint, cold smile tugged at Xiao Yifeng's lips. As someone with an innate Yiwud spiritual root, he was naturally attuned to the essence of spiritual herbs. With simple pill formulations, he could identify the ingredients with just a sniff, and this ability naturally extended to detecting pill toxins. His sense of smell was so acute that even the pill toxins undetectable by the experienced nascent soul cultivators present would be easily identified by him. Senior, if I can detect the fire poison, what then? Xiao Yifeng straightened his back and fixed his gaze on the void behind Li Qingran. Today, he would seek justice for Yun Zimo, Zhang Hanxiao, and his junior sister, and restore the honor of Qi Shao Peak. If you succeed, I will let this matter with Qingran go, the senior's voice echoed. Suppressing the urge to question the relationship between Li Qingran and this mysterious senior, Xiao Yifeng replied with a respectful yet resolute tone, Senior, if I can identify the fire poison, I humbly request that you personally heal my third and fourth senior brothers, and plead with Sect Master Wu to revoke the punishment against my third senior brother. What do you say? Wu Duantian's expression shifted subtly, inwardly marveling at Xiao Yifeng's audacity to negotiate with an enigmatic and formidable figure. Meanwhile, Qingxian Daoist stroked his beard in satisfaction. This was the boldness his disciple ought to possess. Chen Huai'an glanced at his phone, where the words success probability 0 were displayed, and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Yifeng was digging his own grave. He activated his voice transmission talisman and said mockingly, All right, no problem. I'll give you 3 chances. If you fail to find the untainted pill all 3 times, you'll have to eat all 10 pills. The crowd in the square held their breath in anticipation. Though Xiao Yifeng outwardly appeared calm, his heart was filled with unease. He could only hope that this senior would not hold his boldness against him. Agreed. But you only have 3 attempts. If you fail, you will consume all of these pills. The senior's stern voice resonated from the void. Xiao Yifeng exhaled in relief, a confident look returning to his face. Thank you for your generosity, senior. I will keep my word. He approached the ornate box and began meticulously examining each Great Rejuvenation pill. After sniffing them several times, his expression grew increasingly grave based on their scent. All 10 pills were absolutely identical. The 10 Great Rejuvenation pills were astonishingly identical in terms of timing, structure, material composition, and age, as if they had been perfectly replicated. Xiao Yifeng's hand trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This level of uniformity was simply unimaginable. What kind of profound alchemy skills would it take to achieve this? Elder Qingxian, do you think Xiao Yifeng can handle it? Wu Duantian asked softly while observing Xiao Yifeng meticulously examining the pills. Daoist Qingxian squinted and sneered dismissively, Don't worry. My disciple has an innate Yiwud spiritual root. Testing him in this way is utterly meaningless. This comment brought back memories for Wu Duantian. Back then, Xiao Yifeng was supposed to become his disciple, but Daoist Qingxian had intercepted him halfway. Wu Duantian had lost 2 nights of sleep over it. Nearby, Lu Changtian, hearing Daoist Qingxuan's words, felt his tense nerves relax slightly. He thought to himself, Foundation establishment cultivators have almost no self-detoxification abilities. If Xiao Yifeng really consumed 9 poisonous pills, he'd be crippled, if not dead. His gaze turned cold as he looked towards the void behind Li Qingran. That old monster truly has malicious intentions. If Li Qingran continues to follow someone like him, even if she achieves greatness, she'll likely be no different from a demonic cultivator. Hiding behind Lu Changtian, Mu Baishuang rolled her eyes and thought to herself, Clearly, he's never encountered a real demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivators don't bother with reasoning. They act on impulse. If a demonic cultivator were here, all 10 pills would undoubtedly be lethal poison. Time passed slowly as Xiao Yifeng's methods of inspection became increasingly meticulous. No longer satisfied with merely sniffing the pills, he began licking each one carefully, scraping off powder with a small knife, and cutting open small sections to examine their interiors. As his investigation deepened, his complexion grew paler, and his gaze became increasingly dazed. The time of 1 incense stick has passed. Have you made your choice? The sudden voice startled Xiao Yifeng. snapping him out of his trance. He swallowed hard, and his gaze finally settled on one particular pill. His eyes turned resolute as he declared, "I've made my choice this one." Chen Huai'an watched Xiao Yifeng's choice with a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. In his hand, he held a magical artifact capable of instantly swapping out the pills, though it required 6 spirit stones per use. However, at this moment, it seemed entirely unnecessary to resort to such measures. Xiao Yifeng's luck was truly abysmal in his first try. He had chosen the Great Rejuvenation pill laced with pill poison. "Since you've chosen it, eat it already. What are you standing there for?" Chen Huai'an urged impatiently through a voice transmission talisman. "Since fate has decided, take it and see," Taoist Qingxian said, casting a sidelong glance at his second disciple. He was eager to see Xiao Yifeng prove that mysterious figure wrong. As for the constipated expression on Xiao Yifeng's face, he merely assumed it was due to nerves from being near the enigmatic individual. "Yes, master," Xiao Yifeng replied, silently praying in his heart as he closed his eyes and swallowed the Great Rejuvenation pill. The medicinal power erupted instantly. Xiao Yifeng let out a muffled groan as sharp pain radiated through his chest, and his complexion quickly turned a purplish red. His eyes burned crimson, and his breathing grew labored. It was evident he had been struck by a massive dose of pill poison. To prevent damage to his meridians, he immediately sat cross-legged and began channeling his wood element spiritual energy to neutralize the toxins. Had it been a cultivator with a different spiritual root, they would likely have had no choice but to rely on antidotes or seek help from a senior. Taoist Qingxuan's expression darkened ominously, nearly matching the color of his hat. The hand concealed within his sleeve trembled violently, a clear sign of his barely contained fury. "You have 2 chances left," a calm voice resonated from the void behind Li Qingran. Suppressing the pill poison with great difficulty, Xiao Yifeng opened his eyes, his face grim. He cupped his hands toward the void and asked, "Esteemed senior, may I boldly inquirito these 10 pills truly include one that is free of poison?" "What? Do you think I'm deceiving you?" A cold snort reverberated through the void, causing a terrifying pressure to crush the steps around Xiao Yifeng into powder. "With that one question, I could kill you without needing any justification." Junior admits his mistake. "Please, senior, quell your anger." Xiao Yifeng immediately lowered his head, trembling with fear. He stole a glance at Taoist Qingxian, only to find his master sitting silently with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, sect leader Wu Dantian was smiling cheerfully at Li Qingran. Clearly, no one was willing to offend the mysterious cultivator on his behalf. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yifeng steeled himself and chose a second pill. After swallowing it, fire poison erupted within him. "You have one final chance," the voice echoed again. After suppressing the poison in his body, Xiao Yifeng shakily extended his vein-bulging hand toward the remaining 8 pills. He had never imagined the agony of pill poison could be so excruciating. It felt as though countless steel needles were scraping through his meridians and bones. The pain slithered through his body like a relentless serpent, never ceasing and impossible to adapt to. Even with his innate toxin-neutralizing abilities as a wood element spiritual root cultivator, the torment was nearly unbearable. How, then, could Li Qingran possibly endure such suffering? So, it turned out that Li Qingran had been enduring such torment ever since being expelled from Qishao Peak. Xiao Yifeng stared at the pills before him, marveling at the mysterious alchemist's terrifyingly advanced methods. Even by resorting to what felt like cheating, tasting a small piece, he couldn't discern which pill might contain hidden toxins. Resigning himself to the uncertainty, he simply closed his eyes, gave up his futile struggle, and grabbed one at random. "TSK, this kid's got some luck. An eighth of a chance, and he hits the mark," Chen Huai'an muttered with a sigh, swiftly manipulating the black box to deduct 6 spirit stones. In the instant the payment was processed, the pill in Xiao Yifeng's hand was stealthily swapped out. Nearby, a black cat observed Chen Huai'an's muttering with an eerie gaze, its thoughts churning. Has this guy been brainwashed by that black box? If this really is some kind of mind-controlling demonic artifact, then things are about to get interesting. The cat's tail perked up in delight as it mused, "I wonder, between the demon behind this box and the original fierce beast, which one is more sinister?" With that thought, the black cat let out a sinister, cackling laugh. Xiao Yifeng swallowed the final pill, and the fire poison erupted instantly. The toxins from the first 2 doses had already pushed him to his limit, and the third acted like a fuse, triggering a full-blown explosion. His face alternated between a fiery red and a ghastly pale gold as he stumbled back several steps on the staircase before collapsing heavily to his knees. He tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of ominous black blood. The moment the blood hit the air, it vaporized into a foul-smelling mist, reeking of a mix of medicinal residue and rancid gore, forcing the surrounding disciples to cover their noses and retreat. He twitched a few times before falling still. A disdainful chuckle echoed through the void. Qingxian Taoist, It seems your disciple isn't quite the genius he claims to be. 7 pills remain. Will you feed them to him yourself, or shall I do it personally? Chen Huai'an watched coldly, showing no hint of sympathy. After all, Li Qingran had endured 3 whole months of agony from the fire poison, with her meridians scorched to the point of decay. Compared to that, the pain Xiao Yifeng was experiencing now seemed almost trivial. The moment the elixir shot into Qingxian Daoist's mouth, both Wu Duantian and Chen Huai'an were stunned. Chen Huai'an sat frozen in front of his phone. The game had merely asked if he wanted to hand over the elixir to Qingxian Daoist, and he had chosen yes, but he hadn't anticipated such a forceful delivery. Anxiously, he worried that this NPC might erupt in fury, causing the game's storyline to collapse entirely. Wu Duantian, on the other hand, was shocked by Chen Huai'an's abrupt action. For a cultivator of such high standing to resort to forcefully feeding someone medicine, such a breach of decorum was utterly unexpected, and yet strangely amusing. Li Qingran was already dumbfounded, a single strand of hair on her head standing upright in disbelief. Qingxian Daoist's throat moved as he swallowed the great return pill. Just as he was about to lash out, the medicinal power had already begun spreading through his body. As the mysterious cultivator had claimed, the pill was indeed free of any poison, and Xiao Yifeng's downfall was clearly his own doing. Qingxian Daoist's emotions were conflicted, and his anger gradually subsided. He could no longer insist the pill was poisonous without losing face in front of so many witnesses. Besides, the adversary's cultivation level was unclear, and they remained hidden in the shadows. Recklessly attacking might only invite humiliation, leaving him with no dignity to remain in Qingyun's sect. Weighing his options, he decided to endure one last time. Taking a deep breath, Qingxian Daoist forced himself to suppress the twitching in his face and managed to say, "Indeed, this great return pill contains no poison. It seems I have not taught my disciple well, making a fool of myself before you. However, Xiao Yifeng is exceptionally gifted in alchemy. Given time, he will surely achieve greatness, at which point we will seek your guidance again." Though polite on the surface, his words carried veiled threats. Chen Huai'an smirked inwardly. By the time your disciple achieves anything, he'll have already trained Qingran into a sword immortal. No need to wait that long, master. Today, he'll gladly learn a thing or two. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed as everyone turned toward the source. Lu Changtian ascended the stone steps of the plaza with deliberate strides, stopping in front of Li Qingran. Slowly, he drew his flying sword, his aura surging with each step, his sharp gaze locking onto her. As the senior disciple of Qi Shaopeak, he was a prodigy who, at not even 30 years old, had already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The two stood in silent confrontation, tension crackling in the air like drawn blades. Lu Changshan's robe billowed in the wind, his eyes blazing with anger and hatred. He pushed his aura to its peak before gradually suppressing it, lowering it to the 7th level of Qi refinement before stopping. "Junior sister, I am still willing to address you as such. But the one I call junior sister is the person you used to be, not the disgraceful version of you standing here now. If it weren't for you, Zhang Hanxiao, Yun Zimo, and Xiao Yifeng wouldn't be so gravely injured. Qi Shaopeak and Master wouldn't have to endure such humiliation." Li Qingran unsheathed her sword, Su Xian, its tip angled at Lu Changtian. Her frost-covered eyes reflected in the blade as she said, "The day I fell from the dueling platform, Lu Changtian died in my heart. You hurt my little junior sister, that is your crime. If I wanted to harm Mu Baishuang, you wouldn't even have time to react. Back then, I was at the foundation establishment stage, and she was at the Qi refinement stage. What makes you think you could stop me if I wanted to harm her?" Lu Changtian swept his cold gaze across the crowd. "With the elders and sect master absent, it's just you lot and an outer elder at the golden core stage? Spare me your excuses. Let's see if your sword is as sharp as your tongue." Before his words had fully settled, Lu Changtian had already closed the distance. His long sword swirled in his hand, unleashing a fierce flurry of sword energy that scattered like snowflakes, chilling the air with an icy sharpness. It was none other than the grasping frost and snow technique from the small wuxiang sword style, the very move Mu Baishuang had used on the arena stage that day. To recreate the scene from back then, Lu Changtian deliberately suppressed his cultivation level to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, matching Mu Baishuang's realm at the time. Fully versed in the intricacies of the small wuxiang sword style, every movement he executed now mirrored the exact techniques Mu Baishuang had displayed that day. Li Qingran immediately discerned Lu Changshan's intent. She deftly sidestepped the incoming sword energy, her Su Xian sword thrusting toward what appeared to be an empty space. Sure enough, Lu Changshan's figure, as fleeting as frost and snow, materialized precisely where her blade was aimed. His brows furrowed in surprise at Li Qingran's quick reaction. With an agile twist, he narrowly avoided the Su Xian sword, only to feel a chilling presence descending from above. In haste, he raised his sword to block, meeting a powerful strike that dissipated as quickly as it came. Seizing the moment, He attempted a cunning sweep kick, but Li Qingran had already retreated 3 light steps away. Before Lu Changtian could fully retract his leg, Li Qingran's sword technique shifted again. The Su Xian sword transformed into a dense rain of strikes, unleashing the 6th form of the small wuxiang sword style, drizzling rain. When executed at full force, this technique could deliver 14 consecutive strikes. Yet in her past sparring sessions with Lu Changtian, Li Qingran had never exceeded 30 strikes. Though Lu Changtian was a master of swordsmanship, the heavy suppression of his cultivation had slowed his reflexes, leaving his body unable to keep up with his intent. Just as he braced himself to endure the 30 strikes, a sharp beam of sword light suddenly descended from above, with Li Qingran's figure following closely behind. Within the storm-like momentum of her assault, a faint trace of sword intent surged, culminating in an explosive release after 14 strikes. Clang! Lu Changshan's sword flew from his grasp, and he fell to his knees, staring in disbelief at the girl before him so familiar. Yet now seemingly a stranger, the cold glint of the Su Xian sword was already pressing against his neck. How could you execute the final strike of drizzling rain? How? Lu Changtian murmured in shock. Li Qingran's voice carried a hint of a sigh. Lu Changtian, I've always been able to. It's just that your impatience never gave me the chance to complete the final strike. Lu Changtian froze for a moment. His gaze grew vacant as his thoughts drifted back to the past. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Back then, Li Qingran would always come to him with eager eyes, asking to practice swordsmanship together. Yet, somewhere along the way, his patience for this anticipation began to wane. He had been the one to invite his junior sister to spar in the first place, so why was he no longer waiting in the training yard, no longer offering her patient guidance? He remembered it vividly. When Li Qingran's moves were clumsy, he would smile and encourage her, taking the time afterward to carefully review their practice. But later, the same Li Qingran seemed riddled with flaws in his eyes, as if she were never meant to wield a sword. A bitter realization struck him like a blow. Li Qingran had never changed. It was he who had. With her current cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, if Li Qingran truly intended to harm Mu Baishuang and the others, they wouldn't stand a chance of stopping her. Their so-called punishment was nothing more than a way to vent their frustration over their own inadequacies. Li Qingran had always addressed him as senior brother, treating them all like family. Yet, in hearing her call them that time and time again, they had lost themselves, taking her respect for granted. This understanding made Lu Changtian feel as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Lowering his head, he let out a quiet sigh. Do as you wish, kill me or flay me. I owe you that much. Li Qingran sheathed her sword and turned away, leaving him with nothing but her upright silhouette. Destroy your own Dantian, she said coldly. Lu Changtian's clenched fist slowly loosened. If I destroy my Dantian, will you forgive me? Qingran, will you return to Qishao Peak? In the biting wind, her resolute figure did not pause, leaving behind only 2 frigid words. I won't. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chen Huai'an slapped his thigh in excitement. That's it. That's exactly the vibe I wanted. A satisfying slap in the face, delivered with flair. As he cheered for the game's storyline, a system notification chimed. Thank you for supporting our game. Your exclusive gaming helmet has been delivered. There was a knock at the door. Chen Huai'an dashed to the entrance in a flash, scooped up the box on the ground, and returned to his couch. Upon opening it, he found a sleek, futuristic black gaming helmet inside, adorned with the logo of Digital Girlfriend and a chibi version of Li Qingran. Both Chen Huai'an and the black cat beside him wore puzzled expressions. The helmet looked suspicious, and the game didn't seem to require such equipment. The black cat, however, seemed to recognize something. It trembled all over, lowering its head and pretending to lick its paw. Inwardly, it thought, this is clearly an incomplete celestial artifact. Who on earth created this game? Could it be connected to the ancestral dragon? Noticing the shivering cat, Chen Huai'an asked in confusion, what are you shaking for? The black cat let out a soft meow, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary feline. Internally, it chanted, I'm just a little kitty, always just a little kitty. I know nothing. In the end, Chen Huai'an decided to put on the suspicious helmet. Though he had his doubts about the game's developers, he thought about the 300,000 yuan he had already poured into it and chose to trust in his investment. Electronic girlfriend connection in progress. The pitch-black screen flickered, and Chen Huai'an stood frozen in place. What unfolded before his eyes left him utterly stunned. Li Qingran was walking toward him step by step, surrounded by the familiar Cangyun Sect Plaza. The scene was so vivid that even the tiny blood vessels beneath Li Qingran's skin were clearly visible, and he could even hear the faint sound of sand grains rolling in the breeze. Wow, this VR technology is insane. Chen Huai'an marveled to himself. He recalled the sense of disconnect he'd experienced while trying out the latest VR headset at the gaming center. Yet this electronic girlfriend game delivered an unprecedented level of immersion. Although he could still sense a faint, intangible barrier preventing him from fully interacting with the game world, the experience was already beyond his expectations. 300,000 totally worth it, Chen Huai'an thought smugly. Next, I'll get one of those insulated cups for use on planes. Total game changer. Just then, in the scene, Li Qingran suddenly stood up. Today, I, Li Qingran, will abolish my Dantian as penance to atone for my mistakes and to earn Qingran Shimi's forgiveness. I have no regrets, even if it cost me my life. Master, I beg for your permission. However, just as he was about to destroy his Dantian, a thunderous shout erupted from above, freezing his body in place. The voice of Taoist Qingxian thundered with anger. You disgrace. I have painstakingly nurtured you to this point, and now you want to throw it all away for one person? Destroy your Dantian and cultivation? Worthless fool. Get out of my sight and go reflect on your actions at the cliff of reflection. As his most cherished disciple, Taoist Qingxian couldn't bear to see Li Qingran ruin his future. Among all his disciples, Li Qingran was first in rank, followed by Xiao Yifeng, with the charming Mu Baishuang in third. Taoist Qingxian had poured the most effort into Lu Changshenhao. Could he simply stand by and watch his disciple destroy himself? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Your character projection has been activated. You are now free to move. Remaining time in Ascension full circle state, 21 hours. You may interact freely. Please note that your language and decisions will affect the storyline. Your words and actions represent your image, so choose wisely. Chen Huai'an quickly swallowed the sip of Gonlin brew he'd been about to take. Straightening his expression, he let out a cold snort. I have spoken. No one shall interfere in this matter today. Taoist Qingxian, consider yourself warned. One only regrets having read so little when the need arises, Chen Huai'an lamented inwardly. Faced with the current situation, he felt utterly at a loss for words, barely managing to keep up appearances. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the Cangyun Sect's plaza froze. Taoist Qingxian remained silent, slowly drawing the Qingxian sword. The terrifying aura of a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator surged forth like a tidal wave, blowing his hat to the ground. His robes and long hair danced wildly amidst the roiling spiritual energy. Elder Qingxian, let's talk this through. Wu Duantian hastily interjected. As the Sect's steward, the last thing he wanted was for cultivators to start fighting here. For one, it could damage the Sect's buildings, and for another, he was counting on this mysterious cultivator to heal Zhao Lingtian's Dantian. Li Qingran is my eldest disciple. How could I stand by and watch his Dantian be crippled? Taoist Qingshuan's voice was like a thin thread that reached Wu Duantian's ears directly. He cut straight to the point. This man is absolutely not at the integration stage. Judging by his relationship with Li Qingran, even if they aren't master and disciple in name, they certainly are in spirit. If he were truly an integration stage cultivator, why would he go to such lengths to hide it? Wu Duantian sighed. Taoist Qingshuan's reasoning was sound. No one here was blind. But he didn't care about the man's cultivation level, he only cared if Zhao Lingtian's Dantian could be healed. Can't we all just sit down and talk this out? There is nothing to discuss, Taoist Qingxian replied coldly. Fine, fine, then go ahead and fight. Wu Duantian gave up trying to mediate. Destroy the sect gates, force the ancestors out of seclusion, and let the entire Cangyun Realm, both righteous and demonic paths, mock our Qingyun sect. At that moment, the space behind Li Qingran suddenly distorted. A cold snort, filled with anger, reverberated through the entire area, shaking everyone present. A pressure far more terrifying than Taoist Qingshuan's descended, enveloping the crowd. A figure emerged from the void dressed in dark robes, with white hair and a black-scaled long sword in hand. His face was partially obscured by divine light, revealing only sharp, handsome contours. Yet the most striking feature was his pair of golden, vertical pupils, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. As his full form materialized, a dragon's roar thundered through the sky. A shadow of a black dragon burst forth from behind him, coiling around him before partially merging with the black-scaled sword, as though it were the sword's very soul. Say, senior. Li Qingran stammered, staring at Chen Huai'an, who now stood before her. She forgot to breathe, her cheeks growing even redder. Step back, girl. Cough. This sovereign is about to, cough, start killing. Chen Huai'an was equally nervous. The skill bar on the right side of his vision was fully lit, its flashing icons almost blinding. The immersive experience provided by the VR device only heightened his sense of urgency. He didn't even dare glance at Li Qingran again, fearing he might become too distracted. The real problem now was, how was he supposed to use all these skills? With everything lit up, which one should he choose? Just then, a system prompt appeared. Beginner combat tutorial starting now. Chen Huai'an's vision was suddenly filled with a game interface, and his heart leapt with joy. The system's beginner-friendly tutorial gave him a glimmer of hope. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze. The game tutorial officially began. Chen Huai'an immediately turned his head, fixing his gaze intently on Li Qingran. A system prompt explained that this was a desensitization training, allowing players to fully control their character's every movement through the latest brain-neural mapping technology. Before him appeared a mirror with rippling water-like effects and a wooden training dummy. Reluctantly tearing his eyes away from Li Qingran's face, Chen Huai'an made a playful scissorhand gesture at the mirror. This cheeky action was completely out of character for a cultivator of his level at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Quickly, he composed himself, adopting a demeanor befitting his sage-like image, unconsciously immersing himself in the role. The system continued its instructions. All available techniques, cultivation methods, and their effects would be directly mapped into his mind. This process was safe and harmless. With repeated use, these abilities would gradually become second nature. Following the prompts, Chen Huai'an swung his sword at the dummy. The wooden figure shattered instantly upon impact, but the strike felt weightless, as if slicing through tofu. A new dummy appeared, and the system instructed him to use a skill technique. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Huai'an executed the first move from the Qinglian sword manual, riding the wind and breaking the waves. A clear, resonant sword hum echoed as he transformed into a streak of sword light, darting forward like a dragon or lightning bolt. The sword light flashed, and the wooden dummy was instantly reduced to splinters. When he returned to his original position, he was astonished to see a misty afterimage left near the shattered dummy, perfectly capturing his striking pose. Even more exciting was the sight of the second stage skill of riding the wind and breaking the waves, phantom slash now glowing, indicating it was ready to be used. This ability allowed him to instantly return to the afterimage's location for a follow-up strike. Whoa, amazing! Chen Huai'an exclaimed in genuine admiration. If the first move of the Qinglian sword manual was already this profound, he had to master it and eventually teach it to Li Qingran. The tutorial ended, and the world around him resumed its vitality. Chen Huai'an's gaze locked onto Lu Changtian and Daoist Qingxian in the distance, his previously uncertain expression replaced with unshakable confidence. He let out a cold chuckle, preparing to teach this meddlesome old man a lesson. In his mind, he pictured the 10th move of the Qinglian sword manual moon rising over heavenly mountains. Unfortunately, the 11th and 12th moves were still beyond his reach for now. Otherwise, he would have loved to split the Milky Way and unleash it upon Daoist Qingxian. The black scale sword slid slightly out of its sheath, its blade glimmering faintly like stardust. The violent sword intent made the very air around him creak and groan. Qingxian, you old dog. Chen Huai'an's eyes gleamed with icy determination. You want to protect your little disciple? Then take this sword from me. With a thunderous sword hum, a streak of moonlight rose from the ground in front of the grand hall of the Cangyun Sect. The young master was unparalleled, his sword intent as radiant as a shooting star. Under the bright moonlight, everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the full moon above. Wu Duantian staggered to his feet, his face pale with panic. The Qingxian sword in the hands of the Daoist Qingxian trembled uncontrollably, betraying the shock in its wielder's heart. Deep within the hidden sanctuaries of the Cangyun sect, an elderly white-haired woman meditating with her eyes closed suddenly furrowed her brows. Li Qingran gazed up at the moonlight in a trance, his eyes filled with awe. Amid the radiant moon, a figure danced with a sword, wild and untamed. The bright moon rises from the Tianshan Mountains, amidst the vast sea of clouds. A fleeting, ethereal chant echoed through the moonlit night, its lingering melody captivating everyone present. The sword's brilliance pierced through the clouds, scattering cold light in all directions. Suddenly, the sword's momentum shifted, swift as a thunderclap. The figure let out a resounding laugh. The strong wind sweeps thousands of miles, crossing the Jade Gate Pass. Condense. High above, the sword intent grew razor-sharp. The figure abruptly halted, and with a seemingly weightless motion, the long sword descended. A sharp clang rang out as the sea of clouds split apart, the sky instantly clearing, and the moonlight shining even colder. A suffocating aura of killing intent enveloped the scene. Wu Duantian's courage shattered. His face turned ashen as he frantically shouted to those around him, "This is bad. Quickly, stabilize the sect's protective formation. Have the disciples evacuate the square immediately." At first, he had dismissed the mysterious cultivator as merely exuding the aura of a nascent soul cultivator at its peak, assuming that even if Qingxian Daoist was outmatched, he could hold his ground until reinforcements arrived. But the opponent's display of swordsmanship was terrifying beyond belief, akin to that of a reclusive master from the legendary sword pavilion. The sword's light descended, aimed directly at Daoist Qingxian. Moonlight and sword intent intertwined, forming a dazzling spectacle at a distance. One could still discern its shape, but up close, it was a blinding silver glow. Surrounded by the all-encompassing sword light, Taoist Qingxian had no escape. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the most powerful technique of the Grand Wu Xiang sword, seizing the galaxy. The Qingxian sword streaked through the air, trailing brilliant starlight. Yet under the bright moon, it seemed dim and feeble. No matter how radiant a spark may be, it cannot outshine the full moon. When the moonlight faded, the square of the Cangyun sect was riddled with countless sword marks, denser the closer one approached the center. Taoist Qingxian, drenched in blood, barely supported his trembling body with the now battered Qingxian sword. A beam of moonlight silently descended behind Taoist Qingxian. From it emerged Chen Huai'an, who ignored the blood-soaked figure kneeling in defeat and walked straight to Li Qingran. His voice was icy as he asked, "Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist you?" Li Qingran looked up at Chen Huai'an, his face growing paler as he swallowed hard. I'll do it myself." With his spiritual energy reversed, a muffled sound followed. Li Qingran clutched his Dantian, writhing in agony on the ground. His anguished screams echoed across the square. Taoist Qingxian struggled to rise, but ultimately collapsed back into the pool of his own blood. Every debt has its debtor. Chen Huai'an stepped in front of Mu Baishuang, the cold indifference in his golden vertical pupils making the young girl tremble involuntarily. She looked like a frightened fawn, her wide, terrified eyes fixed on the man before her. Her pitiful appearance was enough to evoke sympathy, as though a mere touch could shatter her. Yet, a bead of cold sweat formed on Chen Huai'an's forehead. The information displayed by the system left him deeply unsettled. Mu Baishuang female 347 years old nascent soul, stage self-sealed innate alluring bone. Two fatal realizations struck him at once. Not only was this girl a concealed old monster, but, even worse, his energy bar was already depleted from maintaining appearances. "Hand over Li Qingran's water spiritual root," Chen Huai'an demanded, staring directly at Mu Baishuang, his tone as cold as ice. "Senior, Mu Baishuang hesitated, her voice faltering. "Will you hand it over, or not?" The killing intent in his golden pupils was suffocating. Mu Baishuang weighed her options carefully. Unsealing her power and fighting this sword cultivator would not only expose her true identity but could also lead to her death if he still had any strength left. For the sake of her young master, she could not afford to be exposed. She had to survive. A mere water spiritual root was of no use to her young master and was not worth the risk. "I will give it." She straightened her posture, tilting her head slightly to reveal her pale, delicate neck, tears streaming down her charming face. "Senior, you may take it directly." A system prompt appeared. "Please select the spiritual root to extract. Single water spiritual root from Li Qingran. Dual earth and wood spiritual roots from Yang Tian." Chen Huai'an's heart leapt with joy. This enchantress must have used some method to deceive Qingxian Taoist, but now the opportunity was too good to pass up. Without hesitation, he chose to extract all of them. After all, she was a hidden demonish wouldn't dare to make a fuss. His hand effortlessly passed through Mu Baishuang's body, extracting 2 glowing orbs and storing them away. He gave her a meaningful glance before withdrawing. Mu Baishuang was utterly stunned. The pain of losing her spiritual roots was secondary. What truly horrified her was that this man seemed to have seen through her secret. Born with an innate alluring bone and no spiritual roots of her own, she had concealed her nature by stealing the spiritual roots of others and using demonic techniques. Even those in the integration stage couldn't detect her deception. Who on earth was this man? By the time she recovered and tried to confirm her suspicions, Chen Huai'an had already turned to walk toward Li Qingran. He had beaten his enemies, exacted his revenge, taken what he needed, and his energy bar was empty. It was time to leave. As he passed the half-dead Qingxian Taoist, he considered finishing him off, but he suddenly sensed multiple late nascent soul stage auras locking onto him. Wu Duantian's silence said it all. Enough was enough. Push any further, and it would be a fight to the death. "Qingran, let's go." "Go?" An aged voice suddenly rang out. At some point, a white-haired old woman holding a dragon-head staff had appeared beside the Qingxian Taoist. Her cloudy eyes locked onto Chen Huai'an, her presence so seamlessly blended with the environment that there was no trace of her aura. "You come to my Cangyun sect, wreak havoc, and think you can just leave?" The old woman struck the ground with her dragon-head staff. Boom! A ripple of cyan energy spread outward like a wave, forcing all the late nascent soul stage elders of the Cangyun sect, including Wu Duantian, to kneel and bow. In front of the sect's grand hall, an oppressive silence fell. Not even a crow dared to caw. Chen Huai'an suddenly stopped in his tracks. Deep down, he knew this moment was inevitable. A flicker of seriousness flashed in his eyes. This was the most classic trope in cultivation novels. The hidden boss finally reveals themselves. In typical stories, the appearance of a sect's ancient elder like this would often draw criticism from readers. Defeat the underlings, then the elder shows up, and after the elder, a resurrected version. A never-ending cycle of escalating challenges. For most other players, the only options at this point would be to await their doom or let the plot play out. But Chen Huai'an was different. His greatest advantage? Money. So, you're the ancient monster hiding within Cangyun Sect? Chen Huai'an tilted his head slightly, half of his face obscured by shadow, leaving only a single vertical pupil glinting coldly in the darkness. The moment he spoke, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Li Qingran stared at Chen Huai'an in disbelief, her heartbeat quickening as she noticed a stark change in his tone compared to before. Wu Duantian and the other elders wore expressions of utter shock. Zhang Hanxiao, who had been feigning death, secretly opened one eye. Lu Changtian stopped rolling on the ground, and Mu Baishuang covered her mouth in astonishment. Even the severely injured Taoist Qingxian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, daring to speak so disrespectfully to someone in the integration stage? While it was true that the Qingyun ancestor was ancient, basic respect was still expected. Especially when the gap between their cultivation levels, even if just one stage, was like the difference between heaven and earth. The wrinkles at the corners of the Qingyun ancestor's eyes twitched violently. Her lips curled into a cold, humorless smile as killing intent surged in her gaze. That's right. Old. Monster. Chen Huai'an maintained a calm facade, but internally, he was already panicking. As he sensed the ancestor preparing to strike, he immediately called out to the system in his mind, hoping for a breakthrough in cultivation. But the system's responses came in quick succession. This cultivation level is currently unavailable, and your balance is insufficient. Whether it was the peak, late, mid, or early stages of integration, either the level was locked, or he simply didn't have enough funds. In that split second, the Qingyun ancestor, now furious, made her move. Behind her, a colossal greenstone avatar materialized, its 6 arms wielding a sword, knife, spear, bottle, shield, and fan. The oppressive aura it emitted was overwhelming. The avatar's face was a dark green, its hair stark white, and its eyes crimson. Every gesture it made radiated an imposing majesty. Chen Huai'an outwardly remained composed, but inside, his thoughts were in complete disarray. Just as he braced himself for what he thought would be his inevitable demise at the hands of the plot, a game notification suddenly popped up. You have provoked the hidden boss, Qingyun Ancestor. You now have 3 options, and multiple selections are allowed. Upon seeing this message, Chen Huai'an immediately straightened his back, regaining the confidence he had almost lost. Pop-up recharge offers kept appearing this month. 18 for the 1,000-mile escape talisman, allowing instant retreat from any battlefield, with a discount as low as 0.001. 88 for temporary latestage fusion realm pressure, lasting 30 seconds. 188 for a charm boost, increasing the success rate of winning over the Qingyun Patriarch. Chen Huai'an squinted, carefully considering these otherworldly sugar mommy-robbing options. If Li Qingran weren't standing right next to him, he would have undoubtedly chosen the third option without hesitation. After all, who wouldn't want to cozy up to power and enjoy skyrocketing stats in a game? But circumstances were different now. With the Qingyun Patriarch on the brink of losing her temper, Chen Huai'an decisively recharged 294 to claim all 3 options. In that instant, the Qingyun Patriarch's gaze on Chen Huai'an froze. That face, bathed in divine light, and that familiar orate reminded her of her late partner, Lu Zihu. Although reason told her it couldn't possibly be him, the resemblance was uncanny, and her overwhelming momentum rapidly diminished. Lu Zihu had once been one of the top 10 most handsome men in the Cangyun Realm. Unfortunately, his talent was mediocre, and even with the Qingyun Patriarch exhausting her resources, she couldn't help him break through to the transformation stage to extend his life. After his passing, the once eternally youthful Patriarch chose to appear as an old woman, for her heart had died with him. Yet now, that lifeless heart rippled once more. However, Chen Huai'an's next words immediately extinguished that flicker of emotion. Old monster, do you think being in the fusion realm makes you so great? Before his words even fully landed, he unleashed his true aura. The latest stage fusion realm pressure descended like a mountain, shrouding the entire plaza in shadow. The elders in the transformation stage collapsed to their knees, their legs sinking into the stone bricks, unable to lift their heads. Behind Chen Huai'an emerged a massive black dragon manifestation, even larger than the Qing stone giant. Its golden vertical pupils gleamed like blazing suns, while its deafening roar shook the heavens. Chen Huai'an had intended to recite a poem, but failing to come up with suitable lines, he simply maintained his aloof demeanor. Beside him, Li Qingran was already utterly captivated by his overwhelming presence. As the Qingyun Patriarch wrestled with whether to reclaim her dignity, Chen Huai'an, noticing that his 30-second buff was about to expire, took the initiative to offer her an out. Today, I have witnessed the grandeur of your sect. My business here is concluded. Farewell. In the final 5 seconds, he pulled out the 1,000-mile escape talisman, While it couldn't physically grab hold of Li Qingran, the talisman's effect enveloped them both. May I know your name? The Cangyun patriarch asked, her gaze softening. Jimin Sect, Chen Huai'an. With a faint sound, the two vanished instantly. The Cangyun patriarch didn't pursue them. Instead, she turned to heal the gravely injured Qingxian Taoist. Once he regained consciousness, she scolded him harshly, ordering him to meditate in isolation at the reflection cliff. Then, in an unexpected tone, she added, within half an hour, bring me 2 furnaces of youth-restoring pills and prepare a milk bath with luotian flowers. The peculiar request left Qingxian Taoist utterly dumbfounded. Taoist Qingxian felt a strong premonition rising within him, feared he might not escape death this time. Although his injuries had not yet healed, he dared not defy the orders of Patriarch Qingyun. Thinking back now, his opponent turned out to be a cultivator at the integration stage. No wonder he was defeated so easily. He shook his head with a bitter smile. The fact that such a powerful master had spared his life was clearly out of respect for the Qingyun sect. Being defeated in a single strike by a suppressed integration stage cultivator was, in a way, a peculiar honor. Any other nascent soul cultivator in his place would likely have been reduced to dust by that earth-shattering blow. Master, my Dantian. Lu Changtian staggered toward Taoist Qingxian, his face pale as a sheet. Taoist Qingxian furrowed his brows, his tone laced with irritation. Your Dantian? There's nothing I can do to help. Cause and effect, karma is inescapable. Why did you have to bully Qingran back then? You even falsely accused her of deliberately injuring Mu Baishuang and insisted I strip her of her spiritual roots. Now you're regretting it? Now you come begging me? Lu Changtian lowered his head in silence, unable to respond. Looking at his most prized disciple, Taoist Qingxian couldn't help but feel reluctant to see him reduced to a cripple. He sighed and said, you have 2 paths before you. Either you switch to body cultivation, using raw strength to break through the limitations of techniques. With your talent, you might still achieve something. However, body cultivation techniques are incredibly rare in Cangyun sect, and even across the entire Cangyun Realm. This path will be fraught with difficulties. Or, you can prepare for the upcoming Central Continent Secret Realm. This time, both a major and minor secret realm will be opening. Master, I choose the major secret realm. Lu Changtian immediately clasped his hands in a determined salute. Taoist Qingxian smacked him on the forehead with the hilt of his sword. Fool, that realm is for nascent soul cultivators and above. You'd be walking to your death. I mentioned the secret realm because this time, all the great sacred lands will be selecting talents. If you can perform well in the minor secret realm, you might catch their attention and gain an opportunity to heal your Dantian. Hearing this, Lu Changtian's eyes lit up. The 3 great sacred lands of the Cangyun Realm, Yaoqi, Zhenwu, and Fanjing, were home to countless powerful figures, many of them legendary. Among such masters, perhaps someone might possess the formula for the primordial heaven-mending pill, or even a comprehensive system for body cultivation. Seeing the hope on Lu Changtian's face, Taoist Qingxian sighed inwardly. The sacred lands were notoriously strict in their selection of prodigies. For someone like Lu Changtian, with a damaged Dantian, being chosen was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Not far away, Mu Baishuang was meditating to heal her injuries, but she kept her ears perked, listening intently. She knew the Central Continent Secret Realm all too well. It was a grand event, offering ancient techniques, artifacts, and pills in abundance. If someone could obtain one of its treasures, even an ordinary person could rise to become a sought-after talent among the major sects. Li Qingran will likely go to the Central Continent Secret Realm too, won't she? Mu Baishuang thought to herself. The Taindao body and the black gold cold jade on Zhang Hanxiao were critical to her young master's plans. As for that precious jade, with Zhang Hanxiao gravely injured, all she needed to do was carefully placate her senior brother, and it would be hers for the taking. Mu Baishuang stood in the corner, a glint of cold malice flashing in her eyes. She was silently calculating her plan against Li Qingran. The Taindao body. It wasn't convenient to act within the sect before. I had hoped she'd perish outside, so I could use the demonic devour bone technique to claim the Dao body for myself. But unexpectedly, she encountered that expert. Not only did she survive, but her Dantian was restored, and she even broke free from the heart demon I implanted. She let out a cold laugh. But now that she's left Qingyun sect and entered the secret realm, a mere Li Qingran is no match for me. That integration stage master, no matter how powerful, can't possibly stay by her side all the time. These great cultivators love to retreat into seclusion for years, just like the Qingyun patriarch, who barely shows up once in a decade. As long as I don't appear before the patriarch, my identity will remain. Are you King Shuan's disciple? A hoarse voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. Mu Baishuang's entire body stiffened, and goosebumps instantly covered her skin. She didn't dare look up at the speaker and immediately knelt down, bowing her head. Disciple Mu Baishuang greets the patriarch. The Qingyun patriarch regarded her with a solemn gaze, remaining silent. Mu Baishuang kept her head lowered, her view limited to the patriarch's shoes and walking staff. Sweat dripped down her face, each second dragging on like an eternity. Just as she contemplated whether to risk everything and make a move, the patriarch finally spoke. I've heard a bit about Li Qingran. Mu Baishuang, focus on your cultivation. If your intentions stray again, I won't hesitate to help my wayward descendant clean house. With that, the Qingyun patriarch tapped her dragon-head staff and departed with a spring in her step, her demeanor surprisingly youthful. She had dealt with plenty of scheming disciples like Mu Baishuang before. Back in her own disciple days, her methods had been no less crafty. But now, with her attention on rejuvenating her second spring, a mere chi-refining disciple warranted only a light warning. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an appeared with Li Qingran, emerging from the thousand-mile divine travel talisman. Glancing at the map, he realized they hadn't traveled far from Qingyun's sect. His true self couldn't help but grumble. How big does this darn map have to be? To avoid the Qingyun patriarch catching up, he used telekinesis to lift Li Qingran and leapt onto the black scale sword in an instant. With the nascent soul experience card still active, he needed to fly her far away as quickly as possible. The speed of sword flight was astonishing, akin to a fighter jeter, so Chen Huai'an imagined, having never actually been on a plane. As he marveled at the game's realism, the fierce wind behind him left Li Qingran squinting her eyes shut. She tried to speak to her senior, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the wind turned her voice into a distorted wail. To avoid embarrassing herself in front of him, she quickly closed her mouth, though she couldn't help but wonder, why isn't Senior activating a wind barrier? Could it be he's letting his hair flow for a more dashing look? No. Senior must be feeling the Taoist principles within the wind. Gazing at his fluttering white hair, Li Qingran felt her heart fill with sweetness, even as her own hair whipped messily across her face. No matter how many female disciples Senior has, he'll always be right. Ugh. Chen Huai'an rubbed his hands together, slightly slowing their pace. We're cultivators now. Why don't flying swords come with temperature control? What if my precious Qingran gets cold? This isn't mystical at all. A system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations on assisting your electronic girlfriend in completing Main Quest 1.0. Reward. 10 Thunderfire Talismans have been delivered. Just 10 Thunderfire Talismans? What am I, a beggar? Chen Huai'an scoffed. Does this exalted one look like he needs that? At that moment, a sudden thud came from the hotel room door. A black cat poked its head out from a shoebox to sense the object's aura outside, only for its entire body to shudder. Its wide eyes filled with fear as it hurriedly shrank back into the box. Main Quest 2.0. Please help your electronic girlfriend establish herself in the new sanctuary. Sanctuary? Chen Huai'an's mind blanked for a moment, and he nearly tumbled off the flying sword. Senior, have you been to Tianquan City before? Walking along the bustling streets, Li Qingran cautiously asked. Her gaze was occasionally drawn to the roadside stalls, and she pointed at a stand selling sugar figures, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Look, Senior, my parents used to buy these for me when I was little. She seemed like an enthusiastic guide, eagerly introducing the sights to Chen Huai'an. Senior, there's an amazing restaurant over there. Mid-sentence, she suddenly paused, realizing something, and her voice trailed off. I'm sorry, I forgot you've already reached the stage of fasting. As they arrived at a deserted cobblestone path, Li Qingran's tone suddenly grew somber. Senior, this road leads to Filong Pass. My parents used to say that those who leave through this road probably never come back. By now, Tianquan City had already undergone dynastic changes, and 2 city lords had come and gone. Standing before the bustling city gates, Li Qingran turned to face Chen Huai'an. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. The strands of her hair swayed gently in the wind, her lashes concealing emotions she couldn't put into words. Senior, you? She dared not look up, afraid that he might notice her reddened eyes. Chen Huai'an sighed deeply, feeling conflicted. He realized that his actions now were no different from those elders who casually left children at boarding schools. In this world, sects were akin to such institutions. Watching the limited time of his trial card ticking away, Chen Huai'an was struck by a harsh reality. In this cultivation world where everyone was extraordinary, Li Qingran was like a walking treasure trove. She possessed a supreme-grade Dantian, a Tying Dao body, and a single water spiritual root, yet her strength was only at the peak of the chi-refining stage, leaving her utterly defenseless. If someone with ill intentions discovered her, she would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Senior. Seeing the hesitation on Chen Huai'an's face, Li Qingran slowly unclenched her fingers from the fabric of her clothes. Holding back her emotions, she said, I understand. I'll find a place to stay out of trouble. Chen Huai'an was taken aback as he looked at the stubborn young girl before him. He thought she had come to terms with the situation, but her reddened eyes betrayed her feelings. She looked like a kitten about to be abandoned. Remembering her heroic demeanor when she had sparred with Li Qingran, the contrast made her current vulnerability all the more heartrending. "Forget it. I'll explain everything to you," Chen Huai'an said, leading Li Qingran into a nearby restaurant. He motioned for the nervous waiter to bring some food before turning serious. I am very busy, with many matters to attend to. I don't have time to take care of you." Li Qingran's lips quivered slightly at his words, and a trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Sensing her reaction, Chen Huai'an immediately softened his tone, reaching out to gently pat her head. Seeing the confusion in her gaze, he explained, "You see, I can't touch you because this is just an avatar. My true body is currently locked in a fierce battle with a powerful demon. Senior, are you in danger? Is the demon very difficult to deal with?" Li Qingran asked anxiously, her hands unconsciously clutching the corners of her robe. "Yes, it's quite troublesome," Chen Huai'an replied with a helpless nod. "The demon's poison has already infiltrated my true body, and my life is likely in jeopardy." He thought to himself, how much could a game character really understand? Even if he told her it was cancer, what difference would it make? While the AI in this game was impressively advanced, it surely couldn't truly comprehend human emotions. Li Qingran's face turned pale instantly, and a buzzing filled her ears. It felt as though her heart was being gripped tightly, her fingers turning white from the pressure. If even someone as powerful as her senior couldn't overcome this poison, how terrifying must that demon be? Suddenly, she understood. Her senior had been tirelessly fighting to protect the Cangyun Realm, yet he still took the time to accompany her to Cangyun's Sect. "Senior, I was wrong," Li Qingran said tearfully as she knelt before him. Startled, Chen Huai'an quickly extended a hand as if to lift her up, but she stubbornly remained in her kneeling position, meeting his gaze. "Senior, I have a single water spiritual root, which makes me highly suited for cultivating alchemy. The Cangyun Realm is rich in pill recipes. I will surely be able to create an antidote for you." Her voice was resolute. The idea might have seemed naive or even laughable, but she truly believed that solutions often lay in the simplest of places. While her senior sought grand methods, she would focus on smaller ones. Together, they could cover all bases. Chen Huai'an was moved by her sincerity. The sorrow, reluctance, fear, and determination in her eyes made him wonder if she truly was just an AI character. Her gaze was so genuine, it seemed to require a level of acting far beyond what he expected. Spending 300,000 game credits for this moment of warmth at the end of his life suddenly felt worthwhile. "Don't worry," he said gently, trying to comfort her. "I'm a cultivator at the integration stage. Do you think I would succumb so easily to demon poison? Focus on your cultivation. Becoming the strongest cultivator in the Cangyun Realm would be the greatest comfort you could give me." Li Qingran noticed that her senior had stopped referring to himself as this venerable one, and she felt a newfound closeness. The once unattainable figure suddenly seemed within reach, even though she still couldn't truly touch him. "Senior, I will become an alchemist. Lingy Valley will definitely accept me," she said, referring to the sect renowned for its expertise in medicine and alchemy. Coincidentally, the city of Tianquan was hosting a Dao-seeking conference, where Lingy Valley was recruiting disciples. "Qingran, you've already been cultivating the Qi Yun art," Chen Huai'an began, but his words trailed off as he saw the unwavering determination in her eyes. "Senior, I know that the Qi Yun art is focused on combat and conflicts with the path of alchemy," Li Qingran said, bowing respectfully. She looked directly into his eyes, a warm smile gracing her lips. "Besides, water spiritual roots and the Qi Yun art are inherently incompatible. So, in that case, I will abolish my cultivation." No wonder the people of Qishao Peak say Li Qingran is slow in her cultivation, Chen Huai'an thought to himself. A water spiritual root practicing a fire-attributed cultivation method, how could her progress possibly be fast? He looked at the young girl in front of him and shook his head. Qishao Peak had been so focused on recruiting her into their sect that they hadn't considered giving her a suitable cultivation method. Fortunately, he had recently obtained the Tideborn technique as a reward from a battle order. It was highly compatible with water spiritual roots and would serve as a perfect foundational technique for Li Qingran. At this moment, Li Qingran had already completed the process of dispersing her cultivation and stood before Chen Huai'an. Her eyes were filled with a mix of timidity and determination, and a gentle smile lingered on her lips. For any cultivator, dispersing one's cultivation meant losing all progress, something no one would do lightly. Yet, Li Qingran, unaware of the existence of the Tideborn technique, had chosen to take this step solely to support Chen Huai'an, proving her resolve through action rather than empty words. Chen Huai'an took out a jade slip engraved with wave-like patterns. "This is the Tideborn technique, a water-attributed cultivation method. Now that you've dispersed your cultivation, you can start practicing this. Once you reach its peak, it'll teach you something even better." Li Qingran didn't immediately accept the jade slip. Tilting her head slightly, Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Senior, does this mean you're going to take Qingran as your disciple? Huh. Chen Huai'an was momentarily stunned. As a fake nascent soul cultivator, he had planned to wait until his strength genuinely improved before taking on any disciples. Seeing his hesitation, Li Qingran lowered her head, her smile tinged with disappointment. Of course it makes sense. Senior already has over 100 young female disciples to care for. How could you possibly have the time to take on another little disciple? Chen Huai'an's mind was flooded with question marks. Over 100? Female disciples? And young and helpless? Where on earth did that come from? I don't have any disciples, he replied firmly. But before he could finish his thought, Li Qingran had already knelt down with a thud. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Chen Huai'an hadn't even agreed yet, but her form of address had already changed. He hesitated, worried about being exposed in the future. However, with her favorability already reaching 80, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He nodded, feigning a lofty demeanor. From today onward, you shall be this master's final disciple. I will teach you with utmost care, and you must cultivate diligently to improve your realm and lifespan. Yes, master. Qingran will remember your teachings. And so, in this ordinary tavern, the two formed a bond as master and disciple, bridging worlds. Improvising, Li Qingran used a cup of spiritual tea as a stand-in for the formal disciple ceremony. When asked how she would handle joining other sects in the future, Li Qingran simply replied, "A master is a master, and a teacher is a teacher." In the Cangyun Realm, many sects didn't enforce strict rules. While disciples with personal masters couldn't access core sect techniques, they could still learn from the sect's library and attend lectures given by elders. Most sect disciples didn't even have personal mentors, and this didn't hinder their cultivation within the sect. Chen Huai'an removed his VR headset, a thought echoing in his mind. All things in the world are interconnected by cause and effect. It is through these connections that we draw closer to one another. Chen Huai'an handed all the Thunderfire talismans to Li Qingran for self-defense, then logged out of the game. He opened the map to check the faction distribution within Tianquan City. The cultivators of Lingy Valley were marked as friendly green dots, appearing to be the most reliable. In contrast, the cultivators of Yuling Sect, Chan Sect, and Solar Pavilion were a mix of yellow and green, clearly not easy to deal with. The Sword Pavilion, though also marked with friendly green dots, only accepted one member, which seemed rather unwelcoming. Glancing at the time, Chen Huai'an changed into fresh clothes, added a bowl of white rice to Baji's meal, and prepared to head out. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed two packages placed at the entrance. One was labeled Thunderfire Talismans, and the other, Qingran's Spirit Tea. Huh. Chen Huai'an was momentarily stunned. Were these Thunderfire Talismans meant for him? Leaving them taped to the door seemed a bit odd. He unwrapped the package, revealing 10 finely crafted talismans with a faint cinnabar fragrance. Although they were only ordinary grade, he still stuck one on the window and another on the door. Together with the black scale sword hanging on the wall, the room in this budget hotel now exuded a mysterious aura. The second package surprised him even more. It didn't contain tea leaves, but a cup of warm tea, sealed tightly with vacuum film. Chen Huai'an caught the familiar aroma and drank it down in one gulp. At that moment, the game notifications began popping up frantically. Your remaining lifespan, 45 days. Your remaining lifespan, 84 days. Your remaining lifespan, 79 days. The numbers kept fluctuating before finally settling at 78 days. After drinking the tea and taking just a few steps, Chen Huai'an suddenly realized his leg no longer hurt. He tested walking around, and even removed the cast. The fracture had completely healed. To confirm, he made a small cut on his finger with a blade, and the wound closed instantly. I'm turning into a superhero. Chen Huai'an laughed excitedly. Meanwhile, Baji, hiding in a shoebox, silently observed everything. As a young Taotai spirit that had possessed a black cat, it felt uneasy about its owner's sudden transformation. Eating plain white rice every day was bad enough, but now this boss seemed to be showing signs of losing his mind. Staring at the door, Baji decided it needed to find a chance to escape. Once it could grow stronger by devouring more, it was destined to become an unparalleled force in the world. With that thought, a sly, wicked grin crept across Baji's face. Half an hour later, Chen Huai'an had already been out for quite some time. Baji stood alone by the window, its golden cat-like eyes gazing at the setting sun outside. A yellow talisman covered in incomprehensible characters was stuck on the window. Every time it tried to get closer, it could feel a faint yet undeniable sense of oppression. So, there's no escape after all. Baji lowered its head, a bitter smile forming in its heart. How could someone wielding a fragmented celestial artifact not see through its thoughts? This cage was never meant to be an easy one to break free from. As for the owner's eccentric behavior, it was likely his attempt to comprehend the Tao in a mortal form. Baji moved over to its food bowl and looked at the white rice inside. while modern rice was indeed more refined than what it remembered from its own time. This meal, after shoveling down a couple of bites, its golden eyes welled up with tears. Damn it, this rice isn't even cooked. Meanwhile, at the airport, Chen Huai'an suddenly scratched his chin, as though remembering something. I feel like I forgot something. Oh, right. Did I undercook that pot of rice? A fleeting sense of guilt crossed his mind, but it was quickly replaced by a comforting thought. Baji was, after all, a rural cat, used to eating anything in the countryside. It wasn't like those pampered city cats that only ate specialized cat food. This was Chen Huai'an's first time flying. He had originally planned to take the train to the production team, but a shopping trip with Qingran had delayed him. As he walked through the airport, he began to notice the unusual stares around him, particularly the heated gazes from women, mixed with some envious glances from men. Strange. Is there something on my face? He muttered. He quickly ducked into the restroom, and as soon as his figure disappeared, the airport erupted into chaos. Whoa, that face is unreal. Quick, take a photo. That profile is perfection. Way more handsome than Kai Yifan, don't you think? Is he a celebrity? I don't recognize him at all. The chatter grew louder and louder, causing the nearby men to grit their teeth in frustration. A group of young women had already stationed themselves near the restroom, hiding behind various objects, ready to snap a photo of the unexpected airport heartthrob at any moment. Older women from G may tend to be more reserved. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Chen Huai'an focused intently on his reflection. Just one glance, the last glance, he muttered to himself. That's enough to spark a good mood for today. Leaning closer to the mirror, he turned his face side to side for a thorough inspection. There's nothing particularly special about my face, except for the fact that his skin seemed to have improved, and there was an indescribable air about him. Otherworldly? The word suddenly popped into his mind. He even started imagining himself in the robes of an immortal master, exuding an ethereal aura effortlessly without needing to manage his expressions. What are you staring at? So vain. A guy who had just finished washing his hands threw the comment at him irritably before walking off. Chen Huai'an frowned at first, then his expression relaxed. He slapped his thigh as the realization hit him. That's right, I am vain. It all made sense now. This newfound confidence was thanks to being constantly addressed as Your Eminence while gaming lately. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. Time to board. He gave his face a quick pat, straightened up, and strode confidently out of the restroom, ignoring the stares around him. Even when a few girls, distracted by trying to catch another glimpse of him, bumped into an advertisement board, he pretended not to notice. Once on the plane, the curious stares diminished. But as soon as he settled into his seat, a flight attendant approached him with a radiant smile. Sir, you seem to be having some difficulty. Let me help you fasten your seatbelt. Oh, I can do it myself? Chen Huai'an replied, slightly puzzled. He was only pretending to have a limp. His hands worked just fine. It's no trouble at all, sir. This is my job. As the seatbelt clicked into place, another flight attendant appeared. Sir, would you like some water? Or we also have a selection of beverages if you'd prefer. No thanks, I'm not thirsty. Even the chief purser came over to check on him. Sir, do you experience motion sickness? Let me share some tips to make your flight more comfortable. I don't think I get motion sickness. Chen Huai'an was starting to sweat, thinking to himself, wow, the service here is next level. Totally worth the 800 or 900 yuan ticket. He failed to notice the girl sitting next to him, who had turned red all the way to her ears and was practically shrinking into her seat. Once the plane reached cruising altitude and the noise subsided, she finally mustered the courage, after much internal debate, to steal a glance at him. He's so handsome. How can someone be this good-looking? She screamed internally. He seems so aloof. But this must be fate. Come on, Xiaoyan, make your move. With trembling hands and palms slick with sweat, she pulled out her phone. Could we exchange? Before she could finish, Chen Huai'an suddenly smirked disdainfully and muttered, Ha, this is supposed to be a plane? My flying sword is way faster than this. The girl froze, her phone slowly retreating back into her pocket as she sat in stunned silence. The Dao Inquiry platform in Tianquan City was teeming with people. Among the bustling crowd were mostly mortals who had traveled from nearby regions, including a fair number of martial artists skilled in combat. However, even those hailed as top-tier experts or innate masters in the martial world could only lower their heads in humility before cultivators. These martial artists longed to enter the immortal sects, but the sects valued spiritual roots and innate talent above all else. No level of martial prowess could change that. A few disciples dressed in the attire of the Qiyang sect stood to the side, murmuring complaints as they observed the crowded scene. Ugh, more disciples died this year than last. The Dao Inquiry Assembly used to be held once a year, then every 6 months, and now it's every single month. It's exhausting even for immortals. There's no helping it. The competition is getting fiercer. Even the elders of the sect are stuck at bottlenecks, let alone us ordinary disciples. One of them said, rubbing his temples. Let's hope we can find a few with decent spiritual roots. 3 or 12-element roots would be fine. Single-element talents? We wouldn't dare dream of that. Before he could finish speaking, a booming announcement echoed from the western side of the platform. Li Qingran, single water spiritual root. The declaration was like a clap of thunder, instantly causing an uproar around the Dao inquiry platform. Single root. A single spiritual root exists. The crowd erupted in gasps and exclamations. A commanding cultivator barked an order. You have half an incense stick of time. Find out everything about this single root disciple. Before Li Qingran could even process what was happening, she was surrounded by recruiters from various sects, all vying for her attention. Young friend, join our Qiyang sect. The sect master could directly take you as a personal disciple. Don't listen to him. You have a water spiritual root. Susu sect is the best choice for you. We have the most advanced water element cultivation techniques. How about considering our tool sect? Our Zen sect? Never mind, we'll take our leave. Faced with so many eager faces, Li Qingran was overwhelmed and unsure of how to respond. She had never imagined that having a single water spiritual root would make her so sought after. Previously, she had only been brought into a sect by Lu Changtian, and this was her first time experiencing such fierce competition over her. Outside the crowd, an elderly man in plain robes with a sword at his waist squinted as he observed the scene. Once he confirmed no one was paying attention to him, he discreetly took out a transmission jade. Sect Master, a genius with a single water spiritual root has appeared. Should we take action? Not yet. I have more pressing matters to handle here. Keep an eye on them for now, came the hurried reply from the other end of the jade. The old man frowned. How am I supposed to watch over this? A single root genius will be snatched up by other sects in no time. But I can't resort to violence that would make me no different from the demonic path. Forget it. Let fate decide. Those meant to stay will stay, and forcing it will only backfire. Just then, a gentle female voice drifted over. Young lady, I am Li Qingran, the reception elder of Lingy Valley. With your water spiritual root, you are best suited for the medical or alchemy path. Why not join our Lingy Valley? The crowd parted to form a path as a woman clad in light blue robes and wearing a veil approached, surrounded by several female cultivators. Her every movement exuded the fragrance of flowers, and lotus blossoms bloomed softly beneath her feet with each step. It's someone from Lingy Valley. Murmurs spread through the surrounding crowd. Let's disperse. This disciple is definitely going to Lingy Valley. Do you really think you can compete with Lingy Valley? You'd better pray you never need their help in the future. Hearing these comments, Li Qingran couldn't help but feel a spark of joy in her heart. Her goal was to reach Lingy Valley, and here she was. Lu Shengyan gracefully approached Li Qingran, her bright eyes under the veil carefully examining Li Qingran. A look of approval flashed in her gaze. Sister, you're truly beautiful, with such an elegant figure and extraordinary talent. Wouldn't it be wonderful to join us in Lingy Valley? We sisters are like family there. Don't go to other sects and let those shameless men feast their eyes on you. Li Qingran had long heard that Lingy Valley only accepted female cultivators, with very rare exceptions for men under the condition of self-castration. She had always considered joining such a peaceful sect for women, avoiding the trouble of dealing with male senior disciples and elders. After all, her heart was devoted solely to her master, and she had no interest in navigating complicated relationships. Seeing Lingy Valley's interest in her, Li Qingran immediately bowed respectfully. This junior is deeply grateful for your kindness and would be honored to join Lingy Valley. Lu Shengyan, pleased by her obedience, nodded with satisfaction and instructed a nearby female cultivator. Take this young sister to meet the young mistress. They'll stay here a while longer to see if there are any other promising talents. Yes, elder. Several female cultivators escorted Li Qingran to the top floor suite of a luxurious inn. Inside, there was a bed adorned with pale pink curtains, behind which a seductive silhouette could faintly be seen. A snow-white, delicate foot extended from beneath the curtain, its rosy toes like pearls dipped in rouge, swaying lazily. The female cultivators silently bowed and left the room, leaving it in complete silence. Li Qingran kept her head lowered, not daring to speak without permission. After a while, the dainty foot stopped moving, and the figure behind the curtain stretched languidly, followed by a crisp voice. Single water spiritual root? Not bad, not bad. After half a month of waiting, I've finally found a genius. Thank you for the praise, senior. Li Qingran quickly replied with a respectful bow. No need to be so formal. Come closer. Following the instruction, Li Qingran stepped forward, the rich fragrance of flowers filling the air. She stole a quick glance at the figure behind the curtain before immediately averting her eyes, silently reminding herself not to be disrespectful. The girl behind the curtain sniffed lightly, withdrew her foot, and asked with a playful tone, You're so strikingly beautiful. Even I'm a little envious. Do you have a partner?
No.
Have you ever had one? Never. Good. The girl seemed satisfied, lifting a foot to slightly part the curtain, revealing a pale chin and a charming, almond-shaped eye. Let me see your hand. Li Qingran obediently extended her hand. Cool fingers gently touched her wrist. After a brief moment, the young mistress withdrew her hand and calmly remarked, You've already cultivated a top-tier internal technique, highly compatible with your water spiritual root. Very good, very good. Do you have a master?
Yes.
Male or female? The young mistress' tone suddenly sharpened.
Male.
The temperature in the room plummeted. Startled, Li Qingran looked up, sensing the piercing gaze even through the curtain. Leave. With a wave of her hand, the young mistress flung the door open. A powerful gust of wind pushed Li Qingran out of the room. Li Qingran stumbled outside the door, and the two female guards quickly stepped forward to support her. Her face was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why the young master of Lingy Valley, who had been chatting and laughing with her moments ago, had suddenly pushed her out just because she mentioned having a male master. Apologies, sister, but you didn't pass our young master's test? One of the female guards gently brushed the wrinkles off her clothes, her expression apologetic yet resolute as she guided her away. Li Qingran stood firm, refusing to move. According to her plan, Lingy Valley was the most likely sect to possess ancient alchemical recipes, and their exceptional medical skills could also help save her mentor. She respectfully cupped her hands toward the guard and asked, May I know the reason? The guard hesitated for a moment, glanced around cautiously, and then led Li Qingran to a secluded corner. Lowering her voice, she said, You have a single spiritual root and extraordinary talent. I don't want you to hold a grudge against our young master because of this. She wasn't always like this. The guard sighed. Lingy Valley now not only forbids disciples from forming Dao partnerships, but our young master also harbors a deep hatred for men, especially male masters. But my master, Li Qingran began, her voice anxious as she tried to explain. The guard shook her head and interrupted. It's no use. The young master once gave chances to 1,000 men, and every single one of them let her down. She already had psychological scars, and now she's decreed that no man may set foot within 50 miles of Lingy Valley. Even a highly talented male cultivator must castrate himself to enter. Li Qingran froze in place, a mix of helplessness and urgency flooding her. Isn't there any way to make an exception? Let me explain to the young master. No, the guard said firmly. The Dao-seeking conference is almost over, and each sect will soon be returning to their mountain gates by flying boats. You still have time to try another sect. Lingy Valley. Alas, we are not fated to be connected. With that, the guard turned and walked away, leaving Li Qingran no chance to argue. Standing at the inn's entrance, Li Qingran's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. She had held back when bidding farewell to Chen Huai'an, but now, this inexplicable rejection left her heartbroken. She glanced back toward the private room, feeling utterly powerless. Her master had given her so much, yet she couldn't even take the first step to repay him. Well, isn't this the single water spiritual root sister from earlier? A mocking voice suddenly broke the silence. Li Qingran turned to see a group of people approaching, led by a pale, scholarly-looking man whose tone was filled with greed and glee. Sister, you didn't join Lingy Valley? He had a face more delicate than a woman's, pale as paper, with rouge dabbed on his cheeks. A slim short sword hung at his waist along with 4 porcelain vials. A heavy fragrance wafted from him even from a distance, and his every movement was exaggerated and affected. The pale-faced scholar gave him a once-over, then suddenly chuckled and said, Little sister, you must have been kicked out by that crazy old hag. Ha ha ha. Never would have thought that even a single spiritual root genius like you wouldn't be spared. He laughed so hard his face turned ashen, then bent over to take a deep breath before grinning again. Ha, perfect, just perfect. Little sister, why don't you join our Inyang sect? Our sect's influence is no less than Lingy Valley's, even if our reputation is a bit lacking. But as cultivators, aren't we all pursuing the great Tao? As long as it's not demonic cultivation, what does it matter if the methods are a bit indulgent? Li Qingran's delicate face turned slightly cold. The Inyang sect, along with the Hahuan sect and the Blissful Zen Temple, was one of the 3 infamous sects known for their licentious ways. Though technically righteous sects, their debauched practices were frowned upon by other orthodox sections. She already had a master and would never consider joining such a faction. Thank you for your kind offer, senior, Li Qingran said with a polite bow, but the Inyang sect isn't quite the right fit for someone with a water spiritual root like me. Our Inyang sect also has water-based cultivation techniques, both yellow and profound grade, yours to choose from. I already have a master, and I dare not defy my master's instructions. I hope senior won't make things difficult for me. Difficult? The pale-faced scholar's expression darkened. I see you are just refusing to give our Yin sect the respect it deserves. Master, you say? Why don't you call your master out here? Today, you're coming with us, whether you like it or not. Li Qingran bit her lip, slipping her hand into her storage pouch to grasp a thunderfire talisman. These talismans could reduce the pale-faced scholar with his golden core cultivation to ashes, but it would undoubtedly provoke relentless pursuit from the Yin sect. She didn't want to trouble her master, who was currently battling a powerful demon, to resolve this for her. As the scholar inched closer, Li Qingran prepared to act, but a clear voice suddenly rang out from above. Hold it! A massive greatsword crashed down between them with a thunderous boom. The sword was half a meter wide and as tall as a roofline. A leg dangled lazily over the hilt, and the clinking of a gourd against the handle sent 2 drops of wine spilling out. The newcomer was dressed in black from head to toe, with a black veil covering her face. She lounged on the sword with one leg crossed over the other. The toe of her shoe had a hole, revealing part of her foot. Along with the fluttering of her veil came the heavy stench of alcohol and garlic. This little lass, she's our chick, the woman drawled lazily. You Lothixgram. Now, how dare you openly snatch someone from our Yin pavilion in broad daylight? Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? The pale-faced scholar stood in the middle of the street, his expression dark as he glared at the black-clad woman in front of him. He could clearly sense the aura emanating from her, which made his already pallid complexion turn even more ashen. Hick. This old lady, just snatch them from you. So what? The black-clad woman, reeking of alcohol, stumbled as she jumped down from her sword. Though her steps were unsteady, she firmly gripped the sword hilt. The seemingly heavy greatsword in her hand moved as if weightless, sweeping in wide arcs with ease. The Yin pavilion members quickly retreated, fearing they might be struck by the drunken woman's massive blade. The pale-faced scholar calculated silently, this woman's strength matches mine, and her single water spiritual root makes her an ideal dual cultivation partner. I can't let this opportunity slip away. He urgently ordered his guards. I'll hold her off. Go summon the pavilion master immediately. Drawing a short sword from his waist, he pointed it at the black-clad woman. Both at the golden core stage? Today, Wei will show you what I'm capable of. Before his words had fully landed, a withered, wrinkled hand had already clenched tightly around his sword blade. Capable of what? Why don't you try showing me? A gaunt, elderly man wearing a half-mask appeared beside the pale-faced scholar without warning. His crooked yellow teeth were exposed in a sinister grin. Who are you? Take a guess. The old man, with a sword gourd hanging from his waist, slowly tightened his skeletal grip. The short sword screeched under the immense pressure, twisting unnaturally. The pale-faced scholar was immobilized by the elder's overwhelming aura. Just as he pinned his hopes on his guards successfully bringing the pavilion master, a series of dull thuds echoed behind him. Turning back, he saw 3 black-clad figures now standing in the street, each of varying height and build, armed with long swords and carrying bulging packs. His subordinates, however, were sprawled on the ground, completely incapacitated. You dare attack members of the Yin pavilion, he shouted furiously. For such a prominent sect to be humiliated in this manner was unthinkable. Even more baffling was the absence of guards or members from other sects in Tianquan City. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared atop the pavilion roof, their entire body shrouded in black except for a tuft of white beard peeking out. Weapons hung from their waist, including one unmistakable blade, the pavilion master's saber. The pale-faced scholar's pupils constricted in shock. Stop wasting time, grab the last batch and let's move, barked the black-clad leader. Panic overtook the pale-faced scholar. Forcing a smile uglier than a grimace, he said, Honorable seniors, I didn't recognize your greatness. The disciple with the single spiritual root is yours. I'll leave right away. Drop your magical artifacts, spirit stones, and storage bags on the ground. The elder's grin widened, his wrinkles folding like chrysanthemums. The pale-faced scholar had no choice but to comply. And take off the jade around your neck too. Your clothes as well. That's enough, elderly. The drunken female cultivator finally interjected, unable to watch any longer. His clothes do look rather nice. The elder lovingly stroked the pale-faced scholar's robes, his eyes filled with delight. The pale-faced scholar's face was filled with panic as he stammered, Can I leave now? Sure, off you go. The old man chuckled as he placed the scholar's short sword into a storage pouch, releasing his grip with a smile. As soon as the pale-faced scholar was freed, he turned and bolted, attempting to flee as quickly as possible. The old man's voice called out behind him, Hey, take your subordinates with you. This made the scholar even more flustered. He scrambled into the air, practically tumbling as he flew, never daring to look back as he fled the scene. With the departure of the Yin pavilion's people, The 5 black-clad figures turned their eyes toward Li Qingran in unison. Instinctively, she took half a step back, shrinking slightly as she quickly bowed in respect. Junior thanks the seniors for coming to my aid. Though these 5 exuded an even stronger sense of danger than the Inyang Pavilion, she inexplicably felt no threat from them. Little one, you have good potential. Want to join our sect? The eccentric old man looked at Li Qingran with a kind and gentle expression. Junior wishes to join Lingy Valley. Li Qingran shook her head and replied softly. Senior's sect is excellent, but I want to pursue the path of a healer. The female cultivator leaning on a heavy sword let out a drunken hiccup and drawled lazily. You can be a healer in our sect too, you know. Li Qingran was about to refuse again when a voice suddenly rang out from the pavilion above. Hey, that's no way to recruit someone. The speaker removed their hood as they spoke, announcing loudly, we are from the Cangyun sect. The other 4 quickly removed their disguises as well. The female cultivator took off her veil, revealing waist-length black hair and an alluring face. Despite her drunken state, her words were clear and coherent. Little sister, as you can see, we stole from other section. And now, the old man continued, you know who we are. From the pavilion above, the sword pavilion's master, Su Qinian, smirked menacingly. So, you have no choice but to come with us. Otherwise, we'll silence you for good. Ha ha ha. Li Qingran's gaze caught the insignia at the waist of the man on the rooftop. It read, Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion and Sword Gate? A fleeting doubt crossed her mind. Before she could think further, the world spun around her, and she found herself whisked onto a flying sword, held by none other than the tipsy female cultivator. The other 4 each stepped onto their own flying swords, their faces brimming with self-satisfaction. Junior sister, if you're scared, you can hold onto senior sister's waist. The female cultivator smiled alluringly as her sword shot upward into the sky. The fierce wind hit Li Qingran's face, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around the woman's waist. Suddenly, she no longer felt the urge to resist. After all, these people were just like her master. None of them used a wind-blocking formation while riding their flying swords. In Tianquan City, within the Shangxian Tower, Yun Suxin, the young master of Lingy Valley, awoke from her unconscious state to find a chaotic scene before her. Cultivators and the city lord's guards were sprawled across the floor in disarray. Instinctively reaching for her waist, she discovered that her storage pouch, magical artifacts, and jewelry were all gone. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed that the other cultivators were still unconscious, clearly having suffered the same misfortune. They had originally gathered here to await the flying vessels of their respective sects, but instead, they had been ambushed. In a corner, Yun Suxin spotted an incense burner with remnants of burnt incense. She furrowed her brows. Soul-scattering incense? This colorless, odorless drug, though non-lethal, could render cultivators completely defenseless. This location is only known to reputable sects, and everyone here was thoroughly vetted. As Yun Suxin pondered, an angry shout interrupted her thoughts. It's the Qingyun sect. Someone pointed to a large, Qi character and a mocking ghostly face scrawled on the wall. The Qingyun sect has no grievances with us, so why would they come all this way to rob us? They're already filthy rich. It must be some kind of sick joke. The Central Plains secret realm. Just wait. We'll make the Qingyun sect pay for this. Amid the rising voices of indignation in the hall, Yun Suxin held the incense ash in her fingers, smirking coldly. If this truly was the work of the Qingyun sect, she'd swallow this ash without hesitation. Scanning the room, she realized that the Sword Pavilion cultivators were conspicuously absent. Thinking of the Sword Pavilion's recent struggles, she felt she had uncovered the truth. Well done, Sword Pavilion. You dare target Lingy Valley? Just wait and see. Brother, you're seriously impressive. Chen Huai'an sat in the transport van provided by the production crew, his lips twitching slightly. This was the 3rd time the driver had said the same thing, once when they met, again when he boarded, and now for the 3rd time. Honestly, I've driven hundreds, if not thousands, of celebrities, the driver said, one hand on the steering wheel and the other giving a thumbs up. But I've never seen anyone as good-looking as you. Even with a shaved head, you're this handsome. If you had hair, forget about it. You'd crush those celebrities who've had plastic surgery like Kai Yifan from this season's show. You're pure, natural perfection. I think I'm just average, Chen Huai'an replied modestly. Not at all, the driver exclaimed. You've got this aura about you like an enlightened monk, so pure and serene. If you played Tang Sanzang, you'd be a sensation. Chen Huai'an chuckled. By your logic, if I'm on this show, won't I outshine the celebrities? The driver's expression shifted as he slapped the steering wheel and said seriously, don't even joke about that. Kai Yifan is not someone to mess with. It's a big deal. This whole show is basically designed to promote him. When you meet him, keep a low profile. We're just ordinary folks. No need to clash with a celebrity. Chen Huai'an silently took note of the advice. But he thought to himself, I'm just a cancer patient. What kind of conflict could I possibly have with a celebrity? Then again, he reasoned, what celebrity would dare to mess with me? After being unofficially dubbed a T0 version, anomaly alongside the eerie Lao Deng and the delicate Xiao Xiannu, he was undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse in this version. If any celebrity dared to cross him, he'd make sure they understood the true meaning of, I really deserve this. Oh my god, Kai Yifan is finally here. Good evening, brother fan. Yifanj, you just keep getting more handsome, and your career is skyrocketing. At the foot of Tianmin Mountain, the filming site for the reality show Adventure with the Stars buzzed with excitement. A dashing young man, dressed in a fully tailored outfit and sporting an expensive brooch on his chest, strode onto the set, surrounded by an entourage. This was none other than the rising star, Kai Yifan. While not quite an Alistair yet, he was a promising actor on the rise, with a future full of potential. Participating in this show wasn't Kai Yifan's choice. His company had signed him up to promote his upcoming lead role in a movie. With his lack of acting skills and reliance on voice dubbing, they figured he needed to win over some public goodwill before the movie's release to avoid being mercilessly criticized. Kai Yifan had a strong aversion to the show. For one, he hated the sweat and exhaustion that came with mountain climbing. For another, the live broadcast meant he had to tone down many of his daily habits, such as swearing, smoking, and picking his nose. The team had instructed everyone to arrive by 7 a.m. for preparation, but Kai Yifan intentionally showed up at 8:40, taking his time. The other participants had been ready for a while. A washed-up celebrity and 3 barely known newcomers, all of whom had dutifully arrived early to shoot behind-the-scenes footage. After all, the show wasn't just live-streamed. It would also be edited into a pseudo-documentary for viewers who couldn't catch the live broadcast. Ah, little fan, you're finally here, the director said, forcing a smile despite his frustration. Go ahead and start getting ready. We'll shoot some casual behind-the-scenes footage for now. Kai Yifan barely glanced at him and said, make sure you get my best angles. I need to look perfect, and I want to review the footage before you upload anything. If it's not flattering enough, it doesn't go up. The director cursed Kai Yifan's ancestors in his mind, but maintained a polite smile. Of course, don't worry about a thing. Kai Yifan headed straight to the makeup room. Even for a nighttime hike up Tianmin Mountain, he insisted on covering up his dark circles with makeup. The cameraman capturing behind-the-scenes footage was baffled while the other participants were demonstrating survival skills and discussing potential challenges. Kai Yifan's preparation looked more like a fashion show. By 8:50 p.m., everyone was in position, and the director was about to announce the official start of filming. A staff member hurried over to Director Zhang and whispered, Director Zhang, someone still hasn't arrived. Who? Director Zhang narrowed his eyes, and a surge of suppressed anger instantly rose to the surface. It's the special guest you invited. Director Zhang snapped out of his irritation, realizing that his frustration over Kai Yifan had almost made him forget about the mysterious guest. Find out where they are. I already asked. The driver said the car's battery died. What? Damn it. Director Zhang smacked his forehead. Not a single thing goes smoothly. Find out their exact location and send another car immediately. Even though he was anxious, Director Zhang decided to start filming. A 5-minute delay might not matter much for a regular program, but for a live broadcast, it was a disaster. Watching the comments flood into the live stream, the experienced director discreetly signaled to the entertainers to introduce themselves further and buy some time. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an stood on a desolate mountain trail. This was an old path that had been replaced by a cable car, and to avoid disturbance from tourists, the crew had chosen this secluded spot for filming. The late-night mountain road was nearly deserted after all. No one would willingly hike in the dark at this hour. My apologies, young man, the driver said with a guilty expression. These electric cars lose power so quickly in cold weather. It's just... Chen Huai'an glanced at his phone. It was almost 9 p.m., the scheduled filming time. Although the destination wasn't far as the crow flies, the winding mountain path and the steep elevation posed a challenge. He felt along the rocky wall beside him, testing his footing, and found it surprisingly solid. How about I just climb up myself? He suddenly suggested. What? Don't joke around, the driver exclaimed in shock. This slope is so steep, even at a full sprint, it'd take at least 10 minutes. The driver, unaware of Chen Huai'an's abilities, only saw his limp and felt it was an even worse idea. Pulling out his last cigarette, the driver turned to offer some comfort. Here, kid, have a smoke and stay calm. But before he could finish his sentence, the spot beside him was empty. What the hell, where did he go? The cold wind howled through the night on Tianmin Mountain, but Chen Huai'an seemed completely unaffected by the chill. With a cane in hand, he climbed the steep rock face as if it were flat ground. He didn't notice the beads on his wrist gradually dimming. His focus was on the moonlight above as he grinned wickedly. I can hear the echo of cancer cells and life's hidden potential. Haha, I am, without a doubt, a superhuman. The self-introduction segment began as directed by the producer. Hey everyone, what's up? The first boy started enthusiastically. Born in 2006, dreaming of becoming a rap leader. So pretty, so unique. I'm all about style every day. A boy who loves to rap, songwriting is my ace. I can rap anytime, anywhere, everywhere is my stage. Your attention is my adrenaline. Hello everyone. I'm your Chanchin baby, Songzi Chun. The second contestant drew out his name dramatically. 1 plus 1 is a cutie, 2 plus 2 is a cutie, 3 plus 3 is also a cutie. Hi, everyone. I'm your little cutie, Wang Yitao. Next up was a young actress who stepped forward and spoke sweetly. Hi, everyone. I'm Su Xingchen, a newbie actress. I've only acted in one short drama so far, but I'll keep working hard in the future. Her innocent demeanor and bright, sparkling eyes made her introduction feel especially sincere. She even playfully raised her tiny fists at the end, which earned her an approving nod from director Zhang. This young actress had a good image and potential, made a mental note to give her more screen time later. Hello, everyone. It's me, Wang Lulu, your familiar friend, said the once popular singer with a smile. Good evening, my dear fans. My new album is dropping next week, so make sure to check it out. As a mother of two, her participation in this variety show was an effort to revive her career. Finally, it was Kai Yifun's turn. Yo, what's up everyone? I'm Xiao Fan, he said casually. Just that simple sentence sent the live comment section into a frenzy. Fanj is so handsome. Yifun, you're amazing as always. Why give others so much screen time? I only want to see my Fanj. The production team doesn't know who the real star is, huh? Oh no, Fanbeo's schedule is already packed, and now he's doing outdoor variety shows? My heart aches for him. Seeing the overwhelming fan reactions, director Zhang felt slightly comforted. Although Kai Yifun wasn't exactly easy to work with, his striking looks and immense popularity were undeniable. Spending 3 million to bring him on board to boost the show's ratings seemed like a worthwhile investment. You know it, I'm super handsome, Kai Yifun continued, striking different poses as he spoke. I'm super handsome when I play basketball, super handsome when I go hiking, just super handsome. His repeated emphasis on being super handsome only fueled the comment section's chaos, with messages flooding in so fast they became unreadable. When the mysterious guest was delayed, the director signaled Kai Yifun to stall for time. But Kai Yifun, feeling disdainful, thought to himself, with my status, why should I wait for some so-called mysterious guest? With a faint smile, he said, I heard there's a mysterious guest tonight? Someone around my age? I wonder if they're as handsome as me? But since we're all waiting, they must be super impressive. The moment those words left his mouth, director Zhang's face turned pale. Kai Yifun had hit a nerve. Instead of diverting attention, he had stirred up even more trouble. As expected, the comment section erupted into chaos once again. My brother is definitely the most handsome, a fan shrieked. What mysterious guest? How dare they compare to my brother? The show actually let the mysterious guest arrive late without kicking them out such special treatment. Another voice quickly chimed in. I think if we're talking about looks, Fanj is definitely better. But having the mysterious guest appear last is pretty standard, right? It's all about building suspense. Su Xingchen noticed director Zhang's anxious expression and immediately stepped up to try to ease the awkwardness. She had thought that mentioning the mysterious guest would spark a lively discussion and help pass the time. However, the scene fell into an uncomfortable silence. Even Kai Yifun, who had just been praised, acted as though he hadn't heard a thing, his gaze fixed somewhere far off in the distance. Su Xingchen lowered her head, her ears flushed red. She felt utterly uneasy, as though a swarm of ants were crawling all over her. Just as the suffocating atmosphere reached its peak, a clear, bright voice rang out from the edge of the cliff. Excuse me, is this the set of the adventure show? Everyone turned toward the voice, and the cameras followed suit. Under the spotlight's glow, a polished, gleaming bald head stood out strikingly, its reflection almost blinding. The young man stood at the edge of the cliff, gripping a walking stick in both hands, a gentle smile on his face. The mountain wind played with the collar of his climbing jacket, casting shifting light and shadows across his face. The illuminated side seemed to radiate a holy aura, while the shadowed side was deep and mysterious, drawing people in with an irresistible urge to uncover more. As the strange illusion faded, only one thought remained in everyone's mind. This man is unbelievably handsome. Handsome beyond imagination. Director Zhang stared at Chen Huai'an, his mind already racing with plans for the future. This wasn't just an ordinary opportunity, it was a golden chance to elevate himself from a small-time director to a major player. If he could sign this stunning man, someone like Kai Yifun wouldn't even matter anymore. Sorry for being late, director, Chen Huai'an said apologetically, glancing at his watch. His expression was filled with guilt. I timed it as best as I could, but I could only make it here right at 9 o'clock. Director Zhang didn't mind the tardiness at all. He hurried over to Chen Huai'an, practically bounding in excitement. and enthusiastically shook his hand. You must be Brother Huai'an? It's great that you're here, just great. He looked Chen Huai'an up and down with admiration, exclaiming sincerely, Brother Huai'an, you're just absolutely incredible looking. Everyone was captivated by Chen Huai'an's striking looks. The makeup artists couldn't take their eyes off his face. They, who worked with celebrities daily, were well aware that many relied on cosmetic surgery and makeup to maintain their image. But this man was different: rosy lips, pearly white teeth, and a pale complexion laced with an innate elegance despite its sickly undertone. The most astonishing part? He was completely barefaced, not even enhanced by a full head of hair. Such attention made Chen Huai'an feel a bit uncomfortable. In his own understanding, he thought of himself as just moderately handsome enough to find a girlfriend at best. But now, even the professional show directors were impressed by his appearance, which was a whole different level. These people, after all, were practically talent scouts, exceptionally attuned to how someone would look on camera. Could unlocking potential also improve appearance? Chen Huai'an mused to himself, even entertaining the thought that vampires might be mutants who had mastered cancer cells, which explained their extraordinary beauty. Too bad vampires didn't exist in reality, or he might have sought their advice on controlling cancer cells, perhaps even evading death itself. Director Zhang showed Chen Huai'an the live chat comments. What had originally been praises for Kai Yifan was now overwhelmed by exclamations of amazement. Oh my god, this mystery guest is way too handsome. Sorry bro, but he really is better looking. Who is this star? Why does he look so familiar? Seeing these comments, Chen Huai'an finally accepted it. He was, indeed, very handsome. Director Zhang beamed at him, his eyes glinting as if he were appraising a raw gemstone. Alright, the mystery guest has arrived. Let's continue. Xiao Chun. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? Ever since Chen Huai'an appeared, Kai Yifan had sensed the shift in everyone's attention. He, who was accustomed to being the center of admiration, found it hard to stomach this change. Noticing that Chen Huai'an's right leg was in a brace and he was leaning on crutches, Kai Yifan immediately seized the opportunity. Director Zhang, I barely get 2 hours of sleep a day, and I worked hard to make time for this recording. Isn't there a night hike plan later? If we bring along someone injured, are we going to be hiking until tomorrow afternoon? I'm not discriminating against people with disabilities, but I think someone in his condition should be resting at home, not joining a variety show for the sake of it. After finishing his statement, Kai Yifan was already imagining how his fans would sympathize with his hard work and criticize the production team for their poor arrangements. However, everyone on set stared at him with shock and anger, and even the live stream comments froze momentarily in disbelief. Chen Huai'an, however, remained unfazed, looking at Kai Yifan with an expression that was almost benevolent. You're right, brother. Someone like me, with a disability, would only cause trouble for everyone by joining this show. Chen Huai'an stood at the foot of Tianmin Mountain, slightly bowing to the camera. A carefree smile graced his face, his gaze firm yet gentle. But I don't want to give up this opportunity because it might be the only chance in my life to reach the summit of Tianmin Mountain. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Huai'an. I'm a late-stage bone cancer patient with my life ticking down. I hope that in the embers of my existence, I can still ignite a spark of passion. To everyone watching this live stream, thank you for being with me in this moment, witnessing my journey. I am on my way. As his words faded, only the sound of the wind whistling along the mountain path remained. A few makeup artists quietly wiped the corners of their eyes, while Su Xingqian's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze filled with maternal tenderness. Standing nearby, Kai Yifan stared in disbelief at the ever-smiling Chen Huai'an, his mouth twitching as a chill ran up his spine. No way, man. What are you even trying to prove with this? The program continued. Originally, a third of the camera time was supposed to focus on Kai Yifan, but ever since Chen Huai'an appeared, the cameraman's lens seemed irresistibly drawn to him. Even when filming other participants, Chen Huai'an's figure often lingered at the edges of the frame. Seizing a moment when the camera wasn't on him, Kai Yifan glanced at his phone and immediately turned pale. His agent was bombarding him with messages. Yifan, are you out of your mind? This is a disaster. Your competitors are accusing you of disrespecting people with disabilities and serious illnesses. They're saying you lack empathy. Why did you say those things? All the effort we put into building your image is ruined. Find a way to apologize to Chen Huai'an right now, and make sure you sound sincere. Reading the last line, Kai Yifan exploded with anger. He furiously typed back, why should I? He's just a regular guy, and who am I? I'm the rising star of tomorrow. The next big actor or actress will be sharing the screen with me. Those third-tier celebrities in our company call me senior, and even top-tier stars show me respect. Now you want me to apologize to a cripple? Shutting off his phone, Kai Yifan deliberately avoided looking at the livestream comments. He knew his fans too well. Those die-hard followers could spin black into white and white into gold. As long as he played the victim, his fan army would flood the opposing side's comment sections in no time. More importantly, he began to doubt Chen Huai'an's claim of being a bone cancer patient. Although the production crew had slowed the climbing pace, most of the participants were already drenched in sweat. Yet, Chen Huai'an remained calm and composed, showing no signs of illness apart from his slight limp. This guy, could he be faking it? Kai Yifan narrowed his eyes, the thought taking root and growing in his mind. Some production teams did include special participants for attention, but someone as remarkable as Chen Huai'an was rare. If he was just a healthy actor putting on a show, everything would make sense. Watching Chen Huai'an surrounded by admiration, Kai Yifan's mind began to churn with plans. If he could expose this charade, not only could he clear his name from earlier accusations, but he could also teach the production team a lesson. As for Chen Huai'an, riding on the coattails of a major star wasn't going to be that easy. Ange, is your cancer really incurable? Su Xingchen asked cautiously. It's incurable, Chen Huai'an replied in a calm tone. Not even with money? Not even with money. I'm sorry. Su Xingchen lowered her head and apologized, her voice tinged with guilt. It's fine, huh? Chen Huai'an laughed heartily. Looking at the man in front of her, still full of vitality, Su Xingchen felt a whirlwind of emotions. The composure and confidence on his face made her feel unworthy of pitying someone who radiated such brilliance and warmth. His life, at this moment, seemed more vibrant than anyone else's. Maybe this is what they call heaven envies the talented, she thought to herself. Fate had given Chen Huai'an unparalleled beauty but had taken away his time. What should have been a tragedy was instead turned into an inspiring comedy by his optimistic attitude. In the livestream chat, the screen was no longer filled with support messages for Kai Yifan. Instead, it was a sea of comments saying, teary-eyed. Director Zhang glanced at the screen and smirked. The hypocrisy of human nature always seemed to be magnified online. Just moments ago, they were calling for Chen Huai'an to be kicked out of the cast, and now they were moved to tears. But no one knew that behind Chen Huai'an's calm exterior, his heart was being gnawed by worry. He was desperate to check his phone to see if Li Qingran had successfully entered Lingy Valley and feared she might be bullied by other disciples. Unfortunately, until the filming ended, he couldn't even glance at his phone unless he managed to sneak a look when the camera wasn't pointed at him. Can the cameraman stop focusing on me already? Chen Huai'an groaned inwardly. Just then, Kai Yifan suddenly leaped to the front of the group with boundless energy. Hey, I just feel so full of energy. Can I lead the group? The retired mountaineer leading their team gave Kai Yifan's slender frame a once-over and shook his head inwardly. This wasn't a standard tourist route, and walking at night required professional judgment, especially in case of emergencies like encountering wild animals. But Kai Yifan didn't care. In his mind, how could there still be wild animals on Tianmen Mountain in 2034? And even if there were, with so many people here, it wouldn't be dangerous. He secretly scoffed at the retired athlete, thinking he was just putting on airs for his paycheck. Don't worry, sir. Kai Yifan flexed his barely noticeable muscles. I've trained in Shaolin Tongzigong, I'm still pure as ever. Even if we encounter a bear, they'll take it down. His boast reminded him of the time he had indeed visited the Shaolin Temple, though he had stayed for less than a month. After he became famous, his agency had spun that brief stint into a Shaolin lay disciple narrative, branding him as innocent and hardworking. They even gave him a month of flashy kung fu training, purely for show, knowing full well that his die-hard fans wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Even Kai Yifan himself felt a bit lost at this point. In the quiet of the night, surrounded by swirling cigarette smoke, he often found himself slipping into the illusion that he was some sort of martial arts master. This delusion led him to tell his support teammate during every game, "Don't worry, I'm strong. Just bear with me." However, reality often hit him hard. Even after grinding for a month to build up resources, he would still last less than 5 minutes on the battlefield before handing the advantage back to the enemy. Despite this, Kai Yifan continued to do things his way, enthusiastically initiating fights again and again. At this moment, the older man, observing this troublemaker, could only silently glance at the director for help. As the boss in charge of the paycheck, Director Zhang's opinion was the final word. Although Zhang pondered for a long time without understanding Kai Yifan's intentions, he couldn't ignore the partnership between Pineapple TV and Xingying Entertainment. He had to give this artist a chance to showcase himself and redeem his image. "Give it to him," Director Zhang said, signaling to the older man. The older man understood immediately and quietly retreated to the back of the group. This position, though second in importance, resembled the strategy of a wolf pack stalking its prey, following from behind while waiting for reinforcements. Unfortunately, the production team seemed oblivious to this and had only invited one professional like the older man. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with activity. Brother Fan is leading the team? Wow, so brave, though he's not as handsome as Bald Brother. Is Brother Fan teaming up with Brother Huai'an? So exciting to see. Brother Huai'an is the most handsome in the world. Gross fans, stay away. What do you mean, stay away? I can be a fan and still love Brother Huai'an too. Exactly. Brother Huai'an, we love you too. Chen Huai'an, completely unaware that he had become the focus of female fans, also had no idea that these fans were engaging in a mild argument with Cai Yifun's supporters. Interestingly, this conflict was unusually restrained. Faced with this overwhelmingly attractive rival, Cai Yifun's fans couldn't muster any hostility. That face practically glowing with divine light made people want to quietly admire it, without even daring to entertain disrespectful thoughts. Once Cai Yifun earned the right to lead the team, he immediately began performing. "Let's go, everyone!" he shouted energetically, spreading his arms as if basking in sunlight. "At this pace, how long will it take us to reach the summit? Don't you all want to see the first sunrise from the top of Tianmin Mountain? 1, 2, 3, follow me." Cai Yifun sprinted ahead with vigor, forcing the cameraman to keep up to maintain the shot. The other celebrities, seeing this, had no choice but to push through their exhaustion and follow, unwilling to miss out on screen time. Su Xingqian, wanting to catch up, noticed Chen Huai'an walking with a crutch and asked with concern, "Brotherin, are you okay? Should I help you?" "No need," Chen Huai'an replied with a gentle smile, waving her off. "I'm used to this crutch by now. It might even be easier for me than for you guys. I'll keep up, don't worry." "Help? What a joke." He was practically a superhuman with his gene lock activated, needed no assistance. Before Su Xingqian could respond, Chen Huai'an quickened his pace. Tonight, his right leg seemed to be working exceptionally well, as if powered by a motor, showing no signs of fatigue. He moved without hesitation after all. The tumor in his leg was real, not some special effect. Su Xingqian froze in place, watching Chen Huai'an effortlessly overtake her in just a few strides. That speed, how could he possibly be disabled? Just as doubt began to creep in, it was replaced by guilt and admiration. Brotherin must not want us to worry. How much pain must he be in, walking like this? He's already disabled, and it's latest stage cancer. Yet he's still thinking of everyone else. I'm literally crying right now. QAQ. Up ahead, Cai Yifun noticed Chen Huai'an catching up and a sly glint appeared in his eyes. "Ha, couldn't sit still, huh? Trying to steal the spotlight and ride the wave of popularity? All right then, I'll expose you. I'll make sure you fall from grace." Everything was going just as he had anticipated. Surely, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed how unusual Chen Huai'an's behavior was. After all, how could a disabled person keep up at such a rapid pace? Meanwhile, in the forest beside the trail, a long leg dangled casually from a large tree that no one had noticed. The tip of a shoe hooked onto a school bag. Atop the tree, a girl wearing a middle school uniform lay back with her hands behind her head, pretending to nap. The night breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. She wrinkled her nose as her eyes opened, a sharp glint flashing within them. "Damn it, there's demonic energy. Fan, slow down a bit." Concerned calls echoed through the group. Despite being young and strong, Song Zichen and Wang Yitao surprisingly struggled to keep up and even fell behind Chen Huai'an and the two female celebrities. Desperate not to miss any camera time, they pushed themselves to run forward, but were already gasping for air. Cai Yifun was also exhausted, his face pale and sweat streaming down his cheeks. Yet, determined to test his suspicion, he forced himself to stop and deliberately waited for the two to catch up. With a knowing smile, he sarcastically said to the panting Song Zichen and Wang Yitao, "You two grown men, are you even trying? Look at Chen Huai'an over there. He's disabled and still climbing better than you. And he's not even sweating, while you both look like you're about to collapse." His words hit like a hammer, drawing everyone's attention to Chen Huai'an. Song Zichen and Wang Yitao froze, scrutinizing his condition. Half an hour of trekking on a mountain trail enough to leave even these young men and professional climbers drenched in sweat, yet Chen Huai'an appeared unfazed, his breathing steady, and not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. The gazes around them grew increasingly strange. A terminal cancer patient managing such a grueling climb with ease? Only Su Xingqian maintained her genuine admiration, exclaiming, "Huai'an, your stamina is amazing. Such determination." Director Zhang, aware of Chen Huai'an's latest illness, couldn't deny how unusual this was. However, his priority as a director was to ensure the smooth progress of the show. Suddenly, he feigned alertness, interrupting the group's discussion. "Shh, did you hear that?" The cameras quickly turned in his direction, and everyone's attention followed. Lowering his voice with a serious expression, Director Zhang said, "That was a wolf howl." The single word wolf instantly heightened the tension. The two female celebrities looked visibly frightened. While the chances of encountering a wolf in this tourist area were slim, the possibility wasn't entirely out of the question in the nighttime wilderness. The staff, watching Director Zhang's performance, silently applauded his quick thinking. Even if wolves did appear, they were well prepared. Whether the wolf could take on so many people is secondary. Even if it can't, isn't there a van following us? Worst case, we can just run it over with the car. Someone suggested this obvious solution. A wolf's howl? Why didn't I hear it? Cai Yifun squinted his eyes, clearly unwilling to let Chen Huai'an off the hook. He smirked and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Even if there really is a wolf, you've got me, haven't you? I've been trained, after all. Besides, there's Ngu too. I'd bet he's secretly a master of some kind." "You?" Director Zhang chuckled meaningfully, lowering his voice suddenly. "I'm not talking about an ordinary wolf. I mean the shoulder-tapping wolves unique to Tianmin Mountain. These wolves are extremely cunning and specialize in hunting climbers at night. They sneak up silently behind their prey, stand upright, and lightly tap the person's shoulder. The moment you turn around," he made a biting gesture with his hands, "your head is gone." Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Lulu patted her chest and rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on, it's just a legend. Director Zhang, you really love scaring people." Su Xingqian visibly relaxed as well, though her fear of wolves far exceeded her dread of snakes and insects. "Director Zhang, you must be joking, right?" Kai Yifan straightened his 6-foot woe frame, his tone full of disdain. "Even if it's a wolf, how tall could it possibly be? To reach my shoulders, it'd have to be 8 feet tall. The biggest wolf in the world is only about 6 feet. Before he could finish speaking, a long, mournful wolf howl echoed from the distant mountains, instantly silencing all the chirping insects and birds. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically, and even Director Zhang looked unexpectedly serious. Kai Yifan felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively turned around, but saw nothing. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on both shoulders, as if something heavy had landed on him. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, a petite figure in a school uniform was darting through the trees at an astonishing speed. Her movements were as agile as an ancient martial artist, completely unimpeded by the thick branches and leaves. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the night, far more chilling than the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Lin Lingling's expression changed at once, and her graceful steps faltered. "Damn it, who would be hiking on a trail at a time like this?" she muttered through clenched teeth. As a freelance demon slayer, in this era 10 years after the resurgence of spiritual energy, I have no choice, I must save them. Kai Yifan, standing at an impressive 1.9 meters tall, had spent his entire life being a bit slow-witted, but today, he finally had a moment of clarity. Suddenly, he felt a heavy, oppressive force on his shoulder. Thanks to the folktales told by Director Zhang, he did something unprecedented, didn't turn around to look. Instead, he instinctively rolled on the ground and scrambled towards the rest of the group, using both his hands and feet. When he stumbled to his feet, he finally saw the enormous creature behind him. It was a massive black wolf, standing upright at an astonishing height of 2.5 meters. Its entire body was covered in thick black fur, but its proportions were grotesquely unbalanced. The head was unervingly large, with a gaping maw wide enough to swallow a truck tire, while its limbs were unnaturally thin and spindly. The most terrifying feature, however, was its glowing green eyes. They reflected the terrified faces of the group and radiated a chilling combination of raw malice and ravenous hunger. The entire crew was paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a single word. The air seemed to freeze. Then, breaking the suffocating silence, Chen Huai'an let out a casual wow. It wasn't intentional. Strangely, Chen Huai'an felt no fear at all. In fact, he found the situation somewhat amusing. To him, this monstrous wolf's intimidation was laughable compared to the likes of Qingxian Daoran or the old master of Qingyun. It wasn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. Its bizarre appearance and oversized body, paired with disproportionately thin legs, combined with its upright stance, struck him as more comical than menacing. It resembled a malformed freak, rather than a demonic creature. Chen Huai'an couldn't help but wonder if the wolf had mutated from drinking nuclear wastewater, though Tianmin Mountain was nowhere near the ocean. Chen Huai'an's oddly timed remark jolted the mountaineer uncle back to his senses. Swallowing hard, he fixed his gaze on the approaching wolf and spoke with forced calmness. "Don't panic, everyone. The worst thing you can do when facing a wolf is turn and run. We outnumber it, and its allanite won't attack recklessly. Just back away slowly towards the van, and well, be safe." The van was only 50 meters away, but every step felt like walking on a tightrope. The group moved cautiously, their movements painstakingly slow. The uncle continued to instruct, "Maintain some eye contact with it to show we're not afraid. But don't provoke it, Hat'll only make it aggressive." The uncle's advice seemed effective. Though the wolf bared its teeth and let out low, menacing growls, it didn't launch an attack. Meanwhile, the cameraman remained steadfast in his duties, keeping the lens trained on the wolf's every move. Whether this was all part of the show or not was unclear, but the live broadcast continued uninterrupted. By this point, the live stream chat had completely exploded with activity. "Oh my goodness, that's a huge wolf." The barrage of panicked comments instantly flooded the screen. "Is this CGI? A stunt for the show? Huai'an baby, come to mommy." The comments were filled with worry and unease. Some viewers called for the police, while others debated whether to be more concerned for Cai Yifan or Chen Huai'an. Isn't Cai Yifan a lay disciple of the Shaolin Temple? Shouldn't taking down a wolf be a piece of cake for him? Standing off to the side, Song Zichen overheard the chatter and nudged Cai Yifan in the waist. Brother Fan, didn't you train in martial arts since childhood? Go scare off that wolf. Use your, secret technique. Cai Yifan, now thoroughly irritated, snapped, martial arts? Are you kidding me? You're the one who should go fight it. You and your whole family are martial artists, right? You expect me to take on that massive wolf? Are you out of your mind, or am I? The older man standing in front of the group suddenly grew tense. The giant wolf, which had been observing them, was provoked by the outburst and immediately assumed an attack stance. The man shouted urgently, "Run! Head for the van!" Before he could finish, the wolf lunged forward, sending Song Zichen and Zhang Lulu flying. The pack leader let out a chilling howl, summoning its companions. Within moments, a slightly smaller wolf emerged from the bushes, splitting the group in two. Chen Huai'an, Su Xingchen, and the main camera operator were left stranded on the outskirts, cut off from the van. Amid the widespread panic, only Chen Huai'an remained calm. He murmured to himself, "Amu, superior man," recalling his former glory defeating the Cangyun sect with a single stroke of his sword, forcing Qingxian to kneel in submission. Su Xingchen noticed Chen Huai'an's unusual composure, her heart sparking with hope perhaps this seemingly frail young man knew martial arts. After all, anyone who could climb Tianmin Mountain in the late stages of cancer must have extraordinary resilience. Chen Huai'an assumed a stance, gripping his cane tightly, and beckoned the wolf with a finger. The enraged wolf charged at him, but Chen Huai'an's cane moved like a dragon surging from the sea, swift and sharp as a blade. With a loud crack, the cane snapped in half. Su Xingchen and the cameraman held their breath, staring at Chen Huai'an's back, silently praying he had another trick up his sleeve. Slowly, Chen Huai'an turned around, revealing a tragic smile. "Stop staring. The enemy is fierce. Run!" The monstrous wolf was struck on the head by the staff, leaving it momentarily dazed. It shook its head a few times before barely regaining its senses. A flicker of confusion passed through its eyes. How could it, a top predator with unmatched hunting skills, be stopped by an ordinary wooden stick? What unsettled it even more was the sense of mortal danger it felt the moment the staff struck, as though it wasn't a simple piece of wood, but a deadly sword capable of ending its life. The wolf fixed its gaze on the retreating figures of the three humans, its confusion quickly giving way to rage. If that human was truly so formidable, why flee? It had to be a fluke. With this realization, the wolf launched itself in pursuit. In just a few bounds, it was closing in on Chen Huai'an's back. Its eyes locked onto the vulnerable neck of its prey, and its fangs were ready to strike. At that critical moment, Chen Huai'an's foot caught on a protruding stone at the side of the path. Losing his balance, two thunderfire talismans slipped from his chest, and his right leg instinctively kicked backward. The kick landed squarely on the wolf's lower jaw. A sickening crack echoed as the wolf was sent flying by the tremendous force, tumbling into the roadside thicket. Chen Huai'an, however, crashed heavily to the ground, his face pale with pain. Su Xingchen and the cameraman immediately turned back to help him up, but Chen Huai'an urgently shouted, "Don't worry about me, just run." His right foot throbbed with pain, and he suspected it might be fractured. "No way. We're leaving together." Su Xingchen and the cameraman each took one of his arms to support him. Chen Huai'an glanced back at the empty space behind them, puzzled. He could have sworn the wolf was right on his heels. How had it vanished? Meanwhile, deep in the thicket, the monstrous wolf struggled to its feet, its lower jaw shattered into a mangled mess. Its ears rang incessantly, and the excruciating pain triggered its feral rage. Its body began to swell, its fur standing on end like steel needles, and its eyes glowed a menacing blood red. This was the first time since gaining higher intelligence that it had suffered such a grievous injury, bringing back memories of being struck and flung by a speeding car. Anger and hatred consumed its mind. This forest had once been its kind's territory, but now it was treated as a human playground. Forced to retreat deeper into the mountains, they still had to watch for those roaring metal boxes speeding past. Howl! The wolf let out a thunderous roar, bursting out of the thicket like a king of the night, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Its keen sense of smell locked onto its targets instantly, and it surged forward like lightning. Then, its paw landed on one of the fallen thunderfire talismans. Howl! Boom! Chen Huai'an, still limping away with the others, suddenly froze in place. That thunderous sound, why did it seem so familiar? Why is it thundering all of a sudden? Su Xingchen looked up at the once clear sky, frowning in confusion. The air carried a strange, burnt smell that made her even more uneasy. She and the cameraman hurriedly supported Chen Huai'an as they moved forward, but the weight of a grown man quickly wore them out. As exhaustion set in, a wooden cabin came into view. The three of them rushed inside. Chen Huai'an sat down by the door without hesitation. His right foot no longer hurt, but to maintain his injured persona for the sake of the show, he chose to continue pretending to be disabled. Brother Huai'an, don't sit by the door, it's too dangerous. Su Xingqian tried to pull him further inside, but Chen Huai'an lightly waved her off. If the wolf breaks in, I can at least buy you some time to escape, he said calmly. You can climb out through the window. My time is already limited. You saved Met, his is the least I can do. Su Xingqian's eyes reddened as she sat down beside him, sniffling. Brother Huai'an, you're too kind. But I've already called the police. Well, be fine. You're too kind. I'm just an ordinary person, Chen Huai'an replied, reaching for his phone to pass the time. But then he noticed the cameraman's lens still pointed at them. Hey, are you still filming? The sweat-drenched cameraman grinned, flashing his teeth. Hee, professional ethics, you know. 5 minutes earlier, elsewhere. The wolf ate someone. Kai Yifan lay trembling on the twisted door of a van, mumbling incoherently. The others huddled in the wrecked vehicle, shivering in fear. Not far away, a gigantic wolf, towering at 4 meters tall, lay dead in a pool of blood. Beside it stood a girl in a school uniform. Lin Lingling held a blood-stained spear, its tip still dripping with the creature's brain matter. Her face was expressionless as she approached the delirious Kai Yifan, this so-called Shaolin lay disciple. Disdain flickered in her heart. Heroine, Director Zhang spoke cautiously. Another wolf went west, chasing 3 other people. Please save them. What? There's another one? Lin Lingling clenched her teeth, frustrated at her own lack of awareness. Without hesitation, she sprinted westward, the demonic energy in the air growing thicker. At that moment, the western sky suddenly lit up as thunder roared and lightning struck. In the blinding blaze of the thunderbolt, the wolf demon's aura vanished instantly. Lin Lingling halted, sensing a balanced and tranquil energy emanating from the lightning. Another cultivator, she thought to herself, and a seriously powerful one at that. Lin Lingling followed the direction of the lightning strike. In a 5-meter-wide crater, she found the charred corpse of a wolf demon. Upon closer inspection, she noticed significant fractures on its jawbone. Judging by the shape of the cracks, it appeared to have been caused by a blunt weapon, such as a hammer or a club. There was no scent of blood at the scene, which reassured her that the 3 missing individuals were likely safe. This allowed her to focus her attention on examining the wolf demon's corpse. When she picked up a piece of its bone, it instantly disintegrated into powder. This abnormal phenomenon caused her pupils to contract sharply. To summon such immense lightning power, could it be a general-level expert? She murmured to herself, shocked by her own speculation. She knew that demon slayers were categorized into 4 levels: white, master, soldier, and general. Someone at her level, a white-grade slayer, was merely a civilian demon hunter akin to a bounty hunter. They could freely take on missions and earn rewards by submitting demon remains, but if they perished during a hunt, no one would intervene. It was through this income that she was able to continue her studies. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a piece of yellow talisman paper. It was lying less than 3 meters from the wolf's corpse, inscribed with intricate runes drawn in cinnabar. Faint traces of thunderous energy could still be felt emanating from it. The discovery sent a chill down her spine. If any malevolent entity had touched it, it would have been instantly consumed by the lightning power within the talisman. To trigger such power with just a talisman, even the strongest demon slayer in the Hua district couldn't achieve this, she thought to herself in shock. Who could have such extraordinary abilities? Following the tracks on the ground, she eventually arrived near an old, dilapidated ranger's cabin. Inside the cabin, Chen Huai'an was speaking. Why hasn't that wolf shown up yet? Brother Huai'an, how can you say that? Su Xingqian's face turned pale. What, are you actually looking forward to it? The cameraman asked, exasperated. According to the law of safety equilibrium, if we're safe, then another group must be in danger, Chen Huai'an said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With 2 wolves that size, do you think Director Zhang and the others hiding in the van can really make it out alive? His words filled Su Xingqian and the cameraman with dread. It was true, if the group at the van didn't make it, wouldn't they be next? In this vast mountain wilderness, who could escape the pursuit of such predators? Just then, the wooden door creaked open. Moonlight spilled into the room, casting the shadow of a large figure on the wall. It wasn't a wolf, but the silhouette of a girl. Under the moonlight, Lin Lingling surveyed the 3 people inside. A bald man, a timid-looking girl, and a sturdy man holding a camera. These people didn't seem like experts. There was no sign of the kind of inner energy fluctuations one would expect from a master. Lin Lingling quietly observed everyone in the room, a trace of doubt flickering in her eyes. Could the big shot have already left? As expected of a top-tier fighter coming and going like a shadow, someone like her, a small fry, could never detect their presence. Hey, little girl, there are wolves outside. Come in and take shelter, Su Xingqian said, visibly relieved when he saw a cute student entering, carrying a long rifle on her back. As long as it wasn't a wolf, he thought, it was fine. The wolf is already dead, Lin Lingling replied expressionlessly, the blood still dripping from the long rifle on her back. Feigning fear, she added, "Oh my, it scared me to death. I was climbing the mountain when I stumbled upon a wolf's corpse, and I ran here in a panic. So scary." Su Xingqian watched her performance and suddenly found the little girl somewhat suspicious. Chen Huai'an's gaze swept over Lin Lingling, finally stopping at her hands. "Little girl, where did you get that talisman?" Lin Lingling's eyes lingered on Chen Huai'an's face again and again. She couldn't help but admire him. Inwardly was incredibly handsome. However, as a professional demon slayer, she suppressed her urge to ogle him and cleared her throat with a slight blush. "What talisman? I don't know what you're talking about." "That's just my keychain." As a demon slayer, there were times when they had to step into the public eye. In the past, when demons were rare, everything was strictly confidential, with witnesses signing agreements or even having their memories erased with special potions. But now, with the increasing number of demons, confidentiality had become harder to maintain, and the cost of the potion was prohibitive. The strategy had to change. Unless it involved particularly bizarre demons, most cases were publicly explained as mutant beasts. Demon slayers presented themselves as martial artists and occasionally collaborated with the police under special authorization. However, Chen Huai'an pulled a crumpled Thunderfire talisman from the inner pocket of his jacket. "But this talisman should be mine, shouldn't it?" To prove he wasn't lying, he pulled out 5 more talismans. Lin Lingling froze, her eyes filled with confusion. This sudden twist left her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The trip to Tianmin Mountain ended on a sour note. Although the filming of this adventure show encountered unexpected incidents, it unexpectedly made the program an instant hit. Online, the performances of the participants became a hot topic of discussion. Kai Yifan, who was so scared he became visibly disoriented, saw his proud identity as a lay disciple of Shaolin mocked. Song Zichen and Wang Yitao's tough guy personas crumbled as they appeared more timid than the women when faced with danger. Meanwhile, Su Xingqian's kind-hearted image, captured in full by the cameras, gained her attention even outside her usual circles. Zhang Lulu, despite her average performance, also garnered some popularity. However, 2 individuals stood out the most. The brave middle school girl who confronted the wild wolves, and Chen Huai'an, whose calm demeanor throughout the ordeal was almost unnerving. Even with a shaved head, Chen Huai'an was astonishingly handsome, earning him the title of national male idol from netizens. Various memes flooded the internet, but Chen Huai'an's memes, showcasing his perpetually composed and charming appearance, became the most popular. The dangerous incident quickly faded from the public's focus online, replaced by the trending topic of the male participants' embarrassing reactions. Despite the constant peril during the filming, it was fortunate that no one was injured. At the hotel reception desk, 2 young women were passionately chatting. "The handsome guy from room 418 is back," one of them exclaimed excitedly. "Really? This morning, I asked the cleaning lady to check the room, and he hadn't returned yet. Should we ask for his WeChat?" "Forget it. I weigh almost 180 pounds. He'd never be interested. That's called being slightly chubby, and that's trendy now." Lin Lingling stood at the counter, partially hidden behind a row of 32-inch monitors, with only the upper half of her face visible. Holding her ID card, she struggled to catch the receptionist's attention. "I'd like to book room 417. Upon learning that room 417 was already occupied, she promptly booked room 419 and paid for an entire month up front. As she dragged her enormous suitcase into the elevator, Lin Lingling recalled the lingering doubts from the previous night. The talisman in Chen Huai'an's possession was undeniably authentic, which should have confirmed him as the legendary figure. Yet, various details left her puzzled. He had no inner strength and was completely ignorant of the secret codes. When she tested him with "a friend comes from afar," he bizarrely responded with "though far, we shall strike." She quoted, "One cannot recognize the true face of Mount Lu," and he replied, "I only know how to bend the bow and shoot the great eagle." From his clear yet slightly bewildered gaze, it was evident that this handsome man had absolutely no knowledge of the Demon Slayer Bureau. The origin of the talismans on Chen Huai'an had become the greatest mystery in Lin Lingling's mind. As a demon slayer, her responsibilities extended beyond hunting down demons. She also had to track down ordinary people who had gained extraordinary powers during the resurgence of spiritual energy. This was both to introduce them to the Demon Slayer Bureau and to prevent them from following in the footsteps of the so-called Homelanders. In recent years, a series of bizarre serial murders had plagued the land. While some were the work of demons, many more were caused by humans who had lost control after acquiring extraordinary powers. These individuals often proved to be far more terrifying than the demons themselves. Despite Lin Lingling's innocent and harmless appearance, which could be described as a lowly face, she had failed to convince Chen Huai'an to hand over the talismans. However, she didn't give up. Instead, she moved into the apartment next door to him, determined to uncover the truth. If he turned out to be an ordinary person who had stumbled upon the talismans by chance, she would find a way to reclaim these dangerous artifacts, perhaps even buy them off him. Of course, she also admitted to herself that she was deeply tempted by the talisman's power. Standing in front of room 419, Lin Lingling stared at the familiar talisman on the door of room 418 across the hall. It was identical to the one used the previous night to blow up the wolf demon on the mountain. What the heck? Does this guy even know how to use these talismans? She muttered, ruffling her hair in frustration. If he turned out to be some big shot on a covert mission, wouldn't her interference just make her look foolish? After much deliberation, she decided to observe him for a few days before making a move. Meanwhile, inside room 418, Chen Huai'an was happily sharing a newly purchased box of chow hei duck with his muscular companion, Baji. After plugging in his phone to charge, he eagerly launched his virtual girlfriend game. The second half of the night he had spent at the investigation bureau had left him utterly baffled. What should have been a simple case of a wild animal attack had turned into an interrogation, surrounded by a heavy security detail, as if it were some kind of terrorist incident. Qingran must have joined Lingy Valley by now, he thought to himself, filled with anticipation. His mind conjured up images of the legendary all-female sect of healer cultivators. However, the game screen shattered his expectations. Instead of a serene, ancient setting filled with blossoms and charm, he was greeted by a scene of utter ruin. The sect's plaque was shattered, with its inscription barely legible. Just as he stared at the screen in confusion, a game notification popped up. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, has joined the Sect, Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion in order of sword cultivators. Due to the unique nature of sword cultivation, this sect is also known as the poorest sect in the Azure Cloud realm. Where's the destiny simulation feature? Get over here now. Chen Huai'an yelled in frustration. I demand a refund under the disability policy. Disciple Qingran pays her respects to the sect leader. Li Qingran respectfully saluted Su Qinian. By this time, she had passed the rigorous trials of the Sword Pavilion and officially become a disciple. It was only after half a day that she realized the truth. In order to seize that batch of spirit stones, the Sword Pavilion had dispatched all 4 of its elders. And the person who had flown her on the sword was none other than the Sword Pavilion's senior disciple and Su Qinian's personal protégé Qianqi, known as the Xuanwu Sword. Looking around, the Sword Pavilion exuded an air of desolation. The dilapidated buildings were overgrown with weeds, and the entire sect consisted of barely 100 disciples. What was even more surprising was that every one of these disciples behaved oddly, as if lost in their own strange worlds. Ha ha ha, Qingran, no need to be so formal. Once you're in the Sword Pavilion, your family, Su Qinian said with a hearty laugh, stroking his beard as he led Li Qingran to the sect's main square. We had no choice but to claim we were from the Cangyun sect earlier. There were too many eyes on us, and we had just pulled off a major heist. We couldn't afford to expose our identity. Li Qingran felt conflicted. Robbery was undoubtedly not the way of the righteous path. But after some thought, she reasoned that this might be the sect her master belonged to, and her unease quickly dissipated. She even found herself understanding Su Qinian's predicament. A once proud sect of sword cultivators, what desperate circumstances must they have faced to fall so far? Surely, such actions wouldn't happen again. Her assumptions, however, were soon shattered. Sect leader, this haul was quite fruitful, over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, enough to last us a while. Elder Yuan Sanshur, his round figure waddling forward, reported enthusiastically. Who should we target next? How about the Central Plains secret realm in a month? Another big score. Su Qinian replied without hesitation. Brilliant idea. Sect leader. The elders chimed in unison. Li Qingran. She took back her earlier thoughts. Su Qinian then had the elders line up to introduce the Sword Pavilion's 6 main peaks to her. We have Xuanwu Peak, which specializes in the Xuanwu heavy sword, capable of splitting stones and mountains. Lingyun Peak, focused on the first stance sword, dominating with unmatched momentum. Songjin Peak, dedicated to nurturing and concealing swords. Luoshuang Cliff, known for its frost sword techniques, and Wuqing Peak, which hones the emotionless sword intent. Lastly, there's Wanjian Peak. But since no one has managed to comprehend its unparalleled sword intent, it remains marked only by a stone tablet. Choose wisely. Seeing the contemplative look on Li Qingran's face, Su Qinian added, you are exceptionally talented, possessing a single water spiritual root and a supreme-grade Dantiana onsen Tenthusandier's genius in cultivation. I suggest you join Luoshuang Cliff. Elder Wang's frost sword techniques perfectly complement your water spiritual root. However, you must never reveal your supreme-grade Dantian to anyone. Within the Sword Pavilion, we can protect you, but outside these walls, it could bring disaster. Disciple will remember. Li Qingran replied solemnly, bowing deeply. The aptitude test before entering Jian Pavilion made Li Qingran extremely anxious. She feared that her supreme-grade Dantian would cause a major commotion. However, The pavilion master and the elders only showed brief expressions of surprise. Through subsequent conversations, she learned that there were over 30 disciples in Jian Pavilion with graded Dantians, including the senior disciple Yu Qianqi, who possessed a second-grade Dantian. While her supreme-grade Dantian was indeed rare, it wouldn't stir much of a sensation within Jian Pavilion. On the surface, Jian Pavilion appeared simple and unassuming, but it had profound foundations. It was like an ordinary sword sheath concealing a sharp, precious blade. The sword cultivators here seemed to only show visible emotional fluctuations when their money pouches ran dry. Although the pavilion master recommended prestigious mountain sects overseen by elders themselves, Li Qingran remained steadfast in her original goal to become a healer cultivator. To focus on the path of medicine, swordsmanship could not be her primary pursuit. Not wanting to clash with the elders over differing philosophies in the future, she respectfully said, "Disciple wishes to go to the 6th peak." Hearing this, Su Qinian gave a helpless smile. "You're still set on becoming a pill cultivator or healer cultivator?" Seeing Li Qingran bow her head silently, he didn't press further. "Very well, then you may go to the 6th peak. Judging by your perfectly compatible internal skills, you likely already have a master, so I'm not worried about you lacking techniques." Although Jian Pavilion focuses on sword cultivation, its foundations surpass any sect in the Cangyun Realm. Don't be deceived by the quietness of the mountain gates. Once you step into the Sutra Library, you will witness an entirely different world. From the pavilion master's tone, Li Qingran sensed an unreserved confidence and pride, which somewhat eased her disappointment at not entering Lingy Valley. She couldn't help but ask, "Pavilion master, if I may be bold, do you happen to know a senior with the surname Chen?" "Chen? A sword cultivator?" Su Qinian raised an eyebrow.
Yes.
Seeing the expectation in Li Qingran's eyes, Su Qinian's gaze shifted. I do. Elder Chen is one of Jian Pavilion's supreme elders. However, he has left the pavilion, and I have no idea where he is now. He's probably out somewhere slaying demons for leisure." Li Qingran's heart leapt with joy. So this was indeed the sect her master had once belonged to. No wonder their swordsmanship styles were so similar. Su Qinian continued, "Focus on your cultivation. When Elder Chen returns, he'll introduce you to him. But let me warn you, Elder Chen has extremely high standards for disciples. Without sufficient strength, he won't even consider meeting you." "Understood. Disciple will remember." Li Qingran bowed again, her face blooming with a radiant smile. "Off you go now. Follow your senior sister to choose a cave dwelling." Su Qinian gestured to Yu Qianqi, who understood and led Li Qingran away. After the two had walked off into the distance, an elder asked, "Pavilion master, do we really have a supreme elder named Chen?" "Not at all." Su Qinian replied bluntly. "Then why did you?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Qinian gazed at the vast sea of clouds below the mountain gates. That young girl has extraordinary talent. If she were to fully dedicate herself to the sword path, she would achieve greatness. Her concern for that Chen sword cultivator must stem from him being the one who bestowed her the water elemental heart technique. It seems he left her for some reason. That's why I said what I did. His tone grew heavier. Would any of you be willing to let such a prodigy be confined to the paths of healing or pill cultivation? We are in an era of great strife. The Z-Way star dims, and a calamity of slaughter looms. Only the sword at one side can offer true protection. The paths of healing and pill cultivation may seem promising, but once you offend someone, your medicine shop is smashed, your pill furnace destroyed, and you can do nothing but watch helplessly. I'm simply cherishing talent. The elders suddenly understood, and together they bowed in unison. The pavilion master is wise. Qingran, this is the sword pavilion's sanctuary. On a flying sword, Yu Qianqi pointed to a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Li Qingran focused her gaze and saw the mountain dotted with man-made caves and exquisite stone houses. Each residence was meticulously maintained, surrounded by spiritual fields cultivated by the disciples themselves. The decorations in front of each dwelling were uniquely styled. Some had elegant chrysanthemums planted by their doors, while others favored massive cacti. Though the owners were not visible, their distinct personalities were evident from these details. Noticing Li Qingran quietly observing, Yu Qianqi assumed she found the place unimpressive and quickly explained. "Our sword pavilion may not have as many paradisiacal sanctuaries as other sects, but the sect master has used formations to gather the surrounding spiritual energy here. It may seem a bit crowded, but it provides a better environment for cultivation and adds a touch of liveliness. The sect master must be a pragmatic person," Li Qingran sincerely praised. She thought back to her time in the Cangyun sect, where she had once suggested a similar idea to Taoist Qingxian, only to be harshly scolded. Qingxian had called her foolish, claiming that the path of cultivation was all about contending with heaven, earth, and others. If everyone trained under the same conditions, how could individual talent and effort be showcased? But to Li Qingran, a sect should feel like a warm home, emphasizing mutual support rather than rivalry. What are you thinking about, junior sister? Yu Qianqi asked. Nothing, Li Qingran replied, meeting her senior sister's clear gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly. This place is wonderful. Senior sister, which caves are unoccupied? Yu Qianqi pointed to the mid-mountain and above. Most of the ones over there are empty. Some were carved out by disciples themselves, and others are leftover pits from when the masters hunted down the sect's guardian beasts. If none of them suit you, you can always carve out your own. Why does everyone prefer living at the foot of the mountain? For convenience, of course. Yu Qianqi shrugged with a smile. Our sword pavilion's motto is, if you can stand, don't fly. If you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. If you can sleep, don't wake. If you can die a hymn, well, let's skip the rest. Li Qingran couldn't help but think to herself, this is way too laid back. As they approached the mountain, she noticed a swordsman basking in the sun on the back of a giant turtle by a waterfall. Though he appeared idle, there was a certain meditative quality to his demeanor. That's senior brother Duan Feng, who cultivates the path of emotionlessness, Yu Qianqi said with a slight sneer. He's like a coffin board all day, so boring. With that, she sped up, carrying Li Qingran past him and circling the mountain once more. Junior sister, have you picked a spot yet? Images of the mountaintop came to Li Qingran's mind, the rising sun, the chorus of birds. Senior sister, I want to live at the summit. Sure, Yu Qianqi replied without surprise. New junior brothers and sisters always choose the summit. Great view. Amazing scenery at first. They all think flying on their swords every day is no big deal. Even the most breathtaking scenery can become tiresome over time. As days turned into months, the disciples living in the cliffside caves atop the mountains began to feel the weariness of their daily routine, rushing to early lessons on flying swords. Every morning, they had to rise before dawn, braving the biting cold winds as they soared through the air, only to see their fellow disciples leisurely strolling to class at the foot of the mountain. When summer arrived, the scorching sun would leave them feeling as though they were being roasted alive. After enduring the heat, winter would come, bringing icy snowstorms to the mountain peaks, while the base remained as warm and pleasant as spring. After months of such torment, it didn't take long for these disciples to start challenging their seniors in every way possible, all in hopes of relocating their cave dwellings to the mountain's base. Over time, this struggle turned into an unspoken rule: those who lived closer to the foot of the mountain were often the most skilled. Yu Qianqi led Li Qingran to the mountaintop and gestured toward a small, dust-covered stone hut. All right, junior sister, this is where you'll be staying. If you need anything, use a voice transmission talisman to find me. And don't forget, you're always welcome to visit Cave 1 at the base of the mountain. Before her words fully settled, a faint scent of wine drifted by on the wind. Yu Qianqi's previously lazy demeanor instantly changed as her eyes lit up with excitement. She licked her lips and grinned mischievously. Senior sister's off to drink now. Heh, see you around. With that, she leaped onto her flying sword and sped downward. Her voice echoed through the mountains, junior sister. Don't be late for the morning lesson tomorrow. Moments later, an angry shout rose from the mountain base. Su-un, junior brother, I'm counting to 3 hand over that new batch of wine, or I'll smash your cave to bits. Not a chance, you brood of a woman. A loud crash followed as 2 sword lights clashed, shooting into the sky. The sound of their skirmish reverberated through the mountains, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yet the cranes perched on the cliffs remained dozing, long accustomed to such disturbances. Li Qingran lingered at the edge of the cliff for a moment before turning and stepping into the stone hut. She silently resolved to herself, a new life starts now. After tomorrow's morning lesson, they'll visit the scripture pavilion. I must find a way to cure Master's poison and ensure their longevity. Clenching her fists to bolster her determination, she reached for the broom by the doorway, preparing to sweep the dusty room. But before she could begin, a familiar voice echoed out of the void. Qingran, it's been but a day. Did you miss your master? Qingran, I missed you so much. In room 418, Chen Huai'an excitedly typed a message on his phone, unaware that the words he sent had been completely altered by the system. On the other side of the room, Baji was trembling all over, struggling with the spiciness of a bite of chow hei duck. Hearing Chen Huai'an's voice, Li Qingran's eyes instantly softened like honey, her entire demeanor lighting up. Master, Qingran missed you too. She looked around, searching, but saw no one. Master, where are you? I am still battling a great demon. Chen Huai'an's voice resonated. I have left only a trace of my divine consciousness here to occasionally speak with you. Li Qingran felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly cheered herself up. Master, are you hurt by the demon? You're poison. Do not worry about me. I am fine, Chen Huai'an reassured her. That's good. Master is the best. Li Qingran thought to herself, the poison must be causing Master immense pain. Her mind conjured a vivid image. The white-haired immortal master lying in a pool of blood, leaning against the corpse of a demon beast, the sword still embedded in its body,
yet enduring the agony to speak with his distant disciple. The thought made her heart race, almost leaping out of her chest. Shaking her head quickly, Li Qingran blushed and tapped her forehead. Master, I've joined a new sect. Everyone here treats me very well. Tomorrow, we'll go to the library to search for a cure for your poison. The moment those words left her mouth, Chen Huai'an felt a wave of frustration. What sect have you joined? The Sword Pavilion, Li Qingran replied with a bright smile. I originally wanted to join Lingy Valley, but their young master dislikes men. When he found out you were male, he kicked me out. What? Unbelievable. Chen Huai'an was so angry he rolled his eyes, already holding a grudge against the young master of Lingy Valley. Just wait. I will definitely make things right for you. How dare Lingy Valley treat my disciple like this? When I return, they'll make them pay. Please don't be angry, master, Li Qingran said, shaking her head. Everyone has their own preferences. I'm doing very well in the Sword Pavilion now. When I saw them riding flying swords without activating wind-blocking formations, I knew this must have been your former sect. Am I smart or what? Chen Huai'an was completely bewildered. Wind-blocking formations? Riding flying swords requires wind-blocking formations? Where did this come from? It's what the pavilion master told me, Li Qingran said innocently. He said you were the Grand Elder and told me to train diligently, or you wouldn't think highly of me. She grinned sheepishly as she spoke, her face radiating pure joy. Looking into Li Qingran's wide, innocent eyes, Chen Huai'an sighed internally. This silly girl had clearly been tricked. The Sword Pavilion master's tactics were crystal clear to Chen Huai'an. He mused inwardly that this master had obviously seen through some clues and deliberately painted a grand picture for Li Qingran. His naive disciple was like a donkey chasing a carrot tied to its head, while Chen Huai'an himself had become that enticing carrot. Thinking of this, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Master, should we tell the pavilion master about your current situation? Li Qingran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If the pavilion master lends a hand? She speculated silently that Su Qinyan's strength was likely on par with Wu Duantian's and might truly be able to help her master. Chen Huai'an initially intended to refuse outright, as he wasn't truly the Grand Elder. But on second thought, since the pavilion master was using his name to encourage Li Qingran to cultivate diligently, why not play along and see how the pavilion master would handle it? That works, I suppose. All right, then I'll go find the pavilion master tomorrow. Li Qingran nodded earnestly, her expression serious. Chen Huai'an opened the map to carefully examine the Sword Pavilion. To his surprise, the entire Sword Pavilion was filled with green dots, not a single yellow one in sight. This indicated that every disciple in the Sword Pavilion was genuinely kind-hearted, harboring goodwill toward Li Qingran and their fellow disciples. Even the two dots currently sparring with each other appeared intense, but were actually devoid of hostility. Well, forget it. I didn't enter the Lingy Valley. So be it, Chen Huai'an muttered, shaking his head. As the saying goes, plans often can't keep up with changes, just like how he hadn't expected to encounter two giant wolves while climbing the mountain. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Your virtual girlfriend's abode is too shabby. Recharge 68 to give your girlfriend a cozy home. Chen Huai'an sneered. A mere 68? So what if this was the key to unlocking a new wave of microtransactions? He, Chen, paid to win Xinzuan, had no shortage of money. Recharge it was. With a flash of golden light, the stone house was instantly transformed into a cozy and exquisite wooden cabin, complete with new furniture and a refreshed look for the existing pieces. This scene stirred memories in Li Qingran. She stared blankly at the beautiful house before her, her eyes growing misty. In her heart, the most precious things weren't magical artifacts, spirit stones, or even the divine pill that could restore her Dantian. She would always remember that stormy night when her master said, "Come home," and there was suddenly a place to shield her from the wind and rain. The wooden planks and stones, insignificant to other cultivators, were the most cherished gifts to her. When she left Mount Wanqing, she couldn't help but look back wistfully at the small stone house. Her master's care always revealed itself in these subtle, tender gestures, leaving her deeply moved and unable to repay him. Little did Li Qingran know that, outside the screen, Chen Huai'an was staring at it, lost in thought. A series of recharge options appeared before him. Permanent basic spirit gathering array, 10,000 with automatic spirit stone replenishment. Permanent intermediate spirit gathering array, 100,000 with automatic spirit stone replenishment. Cultivate spirit fields, 5,000 per plot. Special price 48,800 for 10 plots. Upgrade spirit fields to LV1 to increase yield and growth speed, 1,000. Construct spirit beast pin, 50,000. Unlock spirit beast hatchling store upon completion. Construct basic mystic armor array, 5,000 with automatic material replenishment. Upgrade abode to LV2 for enhanced comfort, 998. All recharge options could be substituted with spirit stones or spirit crystals at an equivalent exchange rate.
Chen Huai'an slowly typed out a question mark in his mind. Zooming out to view the cliffside, he saw the area divided into various undeveloped plots of land. A name from an old game slipped from his lips. Is this Farmville? Although this game is quite old, Chen Huai'an immediately recognized that the so-called cave system was essentially modeled after the template of the QQ farm. He smirked and shook his head, thinking to himself that the beast pin might even allow for raising spirit chickens and spirit cows. However, the priority right now was to upgrade Li Qingran's cave to level 2. With a flash of golden light, the small wooden hut expanded instantly, now featuring 2 newly added side rooms. On the left was a bathing tub, and on the right was a stove, clearly a bathing room and a kitchen. Chen Huai'an carefully inspected the surroundings. This mountain already had a natural primary spirit gathering array. If another primary spirit gathering array was set up inside the room, while the effect might not match that of an intermediate array, it had the advantage of not requiring additional materials. Upgrade. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. He then set up a basic Xuanjia formation, saying, to protect Qingran's safety, this is essential. After a series of actions, the entire cave underwent a transformation. The structure, built with blue bricks and tiles, might not have the grandeur of pavilions and towers, but it was still refined and pleasing to the eye. Such a residence would be considered a luxury home even in the Cangyun Sect, let alone here in the Sword Pavilion. It was practically a dream abode that everyone envied. Just as Chen Huai'an was pondering what else to add, a timid voice from the game broke his thoughts. Master, that's enough. Really? It's too much. At that moment, Li Qingran was standing nervously by the bed, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her robe, her delicate face flushed red. Although it wasn't her first time witnessing her master's extraordinary ability to conjure objects out of thin air, such lavish generosity still overwhelmed her. If her fellow Sword Pavilion disciples saw this cave, how could she possibly explain it? Do you think this is enough, Qingran? Chen Huai'an chuckled softly. Everyone else has spirit fields. Your master will set some up for you too. Ah, master, please don't. Before Li Qingran could finish her sentence, a rumbling sound echoed. The land around the cave shook violently, and in the blink of an eye, 10 plots of spirit-filled, glowing farmland appeared. Chen Huai'an casually upgraded all of them to level 1. Trembling, Li Qingran pushed the door open and gazed at the vast expanse of fertile spirit fields outside. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees. Closing her eyes in despair, she murmured, "It's over. I'm doomed." She could already imagine herself becoming the talk of the Sword Pavilion, perhaps even being labeled as a treasured disciple. At that moment, a piece of clothing suddenly fell onto the bed. "This outfit looks nice, wear it to sleep." Chen Huai'an's voice rang out. Li Qingran walked into the room and picked it up, only to blush furiously. It was a white gauzy dress with an open back, a cinched waist and hips, and a high slit at the thighs. Wearing it would undoubtedly accentuate her curves perfectly. This kind of outfit was clearly only suitable for private settings. Li Qingran's face turned bright red as various images involuntarily flashed through her mind. Did her master want to see her wearing this nightgown by asking her to sleep in it? The thought made her blush even more, her ears turning a deep shade of purple. She had never worn such revealing clothing before, but since it was her master's request, while she was lost in her wild thoughts, Chen Huai'an had already exited the electronic girlfriend store. In truth, his reasoning was simply had noticed the discounted nightgown in the store for just 18 yuan and had bought it on impulse. A system notification promptly appeared. You have completed Main Quest 2.0. Help your electronic girlfriend establish herself in the new sanctuary. Reward. 1 9-turn spirit orchid and 1 pot of Nuwa soil have been delivered. Main Quest 3.0. Countdown to the Central Continent Secret Realm Dungeon opening 30 days. Please increase your electronic girlfriend's survival rate in the dungeon. For every 30 survival rate increase, you will receive 1 heavenly insight. Current survival rate. 0. Thud. A familiar sound echoed from the doorway. It was another mysterious delivery. Chen Huai'an didn't rush to retrieve it, but instead focused on the new main quest. The first dungeon of the game was finally about to begin. As an experienced MMO player, he had long anticipated this moment. Leaving the Wanqing Mountain Cottage was merely exiting the beginner's village. Joining the Sword Pavilion marked the true start of the game. From here on, the power struggles of the entire game world would gradually unfold, and he would experience it all through the perspective of Li Qingran's master. Chen Huai'an checked Li Qingran's status. Status: daydreaming. Cultivation progress: 399800. Qi refining stage 3. Remaining lifespan: 143 years. Affection level: 85. She was still shyly surrounded by pink bubbles, but she had advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi refining. However, the 0 survival rate indicated her current abilities were insufficient to face the secret realm. He needed to quickly master the Qinglian sword technique to enhance her strength. Although there was still a month left, as a dedicated Padawan player, He intended to enjoy the process thoroughly. Getting up to open the door, he found 2 boxes quietly sitting at the entrance. A sprout of green leaves peeked out from one box, while the other emitted a strong, earthy smell. The 9-turn spirit orchid and Yuhua soil, both names sounded mystical and intriguing. As Chen Huai'an grabbed scissors and wet wipes to handle the dirty boxes, the table's resident, his pet ba muscle, suddenly sprang to life. Previously rendered sluggish by a spicy encounter with some duck neck, the creature now flipped upright with renewed energy. Its feline eyes gleamed with an unusual light, locking onto the 2 boxes by the windowsill. What a treasure! Absolutely amazing! Baji stared intently at the box, his eyes unblinking. Deep down, he was certain that if he consumed whatever was inside, his power would skyrocket. Soon, he'd be able to devour and refine even human-made metal boxes. Finally, the big boss was willing to give him a taste of something different. Chen Huai'an picked up a pair of scissors and carefully opened the box. Inside was a lush green plant, along with a flower pot filled with vividly multicolored soil. Gently, he planted the vegetation into the pot, placed it on the windowsill, and studied it for a moment. Then he pulled out his phone and opened a scanning app to identify the object. The results came back quickly. Grass, a type of plant. Just an ordinary blade of grass? Chen Huai'an shook his head in exasperation. This game was really taking shortcuts. How much could a pot of orchids cost these days? And yet they sent him this scruffy wild grass. Not to mention the soil in the pot, it was so multicolored it looked like industrial waste. He found a sealed bag inside the box containing a talisman and a set of instructions. Zixiao Divine Thunder Talisman, attached to the flower pot to protect the 9-turn spirit orchid and prevent it from being devoured by gluttonous beasts. Gluttonous beasts? Chen Huai'an glanced around the room. Besides a few mosquitoes, there was only a silly cat lying around. Though he found it absurd, he still stuck the talisman onto the flower pot, which was carved with patterns of heavenly clouds. The whole setup looked bizarre, like something no ordinary person would ever do. Meanwhile, in the game, Li Qingran was still spinning in place by the bedside, clutching her clothes. Seeing nothing urgent, Chen Huai'an exited the game and decided to grab breakfast. He also planned to visit the plaza later to see if the elderly man practicing swordsmanship was there. As soon as Chen Huai'an left, Baji crept toward the 9-turn spirit orchid. The closer he got, the more he could feel the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. In an era where spiritual energy was so scarce, the appearance of such a treasure left him utterly baffled. But that didn't stop him from wanting a taste. Just as Baji reached out to touch the flower pot, a sharp crack echoed, and an arc of electricity flashed. A terrifying pressure filled the air, sending him scrambling back to the sofa in a panic. Only then did he notice the talisman on the flower pot, far more fearsome than any warding charm on doors or windows. One touch, and he'd be instantly fried. From a safe distance, the thunderous energy on the talisman gradually subsided. Baji tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, sighing at his own naivety. This king was too optimistic. A treasure like this? There was no way the big boss would let him have it. Resigned, he went back to gnawing on his leftover spicy duck neck. Still, he knew that with this spiritual plant here, the area would soon transform into a place brimming with spiritual energy. Eventually, everything in the room would become infused with it, creating the perfect environment for cultivation. Ordinary rice could transform into spiritual rice, a simple duck into a mystical black duck, and even a pet fish could become a spirit if raised long enough. While shoveling food into his mouth, Baji comforted himself. Sure, it still tastes like crap, but at least now it's upgraded to chocolate-flavored crap. With that thought, he found himself eating with even more gusto. Just then, Chen Huai'an, scrolling through Douyin, was drawn to a news clip. Wild wolves spotted at Tianmen Mountain. On the screen, an elderly man with white hair was speaking confidently into the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Professor Wang, honorary fellow of the Canine Studies Department at the Agricultural University of Province C. The wolves sighted at Tianmen Mountain are indeed unusually large, but please don't buy into any myths about monsters. These are actually mutated creatures caused by consuming polluted seawater. Although they appear massive, their bodies are poorly coordinated, and their aggression is actually much lower than that of normal wolves. Chen Huai'an's mouth twitched as he watched the so-called expert blatantly lie. Low aggression? That wolf had torn apart a minivan like it was a toy. This reminded him of that horrifying event 10 years ago. Back then, no one paid much attention, but as the effects of seawater pollution became more evident, mutated creatures began appearing frequently. 3-headed and 5-headed chickens moved from labs to regular farms. These multi-headed chickens not only lived longer, but each head had its own independent consciousness, often leading to fights among themselves. Ironically, in some places, eating multi-headed chickens had become a bizarre trend. The video continued with interviews from witnesses. Thank goodness that girl showed up in time and shot the wolf dead, one witness exclaimed excitedly. Oh, and by the way, The quality of that Songwang minivan is awful. It falls apart just from gently closing the door. She wasn't a middle schooler. She was a young female guard, another voice corrected. The scene shifted to an interview with director Zhang. The other wolf was struck by lightning. If not for that divine thunderbolt, 3 more members of our crew might not have made it out alive. As the video showed images of the lightning crater, Chen Huai'an froze. That familiar sound of thunder, the distinct characteristics of the crater, and the memory of his missing Thunderfire talisman, he quickly pulled out the remaining talismans from his jacket pocket. Carefully, he spread the crumpled pieces of talisman paper on the coffee table and stared at the cinnabar characters, deep in thought. Gingerly poking one of the talisman papers, Chen Huai'an sat there in a daze for a long time before muttering to himself, could these things actually be real talismans? From a young age, Chen Xianzuan was a sharp thinker. When he noticed unusual changes in his body, he quickly grasped the truth: the cancer cells had activated his genetic potential, transforming him into a stripped-down version of a superhuman. While he wasn't yet capable of taking down a wolf with a single blow, his remarkable regenerative ability allowed him to hold his ground for an additional 30 seconds in a fight. This was the extraordinary power he had gained. His keen mind began piecing together the key details from the previous night. The little girl had found the talisman near the corpse of the wild wolf. The talisman's effects were identical to the Thunderfire talisman from the game. Most intriguing of all were the wolf's injuries. They weren't the kind of damage one would expect from a lightning strike, such as a devastating blow to the back or head. Instead, its entire left leg had been blown to pieces, resembling the aftermath of a landmine explosion. Connecting these clues, the truth became clear. In his frantic escape, he had accidentally dropped 2 talismans. The mutated wolf had stepped on one, triggering a thunderous blast that killed it. The deductive process was so thorough that even Detective Conan would have tipped his hat. This revelation made Chen Huai'an abruptly realize an important fact. The 7 talismans now sitting on his coffee table might possess destructive power comparable to C4 explosives. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, but quickly calmed himself. If these talismans could detonate randomly, they would have caused trouble long ago. Although he had instructed the cleaning lady not to tidy up his room, she still passed by his door to clean the room across the hall. This suggested that the talismans required specific conditions to activate. Most likely, they needed to be deliberately thrown. With this thought, Chen Huai'an excitedly grabbed the talismans, hurriedly got dressed, and dashed out of the room. Shortly after he left, the door to room 419 quietly creaked open. Lin Lingling cautiously peeked out, scanning the empty hallway with a vigilant gaze. Finally, her opportunity had arrived. She nimbly climbed out of the window at the end of the corridor. In the dim light of dawn, using the cover of the air conditioning units, she leapt skillfully to the window of room 418. However, a yellow piece of paper stuck to the window made her pause. The talisman seemed to emanate an ominous warning. Intruders will be executed without mercy. Peering through the glass, the room appeared deceptively ordinary, but Lin Lingling was now certain this man was indeed a master of talismanic arts. Lin Lingling stared at the seemingly ordinary pot of grass on the windowsill, her brows furrowing tighter by the second. Who would plant common wild grass on a windowsill, let alone use such garishly colored, unsettling soil? Something was definitely off. Her extraordinary eyesight, a gift acquired after becoming a martial artist, allowed her to notice details invisible to the average person. On the grass blades, intricate carvings followed the veins, forming a delicate depiction of a celestial palace among the clouds. Winding corridors, soaring eaves, and carefully constructed buildings were all laid out in perfect harmony with the terrain. If it weren't for the sunlight hitting it at just the right angle, combined with her exceptional vision, these details would have gone completely unnoticed. It's impossible for this to be man-made carving. She quickly dismissed her initial assumption. The patterns appeared entirely natural, as if they had been part of the plant since its very inception. This had to be some kind of rare spiritual plant, but with her current level of skill, she couldn't discern exactly what it was. Sending it to the Demon-Slaying Bureau for identification seemed like an option, but Lin Lingling immediately dismissed the idea. Not to mention the yellow talisman on the window served as a clear warning. Doing so would be morally questionable. More importantly, if this handsome powerhouse was indeed a great cultivator, merely peeking at his belongings might result in some injuries. But stealing his treasure? That would likely leave her without even ashes to bury. She wasn't ready to die yet. She still wanted to witness more of this vast world, perhaps one day even soar through the skies on a flying sword. So, even if she couldn't delve further now, she'd look for another opportunity in the future. Just as she was about to retreat, a low growl filled with murderous intent sounded behind her. A chill ran down her spine as an invisible force compelled her neck to turn slowly. A black cat had somehow appeared on the side of the windowsill, its golden eyes gleaming with a predator's cold indifference. The grating, metallic sound, like steel scraping against glass, had come from this black cat. It advanced gracefully, step by step, but carried an aura of regal dominance. As sunlight fell upon its sleek form, a grotesque and twisted shadow loomed large on the wall behind it. A demon. Lin Lingling's pupils contracted sharply. The level of this creature far exceeded her expectations. Its mere presence rendered her immobile. She didn't even have time to ponder why such a demon would coexist peacefully with its owner. The black cat had already raised its paw and struck down heavily. Buzz. A ripple of dark energy radiated outward, lashing at Lin Lingling like a whip. Just as she regained control over her body, a tremendous force struck her. Her insides churned violently as she tumbled off the windowsill and onto the awning below. Baji, the black cat, stepped closer to the window, keeping a safe distance from the yellow talisman plastered on the glass. It coldly observed the girl lying motionless on the awning. Daring to covet the great master's spiritual plant? She must have a death wish, it growled inwardly. Pity I can't deal the killing blow myself. Otherwise, her life would end here today. As the talisman on the flower pot emitted another flash of warning lightning, Baji shrank back in fear, pulling its neck in. It quickly leapt off the windowsill and curled up obediently on the sofa. In the presence of this enlightened master, it had no choice but to play the role of an ordinary house cat. Any slip-up revealing its true identity would mean certain death. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an had already arrived at a corner of the plaza. Before heading to the old man's training spot, he needed to test whether the talisman was truly effective. If I were to blow a hole in the square, how much would I have to pay? Chen Huai'an stood in front of the lawn, lost in thought. Although he was relatively well off these days, he figured it probably wouldn't be enough to cover such a massive expense. After pondering for a while, he started looking for a place where he could conduct his experiment legally. Before long, his eyes landed on a nearby garbage dump piled high with trash. Since it was all just garbage, creating a crater there shouldn't be a big deal. Taking a deep breath, he carefully pulled out a Thunderfire talisman from his bag, pinching it between his index and ring fingers. With a swift flick, he sent it flying. However, the talisman only traveled half a meter before plummeting straight to the ground. Maybe I need to pair it with a chant? He wondered to himself, picking up the talisman and trying again. This time, he shouted, Wayaya, by the order of heaven. The result was the same. It dropped after half a meter. Unwilling to give up, he tried out a series of different chants. Focus. Go. Launch. Zizadokin. Chibi ni. Saipan. When the chants proved useless, Chen Huai'an shifted his focus to perfecting his throwing technique. He experimented with a rotating shot-put style, a running javelin throw, a single-handed poker toss, and even the dramatic salt-sprinkling motion. But the talisman remained stubbornly inert. Humph, I was too naive after all. He tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, striking a sorrowful pose. With a bitter laugh, he muttered to himself, there are no talismans, no cultivation world. It's just the dying fantasy of a terminal cancer patient. At that moment, a stray dog wandered by and sniffed his shoe. Suddenly, as if it had seen a ghost, the dog whimpered and bolted away. This peculiar scene gave Chen Huai'an an idea. Perhaps the talisman needed a living target. The first target that came to mind was Baji, his pet at home. At that very moment, Baji shuddered inexplicably, sensing a wave of murderous intent but unable to locate its source. However, Chen Huai'an quickly dismissed the idea. He couldn't bear to harm such an adorable little creature. After some deliberation, he decided to buy a fish from the market for his test. After all, the fish was destined to be eaten anyway, and using the talisman to instantly carbonize it would arguably be a more humane method than traditional butchering. Having made up his mind, Chen Huai'an headed cheerfully to the spot where the old man practiced martial arts. Hey there, young man, why didn't you show up yesterday? I thought you'd already lost interest, Old Manly said, his cloudy eyes suddenly lighting up. Ha ha ha, how could that be, Oldly? I just had something to take care of yesterday, Chen Huai'an replied while setting up his phone with a selfie stick. However, the moment he opened his game app, he nearly sprayed blood from his nose. Li Qingran had already changed into the newly purchased pajamas, which fit her perfectly, accentuating her figure. She sat quietly on the bed, her fair cheeks tinged with a blush that extended to her slender neck. Her soft hair fell naturally, partially covering her delicate earlobes and auricles. She gently blew at the bangs on her forehead, revealing her smooth brow. Her long neck supported a flawlessly shaped oval face, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with a touch of emotion. When she tilted her head slightly, her exquisite collarbone became faintly visible. Around her neck hung a jade-green phoenix pendant, the red string contrasting beautifully against her pale skin. Her slim waist swayed gently as her small feet dangled, creating a captivating sight in the warm glow of the candlelight. What are you staring at? A sudden question startled Chen Huai'an. He quickly covered the screen and responded with an awkward laugh. Nothing, just looking at some grad school materials, haha. You're sensible, Oldly sighed. My grandson, who's about your age, spends all his time on startups. He's already lost 20 million, but insists on carrying on. Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up. Wait, Old Li, did you just say 20 million? Yep, all from loans, Old Li replied with a wave of his hand. Chen Huai'an immediately changed the subject. How about we practice some martial arts instead? You seem quite interested in swordsmanship, young man, Old Li said with a hint of pride in his eyes. After we talked last time, I went back and brushed up on my Tai Chi sword techniques. Want to learn from this old man? Are your sword skills really that good, sir? Ahem, Old Li raised his chin slightly. I'd say I rank first in the province. That impressive. Old Li patted Chen Huai'an on the shoulder with satisfaction. I guarantee, once you see me perform a routine, you'll be begging to become my apprentice. Seeing how highly Old Li spoke of himself, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Kid, watch closely. This sword technique of mine is ridiculously cool, Old Li said, positioning himself with a slight parting of his feet, shoulders relaxed, as he slowly assumed his starting stance. His Tai Chi swordplay began slowly, then transitioned to a faster pace before returning to a deliberate rhythm, flowing seamlessly like water. Chen Huai'an was mesmerized. Though his understanding was limited, even he could see that Old Li's swordsmanship had a unique flair, graceful and fluid movements without a single hitch, clearly demonstrating profound skill. To his eyes, this sword technique even seemed practical for combat. However, some of the moves appeared slightly cumbersome. Perhaps they could be refined. But since he wasn't a martial arts master, he refrained from commenting. Well, how is it? Sufficiently impressive? Old Li sheathed his sword, stroking his beard with a proud expression, clearly expecting a flood of compliments from Chen Huai'an. Very impressive. Chen Huai'an gave him a thumbs up, but Old Li's face suddenly turned stern. What? You think my swordsmanship is still lacking? Not at all, Chen Huai'an quickly clarified, scratching his head. Old Li, I've been feeling a bit of a breakthrough lately. Could you take a look at my technique? Sure, but if I spot any flaws, don't expect me to hold back. Got it. May I borrow your sword? Taking the sword from Old Li, Chen Huai'an closed his eyes to focus, planted his feet firmly in a horse stance, and assumed the starting posture of the first form of the Qinglian sword manual, crane stance. The moment he began, the critical gaze in Old Li's eyes was replaced by astonishment. In just a few short days, the young man standing before him seemed completely transformed. Not only had his injured leg fully healed, but his entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic change. Just days ago, he was a novice. Now, every movement he made seemed natural and effortless. Most astonishingly, he had grasped the essence of martial arts, the elusive spirit. Old Li couldn't help but reflect. Modern martial arts are often criticized for being all form and no substance. The flashy routines mimic the movements but lack the core essence of true martial arts. To truly master the art, one must embody both form and spirit, with the latter being far more crucial. In ancient times, soldiers would repeatedly practice thrusting techniques, seeking breakthroughs through countless repetitions, understanding how to strike with maximum force, finding the angles that could pierce armor most effectively, and learning how to adapt when faced with resistance. When these insights became second nature, the spirit would emerge. Continuous breakthroughs and realizations in real combat would then mark the journey of a martial artist's growth. As Old Li pondered, Chen Huai'an had already fluidly demonstrated the first 12 chapters of the sword manual. Starting with foundational moves, he transitioned seamlessly into a series of flowing sword techniques, executing thrusts, slashes, and sweeps with effortless precision. To Old Li, Chen Huai'an's figure seemed to transform into that of a white-robed swordsman, wielding a blade in one hand and a wine jug in the other, exuding an air of unrestrained elegance and grace, like a dragon dancing in the clouds. It was simply unbelievable. Old Li was utterly stunned. This was no beginner, this was a master. No, even among the masters Old Li had encountered, most could only bring 2 or 3 techniques to the level of spirit, earning widespread acclaim. Who exactly was this young man? Suddenly, that graceful figure came to an abrupt halt. Chen Huai'an stood tall and proud, his eyes closed as he sheathed his sword. His left hand steadied the scabbard, while his right rested lightly on the hilt. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying with it a faint, sharp edge. Like a meteoric feather tucked at the waist, the sword's bloom shines like an autumn lotus unsheathed. Before the words fully left his lips, a sudden flash of sword light erupted. Clang! Li Lao's eyes completely failed to follow Chen Huai'an's movements. All he saw was a dazzling arc of light under the sun, shattering into fragments in an instant, resembling the bloom of an autumn lotus. The sword's hum reverberated sharply as the lotus petals disintegrated just as swiftly as they had appeared. With a crisp clang, Chen Huai'an had already returned his sword to its scabbard. Li Lao stood frozen in place, his throat tight, unable to utter a single word. His mind buzzed. How could such a technique come from someone so young? That autumn lotus-like sword bloom, how much wrist strength would it take? How incredible must the speed be? And how many years of practice? Chen Huai'an glanced at the old poplar tree before him, still standing intact, and shook his head lightly. He had intended to sever a branch. Even though Li Lao's sword was blunt, he thought that even a child wielding such a heavy sword should have been able to cut through it with an accurate strike. Yet, the branch swayed gently in the breeze, completely unharmed. Forget it. If it looks this good, I should be satisfied, Chen Huai'an thought to himself. He knew these sword techniques were the result of the neural mapping technology from his gaming headset, which allowed him to execute them with such fluidity. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was almost 9 o'clock. Li Lao, it's getting late. I still need to make a trip to the market. He handed the sword back to the still stunned Li Lao, carefully adjusting the older man's grip, then turned and walked away. It wasn't until Chen Huai'an's figure had long disappeared that Li Lao finally snapped out of his daze. With a serious expression, he approached the poplar tree, his gaze shifting to the branches before his fingers began to carefully feel along the thick trunk. Soon, he touched a hair-thin sword mark so faint it was almost invisible to the naked eye, if not for the tactile sensation. Li Lao drew in a sharp breath, his face twitching. He quickly walked around to the other side of the trunk and, sure enough, found an identical faint mark in the corresponding position. Sword energy. It really is sword energy. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. A gruff, smoky voice answered on the other end. Hello? Oldly, it's been a while. Have you forgotten about your old buddy? Old Pong. Listen to me and brace yourself, Li Lao said urgently, skipping past the pleasantries. I just met a young man here who can unleash sword energy. What? The voice on the other end shot up in pitch. Are you sure? I'm sure. Li Lao's trembling fingers traced the sword mark on the tree trunk as his voice wavered. Right in front of Metamit. You should have seen it. Just one slash and bam. He practically sliced clean through the tree trunk. Oldly, don't move. Stay right there. I'm coming over from the demon-slaying bureau immediately. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley near a hotel, Lin Lingling limped out, her steps uneven. Though she forced a neutral expression, the occasional twitch of her facial muscles betrayed the intense pain she was enduring. That demon was too strong, she muttered to herself. Its mere aura was enough to paralyze me. It didn't even need to touch me to send me flying. Lin Lingling had never encountered a demon of such overwhelming power. Hiss! She sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it, at least 3 ribs must be broken. She knew that with her white rank strength, she was utterly incapable of handling this situation. She had to report it to the demon-slaying bureau. Struggling to flag down a taxi, she dragged her injured body into the car. Ba, boundless blessings, amen? Chen Huai'an stood before the cutting board, bowing 3 times respectfully to the 10-pound lively green carp flopping about. In his hand, he held a laundry rod with a thunderfire talisman tied to itsomething he had specially prepared to avoid blowing off his own arm when activating the charm. Dear fish, I am well aware that you are no ordinary creature but a transformed spirit. To protect the human world from your potential chaos, I shall act on behalf of the heavens today. My apologies. With a solemn expression, he pressed the laundry rod down firmly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he chanted under his breath, by the authority of the heavens, act swiftly. Snap. The green carp flopped faintly on the cutting board, its fish eyes wide open in alarm, but nothing else happened. Chen Huai'an tilted his head back, his gaze landing on the ceiling, a look of helplessness washing over his face. I knew it. Cultivation is nothing but an illusion. Becoming a superhuman tumor specialist is the only viable path. Nearby, Baji, the black cat, watched the entire scene unfold with bewilderment. Observing Chen Huai'an's bizarre actions, it thought to itself, this guy is using a thunderfire talisman to kill a fish? Truly the ways of the wealthy are beyond comprehension. But why isn't he holding the talisman directly? Just then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Chen Huai'an slapped his forehead. Of course, the thunderfire talisman has to be held directly, or it won't activate. Without hesitation, he grabbed the charm and pressed it directly onto the green carp. The fish thrashed about violently once again, but still, nothing happened. Baji shook its head in disapproval. Doesn't he know that a thunderfire talisman requires spiritual energy to activate? These types of talismans either rely on ambient demonic or murderous energy to trigger automatically, or they need the creator to infuse spiritual energy into them. Unless the thought struck Baji like a bolt of lightning. This must be a trap. He's trying to lure me into exposing myself. With this realization, Baji retreated silently into the shadowed corner of the room, filled with a growing sense of unease. Despite its best efforts to mimic the behavior of a normal cat, pulling off the act flawlessly was proving to be an insurmountable challenge. Chen Huai'an eventually gave up on the talisman. He fetched a small basin, filled it with water, and placed the green carp on the windowsill. Though the basin was a bit too small, leaving the fish's tail sticking out. It would have to do under the circumstances. Baji, not interested in such a big fish? He asked, turning to the peculiar black cat. Ever since it had recovered from its injuries, the cat had been acting strangely, though its eccentric demeanor did suit its black and white tuxedo markings. Hearing this, Baji jolted in alarm and quickly darted over to the windowsill. It began to feign interest in the fish, licking and nibbling at its tail while sneaking glances at Chen Huai'an to gauge his reaction. Watching Baji's over-the-top antics, Chen Huai'an merely chuckled and shook his head before turning to leave. Chen Huai'an had no idea about the subtle changes occurring in his room as he opened the virtual girlfriend game. The spiritual energy emitted by the 9-turn Ling Lan silently permeated the space, seeping into his skin. While it nourished his normal cells and bones, it also became sustenance for his cancer cells. The tumor greedily absorbed the energy, and even the dying green fish by the flower pot began to calm down, no longer flipping its white belly upward. Meanwhile, under a poplar tree stood 2 figures. A middle-aged man with a full beard anxiously looked around. Oldly, where is that young man you mentioned? He said he was going to the market. By now, he's probably done shopping and back home, Oldly replied. Why didn't you keep an eye on him? The bearded man asked urgently. Oldly rolled his eyes. You told me to stay put. I can't be in 2 places at once, can I? The bearded man opened his mouth, but finally let out a sigh. All right, let's check the sword mark first. The 2 men carefully examined the old poplar tree, circling it a few times before stopping at the base. They stared at the trunk, lost in thought, as if trying to process an astonishing discovery. Well? Oldly broke the silence first. Hard to say, the bearded man replied, his expression grave. Hard to say? You're at the master level. Are you suggesting that Kid Sword Strike is already at the soldier level? The bearded man's silence deepened Oldly's shock. General level? The thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't dare dwell on it. Even reaching soldier level was already unbelievable. Oldly, the bearded man said, leaning against the tree trunk as he recalled. Remember last year when Wang Laohu poached someone from our province? That video blogger who taught himself ancient sword techniques? After the spiritual energy revival, he suddenly had an epiphany and tested at master level, grade A. Now, I hear he's reached soldier level and has solved over a dozen major cases. But even his sword energy isn't as powerful as just cutting with an actual sword. That traitor. Oldly angrily slapped his palm. Wu hating. I even mentored him back then, and he turned his back on us for money. His departure left the demon-slaying bureau in C province struggling for the past 2 years, barely able to handle basic cases without calling for reinforcements. That's exactly why, Oldly, the bearded man said, gripping Oldly's hand with urgency, you must help us recruit this young man. We lost several good slayers last month, and now we have fewer than 20 capable of taking on missions. I can't guarantee anything, Oldly sighed, waving his hand tiredly. I understand your difficulties and urgency, but this matter can't be rushed. First, I have no idea where he lives. Second, I haven't known him for long, so I don't really understand his background or character, said Elderly, frowning. If that kid has truly mastered sword energy, none of us combined would be able to stop him. He paused, his tone turning grave. Do you remember the out-of-control case from 31 years ago? How many lives were lost because of that? And we still haven't caught him. It happened because we lacked the strength to handle the risk and overestimated his humanity and restraint. The bearded man fell silent, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. Indeed, given the current capabilities of the demon-slaying bureau, if someone with sword energy were to lose control, the consequences would be catastrophic. While bullets and explosives could still pose a threat to resurrected individuals, the situation was far from ideal. Those at the master level could sense danger and dodge bullets. Soldier-level individuals were difficult to kill if they had cover, and generals could even deflect bullets with cold weapons. I understand now. The bearded man took a deep breath. I was too impatient. Elderly, let's do this. Continue maintaining contact with that young man, and if possible, find a way to test his character. Once we're certain there's no issue, we can cautiously share some information about the demon-slaying bureau with him. All right, Elderly agreed with a nod. He figured that Chen Huai'an was likely interested in swordsmanship and ancient martial arts, so it was only a matter of time before he returned to practice here. That would be a good opportunity to find out where he lived. With the discussion concluded, the bearded man hailed a taxi to return to the demon-slaying bureau. As soon as he got in, his phone buzzed urgently. Seeing the caller ID, he answered immediately. Boss, something's happened, came a panicked voice on the other end. A civilian demon slayer reported that 2 suspected grade A demons have appeared in Tianfu City. 2 grade A demons? The bearded man clenched his fist. Got it. I'm on my way back. After hanging up, he gazed out at the bustling cityscape through the window, his brows furrowed deeply. The streets were alive with traffic and hurried office workers, oblivious to the fact that the world was gradually descending into chaos. ghostly processions in Neon City, malicious spirits rampaging in the Americas, and Europe had become a hunting ground for vampires and werewolves. Sometimes, he missed his days as an ordinary office worker. Life might have felt mundane, like being an NPC, but at least he didn't have to worry about dying unexpectedly. However, fate had other plans, and lately, the frequency of demon appearances was increasing alarmingly. Qingran, my dear, I've already learned a bit of the Qinglian sword manual. Now, I'll teach you to become a peerless sword immortal. As Li Qingran was about to sit on her meditation cushion to cultivate, her master's voice suddenly echoed through the void. Her heart leaped with joy at long last. The long-awaited guidance on the sword technique was about to begin. All right, master. I promise to study diligently and won't let you down, she replied, quickly adjusting her posture. She placed her hands on her knees, straightened her back, and sat upright. This kneeling position inadvertently accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous figure, coupled with her eyes brimming with anticipation and admiration. It made Chen Huai'an's heart skip a beat. Such a little enchantress, truly dangerous. Chen Huai'an thought to himself for the nth time. Today, I will teach you a sword technique called the Qinglian Sword Manual. It consists of 36 chapters and 12 forms. For now, I'll teach you the first 12 chapters and the first 2 forms. Why not all 36 chapters and 12 forms? Li Qingran nervously clutched the hem of her dress and cautiously said, Master, I promise to learn seriously. I'm not as slow as you might think. You could try teaching me all of it at once. Ahem, Chen Huai'an cleared his throat and explained, It's not that I think you're slow. This sword technique is powerful and domineering. You need to build a solid foundation and progress step by step. Rushing it won't work. Hearing this, Li Qingran felt slightly relieved. As long as her master didn't think she was foolish. She recalled the harsh words from Qingxian Taoist and Lu Changtian back in the Cangyun Sect, calling her stupid and useless. Those memories fueled her determination to prove herself in front of Chen Huai'an. Abandoned too many times in the past, she vowed not to be discarded like trash again. Following the game's instructions, Chen Huai'an set up his phone on a selfie stick, and the screen automatically switched to the front-facing camera. A small frame appeared in the top left corner of the screen, showing a white-haired celestial master in dark robes holding a black-scaled sword. The figure's movements mirrored his own perfectly. With a commanding, watch closely, Li Qingran's vision abruptly shifted. She found herself in a dimly lit, isolated space. About 5 meters away stood a figure in white robes, sword on his back, with hair as white as snow. It was her master. Yet, unlike the imposing presence he carried in the Cangyun sect, this version of him felt approachable, even intimate. As she gazed at him in a daze, her master suddenly appeared before her, lightly tapping her head with a ruler. Though it didn't hurt, it made her blush deeply, wishing she could disappear into the ground. How amusing. The disciple gets distracted, and there's even interactive feedback. Her expressions are so lifelike. Chen Huai'an marveled to himself. Chen Huai'an tapped Li Qingran's forehead lightly with a ruler. Only after she obediently sat upright and focused her attention on him did he begin demonstrating the movements. At that very moment, a sword light flashed across the sky above Luoxia Peak. Suan descended steadily from his flying sword, carrying 2 wine gourds in hand. These contained his newly brewed spiritual wine, which, after refining, had lost much of its intoxicating effect. Not only was it delicious enough to be enjoyed as a beverage, but it also helped to stimulate appetite, calm the mind, and accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. Originally, he had brewed 6 gourds, but upon hearing that the new junior sister had been apprenticed under the deserted Wanjian Peak, his senior brothers and sisters all wanted to extend extra care to her. After some back-and-forth sharing, only 3 gourds remained. Suan glanced ruefully at the 2 wine gourds in his hands. If he gave away 2, he would only have 1 left for himself, but giving just 1 would seem too stingy. After a moment's thought, he decided it was better to maintain appearances. What needed to be given should be given. I heard the junior sister is staying in a stone hut at the summit. Suan looked up as he spoke, but his words abruptly stopped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The scene before him made him question whether he had come to the wrong place. There was no stone hut here. What stood before him was a refined wooden residence. Even more astonishing was the sight of 10 neatly cultivated spiritual fields surrounding the house, their dense spiritual energy almost forming visible mist. The wooden house was nestled amidst a bamboo grove, with a crystal-clear stream flowing out from the depths of the forest, forming a serene pool in front of the house. Lotus flowers bloomed in the pool, and a few celestial cranes leisurely played in the water. The picturesque setting resembled a scene straight out of an immortal's abode, making Suan lament that his own dwelling seemed like a shabby kennel in comparison. How on earth did this junior sister manage to transform the mountain peak into such a scene in just half a day? And where did these spiritual fields come from? Could she possess some extraordinary artifact? Suan looked down at the wine gourds in his hands, suddenly feeling they were unworthy. Socializing was never his strength, and now he hesitated even more. Just as he was about to place the wine gourds on the stone steps and leave, a faint aura of Tao resonance emanated from the wooden house. Suan's expression shifted slightly. The junior sister's talent is this extraordinary? She's already entered enlightenment? Scanning his surroundings and noticing the lack of protective measures, he immediately made a decision. Enlightenment is a critical moment in cultivation and must not be disturbed. I'll set up a concealment array for her. With that, he drew the flying sword from his waist. The ink-colored sword light circled the wooden house, and within moments, the array was established. He scattered a handful of spiritual stones at the array's core before sheathing his sword. Although the sword pavilion was generally safe, this concealment array would serve as a signal to others, indicating that someone inside was cultivating and should not be disturbed. Satisfied with his work, Suan nodded approvingly. Looking at the now concealed wooden house, he chuckled. Interesting, very interesting. I must tell everyone about this so they can come and see. After all, it's part of the sword pavilion's tradition. Amused by his own thoughts, Suan threw his head back in hearty laughter, stepped onto his flying sword, and soared into the sky. The essence of the Qinglian sword manual lies in poetry, melding poetry with divinity. One word, one sword. The words imbue the sword techniques with unparalleled power. Li Qingran gazed at her master, clad in white robes with a sword across his back. Her heart grew more resolute. Her master must be an unparalleled sword sovereign, and his position as the sword pavilion's supreme elder was beyond doubt. She had encountered countless sword pavilion cultivators, young swordsmen brimming with sharp energy, akin to newly forged blades, seasoned warriors whose strength was as sharp as unsheathed swords, experienced swordmasters who concealed their edge, and great powers like the pavilion master, steady and immovable as a mountain. Yet none could compare to her master. He was like a divine sword forged to cleave the heavens, radiating an unmatched and awe-inspiring brilliance. Such a divine sword required an equally fitting scabbard. Li Qingran silently vowed to become that existence, even though she was far from it at the moment. It took her 6 full hours to barely grasp the first 12 chapters of the Qinglian sword manual. The seemingly simple foundational sword techniques revealed profound mysteries when performed in sequence. Simply striving to execute each move perfectly had drained most of her spiritual energy. Exhaustion swept over her, and Li Qingran swayed on her feet, her eyelids drooping uncontrollably. How she longed to just lie down and sleep peacefully under her master's warm yet commanding gaze. Wait, master is still teaching. She suddenly bit her tongue, forcing herself to stay alert. Qingran, perform the sequence again for me. That will conclude today's lesson. Tomorrow, I will teach you the sword form, riding the wind and waves. Yes, master. Outside the screen, Chen Huai'an munched on peanuts as he watched the scene unfold. Although Li Qingran had already grasped the 12 chapters of the sword manual, he couldn't resist watching her sword dance again. The girl held her plain-stringed sword and began with a crane-like stance. Her steps were light, her blade tracing arcs through the air like blossoms in flight. Each of her movements was as graceful as falling snow, elegant yet edged with sharpness. Chen Huai'an was captivated, so much so that he failed to notice the growing weariness on her face. After completing the 12-chapter routine, Li Qingran was drenched in sweat. Her thin nightgown clung to her skin, faintly revealing her silhouette. She steadied her sword with her right hand and adjusted her skirt with her left, trying to maintain composure as she asked, Master, how was my performance? A bead of sweat slid from her brow to the tip of her nose, finally resting at the corner of her lips. She instinctively extended her small tongue to lick it away. At that moment, she was acutely aware of her disheveled state. Her spiritual energy was depleted, and the last 2 sword forms had faltered, sustained only by sheer determination. She looked up at the ceiling, sensing her master's gaze upon her. Yet, why was there no response? Was he dissatisfied with her performance? Meanwhile, outside the screen, Chen Huai'an was struggling to calm his racing heart. Well done. Keep up the good work. Hearing her master's praise, Li Qingran's eyes curved into crescents, and her heart brimmed with sweetness. The exhaustion she felt seemed to dissipate in an instant. This moment of recognition was exactly what she had been longing for. Master, your disciple is rather slow-witted. It took me a full 6 hours just to scratch the surface. If it were you, I'm sure you'd have mastered it in half an hour, Li Qingran said softly, leaning slightly against the guqin. Her fingers lightly tapped her chest, her lowered gaze concealing a small, deliberate thought. She was reluctant to let Chen Huai'an leave, and sought to continue the conversation. Chen Huai'an felt a bit awkward at her words. In truth, he had practiced the moves of the Qinglian sword manual for quite some time. If it weren't for using a virtual reality helmet to memorize the basic movements long ago, it might have taken him a week just to reach a teaching level. Ahem. No need to be modest, my disciple. For you to grasp the basics in 6 hours is something I'm very pleased with. Then, how long did it take you, master? Ahem, half a quarter hour. Wow, master. You're truly incredible. Your disciple must work harder to measure up to you. Seeing Li Qingran's face full of admiration, Chen Huai'an felt his cheeks heat up. After a few more casual exchanges, he quickly found an excuse to retreat after performing several sets of movements. He was indeed starving. Li Qingran didn't press further. Instead, she went to take a bath and changed into clean clothes. Despite her fatigue, she didn't rest but immediately sat cross-legged to meditate and restore her depleted spiritual energy. Just then, a commotion erupted across Luoxia Peak. Rumors spread like wildfire. The new junior sister built a beautiful house in just half a day, and she has 10 plots of spiritual farmland. What? I heard it's 50 plots. Oh my. Someone said she cultivated 100 plots in the time it takes for incense to burn and even built an immortal mansion. I heard it's a celestial palace in the clouds, with 100 acres of immortal farmland and she's keeping 2 azure dragons as pets. Come on, let's go see for ourselves, true or not. Suddenly, the sound of flying swords whizzing through the air came from outside the window. Startled, Li Qingran quickly got up to check. To her shock, the sky was filled with sword cultivators riding on colorful flying swords, completely surrounding the summit of Luoxia Peak. It wasn't just ordinary disciple sword pavilions, master and elders had also shown up. Li Qingran's face turned pale instantly. Instinctively, she shut the window, crouched down, and hugged her knees, pressing against the wall defensively. Junior sister Qingran, stop hiding, we've all seen it. Came the voice of senior sister Yu Qianqi from outside. Seen what? Li Qingran's mind went blank, panic flooding her thoughts. Had they seen her wearing her nightgown while being taught by her master? Or perhaps noticed her froganlo tusk-patterned undershirt? Or maybe even her bare feet without silk stockings? No matter how much you hide, your house and farmland won't just disappear. Come out. Li Qingran let out a small sigh of relief, but immediately tensed up again. Nervously, she opened the door and stepped out. Her hands pressed against the frame like a small crab protecting its shell, peering at the sword pavilion disciples circling above. Judging by the scene, it seemed that all of Luoxia Peak's disciples had gathered. Could it be they were really planning to take her house? The house and the spiritual fields were gifts from her master. Li Qingran stood firmly in front of the door, silently vowing to herself that she would never let anyone take them away. Just as her thoughts were running wild, a figure descended from the sky. It was Yu Qianqi, arriving on a flying sword. What's this? Afraid we'll take your little house apart and seize it for ourselves? Yu Qianqi teased with a smile. The disciples of Jian Pavilion nearby chuckled good-naturedly at his remark. Li Qingran, caught off guard by how accurately he had guessed her thoughts, turned red with embarrassment and struggled to find a response. Li Qingran, is this house and the spiritual field your master's work? Pavilion Master Su Qinian asked. Li Qingran glanced cautiously at the pavilion master before quickly lowering her head and replying softly, yes, my master arranged it for me. He said it was for me alone to live in, and the spiritual fields. They're also just for me to tend. Oh, Su Qinian's gaze shifted to the spiritual fields, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. The fertility of these fields rivaled that of top-quality ones, comparable even to his own medicinal garden, and there were as many as 10 plots. He silently wondered, just who is Li Qingran's master? Even if magical tools were used to cultivate these fields, the skill required is extraordinary. Master, junior sister Qingran is worried you'll steal her spiritual fields. Yu Qianqi joked from the side. Snapping out of his thoughts, Su Qinian looked at Li Qingran's guarded expression and rolled his eyes. What? You think I'd plant your fields for you if you can't do it yourself? You're dreaming. The disciples burst into laughter again. Li Qingran's face grew even redder as she stammered. Disciple didn't mean it that way. Yes, you did. No, disciple didn't. Then what did you mean? Li Qingran fell silent instantly, not daring to say another word. This domineering side of the pavilion master was something she had never witnessed before. Stroking his beard, Su Qinian chuckled. The peak and the cave mansion were your choices, and how you cultivate the land is up to you. No matter how beautiful you make it, it's still yours. Our Jian Pavilion may be poor, but we haven't sunk to robbing our fellow disciples. Yu Qianqi, her eyes filled with envy, chimed in. Exactly, junior sister. We're just curious and wanted to have a look. With such a large spiritual field, if I had one, I wouldn't need to spend money on spiritual herbs anymore. Senior sister, you could plant your herbs here. Li Qingran hesitated before offering. Considering how kind her senior sister had always been to her, she didn't mind helping her grow some herbs. That's thoughtful of you, junior sister, but your spiritual field is best left for your own use. Yu Qianqi replied with a soft snort. Aren't you aiming to become a pill cultivator or a healer? The spiritual field is crucial for you make good use of it and work hard. As she spoke, she pulled a small cloth pouch from her storage bag and handed it to Li Qingran. These are some basic spiritual herb seeds I bought too many of last time. Take them and use them. Senior sister. Li Qingran began to decline, but Yu Qianqi cut her off. If you refuse, I'll plant your field full of weeds. Li Qingran was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Suan, the eldest disciple of Lingyun Peak, waved at her from his flying sword and called out, "Little junior sister, I brought you 2 jars of spiritual wine earlier this morning. Don't forget to take them back to your house. You're the new junior sister, aren't you?" A man dressed in the attire of a sword cultivator approached. "I am Gongsun Sheng, the second disciple of Lingyun Peak." He took out a delicate object from his pocket and handed it to Li Qingran, explaining in detail, "This is a magical tool capable of releasing 108,000 spiritual steel needles. Just infuse it with spiritual energy, and it will activate. It can save your life in critical moments." Right after, another sword cultivator descended gracefully from a crane, holding his sword in both hands as he saluted. "Junior sister, I am Zhen He, the senior disciple of Cangyun Peak." He offered a brocade pouch. "Inside are 3 Cangyun pills, containing sword energy I have refined. They are powerful enough to gravely injure a golden core cultivator. Also, this crane is now yours." Gifts poured in one after another. Some brought elixirs, while others offered hairpins. Li Qingran's arms were soon overflowing with treasures, forcing her to pile them up beside her. "Here, take this." A cold voice broke through the commotion. Li Qingran peeked out from behind the mound of gifts and saw the senior brother who had been napping on a turtle's back earlier that morning. "I am Duan Feng, a personal disciple from Wuqing Cliff." He held a heavy black sword case in both hands, his tone as indifferent as ever. "Once you enter the sword pavilion, you become a sword cultivator. A sword is not just a weapon, it is a companion. This sword case can repair blade damage and enhance sharpness. It's yours now." This is too valuable." Li Qingran stammered, trying to refuse. "It doesn't matter. It's just a material possession." Duan Feng placed the sword case firmly on top of the gift pile and turned to leave. The sword at his waist glowed faintly with a green light, the only sword present that wasn't floating in the air. Once everyone had left, Yu Qianqi helped Li Qingran move the gifts into her room. That evening, the two of them sat on the edge of Luoxia Peak, each holding a jar of Suan's spiritual wine. "This is a tradition of the sword pavilion," Yu Qianqi said softly, gently brushing Li Qingran's hair. "It's been a long time since we had a new disciple here. The path of a sword cultivator is arduous, and we cannot bear to lose another comrade." She gazed at the moonlight, a tinge of sorrow in her eyes. The sword pavilion was once wealthy because every sword cultivator requires immense resources. Regardless of their rank, everyone had what they needed to cultivate. But every loss of a comrade feels like losing a piece of our hearts. Li Qingran grasped Yu Qianqi's hand firmly. "Senior sister, I will live well. And you must live too. You are our eldest sister." Yu Qianqi tilted her head back, drinking deeply, her laughter bold and unrestrained. "That's right. As long as I'm here, no one can harm the disciples of the sword pavilion." Under the moonlight, her presence was commanding, as though she could shield all of Luoxia Peak with her strength. Despite the sword pavilion's many scars, Li Qingran chose to believe in this sincerity. After all, this was the sect her master once belonged to. "Senior sister." At night, Chen Huai'an, who was sound asleep, turned over. Half awake, he picked up his phone and saw that Li Qingran was still cultivating in the game. He silently thought to himself, "I hope Qingran isn't being bullied in the new sect," before casually tossing the phone aside and drifting back into his dreams. On the windowsill, Baji curled up, watching this scene with a shiver of fright. Only after confirming that Chen Huai'an was truly asleep did it finally let out a sigh of relief. It released the primordial aura of the gluttonous beast toward the 9-turn spirit orchid and the moonlight. Instantly, countless dark tendrils extended from its body, merging with the shadows in the room and exuding an eerie, menacing aura. Baji's gaze fell on the green fish in the water basin, which was basking in the spiritual energy. It let out a cold snort. That green fish sure is lucky. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, being able to stay near such a powerful being and enjoy an environment rich in spiritual energy was nothing short of a divine blessing. Over time, Baji had learned a great deal about this era by secretly watching Chen Huai'an's TV shows. It even discovered that the iron box that nearly killed it last time was called a semi-truck, not a weapon but a human transportation tool. The real human weapons were long-range projectiles called guns and cannons. These realizations only solidified Baji's judgment the powerful being before it must have come to this world to comprehend the Tao. Suppressing their powers and memories to travel through different worlds and experience the laws of the Tao was a way to perfect oneself. But Baji knew very well that even with sealed powers, this formidable being was not someone to mess with. That perpetually dark phone was undoubtedly a backup plan left by the Great One. Recalling the purple divine thunder talisman, Baji completely abandoned any greedy thoughts. It turned its attention to the green fish in the basin. Since the Great One intends to keep you, I shall grant you a great fortune. As one of the four ancient fiends, the gluttonous beast found it a simple task to enlighten a creature and help it transform into a demon. It placed its paw on the green fish's head, letting a drop of dark red blood seep in. At this rate, it'll take no more than 2 months for it to transform into a demon. Baji withdrew its paw, its round eyes gleaming with cunning. This way, before the Great One regained their memory, their attention would undoubtedly be on the fish that was about to transform, and Baji's less-than-cat-like traits would go unnoticed. Huh. I truly am a genius. Baji cackled gleefully, only to be interrupted by Chen Huai'an murmuring in his sleep, "Stupid cat," going crazy in the middle of the night, as he casually tossed a pillow in its direction. When his hand retracted, it accidentally brushed against the phone screen, where Li Qingran was still cultivating in the game. Suddenly, a game notification popped up. Your remaining lifespan, 57 days. Today's fortune, minor luck, favorable for marriage. The scene shifted to the Tianfu demon slaying department. 3 zeros, are you sure you're telling the truth? Not just making up a story to fool me. The bearded man stared in disbelief at the school-uniformed girl in front of him. What did that girl say? Someone just casually used 7 or 8 talismans capable of summoning thunder and fire, and they're living within a rank demon? The bearded man frowned, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Although he knew Lin Lingling wasn't an official member of the demon-slaying bureau, he was well aware of her personality. At the moment, Lin Lingling was barely standing with the support of her long spear. Her wounds, though hastily bandaged and treated with the bureau's special healing ointment, had improved significantly. She added solemnly, moreover, I suspect that the demon might not just be an rank demon, but possibly a Yao Sui. The bearded man froze at her words. In the classification system of the Hua District's demon-slaying bureau, demons were ranked from lowest to highest as Yao Guai, Yao Nye, Yao Sui, and Yao Jiang. Yao Guai were the most basic type of demons formed after the resurgence of spiritual energy, evolving primarily by consuming flesh and other demons. Yao Sui, however, were beings with intelligence comparable to humans, requiring at least a soldier-level slayer to handle. Anyone below that level would stand no chance. If it really is a Yao Sui, we're in serious trouble, the bearded man said, rubbing his temples. The demon-slaying bureau in Sea Province doesn't even have a single soldier-level slayer right now. Old Li and I are just a rank master-level slayer, swear no match for something like that. Wait, you said this demon is living with a mysterious awakened individual who can use lightning talismans? Lin Lingling nodded. Yes, I tested him. He seems completely unaware of the demon-slaying bureau. She analyzed thoughtfully. He could be a rogue awakened individual who doesn't know about the bureau, but it's suspicious that someone like that could already wield their powers so skillfully. Alternatively, he might be a member of the bureau or another private organization, carrying out some secret mission. There's a third possibility, the bearded man said, his expression grave. Could he be a runaway? A runaway? Lin Lingling recalled the clear yet slightly vacant look in Chen Huai'an's eyes from the video, instinctively dismissing the idea. But the bearded man argued that a video alone wasn't enough to draw conclusions after all. People can fake appearances. This matter needs to be taken seriously. The bearded man abruptly stood up. You're the only one who's had contact with him and hasn't been attacked. Keep an eye on them and report any unusual activity immediately. I've already requested soldier-level reinforcements from headquarters. All you need to do is buy us some time. Me. Lin Lingling pointed at herself. With my white rank level skills, you want me to tail that powerhouse? How about I promise you a promotion to master level? The bearded man grinned. You know how short-handed the bureau is, and those freelance demon hunters are all cowards who only pick easy targets. But you, Sanling, you're different. You're the bravest. I've always believed in you. As long as you hold out until the reinforcements arrive, not only will I get you promoted to master level, but I'll also make sure you become a full-fledged member. Lin Lingling gave him a side-eye. Doesn't a promotion to master level automatically make me a full member? That's different. The bearded man strode quickly to his desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a scroll of documents. This is the latest breathing technique developed by the higher-ups. As long as you officially join through me, the first 3 volumes are yours. Breathing technique? Lin Lingling's expressionless face flickered with a trace of surprise. She instinctively touched the long spear on her back, her gaze locking firmly onto the bearded man. Deal. But I need to take a simple demon-slaying task first. I'm out of money. No problem. The bearded man pointed to the densely packed task board on the wall. Take your pick. After Lin Lingling left, the bearded man leisurely propped his feet up on the desk and lit a cigarette. Thinking back to the earlier chaos that afternoon, a smug smile crept across his face. The documents from headquarters had reassured him alongside the increasing number of demons. The demon-slaying bureau had also made a major breakthrough. This breathing technique was the biggest surprise he had received today. Though it bore some resemblance to ancient internal energy cultivation methods, it took a completely different approach. It didn't cultivate internal energy, but instead focused on capturing high-energy particles in the air, converting inner qi into this unique energy in the process. Once these high-energy particles attached to the body, they could drastically enhance the power of one's attacks and physical strength, making the effect 100 times more potent than traditional internal energy. Headquarters had named these high-energy particles spiritual energy. After a decade of effort, the demon-slaying bureau had finally reached a turning point. With this breathing technique, the official demon-slaying bureau could completely outpace civilian demon-slaying organizations. Demon slayers would no longer have to grope in the dark, and those who had been stuck at a bottleneck since the recovery of spiritual energy now had hope for breakthroughs. Most importantly, this powerful tool would attract awakened individuals to willingly join the official ranks. The bearded man took a long drag of his cigarette, his eyes shifting to the topmost task on the Walla report from his subordinates about another top-tier demon. The mission location was the sewers under Quanjai Street, where a stray dog had demonized. Its saliva could drive people insane and had already claimed 17 lives, including those of 2 white-rank civilian demon slayers. Damn demon, the bearded man narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist, and muttered under his breath, tonight, he'll reach the first level of the true origin breathing technique. He'll use this demon's head to test the power of this breathing technique. Disciple Qingran humbly prays for the mercy of the heavens, asking for compassionate protection to dispel all misfortunes and ensure the safety of her master. The next morning, Li Qingran followed her usual routine of burning incense and bathing before bowing 3 times to the sky with reverence, praying for her master's well-being. Afterward, she mounted the celestial crane gifted to her by senior sister Zhaola and flew directly to the plaza of the Jiangu sect. Being punctual as always, she assumed she had arrived early, but the scene before her left her stunned. The entire plaza was already teeming with people. Not only was the plaza packed, but even the rooftops, towering pines, and the tips of the bamboo groves were crowded with Jiangu disciples. The better the vantage point, the more crammed it was. Clang! The sharp sound of a sword echoed through the morning air, and a burst of sword light shot skyward from the front of the crowd. It was quickly followed by the chaotic sounds of fighting. Get lost. This spot is mine. Yours? Says who? I say it's mine. I left my flying sword here to save this spot. Like I care. The fierce clashing of swords seemed to pierce the heavens. The surrounding disciples, far from intervening, watched with excitement, some even animatedly debating who would emerge victorious. Little junior sister, you'll have to come earlier next time. A familiar voice came from the tip of a nearby bamboo stalk. It was Suan, the same senior brother who had given her spiritual wine the day before. He held a wine gourd in his hand, his eyes carrying a hint of drunkenness, yet he stood steadily atop the slender bamboo tip. Senior brother Su, Li Qingran greeted him with a bow. No need for such formality. Suan chuckled and explained, the sect's morning lessons are very important. It's when the elders address cultivation difficulties and the personal disciples share their experiences. Afterward, disciples of each peak will follow their respective elders to practice their specialized sword techniques. Li Qingran nodded in sudden realization. This was entirely different from the teaching methods of the Cangyun sect. That's why you need to arrive early to secure a spot, Suan continued, swaying slightly on the bamboo tip but remaining perfectly balanced. Especially when it comes to duels between the personal disciples. The closer you are, the better you can observe the details, which is invaluable for cultivation and swordsmanship. But, senior brother, you seem to have arrived quite late yourself, Li Qingran pointed out. Me? Suan waved dismissively, unconcerned. No one dares to take my spot. The front row is reserved for the top 3 personal disciples of each peak. If someone wants it, they'll have to beat us first. By now, the duel ahead had reached its conclusion. The defeated disciple retreated to the rooftop nearby, grumbling as they went. With a single palm strike, they knocked another disciple off their perch and claimed the spot for themselves. Boom boom boom. The sound of 9 chimes echoed from the distant mountains, and the plaza instantly fell silent. The morning lesson is about to start. Su Anna's drunken demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Little junior sister, I'm heading to the front. See you later. Before his words had fully faded, he was gone, leaving only the swaying bamboo behind. Throughout the morning lesson, Li Qingran was utterly captivated. The Jiangu elders' teachings were ingenious. Fully aware of the vast differences in cultivation levels among the disciples, they meticulously deconstructed the profound knowledge of swordsmanship so that disciples of all levels could gain something from it. Allowing disciples to learn knowledge beyond their current cultivation level without hindering their progress reminded Li Qingran of her time in the Cangyun sect. Back then, Taoist Qingxian had taught her the Qiyun art, but he merely handed her the cryptic incantation without further guidance. Just translating it into comprehensible language had cost her a lot of time and effort. After the morning lesson ended, the other disciples followed their respective elders and left. Li Qingran stayed behind alone, carefully searching around the small square. Finally, she found the sword pavilion's master, Su Qinian, sound asleep atop an ancient pine tree. Master, I have something to report. Li Qingran bowed respectfully, but there was no response. Looking up, she saw the sword cultivator, whose strength was at least in the late nascent soul stage, sleeping soundly without the slightest vigilance. Sister, calling him like that won't wake him up. Yu Qianqi suddenly appeared, grinning as she slung an arm around Li Qingran's shoulders. Master can sense killing intent from 100 miles away when he's outside, but within the sword pavilion, even if a disciple sleeps right next to him, he can rest peacefully. Yu Qianqi pulled a bronze disc and a mallet out of her storage pouch, raising an eyebrow at Li Qingran. Today, I'll teach you how to wake up our sleeping master. Sister, isn't this inappropriate? Li Qingran's face turned pale. In the Qingyun sect, such behavior would be considered a grave offense, punishable by expulsion. Yu Qianqi, however, was unfazed. She leapt onto the tree, positioned the bronze disc above Su Qinian's head, and swung the mallet with all her might. Clang! Li Qingran shut her eyes in fright. When she opened them again, Su Qinian was already sitting cross-legged, his face dark and his facial muscles twitching. Yu Qianqi, the instigator, was nowhere to be seen. Master, it wasn't me. Li Qingran quickly explained, but refrained from betraying her senior sister. Some dust got in my eyes. I didn't see anything. Huh. Do you think I wouldn't know it was that little rascal Yu Qianqi? Su Qinian ground his teeth. They'll have her clean the sect guardian beast's dung later. That's not too bad. Li Qingran sighed in relief, thinking it was a minor punishment. But Su Qinian suddenly changed his expression, a sly smile spreading across his face. Hehehe. So it was that little rascal after all? Excellent. Only then did Li Qingran realize she had fallen into a trap and accidentally betrayed her senior sister. She clasped her hands together apologetically. I'm sorry, Sister QAQ. The master is too cunning. Don't waste your prayers on that rascal, Su Qinian said as he straightened his robes. Now, what did you want to discuss with me? Li Qingran bowed solemnly. Master, my teacher, the elder surnamed Chun, is currently battling a great demon. He mentioned that he has been poisoned and may not have much time left. Considering he holds the position of a sword pavilion elder, I felt it necessary to inform you of this matter. What? A sword pavilion elder? Poisoned? Su Qinian's lips twitched. Are you serious right now? The so-called Supreme Elder was merely a fabrication Su Qinian devised to motivate Li Qingran to cultivate and improve her abilities. In truth, the sword pavilion had no Supreme Elder, let alone one with the surname Chan. Su Qinian looked at Li Qingran, who stood before him with a sincere expression, and felt conflicted. Her master was afflicted with a deadly poison and had little time left. Ignoring this matter wasn't an option, yet the sword pavilion currently didn't have the funds to save him. Qingran, tell me, is this your idea or your master's? Su Qinian decided to probe further. Li Qingran immediately bowed again. It's my master's wish, but it's also mine. May I ask if the sect leader has any way to save my master? I'm willing to do anything. Su Qinian felt a headache coming on. Great. Not only had he accepted a disciple, but now the sword pavilion had also gained a non-existent Supreme Elder. He cautiously replied, when I joined the sect, that Supreme Elder had already left the sect to travel the world. I only know that his surname is Chun, but I don't know his full name. My master's name is Chen Huai'an. Li Qingran quickly added. Ah, is that so? Su Qinian's mind sparked with an idea. Then come with me to the Ancestral Hall. They'll see if I can find which Supreme Elder it is, and that way, I can figure out a solution based on his cultivation level. He planned to take Li Qingran to the Ancestral Hall. The hall housed memorial tablets of the sect's ancestors who had passed away or left the sect with unknown fates. If no tablet bearing the name Chen Huai'an was found, he would claim it was a misunderstanding and spin another story to encourage her to focus on her cultivation. Although the Ancestral Hall was old, it was meticulously maintained, both inside and out. In the courtyard, a white-haired female sword cultivator in plain robes was sweeping fallen leaves. Her figure was slender, her complexion fair, and time seemed to have left no trace on her face. Senior Sister Lin, Su Qinian greeted her with a rare solemnity, bowing respectfully. Li Qingran was surprised to see him act so deferentially for the first time. The female sword cultivator merely nodded slightly and continued her task without a word. Su Qinian didn't elaborate, leading Li Qingran quickly into the hall. Inside, the Ancestral Hall was lined with memorial tablets, all spotless, a testament to someone's diligent care. Su Qinian lit 3 incense sticks, placed them in the incense burner, and bowed 3 times to the tablets. Turning to Li Qingran, he instructed, let's split up and look. Remember, do not move the tablets. You can only look, not touch. Don't worry, I won't touch anything. Li Qingran nodded solemnly. Su Qinian wandered up to the second floor, thinking to himself that there wouldn't be any tablet named Chen Huai'an here anyway. Meanwhile, Li Qingran searched earnestly on the first floor, meticulously examining every tablet with the surname Chen, growing increasingly anxious as she searched. Well, did you find your master's tablet? After a long time, Su Qinian descended to ask. If not, perhaps I remembered wrong. Ah, getting old does that sometimes the memory gets muddled. Li Qingran ignored him, stubbornly continuing her search, even revisiting places Su Qinian had already checked. Her eyes reddened, and she pressed her lips tightly together, as though determined to uncover the truth. Qingran, even if your master isn't one of the supreme elders of our sword pavilion, he'll still find a way to help him. You don't have to. Found it. Her joyful exclamation interrupted him. What? Su Qinian turned around in disbelief. Li Qingran approached, tightly clutching a memorial tablet. Tears glistened in her eyes, but her face was lit with a smile of relief. I found it. I found my master's tablet. Hiss. Su Qinian yanked out a strand of his beard abruptly, his brows furrowing tightly. This isn't right. This shouldn't be. Li Qingran nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, her eyes fixed on Su Qinian with anticipation. So, Sect Master, is it my master's memorial tablet? Su Qinian had been staring at the tablet for over 10 minutes, his expression growing increasingly complicated. The tablet bore the inscription, Chen Huai'an, with the middle character missing. While Li Qingran's master was named Chen Huai'an, a damaged tablet alone wasn't enough to confirm it. However, her master had indeed mentioned that he once served as the Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion. This left Su Qinian puzzled. In his memory, there had never been a Grand Elder named Chen Huai'an in the Sword Pavilion. Yet the Ancestral Hall's tablet clearly indicated the existence of a senior figure named Chan something Because the tablet was placed on the highest tier, and due to the missing character and gaps in his memory, Su Qinian had previously glossed over it. If not for Li Qingran's careful inspection, it might have been overlooked entirely. Could it be that the story I made up on a whim turned out to be true? Did Senior Chen really leave to travel the world? Su Qinian held the tablet as he quickly walked toward the white-robed female swordsman waiting outside, with Li Qingran following closely behind. Sister Lin, you joined the sect earlier than I did. Do you recall a senior named Chen something in? The white-clad female swordsman turned around, her expression darkening instantly. She drew the scabbard from her waist and smacked Su Qinian's head with it. Who gave you permission to touch the memorial tablets in the Ancestral Hall? Do you have a death wish? Despite being the Sword Pavilion's sect master, Su Qinian didn't dare resist. He lowered his head and accepted Sister Lin's scolding without complaint. Lin Yushi carefully returned the tablet to its original position, her tone softening. I do have some faint recollection of an ancestor with the surname Chen, but I can't remember his full name. He left to travel the world a long time ago and was a senior disciple alongside our master's master. This tablet is extremely old. The missing character is due to a previous disciple in charge of the Ancestral Hall being negligent, allowing the sect's guardian beast to claw at it. Su Qinian nearly fainted upon hearing the story he fabricated on a whim turned out to be the truth. Is there any other information about this senior? He asked eagerly. Lin Yushi paused to think. That ancestor left a single inscription on the stone tablet at 10,000 Swords Peak. So that inscription was left by the Chen ancestor? Su Qinian exclaimed in surprise. I always thought it was left by my master. I haven't been to 10,000 Swords Peak yet. What does it say? Li Qingran asked curiously. Su Qinian stroked his beard and recited slowly, when the heavenly Tao collapses, only the sword remains. Just 8 words, yet they convey boundless momentum, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the sword intent at 10,000 Swords Peak. Li Qingran blinked, feeling a trace of doubt. These words were indeed awe-inspiring, but they didn't seem to match her master's usual ethereal style. Her master always spoke with a more celestial air. However, she quickly dismissed her doubt. Time changes everything, and it was only natural for her master's way of speaking to evolve after all he'd experienced. Then that settles it. Su Qinian clasped his fists together, his expression serious as he concluded. Li Qingran, your master, Chen Huai'an, is not merely a grand elder of our sect. He is an ancestor. When he left the sect, he might have held the title of elder, but his current position within the Sword Pavilion is difficult to define. That's likely why he told you he was a grand elder. Li Qingran remained silent, knowing full well that this information was something she had actively sought out. Since your master is one of the ancestors of our Sword Pavilion, this matter must be handled with utmost care, Su Qinian declared firmly. You must go back and find out your master's whereabouts and the details of his poisoning. The Sword Pavilion will spare no expense, even if it means exhausting all our resources, to find him an antidote. His words carried an unshakable resolve. For Su Qinian, this was not just about the sect's principle of never abandoning its disciples. It was also about the weight carried by the title Sword Pavilion ancestor. If they could save this ancestor, what was the Cangyun sect in comparison? The Sword Pavilion could mobilize its entire force, drain Cangyun's sect of its spiritual stones, and even pair their guardian beast with Cangyun's sect's mother serpent who would dare object? At this thought, Su Qinian let out a peculiar chuckle, the kind unique to sword cultivators. Su Qinian, for tampering with the ancestral tablets, report to the discipline hall for 100 lashes. A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling him to the core. Senior sister, am the sect leader now? Su Qinian tried to protest. Sect leader or not, you're getting punished, Lin Yushi replied icily as she shut the ancestral hall's door. What? Don't feel like going now? Should I do what I did when we were kids and whip you in front of all the disciples with a cane? Su Qinian's face turned pale green. Without another word, he quickly retreated with Li Qingran in tow. He knew his senior sister's temperament all too well. Sect leader, this disciple would like to visit the scripture pavilion, Li Qingran said. Though she had already secured Su Qinian's promise, she decided to pursue another avenue. Her master's poisoning couldn't wait. If one solution failed, the scripture pavilion might offer another. Go ahead, Su Qinian waved dismissively. The scripture pavilion is at the peak of the northern summit. Just remember to follow the rules. He summoned his flying sword and prepared to head to the discipline hall. But just as he was about to leave, he turned back, his expression dark as he looked at Li Qingran. Qingran, regarding today's events? Li Qingran immediately understood and solemnly cupped her hands. This disciple only accompanied the sect leader to the ancestral hall to look at the tablets. I saw no one, heard nothing, and have no idea where the sect leader is going. Good, Su Qinian stroked his beard in satisfaction. What a good disciple. With that, he leapt onto his flying sword and soared into the sky. Li Qingran let out a sigh of relief, unfastened the bell at her waist, and summoned a celestial crane to carry her toward the flying peak. Knock, knock. At dawn, Chen Huai'an was deep in sleep when a loud noise outside his door startled him awake. Groggy, he thought to himself, not another game delivery, is it? On the sofa, Baji, his golden-eyed cat, opened its eyes, a gleam of cold light flashing in its gaze. It had caught the scent of blood and the familiar trace of that little thief from before. Chen Huai'an got up and opened the door, only to be hit by the overwhelming stench of blood. He frowned. A trail of blood stretched from the window at the end of the hallway all the way to his doorstep. At his feet lay a small, curled-up figure. The summer uniform of First High School was soaked in blood and dirt. Her disheveled hair and bloodied face obscured her features. The girl collapsed at his door was none other than 30. Lin Lingling. The first time Chen Huai'an heard this name, he gave the girl a peculiar nickname, 3 eggs or 3 zeros. In his mind, she was an even worse case of latest-stage adolescent delusion than he was. However, their interaction had been limited to a fleeting encounter. Now, this nearly unfamiliar girl was standing at the door of his hotel room, and it was clear she had climbed in through the window. Chen Huai'an stared at the shocking trail of blood on the floor, his temples throbbing. How was he supposed to explain this mess to the cleaning staff? More importantly, how had the security system of this chain hotel allowed someone to climb in so easily? The floor was cold, and the immediate priority was to get her inside. Out of basic decency, Chen Huai'an first went back into his room to put on some clothes she had been wearing nothing but a pair of oversized shorts. The cat on the sofa, Baji, witnessed the entire scene and was utterly stunned. It couldn't comprehend why the boss hadn't subdued this intruder outright, but had instead gently carried her inside. Had it misjudged the situation? Was this little thief actually a friend of the boss? Fear began to creep through Baji's mind. If this person woke up and exposed its identity as a mythical creature, would the boss suddenly recover his memories, summon divine lightning, and roast it into a crispy snack? All its previous efforts would have been for nothing. Chen Huai'an, unaware that a certain gluttonous beast was trembling in fear, prepared to call 120 emergency services. Although his acupuncture skills might help, this was a matter of life and death, and not something to gamble with. Holding his phone between his neck and shoulder, he gently laid the girl on the sofa. Just then, 30 suddenly tilted her head and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Startled, Chen Huai'an realized her injuries were far worse than he had initially thought. When the call connected, the doctor immediately began guiding him through emergency procedures. Lifting her school uniform, Chen Huai'an gasped. Her chest and abdomen were covered in gruesome wounds, as though she had been mauled by a wild beast. The flesh was torn and bloody. Without hesitation, he grabbed a pair of scissors to cut the bedsheet into strips and began bandaging her wounds. Staying in the room was no longer an option. There was no time to worry about the consequences. Following the video instructions sent by the doctor, Chen Huai'an began performing CPR. As soon as his hands pressed down, he heard a sharp crack, followed by a wet splat as 30 spat out another mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the ceiling. Chen Huai'an froze. When had his strength become this overwhelming? One press, and he had broken her ribs. Poor 3-0s, who had already fractured 3 ribs from the fall, now had 3 more broken on the opposite side, creating a kind of grim symmetry. Seeing her breaths grow weaker and weaker, Chen Huai'an couldn't afford to worry about being accused of murder. He immediately pulled out his set of silver needles. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Chen Huai'an's acupuncture today was faster, more precise, and steadier than ever. Chen Huai'an's fingers moved deftly, swiftly completing the stimulation of the hemostasis points before smoothly transitioning to the bone repair points. Although he couldn't fully explain the mechanism, it seemed to involve stimulating the synthesis of stem cells. In the corner, the black cat, Baji, curled into a ball, silently watching everything unfold. The fact that this master was personally administering acupuncture spoke volumes. It could only wait in quiet resignation for its own miserable fate. When Chen Huai'an moved the unconscious Lin Lingling from the sofa to the floor in front of him, Baji froze, too terrified to make a single move. Chen Huai'an noticed Baji's unusual behavior, but gave it only a casual glance. He figured the cat was just overly sensitive to unfamiliar scents. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Lingling slowly regained consciousness. Severe blood loss and hunger left her dizzy, but the instant she saw Baji, the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from it snapped her back to full alertness. She recognized it immediately. It was the same powerful demon that had sent her flying through the window last night. She trembled uncontrollably in fear. Just as Lin Lingling thought her end was near, the black cat began to approach her slowly, its golden eyes fixed intently on her. Then, to her utter astonishment, the unexpected Hapanita soft meow escaped from Baji, and it leaned in to gently lick her face. Hey, you're awake. Chen Huai'an's voice came from nearby. Looks like Baji's taken a liking to you. It never licks my face, that's for sure. Lin Lingling stared in shock at the scene, while Baji internally shuddered in terror, licking the boss's face. That was a death wish. Thank you for saving me, Lin Lingling said weakly, her gaze momentarily distracted by Chen Huai'an's striking features, her thoughts a tangled mess. Just then, paramedics rushed into the room, quickly lifting Lin Lingling onto a stretcher. Baji finally let out a sigh of relief, silently praying she would never return. As she was being loaded into the ambulance, Lin Lingling suddenly remembered a critical issue: her blood trail might lead the black rat demons to track her down. She tried to struggle and warn Chen Huai'an, but a nurse gently restrained her and placed an oxygen mask over her face. The patient is in critical condition, possibly seizing. We need to rush her back for emergency treatment, the doctor commanded, and the ambulance sped away with its sirens blaring. Staring at the pale ceiling of the ambulance, a single tear of regret slid down Lin Lingling's cheek. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to. A disciple of Wang Jianpeak, Li Qingran, seeks an audience. Li Qingran stood respectfully before the decrepit doors of the Sutra Pavilion, clasping her hands in a formal salute. After her experience at the ancestral hall, she no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly run-down structure. Perhaps, within the Sword Sect, the more ancient and worn a place appeared, the more it concealed unfathomable secrets. Wang Jianpeak, an aged voice called from within. Come in. With a sharp creak and a loud thud, the wooden door fell flat to the ground. Li Qingran gazed at this peculiar way of opening a door, but silently stepped up the stairs. In the Sword Sect, strange occurrences like this seemed to be the norm. The interior of the Sutra Pavilion was dimly lit, and an elderly man with snow-white hair stood out prominently. He wore a dark green robe, his hair tied back in a high ponytail, with his shadow stretching into the darkness behind him. What caught her attention the most were his eyes. One was covered with an eye patch, while the other was deeply set, its pupil minuscule, with the whites of his eye dominating. Paired with his weathered face, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without effort. Li Qingran also noticed that the elder carried not a sword at his waist, but a gnarled wooden branch. I am Jiong Yuanma, the elder guarding the Sutra Pavilion. The man introduced himself. You may address me as Elder Jiong. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Elder Jiong explained the rules of the Sutra Pavilion. The first and second floors were open for free access, but entry to the third floor and beyond required a test of one's sword heart. Each disciple was entitled to one opportunity to request a recommendation. Elder Jiong, Li Qingran said without hesitation, I seek a recipe for an antidote that can cure all poisons. Do you have any recommendations? Elder Jiong furrowed his brows. You would waste such a precious recommendation on a mere recipe? Under the elder's piercing gaze, Li Qingran stood her ground. Yes, I wish to heal my master. And who is your master? He asked. My master was once the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. What? Elder Jiong's voice rose sharply. Li Qingran explained in detail that her master was Chen Huai'an, the first Peak Lord of Wang Jianpeak, the very individual who inscribed the words on the Wang Jianpeak monument. Though he had left the Sword Sect many years ago, and even the sect leader's memories of him had grown faint, his name could still be found among the ancestral plaques in the hall. Hearing this, Elder Jiong's expression softened. His earlier displeasure had stemmed from concerns that someone might be using a disciple to steal the Sutra Pavilion secrets. After all, the Sutra Pavilion was second only to the Holy Grounds in terms of its vast collection of knowledge. Any disciple who passed the tests could learn the techniques within. In the past, there had been incidents where members of other sects infiltrated the pavilion, mastered its teachings, and then left under false pretenses. Although sect master Su Qinian didn't care much about such matters, Jiang Yuanma took them very seriously. Those disciples who secretly learned techniques not only stole knowledge, but also tried to exploit precious recommendation slots to have him tailor techniques for them, only to leave the sect once they got what they wanted. Such behavior filled him with utter disdain. When he heard that Li Qingran's master was the former supreme elder of the Sword Pavilion, Jiang Yuanma's expression immediately turned serious and respectful. He had no reason to doubt Li Qingran's words who would dare use the sect master as a cover for a lie. Besides, with his sharp insight, he could tell at a glance whether a disciple was lying. At this moment, Li Qingran had transformed in his eyes from a suspicious thief to a filial disciple devoted to her master. Wait a moment and let this old man think, Jiang Yuanma said, sitting back down on the meditation mat in the main hall and closing his eyes to meditate. Li Qingran stood quietly by the wall, not looking around. Suddenly, the entire scripture pavilion shook violently. Outside, a fierce wind roared, and leaves swirled and danced in front of the door. Countless phantom scrolls appeared chaotically around Jiang Yuanma, and shortly after, a faint golden figure resembling him floated out from above his head. The scrolls rose into the air, swirling madly around the golden figure. An out-of-body young spirit? Li Qingran murmured softly, inwardly marveling at the elder's strength. After all, a cultivator needed to reach the nascent soul stage to achieve such a feat, and even among nascent soul cultivators, only the most formidable elders of major sects could stabilize and control this state with ease. At this moment, Elder Jiang was leveraging the power of his yang spirit to search through all the scriptures in the pavilion. About the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, the phenomenon gradually subsided, and the fierce wind outside calmed. Jiang Yuanma opened his eyes, a trace of exhaustion flickering within them. I have searched through 337,600 scrolls in the scripture pavilion and found something on the 5th floor that might be of use to you. He led Li Qingran to the light curtain on the 5th floor and explained. The scripture is called Annotations of the Pure Heart. Within it are recorded elixirs that may cure various rare poisons. However, to obtain it, you must pass the trial of the sword heart. Seeing Li Qingran pressing her lips together, Jiang Yuanma assumed she was nervous and offered reassurance. As long as your sword heart is firm and your path clear, passing the trial shouldn't be too difficult. Before he could finish speaking, Li Qingran had already stepped into the light curtain with her sword, Suxian, in hand. Jiang Yuanma clasped his hands behind his back, shaking his head as he thought to himself that this would likely take several hours. The trial of the sword heart involved battling an opponent mirroring one's own level of cultivation, requiring superior resolve to emerge victorious. Most disciples had to endure multiple defeats and moments of self-doubt before they could grasp the direction of their true path. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, a crisp cracking sound echoed as the light curtain shattered. Li Qingran emerged expressionless. Jiang Yuanma was astonished. He quickly examined the formation and then revealed a peculiar expression. It turned out this young girl's sword heart was entirely devoted to her master, unwaveringly firm to an astonishing degree. She had defeated the mirrored opponent in an instant, cutting down any obstacle with unstoppable resolve. He chuckled and shook his head with a sigh, thinking to himself, this girl. Has she not considered that her master is the supreme elder? The age gap between them must span several centuries. Li Qingran recalled the words spoken by the mirror image earlier, and a surge of anger instantly filled her chest. Fake feelings from her master? Her master beyond saving? How dare anyone say such things? If they dared to obstruct her from saving her master again, she'd cut them down with a single strike. Amid the densely packed collection of scriptures, the one selected by Elder Jiang emitted a faint glow, standing out prominently. Carefully, Li Qingran opened this alchemical scripture and discovered it was divided into 2 volumes. The first detailed the art of alchemy, while the second recorded 3 recipes: golden scale skin refinement powder, 100 herbs detoxification pill, and dragon tendon bone tempering elixir. Among these, the 100 herbs detoxification pill particularly caught her attention. This pill was said to cure all manner of rare poisons in the world, its efficacy surpassing even the recipes of Lingy Valley. Though it required over 100 rare spiritual herbs and was extremely difficult to concoct, this only made Li Qingran beam with delight. Fortunately, she hadn't gone to Lingy Valley, or she wouldn't have found a remedy for her master's demonic poison. Once you've seen enough, come out, came Elder Jiang's voice from outside the door. Li Qingran returned the scripture to its original place and quickly walked to the entrance. Elder Jiang Yuanma handed her a jade slip and said, "This is a copy of the alchemical annotations. It will self-destruct after 12 hours. You need to memorize its contents within this time. Do you think you can manage?" "No problem," Li Qingran replied, accepting the jade slip. After thanking Elder Jiang, she left the scripture hall. Standing atop the northern peak of Sword Pavilion, gazing at the drifting clouds on the horizon, Li Qingran stretched and felt a bit more at ease. Next, she needed to gather the spiritual herbs and share this good news with her master. She was certain the sect leader would help in finding the herbs, and with everyone working together, they could cure her master's demonic poison and bring him back safely to Sword Pavilion. Thinking about seeing her master every day in the future, Li Qingran couldn't help but smile. A faint blush crept up her ears. She rang a bell, summoning the celestial crane perched by the cliff. Mounting the crane, she decided to first visit the stone stele left by her master on 10,000 Swords Peak before returning to the summit of Sunset Peak. Meanwhile, in another scene, Chen Huai'an was facing interrogation by the security officer. "Officer, please, let me explain. I really don't know that girl well." "Not well? Then why was she in your room?"
And she's underage.
"I saw she was injured, so I was helping stop the bleeding, and that's why you took off her clothes? How else was I supposed to bandage her or treat her wounds?" "Oh, you can treat wounds now? Are you a doctor?" "No." "Go on. I'm listening," the officer said, raising the notebook in his hand. Chen Huai'an felt utterly exasperated. Ever since Lin Lingling had been taken away by the ambulance, the security officer had come to investigate the scene, spotted the bloodstains all over the floor, and, realizing it involved a minor, had immediately cuffed him. "I'm telling the truth. You can ask the girl when she wakes up."
We will, but until then, you'll stay here quietly.
The officer still looked skeptical. Just then, the door to the interrogation room opened, and a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard walked in. He showed his work ID to the guard, and the guard's expression changed immediately. The previously stern face turned respectful in an instant. "We'll handle this. You don't need to worry about it," the bearded man whispered to the guard. The guard nodded solemnly, saluted him with precision, and then turned to leave. The bearded man lowered his gaze to the identification details on the report, then shifted his eyes to Chen Huai'an, his look a mix of scrutiny and an unmistakable hint of unease. "Damn, how can this guy be so ridiculously handsome?" he muttered inwardly. "Too good-looking to be normal. If something seems off, there's got to be more to it." At that moment, he fully believed the bizarre accounts about Chen Huai'an from Ling Lingling. He had already been to the hotel scene. Even through the door, the overwhelming demonic energy was palpable. Thankfully, the guards hadn't let anyone inside, and the windows and doors were tightly sealed, preventing the demon from escaping. The talismans on the doors and windows were genuine, critical barriers against the creature, and absolutely untouchable. "I'm innocent," Chen Huai'an said helplessly, assuming the bearded man was the guard's superior. He couldn't help but explain. "When I woke up this morning, I found that girl covered in blood lying at my door. As a good citizen, I couldn't just leave her there, right?" "Of course, Mr. Chen Huai'an. I completely believe you're innocent," the bearded man replied with a sincere smile. "Really? Then can I have my phone back?" Chen Huai'an asked eagerly, his eyes fixed on the bearded man. Not having seen Qingran for a while made him feel uneasy, like ants crawling all over him. Though puzzled, the bearded man handed the phone back to him. He watched as Chen Huai'an excitedly opened the phone and continuously tapped on the pitch-black screen. This scene deepened the bearded man's confusion and suspicion. "There's something off about this phone," he thought to himself. "It might be a demonic artifact or a spiritual item." Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, not only had demons and awakened individuals begun to appear, but many special artifacts and spiritual items had also emerged. The former were often linked to demons and could even turn ordinary people into creatures, becoming a major source of chaos. Some powerful demonic artifacts were even sentient and extremely cunning. Spiritual items, on the other hand, were the opposite. Some appeared alongside awakened individuals and possessed various incomprehensible functions, while others were naturally formed, often in the form of spiritual plants or weapons, with a vast range of types. Both kinds of objects were highly coveted treasures for awakened individuals, capable of unleashing immense power when used. The bearded man carefully observed Chen Huai'an's every move. Judging from his behavior, he seemed to be an ordinary person completely unaware of the supernatural world. In that case, the talismans on the doors and windows, as well as the one shown to Lin Lingling, were likely connected to this phone. Determining whether it was a companion spiritual item was straightforward since such items only recognized specific awakened individuals, unlike wild spiritual items, which had no such restriction. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and walked over to Chen Huai'an. In a deliberately casual tone, he said, "Chen Huai'an, your phone looks a lot like mine. It's one of those older models you've been using for a while, huh?" Mind if I take a look? Checking your phone? Chen Huai'an blinked, quickly exiting the game interface before handing his phone to the man with the scruffy beard. There wasn't anything particularly private on his phone anyway, so he didn't mind. The scruffy-bearded man took the phone, his fingers gliding lightly across the screen. To his surprise, the screen, which had appeared dim and shrouded in a fog-like haze, while in Chen Huai'an's hands now lit up clearly. This kid's got some luck. His phone's actually a bonded spirit artifact, the man thought to himself. After pretending to scroll through a few screens, he casually handed the phone back to Chen Huai'an. Same brand as mine? Huh? But mine loses battery way too fast. They'll have to replace it soon, the man remarked, feigning nonchalance. Yeah, totally. Chen Huai'an chimed in immediately. My phone drains super fast too. If I could replace it, I would, but, well, he trailed off with a sheepish laugh. The scruffy bearded man narrowed his eyes, catching the subtle hint. The phone being cloaked in mist when in Chen Huai'an's hands, combined with his remark about, if I could replace it, suggested that something was preventing him from doing so. This only solidified the man's suspicion this phone was indeed a bonded spirit artifact. Hey, Huai'an, the man said, smoothly shifting the topic. I just came from the hotel. Where'd you get that talisman on your door? Looks pretty realistic. He spoke casually, but his eyes carefully studied Chen Huai'an's reaction. Oh, the talisman? Chen Huai'an scratched his head, smiling. That's just something I stuck up for fun. It's a prop from a game. Looks pretty real though. I even daydreamed about it actually working and ran some experiments. But, nah, it's just some silly over-the-top stuff, huh? The scruffy-bearded man's mind suddenly clicked. Game props, the phone, that mysterious game only Chen Huai'an could see, all connected. When he checked the phone earlier, there hadn't been any sign of a game, and even the photo album was empty. Those talismans were real, but Chen Huai'an just didn't know how to use them properly. That incident at Tianmin Mountain, where the explosion killed the wolf demon, must have been an accidental activation of the talisman's power. It also explained why that demon hadn't dared leave the hotel room. Staring at the naive-looking college student in front of him, the scruffy-bearded man found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't quite classify Chen Huai'an's abilities, nor could he decide whether to reveal the harsh realities of this world to him. The talisman's production limits and costs were completely unknown, and Chen Huai'an himself didn't seem to possess any real combat skills. He was more like an activator for the spirit artifacts. This was a far cry from that troublesome sword-wielding youth, who was genuinely strong and a major headache to deal with. After a brief hesitation, the man finally gave in to the temptation of bolstering the Tianfu Demon Slayer Division's ranks. After all, someone who could produce talismans was a talent too valuable to let slip away. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Brother Huai'an. I'm really interested in this talisman of yours. To be honest, I have a thing for collecting these little items. Would you consider selling me a few? Chen Huai'an studied the bearded man in front of him with a suspicious look. A seemingly ordinary decorative item, and yet someone had come all the way to buy it? It was too unusual. But my talismans are all crumpled and wrinkled. Ah, no problem, no problem. The bearded man waved his hand quickly, his face plastered with a forced smile. I'm mostly interested in the cultural significance behind them. Wrinkles don't matter at all. This explanation only made Chen Huai'an even more wary. Cultural significance? For a wrinkled talisman? Narrowing his eyes, he realized there had to be more to this than met the eye. I'm not sure what price to set for the talisman. How about you make an offer? Chen Huai'an decided to let the other party take the lead. How about 1,000 yuan? The bearded man tested the waters. When Chen Huai'an simply stared at him in silence, the man grew nervous and quickly upped the ante. Alright, how about 10,000 yuan? I'm genuinely interested in it. Still, Chen Huai'an remained quiet. A man who seemed to have ties to law enforcement wasn't asking about cases or interrogating him, just fixated on a talisman. It was far too suspicious. Could this talisman actually have some hidden power he hadn't discovered? 100,000 yuan. The bearded man gritted his teeth and shouted a final offer. That's my limit. Deal. Chen Huai'an agreed cheerfully, slapping a talisman into the man's hand without hesitation. The sudden action startled the bearded man so much his knees nearly gave out. Clutched in his hand was a powerful lightning talisman. Any mishandling could have blown him to smithereens. Thankfully, nothing happened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Huai'an, how many more of these talismans do you have? Could you sell me a few more? The bearded man asked eagerly, thinking he could hand some over to headquarters while keeping others for research and personal protection. Sorry, I'm quite fond of these talismans myself, Chen Huai'an replied, shaking his head. Let's talk again when I have more in the future. As they parted at the security bureau's entrance, the bearded man handed Chen Huai'an a card. Brother, this is my business card. If you encounter anything strange, come find me at this address. Chen Huai'an glanced down and froze. It was a card with an image of a woman in a bikini, advertising student escorts, young models, office ladies on call service, along with a phone number. Oops, wrong one, my bad. The bearded man awkwardly replaced it with another card. This one read, Dragon Soar Internet Cafe Pin 247, RTX 9080 graphics cards, private rooms, VIP booths, affordable rates. A flurry of doubts clouded Chen Huai'an's mind. Someone who could command security personnel and grant access freely, how could he possibly be just an internet cafe owner? Clearly, this identity was a cover. Without betraying his thoughts, Chen Huai'an pocketed the card, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips as he turned to hail a taxi. He needed to get back to the hotel, charge his phone, and seriously consider changing his accommodations. Watching the taxi disappear into the distance, the bearded man scratched his head in confusion. What was that look the kid gave him before leaving? Did he figure something out? Could he know this wasn't just an ordinary phone? No, that couldn't be it. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, but seriously, does he even know how to use that talisman? Back at the hotel, Chen Huai'an pushed open the door and carefully examined the room. Seeing that everything remained untouched, with no signs of disturbance, he felt a slight sense of relief. Baji, hearing the noise, poked its head out from the corner. Upon seeing Chen Huai'an, it let out a soft meow and elegantly sat in front of him, showing off its policking skills. Meanwhile, the large green fish in the basin seemed unwilling to be left out, sticking its head out slightly as if eavesdropping on the sounds in the room. Chen Huai'an plugged his phone into the charger, sat down by the bed, and began to organize his chaotic thoughts. The world has started to feel off, he muttered to himself. This statement caused Baji, who was in the middle of licking its paw, to freeze. A trace of fear flickered in its feline eyes as it slowly raised its head to look at Chen Huai'an. Could it be that the boss has figured it out? Chen Huai'an continued piecing together the clues. Things have been strange since I got back from Tianmin Mountain. That mutated wolf died in such a suspicious way. San Lingling asked some weird questions. Then today, they almost died right in front of me. At the security bureau, I even met this bearded guy pretending to be an internet cafe owner. His behavior was bizarre, yet he seemed to have a lot of power. As his thoughts became clearer, Chen Huai'an's eyes grew brighter, but Baji became increasingly panicked. Suddenly, a sock fell from above, covering Baji's vision. Is the boss about to awaken his memories? Such an overwhelming aura, it's as if he could change the heavens themselves. Immersed in his reasoning, Chen Huai'an muttered, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, X-Men. He suddenly burst into laughter. Baji clawed the sock off its face. Seeing that nothing unusual had happened, it resumed its policking routine. Lin Lingling showing up in the deep mountains wearing a school uniform and carrying a long gun was suspicious from the start. That mutated wolf must have been killed by her. Chen Huai'an clapped his hands together. And the most suspicious one is that bearded guy. He can mobilize the security forces, but clearly doesn't belong to their system. The address he gave might's obviously a front for some secret organization. He concluded, I've got it. San Lingling and the bearded guy are members of some mysterious organization. They discovered that I've been transformed into a superhuman by cancer cells, so they initiated contact with me. That bearded guy offering 100,000 yuan for the talisman was just to leave a strong impression on me. As for why San Lingling was lying outside his door covered in blood, Chen Huai'an couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Deciding to let it go, he opened up his virtual girlfriend game. Li Qingran was meditating on a cushion when she sensed Chen Huai'an logging in. She immediately opened her eyes, tilting her delicate face upward to gaze at the ceiling with a bright smile. Master, you're finally here. She could feel the warmth of her master's gaze. Looking at the eager and joyful expression on the screen, Chen Huai'an felt a wave of comfort. Ah, virtual girlfriends are the most healing thing ever. Li Qingran enthusiastically began recounting her day, ticking off events on her fingers. She mentioned how the Sword Pavilion's lessons were straightforward and easy to understand, how the elders and personal disciples were approachable, and how everyone got along well aside from the fierce competition for seats. She then moved on to talk about the cunning sect leader and how senior sister Yu Qianqi managed to awaken him. Every time she got to an amusing part, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Qingran's voice was filled with uncontainable joy. Pointing to the mountain of various items piled on the bed, she eagerly introduced them to Chen Huai'an. Master, these are all gifts from my senior brothers and sisters. She picked up each item, carefully explaining its purpose and origin. Seeing the radiant smile on Li Qingran's face, Chen Huai'an felt a sense of relief. Compared to her gloomy and reserved demeanor back at Qingyun Sect, Li Qingran had clearly become much more cheerful since arriving at Jiang'a. Of course, this place is wonderful. Everyone here treats me so kindly, Li Qingran said sincerely. No wonder this was the sect you were once part of, Master. I've only been here a few days, but it already feels as warm as home. Chen Huai'an awkwardly rubbed his nose. In truth, he had never set foot in Jiang'a before. All of this was thanks to the sect master's exaggerated stories. Oh right, Master. Li Qingran suddenly sat up straight, her expression turning serious. I told the sect master about your poisoning today. Oh, what did he say? Chen Huai'an asked with interest, curious to see how the Jiang'a sect master would handle this situation. He took me to the ancestral hall to confirm your identity and even found your memorial tablet, Li Qingran said excitedly. And since I've joined Wanjian Peak, the inscription on the stone tablet there was written by you when heaven collapses, only the sword remains. Hee hee, even if you were thousands of miles away, I still managed to choose your mountain gate master. Chen Huai'an was completely dumbfounded. A memorial tablet? An inscription on a stone tablet? This plot twist was getting too ridiculous. Was the story going to escalate into revealing that he was some kind of supreme elder next? Master, the sect master asked where you are right now and what level you've reached in your cultivation. He wants to send someone to deliver the antidote to you. Faced with the 4 options that popped up in his mind, Chen Huai'an chose to respond, I am not currently in the Cangyun Realm but trapped in a subspace. This place is teeming with dangerous beasts, so it's impossible for anyone to reach me. I appreciate the thought, but just prepare some antidote pills. Even if they may not work, I can use my divine powers to retrieve them from your location. Hearing this, Li Qingran was struck as if by lightning. Her face instantly turned pale as she imagined her master struggling alone in a perilous space filled with monsters. Tears began streaming uncontrollably down her face, but she quickly adjusted her emotions. Forcing a smile, she lifted her head stubbornly and said, Don't worry, master. I've already found an ancient formula for curing all kinds of poisons in the library. I will definitely refine the best antidote for you. The thought of her master possibly battling alone in darkness, with only these brief moments of conversation as respite, made Li Qingran's heart ache. Clenching her fists tightly, she said firmly and resolutely, I won't let you die, master. Master, may I ask, what realm have you reached? Li Qingran, now composed, sat upright with a focused gaze directed at the ceiling beam. Chen Huai'an paused in thought. As this was an open dialogue mode, he could freely decide his cultivation level. In the Cangyun Realm, the highest cultivation level for a practitioner was the Mahayana stage, beyond which ascension to immortality awaited. Claiming to be at the Mahayana stage might seem overly exaggerated, but if he were to say, I am currently at the void refinement stage, he declared firmly. As soon as these words left his lips, silence engulfed both the in-game and real-world rooms. In the corner, Baji trembled uncontrollably. Void refinement stage? No way. If he truly were at the void refinement stage, he would have seen through my true form. What on earth is going on here? He curled up into a ball, riddled with confusion. The void refinement stage, just before the Mahayana stage, allowed practitioners to sense the tribulation lightning of the Mahayana stage. At this level, one had to solidify their chosen Dao path. Failure to do so meant certain annihilation during the tribulation. Chen Huai'an's knowledge of this came solely from the divination he had just performed. This divination sent shockwaves through the Cangyun Realm. Boundless heavens! That great figure has once again surfaced to perform a heavenly divination, murmured the old monsters from various sections. Even Su Qinian, who was currently enduring lashes in the Hall of Justice, couldn't help but glance skyward. Yet, at this moment, Li Qingran was preoccupied with a single thought: what the void refinement stage truly signified. At such a level, one could perceive the laws of the Tao and condense a miniature world within the Naiwan Palace, a power comparable to that of a Holy Land's leader. But even with a master this powerful, he was still trapped in the subspace, which revealed the terrifying nature of the beasts within. Her heart sank as she realized that the poison afflicting her master would not be easily eradicated. Understood, master. Li Qingran rose and bowed respectfully. I will go seek the sect leader at once. With that, she grasped her bell and hurried out. Chen Huai'an's perspective shifted with hers to the sect leader's main hall, only to find no trace of the sect leader. Pacing back and forth in front of the hall, Li Qingran suddenly remembered something. Without hesitation, she mounted her celestial crane and flew straight to the Hall of Justice. Sure enough, she found Su Qinian giving a lecture in front of the hall. Ahem, today's matter, you all? Sect leader, we didn't see anything. The disciples, lined up in a row, responded in unison. That's right, we heard nothing at all. You were simply here to inspect the discipline hall today. The disciple of the discipline hall said with a sycophantic smile, then added, Exactly, exactly. You definitely didn't come to the discipline hall to have us whip you 100 times, huh? Su Qinian's face darkened instantly. He shot a sidelong glare at the disciple who had spoken and sneered. Laugh at what? Disrespecting your superiors and mocking the sect master? Go get yourself 100 lashes. The smile on the disciple's face froze immediately, only to reappear moments later on Su Qinian's face. Li Qingran had been waiting in the distance all along. She only approached after the disciples of the discipline hall had dispersed. Seeing Su Qinian about to step onto his flying sword and leave, she descended on a crane and quickly approached him. Bowing respectfully, she said, Sect Master, This disciple has an urgent matter to report. Oh, it's Qingran. What is it? Su Qinian, who had already sensed her presence earlier, feigned surprise as he stroked his beard and put on a kindly smile. Sect Master, I visited the scripture pavilion and obtained an ancient pill recipe that might be of use to my master. Elder Jiong has already informed me about this. Su Qinian nodded. That pill recipe originates from a renowned alchemist of ancient times, known for crafting pills that are simple to refine but require complex ingredients and intricate catalysts, with remarkable effects. Acquiring this recipe is a stroke of fortune for both you and your master. Li Qingran was overjoyed to hear this and added, my master says he is no longer in the Cangyun Realm but trapped in a subspace of another world. He cannot assist directly, but he has the extraordinary ability to retrieve pills from me. Oh. Su Qinian's expression showed surprise. He's no longer in the Cangyun Realm? Then his cultivation level must be. My master is at the Dongshu Realm. Her words were like a thunderclap, freezing the air in an instant. A single falling leaf landed on the hilt of Su Qinian's sword with a soft plop, causing the sword to slip from his grip and fall to the ground. Hastily bending to pick it up, he couldn't hide the tremor in his voice. Dongshu Realm? No wonder. A supreme elder at the Dongshu Realm, what did that signify? Unless a holy land intervened, the sword pavilion could dominate the entire Cangyun Realm unchallenged. Resources would no longer be an issue, and there'd be no need to worry about the Sect beast tearing up the back hills during mating season. Qingran, tell me about the spiritual herbs required for the Baichao detoxification pill. Su Qinian said sternly, his tone resolute. Rescuing the sword pavilion's fallen supreme elder is a duty we sword pavilion cultivators must not shirk. Seeing the sect master take this matter so seriously, Li Qingran immediately listed the 100 primary ingredients and 300 secondary ingredients. As the seemingly endless list of herbs unfolded, Su Qinian felt his scalp tingle. Many of the names were entirely unfamiliar to him. Well, sect master, are these herbs easy to find? Li Qingran asked with eager anticipation. Give me a moment. Su Qinian frowned, deep in thought. Follow me to the herb garden. This recipe is ancient, and many herb names may have changed over time. We'll need to consult the experts. To reassure Li Qingran, he took out a jade-green tortoiseshell and solemnly vowed, if even the elders of the herb garden don't recognize these herbs, I swear on my lifespan to divine the secrets of heaven for the supreme elder. Outside the game, Chen Huai'an, watching the cinematic unfold, chuckled to himself. Well, my dear sword pavilion elder, are you about to try your hand at divination too? Before Su Qinian mentioned it, Li Qingran had no idea that the Jin Pavilion had a dedicated medicinal herb garden. When she followed Su Qinian to the garden, the sight before her left her astonished. It was not only vast in scale but also stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated ancestral hall and scripture pavilion, appearing fresh and vibrant, with lush greenery everywhere. Standing at the entrance of the herb garden, Su Qinian hesitated slightly, cleared his throat, and called out, Elder Lu, ahem, are you there? For a moment, the garden fell eerily silent. Then, a thunderous roar echoed across the area. Get out! The large gates flew open with a deafening crash, and a fierce gust of wind surged out, shaking the very air. The countless herbs swayed wildly in the storm, but Su Qinian seemed prepared. Calmly, he cast a protective barrier against the wind. Once the gust subsided, he dispersed the shield and turned to Li Qingran, saying, Qingran, that loud voice just now belongs to our herb garden's elder Lu Yuanqing. Don't be fooled by how fierce he sounds. He's actually a pretty decent guy. Before he could finish, he noticed Li Qingran was nowhere to be seen. Looking closer, he saw her clumsily climbing back up from the edge of a cliff, her once sleek hair now a disheveled mess. Well, Su Qinian chuckled awkwardly. Sorry about that. I guess I made the shield a bit too small and didn't cover you. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair, but a youthful complexion, appeared at the entrance of the herb garden. He looked kind and benevolent, but his sharp eyes betrayed a fiery intensity, especially when they landed on Su Qinian, seemingly ready to ignite. Master Su, the elder began, his voice cold. I address you as pavilion master out of respect, but if you dare to steal spiritual herbs from my garden again, I swear I'll fight you 300 rounds to the death. Li Qingran looked at Su Qinian in surprise, who pretended not to notice her gaze. Instead, he grinned cheekily and said, Elder Lu, I'm not here to take any herbs today. I came because... Steal. Elder Lu interrupted, squinting. I'm the pavilion master, borrowing some herb. Steal. Elder Lu emphasized again. All right, fine. I'm not here to steal herbs today. Su Qinian relented with a helpless sigh. This disciple here wants to refine the 100 herbs detoxification pill, but there are several herbs listed in the recipe that I don't recognize. So, I came to ask for your expertise. Oh, and then you'll steal herbs from me, right? Elder Lu sneered. Let me warn you, The herbs in this garden are the lifeblood of all the disciples of Jian Pavilion. They are the foundation of our sect strength. No matter what excuse you come up with, if you dare to take them, they'll fight you without hesitation. With that, he drew his long sword. His energy surged, and his robes fluttered menacingly in the wind. Seeing this, Li Qingran quickly stepped forward, dropping to her knees. Elder Lu, this disciple urgently needs to understand the recipe for the 100 herbs detoxification pill in order to save my master. Please, Elder Lu, take a look at the recipe. Elder Lu examined the earnest and graceful young woman before him. His anger seemed to subside slightly. You seem like a filial one. Who is your master? Reporting to Elder Lu, my master is the Grand Elder of Jian Pavilion. Li Qingran replied respectfully. Lu Yuanqing hesitated and glanced at Su Qinian. As someone who had joined the Sword Pavilion midway, his understanding of the sect's history was limited. To his knowledge, the highest authority in the Sword Pavilion resided with the Pavilion Master, Su Qinian. There was no mention of any ancestor or Grand Elder. If such a figure did exist, the Sword Pavilion wouldn't be in such a dire financial state. Noticing his doubt, Su Qinian nodded slightly to confirm. That Grand Elder indeed ventured out to explore in his early years. His identity has been verified through the ancestral shrine. I'm really not here to steal spiritual herbs, the intruder protested. If not today, you'll steal them tomorrow, Lu Yuanqing snorted coldly. However, when he walked up to Li Qingran, his expression softened into a warm smile. Since it's for your master, recite the pill formula for me again. Li Qingran nervously repeated the formula, carefully watching Elder Liu's reaction. To her relief, his expression remained calm after hearing it, unlike Su Qinian, who had looked utterly baffled. As expected, everyone in the Sword Pavilion except the Pavilion Master is reliable, she concluded silently. Lu Yuanqing pondered the formula for a moment, then pulled out a scroll and began flipping through it. Occasionally he shook his head, nodded, or muttered to himself. After a while, he closed the scroll and said, I recognize all the spiritual herbs required for the 100 herbs detoxification pill. Over half of them can be found in the herb garden, and the rest can be purchased from Lingy Valley. However, Li Qingran's heart sank at this however, and she hadn't even had the chance to feel relieved about gathering the herbs. Old Lu, stop keeping us in suspense. Su Qinian, who was lounging nearby, used his flying sword to pick at his teeth in boredom. Why are you in such a rush? Think before you speak. Lu Yuanqing shot him a glare before frowning and explaining. 2 of the ingredients are extremely rare dragon tongue apricot and blood ripple fruit. These are ancient spiritual plants that might already be extinct in the Cangyun Realm. If that's the case, then we'll have to search the secret realm, Su Qinian said quickly, noticing Li Qingran's pale face. He tried to comfort her. It's less than a month until the Central State secret realm opens. That place is full of ancient relics. When the time comes, everyone from the Sword Pavilion will enter to search for treasures. We're bound to find those 2 ingredients. That's true, Lu Yuanqing agreed, stroking his beard. In ancient times, the pill sects were numerous, and resources were abundant. Even a moderately established sect could form its own school. Among them, the Medicine King Valley had the deepest foundation. If we can find its ruins in the secret realm, given its reputation for holding all the world's spiritual medicines, those 2 ingredients are sure to be there. Hearing this, Li Qingran took a step back and respectfully bowed. Pavilion Master, Elder Lu, though my strength is limited, I wish to enter the Central State's secret realm. She understood that her senior brothers and sisters would be seeking their own opportunities in the secret realm and that her personal quest shouldn't delay them. This journey was crucial, and she was determined to find those 2 ancient ingredients. Su Qinian and Lu Yuanqing exchanged a glance. Su Qinian was initially reluctant to let Li Qingran, who had ties to the Grand Elder, take such a risk. But seeing the determination in her eyes, he hesitated before nodding. Fine. As long as you reach the early foundation establishment stage before the secret realm opens, I will allow you to go. Li Qingran raised her head, her gaze unwavering as she met Su Qinian's eyes. Disciple Qingran will not disappoint. So you've been waiting here all along? Chen Huai'an watched the unfolding events with a faint, bitter smile on his lips. He had originally hoped to stop Li Qingran from going to the Zhengzhou secret realm, but now not only was it certain she would go, it was to refine the 100 herbs detox pill for him. The thought of someone caring about him like this stirred a warm feeling in his heart. Unbidden, the image of his ex-girlfriend flashed through his mind, the one who never visited him during his hospital stay but suddenly reappeared with a green message bubble, wanting to reconcile when he started making money through live streaming and appearing on variety shows. Like hell I will. Chen Huai'an muttered under his breath, cursing softly. Suddenly, the strong smell of blood on his clothes made him grimace, reminding him he hadn't changed out of his blood-stained garments yet. Guess staying in this hotel is no longer an option. He quickly packed his belongings, grabbing a few clean clothes before heading to the bathroom. In the corner,
Baji stared intently at the packed suitcase. While it had been feasting on spiritual energy every day around the big boss, this constant state of anxiety was unbearable. It had lost weight. Baji secretly plotted. Once they left the big boss, it would find a quiet place to hide. With the world's spiritual energy gradually recovering, it figured it could eventually achieve spiritual energy independence. If this kept up, though, it feared it might end up with what those television shows called existential despair. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a bearded man stood outside the patient's room, listening to the doctor's discussions inside. It's nothing short of a medical miracle. She had 3 broken ribs on each side of her chest, and now they're nearly healed on their own. And despite losing so much blood, she shows no signs of anemia, which means her red blood cells and stem cells regenerate at a rate far beyond that of an average person. Should we report this to the director? This could lead to groundbreaking medical advancements. No, we can't. Headquarters just called, ordering us to maintain strict confidentiality. The bearded man's expression grew pensive. He hadn't expected Subject Zero to possess such incredible self-healing abilities. This discovery only strengthened his belief that recruiting her into the Demon Slayer division was a wise move. After all, there were only 2 requirements to become a full-fledged member: reaching the master level, B, successfully handling 5 anomalous events of any grade, and agreeing to join voluntarily. As the director of the Tianfu Demon Slaying Division, he indeed had the authority to make exceptions and promote outstanding talents. Lin Lingling was a case in point. However, very few awakened individuals were truly willing to join the division. The reason was simple. The Demon Slaying Division neither offered enough benefits to attract recruits, nor did it waive the mandatory rule of undertaking at least 1 mission per month. For ordinary people who had just acquired superpowers, yearning for freedom yet fearing danger, this was far from appealing. Moreover, some awakened individuals could easily make money using their abilities and had no interest in the division's salary. For instance, some used their powers to spot and trade hidden treasures in antique markets. While this behavior was ethically questionable, it wasn't illegal, and the division had no authority to intervene. Lin Lingling's joining was a pure accident. This girl, whose parents were divorced and who lived in poverty, couldn't even afford her school fees. When the division offered her generous benefits, she immediately agreed to join. However, after undergoing an ability test, her power was only at the lowest white rank, and she lacked any self-healing capability. Yet now, it seemed she might have awakened a new ability in the midst of this danger. The bearded man coughed lightly and pushed open the door. He showed his credentials to the doctors, signaling them to leave the monitoring room. Then, he took out a syringe and injected its contents into Lin Lingling's arm. Within 10 minutes, Lin Lingling, who had been under anesthesia, slowly regained consciousness. Boss. She looked at the bearded man groggily. High-speed cell regeneration serum. 10 merit points. You can owe me for now, the bearded man said, shaking the empty syringe. Thank you, Lin Lingling said, biting her lip with gratitude. She knew that each mission only awarded 1 to 100 merit points depending on its difficulty, and she currently had just 3 points, far from enough to afford such a healing drug. No need to thank me. It's an investment. The bearded man sat down by the bed and lit a cigarette. Tell me, how did a monster from a routine mission manage to injure you like this? The intel was wrong. Lin Lingling gritted her teeth. The mission briefing said it was a grade A black rat spirit, but when I got there, I found a whole group. 2 big ones leading a bunch of smaller ones. Luckily, they don't like eating meat, or I wouldn't have made it out alive. The bearded man awkwardly rubbed his nose. As the director, failing to update the mission intel in time was indeed his oversight. However, the division was severely understaffed, and he had just returned from completing a mission himself. Thinking of the newly tested Guiyuan True Technique's remarkable effects, he decided to give Lin Lingling a scroll of it as compensation tonight to strengthen her abilities. So, how many did you take down? He asked, changing the subject. I killed the female one, took out all the small ones, but the male was too strong, I couldn't beat it, Lin Lingling replied expressionlessly. The bearded man froze for a moment. That was indeed ruthless. But he still asked, you did use the scent masking potion, right? Lin Lingling's face instantly turned pale as she realized the critical detail she'd overlooked. Tu thought the mission was simple, so I didn't buy the potion. The bearded man's expression darkened. This meant that Chen Huai'an's situation might already be. Boss, hurry. Save him. Before the eavesdropping doctors could react, they heard a loud bang. The monitoring room door flew off its hinges, embedding itself in the wall at an angle. All they saw was a shadowy figure disappearing out the 8th floor window in an instant. It leapt onto the table with sharp alertness, peering out the window. Sure enough, the bushes below were shaking violently, as if some wild beast was charging through. The path of the disturbance extended all the way to the base of the drainage pipe before abruptly stopping. In the next instant, a black rat the size of a calf shot out, bounding up to the 2nd floor in just a few swift movements. Baji sneered.
The thick aura of resentment emanating from this rat demon was likely tied to the human child that had left behind the trail of blood earlier. Clearly, it had tracked the scent of blood all the way here. But it had chosen the wrong target. This place not only housed a formidable cultivator at the void refinement stage, but the seals on the doors and windows were more than enough to crush it into dust. Thinking of this, Baji couldn't help but feel a little smug. As a true ancient fiend, it was leagues apart from these lowly demons. In a way, it was their natural predator. Compared to humans, who were too small to even make a decent snack, the large-bodied demon kings were the real delicacies. It was a pity that the cultivator was present, making it impossible to reveal its true identity. Otherwise, this rat demon would have made for a satisfying treat. Just as Baji licked its lips, a flicker of red flashing in its eyes, the sound of a door opening came from the bathroom. It quickly suppressed its hunger. Meow, oh Baji, I almost forgot about you. Chen Huai'an stepped out, fully dressed, and smiled when he saw Baji. Over the past few days, had developed quite a fondness for this perpetually unlucky-looking cat. Baji froze in alarm. Damn it. It had been so engrossed in thoughts of the rat demon that it forgot to hide. Chen Huai'an first fetched a shoebox, but finding it too small, replaced it with a storage container. He then gently placed the motionless Baji inside. Sorry about this, Baji. Bear with the storage box for now. Once this is over, they'll buy you a proper cat carrier. As the lid of the box closed, Baji felt a chill run through its heart, but it quickly came up with a plan. This kind of storage box wasn't very secure. Chen Huai'an would probably carry it by hand. Once outside the room, it could leap out and escape. Freedom awaited. But just as this thought crossed its mind, the lid suddenly opened again, and a large green fish was tossed inside. Baji? Green fish? The lid shut once more, and Chen Huai'an's voice came from outside. Sigh, this fish is too much trouble to take along. Might as well leave it in the box for Baji to eat. Baji and the green fish locked eyes. The fish flailed weakly, its large eyes filled with a pleading expression. Forget it, since I'm running away anyways, I want to eat. Baji suppressed his appetite once more, silently convincing himself that a cat of his size had no business eyeing such a big fish. Hold on, just hold on a little longer, and freedom will be mine. Just then, Chen Huai'an's voice echoed. Take the talismans off the windows and doors too. They cost 200,000 yuan. Heh, what a sucker. With a sharp slap, something was suddenly pressed onto the storage box. Baji looked up in fear and, through the thin lid, clearly saw two newly removed talismans, those from the windows and doors now freshly and casually slapped onto the box by the boss. Ha! How naive I was, Baji thought, tilting his head back at a dramatic 45-degree angle, tears welling in his eyes. How could the boss not see through his little schemes? Even if he didn't, the overwhelming aura of luck surrounding him would be enough to suppress any rebellion. Escape? Impossible. Chen Huai'an, oblivious to Baji's inner turmoil, had finished packing. His suitcase held clothes and a potted plant, while the storage box was securely taped onto the suitcase. Dressed in a faded sports tracksuit, his modest outfit didn't stop him from catching the admiring green-eyed glances of passing women as he stepped out. But just as he opened the door, a piercing scream erupted from the hallway. A monster! A monster! It was the cleaning lady. She had collapsed on the floor, trembling and huddled against the wall. Down the red-carpeted hallway, a massive black-furred rat was slowly advancing. Its coarse fur scraped against the walls, making a chilling screeching sound. It paid no attention to the fallen cleaning lady, its blood-red eyes locked intently on Chen Huai'an at the end of the corridor. Each step it took carried a menacing weight, like the tread of a demon. A mutated rat? Chen Huai'an assessed the creature, surprisingly unafraid. He instinctively compared it to Qingxian Daoist, and even the mutant wolf he had encountered on Tianmin Mountain, finding the rat far less intimidating. Still, logic told him it was time to find something for self-defense. Before he could act, the black-furred rat suddenly accelerated. Screech! It zigzagged erratically, hurtling forward like a black whirlwind, its speed catching him completely off guard. Chen Huai'an only had time to instinctively raise his arms to shield his face, his mind blank. Yet, the expected impact never came. Slowly lowering his arms, he saw the black-furred rat trembling 2 meters away, its eyes filled with terror. Beneath it, a conspicuous yellow puddle spread on the floor. It's afraid of me? Chen Huai'an confirmed his suspicion, blissfully unaware that the rat's fear was actually directed at the toppled storage box nearby. Really? That's it? Emboldened, he put his hands on his hips and struck a pose in front of the rat. So this is the fear induced by my life energy level? Wow, I've never seen a rat this big before. He circled the frozen black-furred rat, its stiff, zombie-like demeanor reminding him of talisman-stuck corpses from TV dramas. Mischievously, he fished a Thunderfire talisman from his pocket and pressed it toward the rat's forehead, laughing sinisterly. Heh heh. Just as the talisman was about to stick to the black-furred rat's head, the creature seemed to suddenly awaken, its head jerking back into its chest cavity. But Chen Huai'an had already thrown the talisman, and it landed squarely on the creature's forehead with precision. This scene was caught by Luo Saihu, who had just reached the end of the hallway. What the? No. His pupils contracted as a chill shot up his spine, but it was too late to stop what was happening. At the point where the talisman met the rat's forehead, a glowing orb the size of a coin appeared, growing brighter with a sharp crackling sound of electricity. Reacting quickly, Luo Saihu grabbed the limp hotel staff member from the floor, turned, and slammed into a nearby room, shutting the door behind them. Chen Huai'an stared at the distorted light on the black-furred rat's head, his smile freezing in place. Oh, crap. Boom. A deafening thunderclap echoed through the hallway as a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the space, shaking the entire hotel. Doors 50 meters away were blasted into splinters by the shockwave. Inside the room, Luo Saihu, hiding with the hotel staff, broke into a cold sweat as he surveyed the devastation outside. The corridor's enclosed structure had amplified the explosion's force, and he worried whether Chen Huai'an had survived. The hallway was thick with smoke, the acrid smell of burning filling the air. Several doors were now ablaze. At the far end of the corridor, Chen Huai'an sat slumped against the wall, his head hanging low. In front of him, a suitcase and storage boxes formed a natural barrier, splitting the hallway in two. On the left, walls were charred and splattered with blackened flesh, while the right side remained untouched, as if shielded by some mysterious power. Luo Saihu hurried forward, about to check Chen Huai'an's breathing, when a charred, smoke-emitting finger stopped his hand. The young man still had his head lowered, but a sly, almost devilish smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. The sunlight streaming in illuminated his absurdly handsome profile. Ha 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 ha. Black smoke seeped from between Chen Huai'an's teeth. So that's it. I'm not some tumor Superman. He lifted his head to look at Luo Saihu, his eyes gleaming. Turns out, I'm the Thunder King. Luo Saihu stared blankly. Oh? So, this world is already falling apart, isn't it? Yeah, you could say that, Luo Saihu replied. Those mutant beasts they talk about on TV? They're not mutants theory demons. There are many of them, and their numbers are growing. A lot of the infamous supernatural incidents and serial killings in recent years, those were caused by evil spirits and demons. Some of them were even the result of rogue awakened individuals. At the entrance of the hotel, now surrounded by police cars, Luo Saihu and Chen Huai'an squatted by the street, watching the vehicles and pedestrians pass by. Smoke? Luo Saihu offered, holding out a cigarette. No, I don't. Chen Huai'an declined with a shake of his head. My last name's Luo. Just call me Luo Saihu, he said, lighting up the cigarette anyway. The man with the stubbly beard lit his cigarette, taking a drag before speaking nonchalantly. My ability is devouring and assimilation, but I haven't found the right target to assimilate yet. Chen Huai'an's mind was still a chaotic mess. Trembling, he pointed to himself. I'm a reviver? That's right. The bearded man lit another cigarette, the smoke curling around his rugged face. Narrowing his eyes, he continued, I wanted to approach you, but I hesitated about whether to reveal the truth of this world to you. Your body is weaker than other revivers and monsters, but your revival ability is exceptionally powerful. You mean, the talismans? Chen Huai'an looked down at his charred hand. The explosion had sent him flying, but strangely, the talisman that obliterated the black-furred rat had only left minor burns on his hand. Your talismans come from a game on your phone, right? Chen Huai'an froze. Uncle, you can see that game? No, I can't. Only you can see it. The bearded man exhaled a perfect smoke ring. It's your companion spirit artifact, something only you can use. No one else can control it. Such completely exclusive spirit artifacts are rare. Chen Huai'an mulled over this information. He had initially thought these changes were an evolution caused by his cancer cells. But now, thinking back, everything had started when he got that virtual girlfriend game. If it weren't for that game, he wouldn't have climbed Mount Tai, nor would he have encountered these opportunities. I know a reviver with abilities similar to yours, the bearded man suddenly said. His initial rating was Soldier Class A, and his nickname is Godpin. His companion's spirit artifact is a pin, and whatever he draws becomes real. Depending on the logic and complexity of the creation, he has to pay varying costs, sometimes even risking his life. He looked at Chen Huai'an meaningfully. Creating something from nothing is often the hardest. Your talismans were also created by your companion artifact, weren't they? Chen Huai'an nodded in acknowledgement. Besides the talismans, he'd also obtained an amulet, a spirit stone bracelet, and a plant. This also explained why he could never catch that mysterious delivery man. It wasn't a hacker or courier at all. These items were conjured out of thin air by the game. So, the bearded man leaned in, his eyes gleaming with urgency. What's the cost of creating a talisman like that? This question was crucial for determining Chen Huai'an's initial reviver rating and potentially the future of the Tianfu demon-slaying bureau. Chen Huai'an met the bearded man's gaze, hesitating for a moment before falling silent. Should he say money? That answer might not go over well. If this world was truly falling into the hands of monsters, ushering in the era of revivers, what would money mean to them? He could be treated as a human treasure chest, dissected, or kept captive to mass-produce talismans. Someone might even covet his companion artifact. Although the bearded man claimed that companion artifacts could only be used by their owners, could that really be trusted? Chen Huai'an didn't want to assume the worst of people, but his life experiences had taught him caution. The meager compensation after a tragedy, his ex-girlfriend's betrayal, roommates stealing his scholarship for impoverished students, these all reminded him how unpredictable human nature could be. So, staring unwaveringly into the bearded man's eyes, Chen Huai'an calmly said, "The cost is my lifespan." Lifespan? Such a heavy price? The man with the scruffy beard stared in shock, his mouth agape, as the half-smoked cigarette slipped from his fingers and landed on the ground with a soft thud. A wave of guilt surged through him. The talisman had been exchanged for Chen Huai'an's life, and yet he had acquired it for a mere 100,000. At the time, Chen Huai'an probably had no idea of the talisman's true value. The thought made him feel like an opportunistic fraud. "How did you find out the price was lifespan?" the scruffy bearded man asked with a frown. "I remember you didn't even know this talisman could be used before." Chen Huai'an had already prepared his answer and replied calmly, "I didn't know before. As for how I determined the cost was lifespan." He bent down slowly, rolling up his pant leg to reveal a mass of dense, grotesque tumors. "I want hided. I am a terminal cancer patient. A week ago, I was only in the mid-stage." The scruffy bearded man stared in stunned silence at the tumor-riddled leg. "Are you saying that trading for the talisman caused your cancer to worsen?" "Exactly." Chen Huai'an nodded. "The doctor said the speed at which my cancer cells are spreading is something he's never seen before in his career. And this started right after I exchanged for the talisman. Then how long do you have left?" "Who knows?" Chen Huai'an gave a faint smile. "If I'm lucky, maybe 6 months. If not, a month at best." The scruffy bearded man felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. The young man in front of him, with his sunny smile, was already a dying man? But the horrifying tumors on his leg silently confirmed the brutal truth. "I'm such a bastard." The man cursed himself inwardly. As the head of the Demon Slayer division in Tianfu district, he had swindled a terminal cancer patient out of such a valuable talisman for a measly 100,000. If this got out, the other divisions would mock him mercilessly. "Brother Huai'an, I'm so sorry." The scruffy bearded man apologized hastily. "Ah, it's fine." Chen Huai'an waved it off. "I still have other talismans anyway. Since I'm already a dying man, losing a bit more lifespan doesn't really matter." The scruffy bearded man looked at Chen Huai'an, his guilt deepening. "They'll transfer you another 100,000. "Sure." Chen Huai'an immediately pulled out his phone and displayed his payment QR code with lightning speed. Speechless, the scruffy bearded man silently completed the transfer. After the transaction, the atmosphere between the two became noticeably more genuine. "Brother Huai'an, what are your plans for the future?"
Plans.
Chen Huai'an gazed at the bustling street alongside the scruffy bearded man, his thoughts swirling. His plans were actually quite simple. Continue spending money on the game. Now that he knew his virtual girlfriend was a companion spirit, he was even more determined to pour money into it. Who knows, maybe the game would eventually release an item that could cure cancer. However, he still had many questions about the reality of the game world. If it was virtual, why did his virtual girlfriend feel so real? If it was real, how could a mere low-grade talisman possess such power? Wouldn't higher-grade talismans be more destructive than nuclear weapons? It didn't make sense. In the presence of main quests, storylines, and dialogue choices, all hallmarks of a game only, made the whole situation more mysterious. Chen Huai'an understood clearly how could an ordinary person possibly control the course of the real world. If someone had such abilities, they would have become immortal long ago. From any perspective, the Cangyun Realm seemed more like a game world. This solidified his belief that the virtual girlfriend game on his phone was exactly what the bearded man referred to as a companion spirit. As for whether the cultivation world in the game was real, he remained skeptical. The street in front of him was bustling with life. School children held hands and sang nursery rhymes as they walked. Couples nestled together on park benches. Elderly people strolled slowly with vegetable baskets, and a delivery driver stared helplessly at the slow-moving figure ahead of him. These ordinary scenes of life made Chen Huai'an recall the bearded man's words. "Brother Huai'an, why not join the Demon Slayer division?" the bearded man suggested with a recruiting tone. "We can help you connect with a healer-type reviver to see if they can cure your cancer. The Demon Slayer division is nothing like it used to be. We now have cultivation techniques straight out of novels like the breath control method to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth." He paused for a moment.
Of course, I'd prefer if you join for the mission. To protect our homeland, humanity, and this peace, the bearded man stole a glance at Chen Huai'an, hoping to see the young man moved by his impassioned words. Yet Chen Huai'an's expression was unusually calm. Thank you for your kindness, Chen Huai'an smiled, but his voice was heavy. My parents died in a forest fire. There should have been 200,000 yuan in compensation, but we only received 20,000. I struggled through difficult years of schooling, thinking university would bring hope, only to be diagnosed with terminal cancer. The hospital only cared about whether I had money, and my girlfriend left me as soon as she found out. You think this world is unfair? The bearded man asked. No, I think it's quite fair. Chen Huai'an shook his head. Dying without money is normal. Not receiving the compensation is reasonable, and my girlfriend leaving is understandable. But in my darkest moments, this world never embraced me. To embrace it now would feel disgusting. Under the sunlight, the boy's eyes flickered, as if shrouded in a layer of deathly stillness. Uncle, you're protecting your world. My world isn't worth protecting. At the end of the street, Chen Huai'an's figure dragging his suitcase gradually faded into the distance. He waved one last time with a smile. I won't join the Demon Slayer division. I just can't find a reason right now. But if you ever need help, feel free to reach out. Though I don't know how much I can actually do. The bearded man sat on the steps, chain smoking. When the red light turned green, he stood up and merged into the crowd. He didn't return to the Demon Slayer division but wandered the streets instead, wanting to see the lives of those who lived under the same sky yet existed in entirely different worlds. Oh no, I forgot something. Chen Huai'an put down his luggage and looked around the duplex apartment near the wetland park, which cost 2,000 yuan a month. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Didn't that bearded uncle mention there was a bounty for killing monsters? Even though he hadn't joined the Demon Slayer division, surely as an independent Demon Slayer, he could still claim the reward, right? He stroked his chin, pondering the worth of that black-furred rat. A weak monster like that was probably only worth a few thousand yuan. Still, that wasn't bad. After all, monsters were everywhere these days. If he could kill a few more, the money would naturally add up. Thinking about finally being able to make money in a way he actually enjoyed, Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up. He didn't need to join the Demon Slayer division, could still head to the Longting Internet Cafe to claim his bounty. It was the perfect combination of freedom and income. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who's this? Huai'an, my boy, a familiar voice came through the receiver. Uncle? How did you get my number? I saved it when the security bureau checked your phone earlier, the bearded man said casually, skipping over the topic. I'm calling to let you know that I've arranged for a reviver to treat your cancer. Come by in 3 days. But I haven't joined the Demon Slayer division. Doesn't matter. I can't just watch you die, can I? I've already called you my little brother. Still, it feels wrong to trouble someone else for this. It's free. All right, I'll go. Chen Huai'an agreed immediately. As long as it was free, nothing else mattered. Then it settled 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, 3rd floor of the Longting Internet Cafe. The bearded man replied, a barely noticeable smile in his tone. They then discussed the bounty for the black-furred rat. To Chen Huai'an's surprise, the rat was worth a whopping 20,000 yuan even though its body had been blown to bits. If the corpse had been intact, the reward could have doubled. The money would first be transferred to the bearded man, who would then pass it on to Chen Huai'an. After hanging up the phone, the bearded man stood amidst the bustling crowd, deep in thought. Although Chen Huai'an's refusal to join the Demon Slayer division was disappointing, as long as he experienced enough warmth from others, he'd come around eventually. With that in mind, the bearded man remembered the sword-wielding prodigy that Old Li had mentioned. Chen Huai'an might be a missed opportunity for now, but I can't let that sword kid slip away. He's the hope of Tianfu district. The bearded man clenched his fist, hoping the boy didn't have the same misfortunes as Chen Huai'an, a broken family, terminal illness, and a cheating girlfriend. If it turned out to be that much of a coincidence, he swore he'd eat dirt standing on his head. Sigh, there really are good people in this world, Chen Huai'an thought as he put down his phone with a sigh of relief. It was just a pity that these kind-hearted people only appeared after he became a reviver. Otherwise, he might have been truly moved. He plugged in his phone to charge and began tidying up his apartment. Chen Huai'an carefully peeled the talisman off the storage box and solemnly affixed it to the door. This wasn't just for decoration this time, it was a defensive line against potential monster intrusions. He opened the storage box to find Baji curled up in a corner, looking utterly listless. Probably stifled in there. I'll give you some acupuncture later, Chen Huai'an muttered to himself. He gently set Baji aside and reached for the motionless big green fish. The moment his fingers touched the fish's tail, the seemingly dead creature suddenly unleashed a surprising burst of strength. With a loud slap, it leapt half a meter into the air, startling Chen Huai'an. What the heck? Has this fish turned into a spirit? How's it still alive after being out of water for so long? From finding this place, negotiating rent,
to finally moving in. The entire process had taken nearly 3 hours. By all logic, the fish should have been long dead. Yet not only was it alive, but it also had this much energy. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Huai'an fished a talisman out of his pocket. He recalled what the bearded man had said: anything abnormal was likely a monster or malevolent spirit, and the best solution was to take it down directly. This fish was clearly not normal, so he had to act. The 20th Zandian reward was practically waving at him. Baji, still recovering from the shockwave of the talisman earlier, glared fiercely at the green fish. If it weren't so drained, it would have crushed that smelly fish for sure. Sensing the threat, the green fish immediately played dead, rolling its eyes upward and even exuding a distinct salty smell. Chen Huai'an placed the playing dead fish into the bathtub and filled it halfway with water. Watching the fish floating belly up and breathing faintly, he put the talisman away. I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. If you manage to survive, I want a boiled fish for dinner tonight. As soon as he closed the bathroom door, the green fish flipped over in the tub, glaring with wide eyes and frantically gulping water, releasing countless bubbles. Back in the living room, Baji was licking its paws and meowing at him, looking much livelier. Good boy. Hungry? I'll get you something delicious, Chen Huai'an said, pulling out his phone to order a bag of cat food on Mate 1. Sitting on the couch, he began organizing his thoughts. Baji secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, just as I expected, the boss sealed all the doors and windows. There's no way out. And as for why I don't want acupuncture IV, already faked a limp in one leg. If I get another one disabled, how am I supposed to keep acting? Crawl around on 2 legs? Chen Huai'an laid out all the items he could on the coffee table: a prayer bead bracelet, protective talismans, herbs, thunderfire talismans, the black scale sword, spring needle technique, meridian opening needle technique, and the Qinglian sword manual. For items he couldn't physically produce, he jotted them down on paper. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered. If the talismans generated by companion spirit objects in the virtual girlfriend game are effective, then other items obtained from them should also be genuine. Where are your secrets hiding? Let me investigate thoroughly. His gaze swept over each item like an X-ray scanner, scrutinizing them for any hidden clues. Chen Huai'an carefully picked up the faded amulet and leaned in to examine it closely. The ink on the charm, blurred as if soaked in water, revealed only a few indistinct characters. Gently stroking the paper, his thoughts began to churn. He had always regarded this amulet as just another ordinary game reward, never associating it with the events in his daily life. But now, knowing that the Thunderfire talisman was genuine, could this amulet also be real? Narrowing his eyes, he recalled an important detail: the amulet only started fading after his trip to Mount Tai. During that journey, he had first broken his leg and later encountered a landslide. Either incident could have been catastrophic. Yet, he emerged unscathed. Could it be that the amulet secretly protected him, causing its colors to fade? He held the amulet up to his nose and sniffed it carefully. Despite being washed, it retained a unique fragrance, unlike any ordinary detergent. This discovery further solidified his suspicions. If only I could get another amulet, he thought to himself. Maybe I should log into the game later and ask Li Qingran for one. If it works, wouldn't that mean I could essentially get all the items for free? The idea brought a faint smile to his face. His mind wandered back to the ceremonial procession he had encountered on Mount Tai. That must have been some sort of phenomenon caused by the resurgence of spiritual energy. The Emperor in that vision seemed extraordinary, but the specifics are probably only known to the Demon-Slaying Bureau. After all, they're an official organization with decent intelligence capabilities. On the couch, Baji, the gluttonous creature in disguise, listened silently to Chen Huai'an's mutterings, shrinking nervously into the corner. Alarm bells rang in its mind. This was bad. The boss was beginning to notice the anomalies of this world. Would this trigger the recovery of his memories? If that happened, could Baji still hide its true form as a gluttonous beast? Its gaze fell on the spiritual plant on the windowsill, and it started calculating. At its current rate of absorbing spiritual energy, it would reach the power level of a 200-year-old monster within a week. By then, it could forcibly break through the window and escape. While the talismans might injure it during the attempt, surviving with some injuries was far better than risking death. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an continued inspecting other items. The bracelet of spiritual stones seemed authentic. Half of the beads had turned cloudy, likely due to depleted spiritual energy. The peculiar plant on the windowsill, tested by cutting its leaves, proved unusually tough. He decided to keep observing it. Maybe one day it would actually grow a mouth. As for the black-scaled sword, he had already resolved to sleep with it by his side. How could such a divine weapon be casually hung by the bed? It needed to be kept close at all times. The orange-eared glow of the setting sun poured through the window, casting a warm light on the coffee table. The glare from the glass made Chen Huai'an squint, and he realized it was already dinner time. Just then, his fully charged phone emitted a notification sound from the armrest of the couch.
Exhausted from the day's events, Chen Huai'an unplugged the charger, turned on his phone, and launched the virtual girlfriend game. Chen Huai'an opened the game, only to find that Li Qingran was not in the room. He quickly spotted her figure at the summit of Luoxia Peak standing in the glow of the setting sun. She was deep in conversation with senior sister Yu Qianqi and sect master Su Qinian. The three of them wore serious expressions. Chen Huai'an turned the volume to maximum, and their conversation became audibly clear. Li Qingran, the journey is long, and your cultivation level is still low. This time, I'm assigning your senior sister to escort you, Su Qinian said with a tone of concern. But, wouldn't that trouble senior sister too much? Li Qingran's gaze shifted hesitantly between the two, her words faltering. Not at all, not at all. Yu Qianqi waved dismissively, her tone light. I've just hit a bottleneck in my cultivation, and Master has been urging me to travel and break through. Besides, she leaned closer to Li Qingran with a playful grin. I'm not escorting you for free. You'll have to cover the wine along the way. Drinking every day won't it kill you? Su Qinian raised a hand as if to smack her, but Yu Qianqi nimbly dodged with a laugh. Watching his mischievous disciple, Su Qinian sighed helplessly and turned to Li Qingran. Your senior sister has a terrible weakness for alcohol. Keep an eye on her during the journey, and make sure her drinking doesn't cause any trouble. Understood. Li Qingran bowed respectfully. Please rest assured, sect master. I will do my best to ensure senior sister drinks less on the way. Su old man, you really think little junior sister can control me? As if. Yu Qianqi, now hanging upside down from a tree nearby, made a face at Su Qinian. He pretended not to notice. All right, get ready. You should be able to set off soon. Su Qinian handed 2 pouches of spirit stones to Li Qingran. Although the sword pavilion is short on resources lately, here are 20 low-grade spirit stones 10 for each of you. Use them wisely for your journey. Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi exchanged glances. What? Think it's not enough? Su Qinian frowned and pushed the pouches closer. Li Qingran reached out to take the pouches, only to find the sect master holding onto them tightly. In the end, it was Yu Qianqi who stepped forward and pried Su Qinian's fingers open one by one to free the pouches. Master, if you really don't want to give them, you could just say so, Yu Qianqi muttered, rolling her eyes. Caught in the act, Su Qinian coughed twice and stepped onto his flying sword. Take care of yourselves. I'm leaving. With that, he soared into the clouds, zigzagging through the sky before vanishing into the horizon. Left alone atop Luoxia Peak, Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi stood amidst the fragrant summer grass as twilight descended. Yu Qianqi withdrew her gaze from the clouds, threw an arm around Li Qingran's shoulder, and laughed heartily. Let's go, junior sister. Time to head down the mountain. At the summit of Luoxia Peak, the evening sky was painted in endless hues of red. In the distance, a great sword cultivator used the clouds as ink and his sword as a brush, inscribing the words safe travels across the heavens. Qingran, where are you two planning to go? Li Qingran, who was walking through the mountains with Yu Qianqi, froze for a moment and instinctively looked around. She blinked her large eyes, realizing that her master wasn't nearby. Then, she raised her head and gazed into the empty air, her eyes sparkling with delight. Master, senior sister and I are heading to Lingy Valley to gather medicine. Lingy Valley? That's quite far, isn't it? There's no other choice, Li Qingran explained. Elder Lu searched the entire medicinal garden but could only gather part of the spiritual herbs needed for the 100-herb detoxifying pill. The rest can only be found in Lingy Valley. She pulled Yu Qianqi, who looked puzzled, closer. Master, this is senior sister Yu Qianqi. The sect master assigned her to accompany me. With her looking after me, the journey will definitely go much smoother. Yu Qianqi glanced around but couldn't see the master Li Qingran was speaking to. Awkwardly, she clasped her hands together and bowed in the direction Li Qingran was looking. Greetings, senior. However, internally, she was full of doubt. Who on earth was Li Qingran talking to just now? She hadn't heard anyone else's voice. Was someone transmitting their voice directly to Li Qingran? Feeling uneasy, Yu Qianqi nervously dug her toe into the ground. Although she was the senior sister within the sword pavilion, she was rather shy outside the sect. At that moment, a party interface suddenly appeared in the upper left corner of her vision. Li Qingran, as the party leader, had a chibi avatar marked with a small red flag. Chen Huai'an's white-haired celestial avatar was listed as the second member, designated as the vice leader, with an unknown Hualing buff displayed next to his name. A system prompt popped up. Do you agree to enable party voice chat for Yu Qianqi? Agree. Chen Huai'an's mouth twitched slightly. He recalled hearing about a resurrected being with a companion artifact called Divine Pin that was somewhat similar to his own. But he doubted any companion artifact could be more entertaining than his. As the message Sword Pavilion senior sister Yu Qianqi has joined the party appeared, Chen Huai'an noticed he could now access Yu Qianqi's detailed information. Traits: fond of drinking, loyal, protective. Background: witnessed her parents perish in a fire as a child and barely survived herself, only to be saved by Su Qinian, the Sword Pavilion's leader. Possesses a singular golden spiritual root, cultivates Xuanwu sword intent, and is the Sword Pavilion's direct disciple. Not bad at all, Chen Huai'an thought to himself. This setup reminded him of the companion system in MMO games. He had previously worried that Yu Qianqi might pose a threat to Li Qingran, but after seeing this information, he felt much more reassured and even found Yu Qianqi to be quite agreeable. So you're Yu Qianqi? I've heard my disciple mention you often. This time, Yu Qianqi finally heard a voice and was startled. However, she quickly recovered and turned to tease. Looks like junior sister Qingran is quite fond of me, huh? Li Qingran's face instantly flushed bright red. Faced with Yu Qianqi's teasing gaze, she hurriedly averted her eyes, fidgeting with her fingers and pouting as she muttered, I don't bring it up that often. Don't listen to Shizuan's nonsense. Chen Huai'an had intended to praise Yu Qianqi for being reliable, but the moment the words left his mouth, he noticed Li Qingran's eyes redden instantly. Shizuan, what nonsense are you spouting? She exclaimed, her brows furrowed, clutching the hem of her skirt so tightly it wrinkled. Her voice trembled noticeably. This disciple may be dull-witted, but I've been running around tirelessly trying to cure you. Just last night, I meticulously ground and sorted those spiritual herbs one by one, straining my eyes but not daring to make a single mistake. Shizuan, can't you pull yourself together for your own sake and for the sake of this disciple's efforts? Stop talking about such discouraging things like entrusting your legacy. After speaking, Li Qingran lowered her head, wiping away her tears, and stared at her toes in silence. She knew it was wrong to confront her master so directly, but she simply couldn't bear to hear such words. Even if it meant being reprimanded, she had to voice her feelings. Yu Qianqi glanced up at the sky, and then at Li Qingran. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled her into an embrace. Ignoring whatever unseen presence might be lingering above, she spoke sharply, Senior, take care of your own disciple. I'm only 28. I don't want to suddenly inherit a child and ruin my chances of ever finding a Dao companion. Then, softening her tone, she gently patted Li Qingran's head. All right, Qingran, stop crying now. Don't worry. If your master dares to leave you with me, he'll toss you into the 10,000 beast mountains to feed the monsters. Let's see if he can bear that. On the other side of the phone, Chen Huai'an fell silent. He didn't pay much attention to Yu Qianqi's joking remarks. His mind was preoccupied with Li Qingran's heartfelt words. To be honest, he had always treated the Baichao detoxification pill she mentioned as just part of the game's storyline. He had told her he was poisoned, and she had taken it upon herself to seek out the best antidote in the world. But he knew the truth: cancer cells weren't poison. They were something far more terrifying. Even with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the bearded man hadn't promised a cure, only suggested that those who had awakened their abilities could give it a shot. So, is it possible that someone truly cares about me, worries about me, strives to prolong my life, and keeps me in their heart? Chen Huai'an murmured to himself, the darkness in his eyes gradually replaced by a flicker of flame. Even if it was merely his companion spirit. The bearded man had mentioned that a companion spirit shares its life with its master. Now, through the electronic girlfriend game, his companion spirit, speaking through Li Qingran, was telling him, Chen Huai'an, live on. Don't give up. All right. The resolute response made Li Qingran glance up slightly, her gaze meeting his across two different worlds. Chen Huai'an pressed his hand against the voice transmission charm, taking a deep breath. I will not die. I will live. Standing in his room, he roared at the ceiling, You wretched heavens! You've made me suffer so much, and now you want me dead? Well, I refuse. I'll live just to spite you. Nearby, the muscular beast trembled as it watched him. If you live, I'll be the one to die, it thought, shaking its head in despair. He's gone mad. The boss has gone mad. This must be the result of his memories gradually returning. It seems the time for full awakening isn't far off. I have to run. I must escape. Chen Huai'an steadied his breathing. In the past, he had felt indifferent about everything, whether it was spending money on in-game purchases, being attacked by wolf demons, or facing off against black-furred rats. Since he thought he wouldn't live much longer, it didn't matter where he died. It was precisely this indifference that made him reckless. But now, things were different. To stay alive, he was still willing to take risks. Killing monsters, earning money, contacting the best hospital's specialized injection costing 1.5 million per dose. If one wasn't enough, he'd take 10. If 10 didn't work, he'd take 100. And if those injections didn't work, there were others: revival needles, meridian opening needles. As long as he had the money, he'd keep upgrading his treatments. One way or another, he'd find a cure. Fueled by newfound determination, Chen Huai'an put on his clothes and strode boldly to the door. As he opened it, a petite figure suddenly appeared outside. Startled by the door,
the figure stumbled back a few steps and ended up falling to the ground with a thud. Chen Huai'an immediately recognized the girl sitting on the floor. Raising an eyebrow, he said, 000? I'm here to keep an eye on you. Lin Lingling took a sip of her drink, her tone firm and expression calm, though her voice trembled slightly. On the 3-meter-long sofa, Baji the cat was curled up tightly at the far left, while Lin Lingling sat pressed against the far right, leaving a wide gap in the middle, as if an invisible barrier separated them. 000, are you afraid of cats? Chen Huai'an asked, his lips twitching as he struggled to suppress a laugh at the ridiculous scene before him. Lin Lingling glanced at Baji, swallowed hard and admitted, yes, aren't girls supposed to like kittens and puppies? Chen Huai'an teased while casually ruffling Baji's head. The cat wasn't ugly, in the contrary, it should have been the type to charm most girls. What made the situation even funnier was that Baji, trembling just as much as Lin Lingling, seemed equally intimidated by this unfamiliar girl. Lin Lingling kept her gaze lowered, not daring to look up. She knew the truth, she wasn't afraid of ordinary cats, but this was no ordinary feline. This was a bona fide cat demon. The bearded elder had already informed her that while Chen Huai'an had been classified as a grade master due to the steep cost of acquiring talismans, the power of those talismans rivaled that of a grade soldier awakener. For someone like her, a mere white grade, Chen Huai'an was undoubtedly a powerhouse. And the pet of someone at his level? Certainly not your average house cat. Chen Huai'an, sensing the tension, moved to sit in the middle of the sofa, effectively blocking their view of each other. Both Lin Lingling and Baji visibly relaxed, and the strained atmosphere lightened considerably. You said you're here to monitor me? Chen Huai'an asked. Yes, Lin Lingling replied bluntly. But monitoring is secondary. You're of great importance to the Demon Slayer Bureau, and given the immense power of your talismans, there are potential safety risks. A formal member of the Bureau has been assigned to follow up. She paused briefly before continuing. Of course, my main role is to assist you. If you have any needs, you can let me know. And if I don't cooperate? Chen Huai'an narrowed his eyes. Lin Lingling turned to face him, pulled her legs up into a cross-legged position, then shifted into a kneeling posture. Placing her hands together on her forehead, she took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Please allow me to monitor you. There was a moment of silence before Chen Huai'an asked, do you get paid for monitoring me? Yes, 1,000 a day. Let's split it 50-50. Deal. Chen Huai'an extended his right hand and offered a friendly smile. Welcome to the job. Lin Lingling lightly shook his fingers, her expression serious. I look forward to working with you. By the way, she added hesitantly, since I'm monitoring you, I need to live nearby. But all the houses around you are occupied. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she mumbled, from now on, you'll be my brother. And I'll be your sister. That's our cover story. Since I'm still in school, this identity will make it easier to conceal our awakener status if we ever go on missions together. Fine, Chen Huai'an replied, pointing to the master bedroom. You can stay over there. It has a private bathroom. Just don't come out here to use mine, I sleep naked. Lin Lingling hesitated for a moment before stiffly forcing out a weak "oh" under the pressure of the commanding figure. Her face froze, and her lips twitched unnaturally. Before she could even finish the word, she yanked her luggage and rushed into the master bedroom, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Baji stared in disbelief. The boss actually allowed a human child who knew their true identity to move in? Wasn't this reckless? If the boss's memory hadn't fully recovered, what would happen if their identity were exposed? A suffocating sense of dread immediately overwhelmed him. Chen Huai'an stood by the door, thoughtfully stroking his chin. While being watched wasn't exactly pleasant, there was an upside to this situation. With this 000 around, he could dig into the details of the Demon Slaying Bureau's missions. Although he could ask the bearded man, as someone in leadership, he might not reveal everything. On the other hand, someone at the grassroots level might be easier to coax information out of. Hey, 000, he knocked on the master bedroom door. A single wary eye peeked out through the crack of the door. After dinner, I want to take on a demon-slaying mission to earn some money. Can you help? A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Lingling's eyes. The bearded man had been racking his brain about how to get Chen Huai'an to take on missions voluntarily, and here he was bringing it up himself. Not only would this keep him connected to the demon-slaying bureau, but it could also help clear the backlog of tasks and curb the increasingly rampant demons in the Tianfu district. Sure, no problem. Missions will refresh at 9 tonight. We'll check them out then. The intel for new missions is always fresh. What do you mean? Does your demon-slaying bureau often provide outdated intel? Chen Huai'an's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Realizing her slip, Lin Lingling quickly pushed the door shut a little tighter and stammered, haha, of course not. Our bureau's intel is updated in real time and always ensures the safety of our members. Then why were you beaten to a pulp? Well, damn it, that's because the intel was halfway through her sentence.
Lin Lingling clamped her hand over her mouth and slammed the door shut with a loud thud. Chen Huai'an's expression cleared, as if he had just pieced everything together. It seemed the demon-slaying bureau was struggling to keep up, to the point where even their intel couldn't be updated promptly. In this situation, it was safer to stay as an independent contractor and just claim the rewards. After all, staying alive was the priority. Behind the door, Lin Lingling leaned wearily against it, growing more frustrated the more she thought about it. Finally, she gave herself a light slap on the cheek and muttered in exasperation, "Lin Lingling, you're such a fool. A complete idiot." Meanwhile, in Lingy Valley, "Young Master, the Sword Pavilion will be sending 2 disciples tomorrow. Their invitation has already been delivered." From within the gauzy curtains, Yun Suxin opened her bright eyes, breaking her meditative state. "The Sword Pavilion? Did they state their purpose?" "Young Master, they are coming to purchase spirit herbs." Lingy Valley, with its tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields, was the largest supplier of spirit herbs in the Cangyun Realm. Cultivators from all over came here to buy top-quality herbs at reasonable prices. However, the Sword Pavilion was a special case. "Very well, let them come," Yun Suxin said, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. The Sword Pavilion had yet to settle their old scores for seizing resources from Lingy Valley. Now they were walking right into her hands. Since that was the case, she intended to welcome them properly. "Open the illusion array in front of Lingy Valley." Yun Suxin's command was resolute and unwavering. A disciple of Lingy Valley froze upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment, and then cautiously looked up. Why would their usually courteous and respectful young master treat visitors this way? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yun Suxin's voice turned colder. "Do as you're told." "Where do all these questions come from?" The disciple didn't dare to ask further, quickly acknowledging and withdrawing from the room. Once the door closed, Yun Suxin muttered softly to herself, "If they can make it through the illusion, then let them into the valley to buy spiritual herbs. But if they can't, they can spend a few days wandering inside." With that, she closed her eyes and resumed her meditation. The secret realm in Zhongzhou would soon open, and she had to seize every moment to enhance her strength, striving to reach the peak of the Golden Core stage within this short period. This time, her goal was the relic of the Medicine King Valley within the secret realm. Her mother's situation was dire, and this was her only chance. Meanwhile, in a small inn within a quiet town, "Senior sister, how much longer until we reach Lingy Valley?" Li Qingran asked. "Probably by tomorrow afternoon," Yu Qianqi replied, picking up the wine cup on the table and taking a sip. She immediately grimaced. "Ugh, what is this?" Li Qingran stuck out her tongue playfully and giggled. "It's fruit wine. The sect master doesn't let you drink too much because he's afraid you'll crash your flying sword into a cliff. But since senior sister still wants to drink, this is a compromise. It's less intoxicating. Plus, fruit wine is more expensive, you know?" Faced with Li Qingran's wide, expectant eyes, Yu Qianqi eventually sighed. "Fine, whatever. This small town doesn't have any decent wine anyway." If it had been any other junior brother saying this, she would have already knocked them on the head with her sword hilt. But Li Qingran was different. Her pretty face always had a way of lightening the mood. "Senior sister, is something on your mind?" Li Qingran asked with concern, noticing the worry etched between Yu Qianqi's brows. Yu Qianqi glanced up and gave a bitter smile. "Not exactly. Do you remember when we Sword Pavilion snatched those recruits during the disciple selection ceremony? Lingy Valley's young master was there. That woman is as cunning as a fox, and I was the one who personally searched her. She probably suspects it was us. This trip to request herbs might not go smoothly." "Huh?" Li Qingran said anxiously. "Do you think they might refuse to sell us the spiritual herbs?" "What's to worry about?" Yu Qianqi downed the rest of her fruit wine in one gulp. "If they won't sell, we'll just force a purchase. It's not like we won't pay." Li Qingran let out an awkward chuckle. The logic wasn't wrong, but the problem was that Sword Pavilion was broke. The spiritual herbs were incredibly expensive, and their sect master had only given each of them 10 low-grade spirit stones. Even with the allowance from their master, it still wasn't nearly enough. That's why they had brought along some of Sword Pavilion's specialties to barter, such as flying swords and concealed sword pills. While these might seem modest, their quality was so remarkable that even artifact refiners from specialized sects would be impressed. Cultivators from Lingy Valley are generally not skilled in combat and often rely on external tools for self-defense. These tools happen to be exactly what the valley requires, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. The two chatted idly for a while. As night fell, and there were no conditions for cultivation, they decided to rest. Li Qingran had just lifted the gauze canopy when she turned her head and froze at the sight before Yu Qianqi had already removed her long robe and was now wearing nothing but a thin undergarment. The ample curves of her chest stretched the upper part of the garment taut, while the lower part hung loosely like draped curtains. "Oi, senior sister, what are you doing?" Li Qingran exclaimed,
hastily covering her flushed face, her ears turning crimson as well. What am I doing? Yu Qianqi stretched lazily, her fingers already tugging at the strap on her shoulder. Wearing clothes to sleep is so uncomfortable. I've been stifled all day, I need to relax. We're both girls. Why are you so shy? Before she could finish her sentence, the garment slipped off. Li Qingran's lips trembled as a serious thought struck her. Her master could always monitor her situation at any time. If that were the case, then Yu Qianqi's current state. Senior sister, stop. But it was too late. Completely bare, Yu Qianqi approached the bed with a puzzled expression. Seeing Li Qingran's flushed face, she couldn't resist teasing her. She grabbed Li Qingran, swiftly pulling off her long robe, and wrapped her arms around her soft waist, pulling her onto the bed. The gauze canopy swayed lightly, the blanket shifted, and in an instant, the two delicate figures tumbled into the covers. Li Qingran's mind went blank. She could only feel the warmth of the body pressed against her back and the faint scent of alcohol in the breath by her ear. He's so shy? Let me see how well you've developed, Yu Qianqi teased. No, senior sister, it's not that I'm shy. Li Qingran's voice trembled. Then what's wrong? You've been acting strange since earlier, Yu Qianqi asked. Li Qingran buried her face deeply into the blanket, her voice barely audible. Senior sister, my master has great powers and can see my situation at any time. Just now, you. The body behind her stiffened suddenly. What did you say? Your master can really see? After hearing Li Qingran's faint Yu Qianqi stammered. No way. Your master wouldn't just stare at you all the time, right? Doesn't he have his own things to do? If he really could see, he would have reacted just now. As the two panicked, a medium-sized spirit gathering array suddenly appeared in the room out of thin air. A stern voice echoed from the void. Even while traveling with limited resources, do not neglect your cultivation. Li Qingran let out a despairing whimper from under the blanket, while Yu Qianqi stared at the spirit gathering array encircling the bed, her scalp tingling and her heart sinking. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an glanced at his game from inside the taxi. Seeing that the two had gone to bed so early, he considered the sparse spiritual energy in the mortal realm and set up a medium-sized spirit gathering array for 6 hours. After all, although Li Qingran had reached the peak of the qi refinement stage, her survival rate was still only 5%. Cultivation could not be slacked off. I'm such a great master, Chen Huai'an thought smugly. Seeing that he had arrived at the Dragon Soar Internet Cafe, he exited the game. The Longting Internet Cafe didn't look any different from an ordinary one. Under the dim fluorescent lights, a dozen glowing computer monitors seemed especially lonely in the vast, empty space, while a faint scent of cigarette smoke lingered in the air. The entire place exuded a desolate atmosphere, as if it were on the brink of closing down. Chen Huai'an glanced down at the petite Lin Lingling beside him and frowned, asking, didn't you say Lu Seihu would come out to meet us? Lin Lingling hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Maybe something came up. It's no big deal. They'll take you upstairs. The two of them passed through the internet cafe and ascended to the 4th floor via the staircase at the far end. As they reached the final step, a strong, metallic smell of blood hit them in the face. Lin Lingling's pupils contracted sharply as she bit her lip and murmured, something's happened. They hurried down the hallway to a lit room at the end. The stench of blood grew even stronger. Inside, 3 sofas were scattered haphazardly, with a few people seated on them. In the center sat Lu Seihu, puffing on a cigarette. The most horrifying sight, however, was the 2 mangled corpses lying on the floor. Boss, Lin Lingling called out, leading Chen Huai'an into the room. Her eyes quickly scanned the bodies, and she trembled slightly. The 2 corpses were in a gruesome state. Their skulls had been forcibly punctured by some unknown power, leaving their brains completely obliterated. Their faces were twisted in agony, with blood seeping from their orifices, and their eyes rolled back to reveal ghastly whites. The victims were both civilian demon slayers, classified as white rank. Lin Lingling recognized the younger Oni former programmer she had once worked with on a mission. After that mission, despite their age difference, he had inexplicably confessed his feelings to her, even declaring he wanted to have enough children with her to form a soccer team. Although the confession had made her uncomfortable at the time, seeing him meet such a tragic end now stirred a pang of sorrow in her heart. You've come at the right time, Lu Seihu said grimly, extinguishing his cigarette. The situation is urgent. A demon has targeted us, and these 2 bodies are the revived it hunted down. It dumped them here as a provocation, completely disregarding the Demon Slayer Bureau. Outrageous. The demon slayers in the room were visibly enraged. These demons are getting too bold. Once I master the Tunin breathing technique, we'll make sure they pay. Boss, just tell us what to do. Chen Huai'an silently observed everyone in the room, nodding to himself. These demon slayers, who walked the fine line between life and death to protect humanity, still seemed to possess an unyielding spirit for now. Lin Lingling's blood boiled as she clenched her fists, her expression serious. Boss, Just tell us what to do, and we'll follow your lead. In her mind, she had already envisioned the upcoming scene. Everyone working together to analyze the demon's intel, locating its hideout, and then taking it down in one decisive strike to demonstrate the power of the demon slayers. Not only would this eliminate the threat, but it would also strengthen the team's cohesion. However, the reaction of the bearded chief was unexpected. He crossed his arms on the meeting table, his eyelids drooping slightly as he scanned the room. Then, in a low voice, he said, "We retreat." Oh? Chen Huai'an's face was full of confusion. Lin Lingling froze for a moment before forcing a smile. As expected of the chief, what a brilliant idea. A strategic retreat like this is crucial. That demon would never see it coming. But she couldn't hold back for long. Her eyes widened as she questioned him. "Boss, this doesn't make sense. The demon has already come knocking on our door, and we're just going to run away like cowards? We're demon slayers. Besides, you can't outrun a demon forever. Are we supposed to live the rest of our lives being hunted down?" The bearded chief looked at the defiant girl and sighed. He knew Lin Lingling had a point, but the demon they were dealing with was far too strange. Just last night, even though he had stayed in the Demon Slayer Bureau, the demon had somehow managed to silently deliver a corpse into his office. This meant it could kill him in his sleep without leaving a trace. As the strongest demon slayer present, he wasn't even a match for it. Leading his inexperienced subordinates to their deaths would be meaningless. With the new breathing techniques, they could retreat temporarily, train, and return stronger to face the threat. "Lin Lingling, I understand what you're saying, but..." Before he could finish, a sharp voice interrupted from above, accompanied by bursts of maniacal laughter. He understand what? A demon slayer afraid of demons? Thinking of running away at the first sight of danger? How laughable. Who? The bearded chief's instinct screamed danger. Everyone looked up to see that the ceiling was now covered in black spider webs. A massive spider, as large as the meeting table, was perched in the center of the web. What was even more unsettling was that it slowly twisted its head around, revealing a pale human-like face mask. The exaggerated features, painted in red, stretched into a chilling grin that reached its ears. A demon. The demon slayers quickly drew their weapons. Some pulled out guns, while others, like Lin Lingling, gripped cold steel weapons. But the fear visible on their faces betrayed their inner turmoil. "Not a demon, it's a rogue." The bearded chief's eyes sharpened as he swiftly grabbed a bizarrely designed shotgun and a machete from a nearby cabinet. He fired a shot at the spider-faced rogue, shouting as it defended itself with webbing, "This is a graded soldier-level rogue. You can't handle it. Call for backup from headquarters, I'll hold it off." "Hee. You think you can hold me back?" The rogue abruptly launched itself from the ceiling, slamming through a wall. Amid the dust and debris, the bearded chief's agonized cries echoed. "Chen Huai'an, we're leaving." Lin Lingling grabbed Chen Huai'an's arm and bolted. A soldier-level rogue was far beyond what they, as low-ranking slayers, could deal with. After joining the Demon Slayers Bureau, she had witnessed her share of death and was no longer the reckless rookie who would charge at any monster she encountered. At the moment, the other Demon Slayers were retreating from the scene not because they lacked compassion, but because the priority was to call for reinforcements. Rushing in recklessly would only cause more trouble for the bearded man. For now, all they could do was hope their leader could hold on until backup arrived. What was that just now? In a deserted alley, Chen Huai'an looked at Lin Lingling, who was leaning against the wall, catching her breath. "A runaway," Lin Lingling replied, steadying her breathing. She glanced sideways at Chen Huai'an, who remained unfazed, and explained, "Strictly speaking, they're not exactly monsters. Runaways fall into two categories. 1. Those who gain abilities and use them to take revenge on society. And 2. Those whose powers are so sinister that they backfire, turning them into twisted, inhuman creatures." "So that thing earlier was the second type?" "Exactly." Lin Lingling wiped the sweat from her forehead and urgently pulled out her phone. "Runaways like that have completely broken psyches and spirits. They're extremely difficult to deal with, and they're typically very powerful. Most of them are wanted criminals with bounties on their heads. I need to call for backup immediately." "Wanted criminals? Bounties?" Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up as he licked his lips. "Does that mean these things are worth a lot of money?" Lin Lingling hesitated before nodding. "Yes, wanted criminals are valuable, though I don't know the exact amount. More than killing monsters?" "Definitely." "Good." Chen Huai'an nodded and pulled a stack of talismans from inside his jacket. He quickly calculated in his mind. The wolf demon and the black-furred rat demon he had encountered earlier had both dropped dead because he hadn't felt any threat from them. Since the human-faced spider just now also hadn't triggered any sense of danger in him, by the same logic, it would likely be killed by his talismans as well. Having reached his conclusion, Chen Huai'an turned and started walking out of the alley. "What are you doing?" Lin Lingling shouted anxiously at his retreating figure. Chen Huai'an paused for a moment, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Making money." Well, little beard. Weren't you all smug when you were chasing me? What's wrong now? Cat got your tongue? On the second floor of the internet cafe, amidst the shattered walls, a spider with a human face looked down arrogantly at its prey. The bearded man was huddled in a corner, clutching a cracked machete in his blood-soaked hand, his body trembling. He had been right. This out-of-control individual had indeed reached the level of a soldier-class fighter. Though only one rank below his own master class, the gap between them was insurmountable. The bearded man painfully lifted his head, the searing agony threatening to consume his consciousness. Through the blood-red haze of his vision, the crazed, triumphant expression of the out-of-control creature was disturbingly vivid. He knew exactly where this monster had come from. It had once been an ordinary awakened individual with the abilities to control and enlarge spiders. When it refused to join the Demon Slayer Bureau, he had sent someone to keep an eye on it. But one day, the informant suddenly lost contact. When he tracked the situation down, the scene before him was unforgettable. The awakened individual had mutated into a spider-like monstrosity, and the informant's dismembered remains were scattered across the ground, some having already been devoured. Among the higher-ups of the Demon Slayer Bureau, such mutated individuals had a specific name: aberrant out-of-control entities. Since the Black Coffin Awakening event at Changbai Mountain 3 years ago, these unique out-of-control beings had started appearing intermittently. While no definitive evidence linked the two, the connection was almost undeniable. If this had happened 2 days ago, you might have actually wiped out the Demon Slayer Bureau in Tianfu District. The bearded man suddenly grinned. What? The human-faced spider narrowed its eyes, warily observing its seemingly defeated opponent. The bearded man staggered to his feet, raising his trembling hand. In an instant, the spider shot forward like a cannonball, its razor-sharp legs slicing through the air. With a swift motion, one of the bearded man's arms was severed and sent flying. Ha ha ha! The bearded man laughed maniacally, pulling a blood-stained talisman from his pocket with his remaining hand and slapping it firmly onto the spider's body. Boom! For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. But nothing happened. The human-faced spider sneered, peeling the talisman off its forehead and tossing it to the ground. With a casual kick, it sent the bearded man sprawling. Boom? What boom? Who are you trying to fool, huh? The bearded man stared blankly at the talisman on the ground. The talisman Chen Huai'an had given him couldn't possibly be fake. Its righteous energy had been unmistakable. Yet now, as he looked closer, his heart sank. The talisman's once potent energy had completely vanished without a trace. I asked you a question, little beard. Who are you trying to fool? The human-faced spider mockingly patted the bearded man's face. It admitted that it had been startled when it first saw the talisman, fearing it was some kind of deadly trump card. But now, it was a joke. Remembering the days it had been hunted by the bearded man, its hatred burned even deeper. Letting him die just like this seemed far too merciful. How should I torture you? The spider with a human face let out a cold laugh, its 8 eyes glinting with cruel light. Perhaps I could bind you with my web, leaving only your head exposed. Then inject digestive fluid into your feet and watch as your body slowly dissolves, starting from your toes. Just the thought of it is delightful. As it reveled in its sadistic fantasies, a faint sound of breathing came from behind. The spider froze, its body stiffening, and spun around abruptly. Standing less than 2 meters away was a young man with a buzz cut, his handsome face calm and composed. In his hand, he held a talisman identical to the one the bearded man had earlier. Who are you? The spider demanded, its gaze sharp and wary as it locked onto Chen Huai'an. It hadn't noticed how this person had approached so silently. Could it have been too preoccupied with the bearded man to sense the danger? Chen Huai'an said nothing. He simply advanced, holding the talisman out. The spider took a cautious half-step back, eyeing the talisman with disdain before sneering. You don't actually think that worthless piece of junk will work on me, do you? So what if I do? Try it if you don't believe me. You think I won't? I bet you won't. I'll stick it on you right now. Then do it. I'm doing it. Go ahead, stick it. The spider raised one of its claws, ready to strike, but suddenly paused. You little brat, do you think I'm stupid? Its face twisted into a sinister smile. I know your plan. The moment I stick the talisman, smoke will fill the air, and you'll take the chance to rescue that bearded fool while I'm blinded. Without a word, Chen Huai'an jabbed the spider's face with a clothes-drying pole. Then, with a swift roll, he dived under a table, grabbing a chair cushion to shield himself while covering his ears with both hands. Bearded guy. You're on your own now, he muttered with a sigh. In the next moment, a blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap and a burst of flames right in front of the spider. The scorching heat swept over everything, and the entire second floor collapsed in a cascade of white light. A palm-sized spider, charred black, scrambled desperately toward the internet cafe's exit. Run! I have to run! The spider panicked as it fled, its thoughts racing. That talisman was real. How could it have such destructive power? Could it be related to the demon-slaying techniques of the Demon Slayer division? It had no time to dwell on these questions. Its sole focus was survival. It darted through the rubble of fallen computer desks, dodging bricks and debris, leaping over burning keyboards. With a powerful jump, it was just about to escape through the door when a girl suddenly appeared in its path. Swiftly, she slapped something onto the doorframe. The moment the spider saw what it was, all 6 of its remaining eyes widened in sheer horror. No, not again. With another deafening explosion, a bolt of lightning flashed. Under the table, Chen Huai'an closed his eyes in sympathy. Meanwhile, his phone buzzed in his pocket, displaying a game notification. Demon Spider defeated. Rewards acquired. X1 Demon Cultivation Fragment. X1 Spider Silk Armor delivered. Is the spider dead? Deep within a construction site miles away, the corpse inside a coffin suddenly opened its eyes. Useless fool. Couldn't even kill a mere master-level opponent. It sneered coldly before closing its eyes and performing a secret technique. Instantly, the wailing soul of a humanoid-faced spider dissipated above its head, and a vision of the Dragon Soar Internet Cafe 5 minutes prior appeared in its Minda girl was placing a talisman on the cafe store. The scene zoomed in rapidly, and with a deafening boom, everything was engulfed in blinding white light. A searing pain struck as the lingering righteous energy within the talisman continued to burn his soul. Impatiently, the corpse puppet dug out its charred eyeball and tossed it aside. Fresh flesh surged within the empty eye socket, and in a moment, a new eyeball grew in its place. An unfamiliar face. Seems like a new recruit from the Demon Slayer Bureau in Tianfu District. This power is formidable and particularly restrains beings like us. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he deliberated whether to eliminate this threat before it could grow. But considering his unfinished plans, he ultimately suppressed the thought. Forget it. If we cross paths again, I'll deal with her then. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Soar Internet Cafe, Lin Lingling shivered as a sudden chill ran down her neck. She didn't dwell on it, and instead focused on moving the heavy couches and chairs, which were far too cumbersome for her. Soon, she uncovered Chen Huai'an in a ridiculous position, his upper body buried in a pile of debris, with his rear awkwardly sticking up. Chen Huai'an, are you okay? She asked, flustered as she helped pull him out. I'm fine, not dead yet. With Lin Lingling's assistance, Chen Huai'an stood up and surveyed the ruins around them. Nearly 2/3 of the second floor of the cafe had collapsed, and the room he was in was almost entirely destroyed. Only the corner where he had taken cover remained intact. What kind of dumb luck is this? If I'd fallen, I'd probably be stuck in the hospital for a couple of months at least. As long as you're okay. Lin Lingling carefully inspected him to ensure he wasn't injured, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chen Huai'an glanced at her in surprise, thinking to himself that this girl was unexpectedly concerned about him. Maybe she was charmed by his good looks. Just as he was about to flash a smug grin, Lin Lingling said, if you died, where would I find another job that's so easy and pays so well? Chen Huai'an was immediately at a loss for words. Hey, Lin Lingling, how did that talisman work just now? It worked. It worked great. Lin Lingling's face lit up with excitement as she recalled the moment, her usually serious expression breaking into a smile. I just slapped it on there. Bam. That spider was done for, just like that. That talisman costs 100,000 yuan each. Chen Huai'an pulled out an IOU slip with a deadpan expression. I know you're just a middle schooler and don't have much money, but as the rising star of the Demon Slayer Bureau, you're bound to be rich in the future. Just sign this IOU for now, you can pay it back whenever. 100,000 yuan? Lin Lingling's eyes widened in shock. Although being called a rising star made her happy, the price was outrageous. She looked at Chen Huai'an pitifully. Can't we? Nope. Big bro. Nope. Not even if you call me Onaikinda. Chen Huai'an's eyes were filled with nothing but cold, merciless determination. He is wholly devoted to Qingran, so he fights for every coin. A violent coughing sound erupted from the rubble on the first floor, interrupting their conversation. Lin Lingling and Chen Huai'an looked down to see a bearded man lying weakly amidst the debris. Struggling to speak, he said, before you continue your chat up there, could you at least get me out of here? After being rescued, the bearded man, now missing an arm, leaned against the wall, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at Chen Huai'an and Lin Lingling. Huai'an, my brother, I owe you my life this time. Without your timely arrival, I dread to think what could have happened. His eyes filled with anticipation as he turned to Chen Huai'an. Have you considered joining the Demon Slayer division? We offer decent pay, guaranteed wages, and the art of chi cultivation. You'd only need to complete 1 mission a month. Chen Huai'an gave a warm yet enigmatic smile. If I join the Demon Slayer division, can I uncover the truth about my parents' embezzled compensation and bring those responsible to justice? The bearded man froze, stammering, well, we're not part of the same system, so that's beyond our control. But don't worry, with the promotion of the Qi cultivation technique, the Demon Slayer division's influence will grow. This issue will naturally be resolved in time. Chen Huai'an shook his head with a faint smile. Forget it. I think this world is still too safe. I'll wait and see. Not even interested in the Qi cultivation technique? Not interested. The bearded man said no more. Before leaving, Chen Huai'an inquired about the bounty for the human face spider. Upon learning it was worth 200,000 and would be credited that very night, he turned to Lin Lingling and began asking about the details of the Qi cultivation technique. Lin Lingling cautiously stepped back. The Qi cultivation technique is classified. I have a chip in my brain. If I leak it, I'll explode. However, under Chen Huai'an's patient coaxing, she revealed some basic information. To demonstrate, Lin Lingling struck a nearby street tree with her palm. The sheer force sent leaves fluttering to the ground. See? I've just started clearing my meridians and haven't even mastered channeling qi into my body. Chen Huai'an's eyes grew brighter, and suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. Everything became clear. His right foot had felt unusually powerful during his mountain hike, and the dimming of his spirit stone bracelet was all due to that accidental meridian opening needle technique. Moreover, Li Qingran's tide technique didn't specify exclusive usage, meaning that as long as his meridians were opened, he could cultivate it too. Realizing this, Chen Huai'an immediately turned and left. He had to go home and open his meridians. The era of the tumor Superman was coming to an end, and the legend of Immortal Chen was about to begin. Lin Lingling had no idea what kind of madness had overtaken Chen Huai'an. The moment he walked through the door, he headed straight for the guest bedroom and locked himself inside, refusing to come out. Exhausted, she rubbed her eyes. After a chaotic night, all she wanted now was to get some sleep. She cautiously glanced at Baji, the muscular cat lounging on the sofa, only to meet its wary feline eyes. Both human and cat shivered simultaneously, each lost in their own thoughts. Why is this human cub staring at me? Is she planning to snitch on me? Baji's heart raced nervously. Why is this strange demon glaring at me? Could it be thinking of eating me? Lin Lingling felt her legs turn to jelly. Recalling the terrifying shadow she had seen on the wall that day, Lin Lingling's scalp tingled with fear. Without hesitation, she scurried into the master bedroom. Baji, seeing her retreat, heaved a sigh of relief. It immediately leapt onto the windowsill, joining the big green fish in absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the mysterious plant. This place felt like a perilous dragon's den to the cat, and it wanted to stay no longer than necessary. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an sat in the guest bedroom, staring in confusion at the screen of his virtual girlfriend game. The prompts on the screen mentioned demonic cultivator fragment and spider silk armor, but he was sure there hadn't been any delivery left at his door. Before he could figure it out, a package suddenly appeared out of thin air on the bed. Clearly labeled on it were the words, Spider Silk Armor for Chen Xianzuan. Well, they're not even pretending anymore, are they? Chen Huai'an muttered, his lips twitching. So all those previous deliveries were just for show, huh? Opening the package, he found a garment resembling a bulletproof vest but far lighter. He ran his fingers over the smooth fabric, noticing the intricate armor plates beneath, seemingly crafted from the exoskeleton of human-faced spiders. The plates were connected with flexible silver spider silk. He gave the silk a tug and was amazed at its elasticity. Killing a human-faced spider dropped both a demonic cultivator fragment and spider silk armor. Chen Huai'an mused to himself. It was blown to bits, yet somehow every last ounce of value was extracted from it. Without hesitation, he donned the armor, which promised to lower the chance of turning into shredded skin fragments, and added it to his list of must-have gear alongside his black scale sword. Checking the game prompts, he learned that demonic cultivator fragments were tokens obtained by defeating demonic cultivators. Collecting 10 would unlock the righteous cultivator's shop. The realization struck him, so the human-faced spider was a demonic cultivator. No wonder it dropped loot. Though Chen Huai'an didn't care much for the distinction between good and evil after all, many so-called righteous factions in novels and games were hardly rightyish decided that if evil cultivators had to look so hideous, he'd much rather be a dashing righteous cultivator. But then a thought occurred to him. Hadn't he killed demonic cultivators in the game before? Why hadn't any fragments dropped then? Narrowing his eyes, he began to analyze the possibilities. Either only kills in the real world dropped fragments, or the demonic cultivator hadn't been completely destroyed. Or perhaps fragment drops were entirely luck-based. He silently jotted these possibilities down in his mind. In another room, Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi remained engrossed in their meditation and cultivation. Chen Huai'an glanced at Yu Qianqi, who was bundled up tightly, and a hint of doubt flashed across his mind. However, he quickly shifted his attention to the character panel. Opening the talent abilities interface, several options appeared one after another. Golden Needle Acupuncture LV2, Spring Needle Minor Accomplishment, Meridian Opening Needle Novice Level, and Green Lotus Sword Manual Novice Level. The title Ascension technique displayed, conditions not met, unable to learn. Just as I thought, the title ascension technique can be cultivated. This discovery brought a surge of excitement to Chen Huai'an. Although the specific cultivation conditions were not yet displayed, he had a hunch unlocking all the meridians in his body was likely the key. After all, opening all his meridians would only benefit him without any downsides. He immediately checked the detailed information about the meridian opening needle. Meridian opening needle novice level capable of unlocking meridians, but with a high probability of causing disability. Upgrading to minor accomplishment requires an in-game purchase of 1,999 yuan. Seeing this familiar price, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, he had thought it was just a money-grabbing scheme since the meridian opening needle didn't seem essential. But now, 1,999 yuan feels like a bargain. Without hesitation, he topped up 1,999 yuan through the payment system, only to find that the meridian opening needle minor accomplishment was still locked. Oh, it requires spending it. He suddenly realized. His gaze swept around the room, noticing that Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi were still cultivating using the intermediate spirit gathering array. Chen Huai'an, oh Chen Huai'an, you've really been living too conservatively, he laughed at himself. How could you let Qingran use a lousy intermediate spirit gathering array? With a self-deprecating smile, he suddenly felt emboldened. It's time to step out of your comfort zone. No sooner said than done, he immediately set up an advanced spirit gathering array for 5.3 hours, layering it directly over the intermediate spirit gathering array. With 3 crisp sounds of clink, 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 10 spirit crystals fell into place, and an advanced spirit gathering array instantly materialized. The sudden commotion startled the two who were cultivating. Yu Qianqi glanced around warily, and when she saw the scene before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. By the heavens! Is this an advanced spirit gathering array? The spiritual energy is so dense. Previously, when there was only the intermediate spirit gathering array, she had felt slightly embarrassed, but her joy in cultivating quickly overshadowed it. After all, Li Qingran's master was a highly respected elder with lofty morals. Surely, he wouldn't have any improper thoughts about a young woman like her. In fact, even if she were to throw herself at him, he would probably decline politely. Back in her sect, she couldn't even afford to use a basic spirit gathering array. She had to rely on Su Qinian to gather the spiritual energy from several mountain peaks into Luoxia Peak just to barely sustain her cultivation needs. Without that, she might not have even reached her current golden core midstage. Yu Qianqi stared at the 10 spirit crystals glowing at the core of the array, unable to help swallowing hard. An advanced spirit gathering array was the kind of luxury she could only dream of. Turning to the still-dazed Li Qingran, she gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed in admiration, "Junior sister, your master is truly incredible." "Junior sister, does your master have a Dao companion?" Yu Qianqi suddenly asked. Li Qingran's delicate face instantly flushed with a hint of pink, but she quickly looked up at her senior sister with a wary expression. "Senior sister, why? Why are you asking that?" Yu Qianqi straightened her enviable figure and curved her lips into a teasing smile. "I was just thinking, you see, your senior sister here isn't bad-looking. If I tidy myself up, I could absolutely pass as a beauty. If your master doesn't have a Dao companion, then perhaps—" "No way." Li Qingran immediately crossed her arms protectively over her chest, her cheeks turning crimson as she interrupted. "Why not?" Yu Qianqi asked in surprise. She had only been joking, but she hadn't expected such a strong reaction from her junior sister. Because. Li Qingran lowered her head, biting her lip nervously. Because master is already an old man, and the age difference between him and senior sister is so huge. If you became his Dao companion, it would be very strange. Yu Qianqi gave Li Qingran a meaningful look, studying her expression. But I don't think age is an issue. I could totally accept an old man, unlike junior sister Qingran, who only likes young, handsome prodigy. Who said that? Li Qingran immediately retorted. So, junior sister could also accept an old man? Ah. Li Qingran stared blankly at Yu Qianqi, at a loss for words. To you, senior sister, I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, she turned her back to Yu Qianqi, afraid her words might somehow reach their master. Yu Qianqi laughed and wrapped an arm around Li Qingran's slender waist. All right, focus on your cultivation. Senior sister won't tease you anymore. Don't waste the advanced spirit gathering array. Li Qingran turned around and glared at Yu Qianqi with a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. So, senior sister has given up on becoming my master's Dao companion? Yes, I've given up. How could I compete tisk tsk? Yu Qianqi said with a playful shake of her head. Noticing the hidden implication in her senior sister's words, Li Qingran pouted and scooted a little further away, letting out a soft huff before closing her eyes to continue cultivating. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an felt his proficiency in the vein-opening needle technique improve to the minor mastery level. His mind was flooded with new related knowledge as the system displayed the next proficiency upgrade requirement. Reaching major mastery would require an in-game expenditure of 6,666. Alright, that price is reasonable. Recharge. Chen Huai'an completed the transaction without hesitation and began contemplating how to make the most of this investment. Extending the duration of the advanced spirit gathering array didn't seem like the best option, considering Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi still needed to travel. He opened the virtual girlfriend shop, his gaze scanning over various items until something caught his attention. Heh, this is perfect. You're the one. The selection of items available in the electronic girlfriend store during the chi refining stage was quite limited. Chen Huai'an glanced at the store interface, feeling unimpressed by the mundane talismans, low-grade spiritual stones, and ordinary charms exclusively meant for Li Qingran. While these items could increase his spending value, they seemed far too low-tier in his eyes. Fortunately, the store refreshed a limited item every Monday. Last week, it had been a set of clothing, which he had purchased for Li Qingran without hesitation. But today, at the bottom of the store interface, a shimmering purple item suddenly caught his attention: the Lingxiao flying boat. Priced at 8,888 yuan, the flying boat could hold up to 12 people and boasted a speed comparable to a nascent soul cultivator's sword flight. It consumed 1 spiritual crystal per hour, but the first purchase came with a bonus of 6 free hours of flight. Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up. It was perfect for ensuring the safety of Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi during their travels. Without a second thought, he topped up his account with 2,222 yuan and clicked buy decisively. Boom! The night sky over Qinghe City suddenly split open, and a magnificent flying boat materialized out of thin air. The city was under curfew, but patrolling guards raised their heads, stunned by the celestial phenomenon above. Look, it's an immortal's flying vessel. An immortal has arrived. I need to wake my wife so she can pray to the immortal for a child. Meanwhile, in the Qinghe City Lord's manor, a young woman sat silently in a tree. Her clear, spring-like eyes opened as she gazed intently at the flying boat in the sky. A slight frown creased her brow, and an eerie red glow flickered in her eyes. Could it be that the Zen sect has found me so quickly? She murmured softly to herself. It's not the Zen sect, a low, raspy voice hissed beside her ear. Hehehe. There are 2 little maidens on that flying boat, one at the peak of chi refining, and the other in the early golden core stage. Their essence is exquisite, especially the one at the peak of chi refining. The voice grew increasingly manic. Do it. Kill them. Devour them, and you and I will both grow stronger. The girl's eyes slowly filled with a violent, greedy light as her trembling right hand unconsciously reached for the hilt of her blade. The weapon responded eagerly, quivering with excitement as it exuded a crimson demonic aura. Yes, draw me out. Unleash the killing intent in your heart. The blade whispered with glee. Smack! The girl suddenly hurled the blade to the ground and leapt down from the tree, stomping heavily on its sheath. As if I'd let you. She scoffed coldly, her eyes regaining their clarity. You dare defy me? The black blade trembled violently, carving countless fine cuts into the stone slabs around it. So what if I do? What are you going to do? Kill me? She sneered. The black blade, knowing it could not overpower her, gradually calmed down, though its voice remained sinister. One day, you'll succumb to me, Imoshumi. When that day comes, let's see if you can still act so arrogant. With those words, the blade fell silent. Imoshumi reattached it to her waist and turned her gaze back to the flying boat in the sky, a trace of worry crossing her features. Behind her, the inner courtyard gates of the city lord's manor stood slightly ajar, revealing a moonlit scene of corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. The lord of Qinghe City shows utter disregard for human life, raising vile henchmen and exploiting the people's hard-earned resources. The girl surveyed the devastation before her with cold, detached eyes. The citizens of Qinghe City lived in misery, with famine and death everywhere. Her pent-up wrath surged once again, and as always, she turned to bloodshed as her means of resolution. Unforgivable. Kill them all. Leave no one alive, not even the dogs or chickens. Each time her fury erupted, it left her no choice but to go on a killing spree. This was the very reason she was relentlessly hunted by the righteous sections. Now, with the secret realm of the central continent on the verge of opening, she had reached a bottleneck in the late golden core stage for far too long. If she wished to avoid losing herself completely to madness during one of her outbursts, as Black Blade had warned, and becoming a mindless demon puppet, she had to find the remaining fragments of the Rakshasa Heart Sutra within the secret realm. After regulating her breathing, it was time to leave. The girl pulled out a bottle of fire oil and poured it over the crimson gates of the inner courtyard. With a flick of her finger, a spark ignited, and flames roared to life. In a few swift movements, she leaped over the city walls and vanished into the desolate wilderness. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Flying vessel preparation complete. Would you like to transfer the advanced spirit gathering array to the vessel? 1. No. Preserve the advanced spirit gathering array. 2. Yes. Transfer the array directly. 3. Recharge 88 to use the Great Sumera hand for seamless transfer without disrupting Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi's cultivation. Chen Huai'an was about to choose the second option when a new notification suddenly appeared. Attention! Your virtual girlfriend is breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Alright then, he muttered to himself. Unsure how long Li Qingran's breakthrough would take, he decided to spend the 88 yuan for a painless transfer. Besides, he was curious to see what this Great Sumera hand looked like. As soon as the payment was processed, a massive, semi-transparent hand formed from spiritual energy descended from the skies. It uprooted the entire tavern with ease, shaking out all the unfamiliar guests in midair before precisely placing the tavern onto the flying vessel. Boom. Nothing but net. Chen Huai'an's mouth twitched as he watched the guests, cushioned by spiritual energy, land safely. He glanced at Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi in their rooms, still deep in cultivation, completely unaffected. The system chimed again. Please confirm your destination. Only one option was available. Lingy Valley. It seemed that even with purchased items, he had to follow the storyline. After selecting the destination, another notification appeared. The meridian opening needle technique is advancing to mastery. This will take approximately 3 hours. You've been operating too quickly, please rest to avoid mental overload. The progress bar was only at 2. After learning that this game was actually a symbiotic spiritual entity, Chen Huai'an took the mental overload warning seriously, especially since he could already feel a dull ache in his head. The gap between the minor and major stages of the meridian opening needle technique was indeed vast. Guess I'll get some sleep. He lay down on the bed, confident that by the time he woke, the technique would have reached mastery, and Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi would have arrived at Lingy Valley. Meanwhile, in Lingy Valley, Yun Suxin murmured to herself, might as well take a nap. By the time I wake up, those 2 little sword pavilion mice should be here. Though a faint unease lingered in her heart, she smirked and reassured herself. Heh, scaring myself for no reason. With that, she closed her eyes and drifted to sleep. Boom! A thunderous explosion jolted Yun Suxin awake. She glanced out the window to see the first light of dawn breaking. Most disciples of Lingy Valley were either immersed in their cultivation or tending to the spiritual fields at this hour. Her room, perched high above the valley atop a waterfall, offered a sweeping view of nearly the entire area with just a sweep of her spiritual sense. As she pushed open the door, a shadowy scene greeted her. In the distance, a massive diamond-shaped object was lodged into the protective illusion array of the valley's mountain gate, casting a vast shadow that blocked the rising sun. The disciples below were in a frenzy, scurrying like startled ants. Narrowing her eyes, Yun Suxin scrutinized the scene. With her exceptional eyesight, she identified the objective medium-sized flying vessel. While Lingy Valley also owned flying vessels, she had never witnessed such an audacious display of piloting. Lodging it directly into another sect's protective array? This was nothing short of blatant provocation. Young master, something terrible has happened. A panicked disciple stumbled toward her, his face pale. A flying vessel has crashed into our array, precisely at its core. The outermost layer of the illusion array has already been shattered. I'm not blind. Yun Suxin frowned, her voice icy. Do you know which sect it belongs to? Young master, judging by the flag and markings on the vessel, it appears to be from the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion? Are you sure? Yun Suxin's disbelief was evident. The Sword Pavilion was known to be so impoverished that the idea of them affording a flying vessel seemed laughable. If it truly belonged to them, she'd rather eat the vessel than believe it. The disciple hesitated under her sharp questioning, faltering, I am not entirely sure, but the vessel does bear the Sword Pavilion's insignia. The Sword Pavilion was renowned throughout the Azure Cloud Realm for its unparalleled swordsmanship and combat prowess. Yet, it was equally infamous for its stinginess, pouring nearly all its earnings into maintaining their flying swords. Young master, should we inform the Valley Master? I'm worried their intentions may be hostile. Considering her mother's current condition, Yun Suxin shook her head. No need. Go summon Elder Liang. He'll accompany me to identify who's behind this. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, the violent jolt roused Yu Qianqi and Li Qingran from their slumber. Stretching lazily, Yu Qianqi remarked, it's already daylight. This advanced spirit gathering array truly lives up to its name. A single night of cultivation here is worth half a month's effort back at Luoxia Peak. Sensing something unusual about the scenery outside, she turned to glance at Li Qingran and froze. Junior sister, you've broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Your cultivation speed is incredible. No wonder, with you soaking in the luxury of an advanced spirit gathering array every day. Li Qingran stopped her meditation, her bright eyes opening as a faint blush spread across her delicate features. What luxury, what indulgence. Senior sister, stop teasing me. If you'd like, you can come to the summit of Luoxia Peak to cultivate with me daily. He'll ask Master for permission. Though Master appears enigmatic, he's actually quite kind and will surely agree. Better not. Yu Qianqi was tempted, but quickly dismissed the idea. She didn't want to be a third wheel, nor did she care to risk being seen again even if the other party was likely just a cold, aloof old man with white hair. Li Qingran was about to continue persuading, but Yu Qianqi interrupted her with a playful slap. Blushing, Li Qingran retreated into the gauzy bed curtains, while Yu Qianqi chuckled mischievously, flexing her fingers. Not bad, you're developing quite well, almost catching up to senior sister. Come on, get up. We need to get moving. 2 minutes later, the two of them had packed up and walked downstairs. The strange emptiness of the tavern caught their attention. There wasn't a soul in sight. However, it wasn't until they reached the front door that they were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Gone were the bustling streets of Qinghe City. Instead, they were greeted by endless green mountains and a vast sea of clouds. Is this a flying boat? Yu Qianqi quickly noticed the core spirit array of the flying vessel near the tavern's entrance. 6 spirit crystals pulsed faintly with light, though 2 of them were nearly depleted. Clearly, this flying boat had carried the man the entire tavern through the night. After carefully examining the surroundings, Li Qingran confirmed. The tavern was uprooted entirely. Her heart warmed at the realization. This must have been arranged by Master to help us reach Lingy Valley faster. Even while trapped in difficulty, Master still thinks of me like this, going so far as to relocate the tavern without disturbing our cultivation. She placed a hand over her chest, feeling both a deep gratitude and an ache of regret for being unable to assist her master in return. Whoa, junior sister Qingran, we've made it to Lingy Valley. Yu Qianqi's exclamation snapped Li Qingran out of her thoughts. The two hurried to the edge of the flying boat and peered out. The rising sun illuminated a breathtaking valley before them. Lush green cliffs adorned with vibrant blossoms, expansive spirit fields sprawling across the land. A towering cliff jutted out abruptly, with a waterfall cascading down like a silver ribbon from the heavens, unmistakably the iconic site of Lingy Valley. Well, a couple of little sword pavilion rats. A cold voice came from above. Looking up, they saw a veiled woman in green robes and a bald man standing atop the tavern. The woman's eyes glinted like icy stars, clearly filled with anger. Despite the man's boorish appearance, with rouge smeared on his face, the powerful aura of a nascent soul cultivator radiated from him. Resting on his shoulder was a massive black blade. Who are you calling a rat? Believe it or not, I'll cut you down with one strike. Yu Qianqi stepped protectively in front of Li Qingran, drawing her heavy Xuanwu sword and pointing it at the two intruders. It's you. The veiled woman, ignoring Yu Qianqi's threat, fixed her gaze on Li Qingran and sneered. I didn't expect you to join the sword pavilion. What a waste of such a promising talent, joining such a shabby sect. What's wrong with the sword pavilion? Yu Qianqi fumed, her face flushing red, and she was about to argue further when an overwhelming pressure immobilized her. The bald man's oppressive aura was not like her master's, which felt lofty and unyielding. This was sheer domination. The veiled woman, Yun Suxin, tilted her chin upward haughtily. This flying boat, you stole it, didn't you? No wonder you crashed into the illusion array. Now that your sword pavilion has collided with the outer defense array of Lingy Valley, you still want to draw your sword and argue with me? Such arrogance. Young mistress, why bother talking so much? The bald man impatiently furrowed his thick brows. Leave it to me to deal with them. Chop off their limbs and toss them into the black prison. Let their sword pavilion pay up to redeem them. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Perhaps, Elder Liang, you'd like to take my position as the young master instead? Yun Suxin said coldly, her gaze exuding an undeniable authority. The bald, muscular woman Elder Liang opened her mouth to speak, but when her eyes met Yun Suxin's icy stare, she finally lowered her head and swallowed her words. I wouldn't dare. Young master, the decision is yours. Know your place. Yun Suxin rolled her eyes. Though Elder Liang appeared masculine, she was in fact a woman, a former rogue cultivator who later pledged allegiance to Lingy Valley. While she held the title of elder, in reality, she was little more than a guard dog for the sect. Lingy Valley had a few similar elders, though most of them were currently in seclusion. Yun Suxin reckoned that Elder Liang had grown a bit too bold in her mother's prolonged absence, daring now to act as if she were the spokesperson for the young master. Yun Suxin smirked inwardly. The sword pavilion wasn't particularly vile or wicked. The losses they had inflicted on Lingy Valley disciples during their earlier raid were negligible for a sect as wealthy as theirs. This time, she would teach them a lesson to deter them. If they dared to repeat their offense, a harsher punishment would follow. Having made up her mind, Yun Suxin descended gracefully from the tavern rooftop and walked elegantly to where Yu Qianqi was restrained. Her captivating eyes sparkled as she smiled. Yu Qianqi, senior sister of the sword pavilion, I hear you've come to purchase spiritual herbs? That's right. Yu Qianqi replied defiantly, holding her head high. Doesn't your Lingy Valley welcome any righteous cultivators who wish to buy spiritual herbs? Indeed, Yun Suxin replied with a disdainful chuckle, but I never said Lingy Valley welcomes rude guests who crash into our protective illusionary array the moment they arrive. Yu Qianqi faltered, unable to retort. After all, their flying ship had indeed collided with the array. Her face flushed as she turned her head away, muttering under her breath, that was an accident. We were all meditating and didn't realize where the ship was heading. Spare me your excuses. Yun Suxin summoned a golden lotus, tossing it into the air. The lotus rose higher and began to expand. Today, I'll give you another chance. They'll pull you into the second layer of the illusionary array. If you can break through it, you may enter the valley to purchase your herbs. But if you fail to break the array within 3 days, you'll return to your sword pavilion empty-handed, and well keep your flying ship as compensation. As her words ended, the golden lotus exploded in midair, casting a blinding light over the surroundings. A strange fragrance filled the air. Yu Qianqi and Li Qingran felt the world spin around them, and when their senses returned, they found themselves in a secluded valley. The flying ship and the Lingy Valley disciples were nowhere to be seen. Damn it, that woman trapped us in her illusion, Yu Qianqi exclaimed, slapping her thigh in frustration. Senior sister, since it's an illusion, there must be a way out, Li Qingran said, taking Yu Qianqi's hand to comfort her. Let's not panic. If we carefully search for the weak points in the array, we'll surely find a way to break through. Yu Qianqi shook her head solemnly. It's not that simple. The illusionary arrays of Lingy Valley have 3 layers. The first is a maze designed to block mortals and beasts from entering the valley and damaging the spiritual field stats the array our ship crashed into earlier. The second is a mirage array, filled with endless illusions and deceptions, capable of confounding even nascent soul cultivators. The third is a lethal array, but Yun Suxin likely hasn't activated it. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have our heads right now. Hearing this, Li Qingran's expression grew visibly tense. Senior sister would never joke about something like this. Li Qingran gazed at the bottomless Lingy Valley, her fingers trembling slightly. Though the illusion array was formidable, and the chance of escaping seemed slim, she couldn't afford to give up for her master and for herself. Clenching her fists, she stood up, her eyes gleaming with determination. She was resolute to ensure her master's survival and longevity. More than that, she wanted to see her master in reality, not as a fleeting projection. The master she could truly touch and feel, warm and alive. To achieve this, she had to gather all the spiritual herbs required for the 100 herbs detoxification pill. Yu Qianqi watched as Li Qingran took determined steps toward the depths of the valley, her steadfast figure unwavering. With a sigh, she followed behind. Fine, let's go. Who knows, maybe a blind cat will stumble upon a dead rat, she muttered, though her heart harbored little hope. The Lingy Valley's Grand Protective Array was acclaimed as one of the most formidable in the Cangyun Realm, its power far more treacherous than merely confusing wanderers. Inside the core cabin of the flying vessel, Elder Liang stared at the precious spiritual crystals, swallowing hard. Those were treasures that could sustain her cultivation for 2 months. She glanced longingly at Yun Suxin, but the latter merely observed the struggling figures in the illusion realm with a frosty gaze, her narrow eyes slightly narrowed. I keep my word. If they manage to break through this hard-demon illusion array, what's the harm in buying them spiritual herbs? A cold smile played on Yun Suxin's lips. Break the array? This illusion array embodies my mother's lifetime of expertise. Once inside, not only will they lose their sense of direction, but their spiritual awareness will also be compressed to the extreme. Even a nascent soul cultivator can barely maintain a few 100 meters of spiritual perception. But that's not the most terrifying part. The true danger lies in how it dredges up the deepest fears within the intruder's heart. Even I, the young master who frequents this place, would lose my way inside. And those 2 sword pavilion disciples? Laughable. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up, displaying 2 notifications. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran has entered the second layer of the Lingy Valley illusion. Her deepest fears will now be triggered. Your teammate Yu Qianqi has entered the second layer of the Lingy Valley illusion. Her deepest fears will now be triggered. Voice transmission function is disabled. Recharge 88 to forcibly activated. Chen Huai'an turned over in the faint light of dawn, mumbling, Qingran baby in his sleep before dozing off again. The valley grew darker and colder. Li Qingran, expecting to encounter a dead end, instead found the path stretching endlessly ahead. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out near her ear, Li Qingran. She looked up to see a figure gradually taking shape. It was Taoist Qingxian, dressed in green robes, exuding an air of self-righteousness. Li Qingran, you defy your elders and betray the sect. What punishment do you deserve? I am innocent. Without even sparing him a glance, she walked straight past.
Another figure appeared shortly after. Li Qingran, didn't you say you'd always follow behind senior brother? What are you doing now? It was Lu Changtian. Li Qingran merely cast him a cold smile. More figures emerged one after another, their voices filled with mockery, accusations, and rage. Li Qingran, why did you harm junior sister? Li Qingran, after all the pills I gave you, return them. Li Qingran, you traitor. Li Qingran, but she paid them no heed, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. In her eyes, there was only a single beam of pure moonlight. Standing within it was a figure clad in white, with hair as pale as snow, a sword at their waist, hands clasped behind their back. It was her master. Under the moonlight, a sword dance unfolds, unparalleled in the world. Chen Huai'an, the legendary sword cultivator. Within the illusion, countless figures flickered in and out of existence. Li Qingran pressed forward resolutely, step by step, until two pairs of blood-stained military boots appeared before her. They were the kind only worn by soldiers on the battlefield. Ranner, how have you been? Has anyone bullied you in the sect? An elderly couple, their hair streaked with white, stood before her, supporting each other. Ah, please, don't seek revenge for us anymore. All we ever wanted was for you to live happily and well. Li Qingran froze in her tracks, tears silently streaming down her face as she gazed at her parents. Father, mother, Qingran has been unfilial. To cultivators, mortals are nothing more than pawns on a chessboard. Wars between nations are merely games of power between sections. With a casual move, a cultivator sends armies to their deaths. With a single angry gesture, they bring drought for miles, leaving people destitute. In their eyes, an entire nation is no more than a plaything, easily obliterated in a moment of whim. She was now just a grasshopper that had leapt off the chessboard, always at risk of being crushed underfoot. All she could do was tread carefully, living cautiously in the hope that one day she might transform into a bird, free from the threat of being trampled. But it was only after stepping onto the path of immortality that she understood the true meaning of despair. Above ordinary cultivators were the inner disciples, then the personal disciples, followed by elders, sect leaders, and the sect itself. Beyond the sects were holy lands, after the holy lands the void abyss, and above that, ascension. Each step was an insurmountable chasm, every barrier piled high with bones. Under the vast and merciless heavens, she was no more than an ant. Yet, as she looked at the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, she knew as long as her master was there, even if the road ahead was filled with blades and fire, she would find the courage to climb higher. The blood feud of her parents could eventually be settled. The scene shifted abruptly. A fierce wind howled, and snow filled the sky. Li Qingran, this master's time is running out. In the end, I couldn't wait for your antidote pill. The figure in white lay in a pool of blood, surrounded by beasts tearing at his flesh. I do not blame you. It is only the heavens that are merciless and the beasts that are savage. As your master, I am reluctant to leave. Li Qingran stared into the fading light in his eyes, her chest feeling as though it had been pierced by a blade. No, master. Don't. Get away. Get away from him. You beasts, you are not allowed to touch my master. No. Die. I'll kill you all. Her eyes reddened as she charged with her sword, falling and rising again. But she could never reach him. She could only watch helplessly as her master was devoured, his soul dissipating into the heavens and earth. When the beasts finally dispersed, she was able to touch her master's lifeless body. The hands that had once healed her and guided her cultivation were now cold. Master! Master! Look at Qingran. Qingran came to save you. She desperately rubbed his hand, as if trying to restore its warmth. Her entire life had been a journey through wind and snow. Her master had held up an umbrella for her, sheltering her with sunlight, stars, oceans, and all the beauty of the mortal world. But now, even her final pillar of support had been taken from her. I'm sorry. Father, mother, master, It's because I'm too weak. I'm useless. It's all because I wasn't strong enough. Her laughter was tinged with anguished tears. That's why my parents died. My master died, and everyone who loved me is gone. If only I were stronger. Strong enough. Li Qingran stood, gazing at the sky, her eyes as cold and sharp as if they could pierce through the darkness above. A terrifying killing intent surged into the heavens. Above Lingy Valley, dark clouds churned, lightning dragons flickered. In a pavilion, Yun Suxin felt the oppressive force of the heavens and hurriedly retreated into her room, trembling with fear at the thought of being struck by lightning. Within the illusion array, Li Qingran raised her sword to the sky. I, Li Qingran, will use this sword to cut down all. Before the final word could leave her lips, a commanding voice exploded in her mind. Awaken! Boom. It was as though 10,000 bells rang in unison. Li Qingran's mind went blank, and her eyes regained clarity. Oh my goodness!
Chen Huai'an jolted awake, startled. The alarm clock beside his bed was still blaring incessantly. Ignoring it, he immediately opened the game, only to be greeted by a blood-red warning box that made his heart skip a beat. Li Qingran had provoked the heavenly Dao and was about to be executed by it. Without time to think, he hurriedly clicked the in-game option to stop Li Qingran. Only after the ominous red warning vanished did he exhale in relief, though the suffocating dread, like a snake coiling tightly around him, still lingered. "What on earth is going on?" he muttered, quickly checking the character status panel. Li Qingran's status read, "Trapped in an illusion, consciousness hazy. Cultivation progress. 121000 foundation establishment, early stage. Favorability, 99 or above." Then he checked Yu Qianqi. Unlike Li Qingran, her status bar lacked favorability and cultivation progress. But there was a new entry, nightmare corruption. At that moment, she was frantically running around the scene in a panic, her face contorted in terror. Chen Huai'an turned the game volume to maximum, and Yu Qianqi's desperate cries became clear. "Fire. So much fire. Get away, it's burning. Someone, please put out the fire." Ah. Stumbling, she tripped and fell into a muddy pit, then crawled on all fours to a corner, curling into a trembling ball. She buried her head into her arms, her body shaking uncontrollably, her muffled sobs tugging at the heartstrings. A system notification popped up. "Your teammate Yu Qianqi is under the influence of nightmare corruption. Please assist her in escaping this predicament." There's not even a shout command. How am I supposed to help? Chen Huai'an muttered, at a loss. Suddenly, he remembered his other disciple. Quickly, he sent a voice transmission. "Qingran, your senior sister's lost her mind. Snap her out of it, splash some water on her or something. Anything to wake her up. Qingran, your senior sister has been consumed by inner demons. Help her now." Li Qingran, who had been staring blankly at the corner, snapped to attention at this call. Her eyes instantly reddened, and tears streamed down her face, though they carried a glimmer of relief, as if she'd narrowly escaped a nightmare. Shifu, you're alive." "I'm very much alive. What's all this talk of dying? I told you, your Shifu isn't going anywhere. Now hurry and save your senior sister." Hearing her master's voice again, Li Qingran was finally convinced this was reality. She ran toward Yu Qianqi, pinching her own waist discreetly on the way it hurt. It was real. Her master was truly alive. The overwhelming joy left her breathless, her heart pounding. "Senior sister, wake up," she said, taking a deep breath to steady herself and waving a hand in front of Yu Qianqi's face. But Yu Qianqi frantically pushed her hand away. "Fire. So much fire. Put it out. Qingran, go put out the fire. Can't you see it? Senior sister, there is no fire. It's an illusion." Li Qingran's voice softened as she pulled Yu Qianqi into a comforting embrace. It was the first time she had ever seen such deep fear on Yu Qianqi's face. Her usually composed expression was now twisted and distorted, as if she had been forcibly plunged into a dark abyss. All she could see was endless blackness, and a suffocating chill seemed to grip her throat. "Fire. The fire is everywhere." Yu Qianqi's voice trembled. "Qingran, put it out. There's no time. The fire will kill everyone." Tears mixed with dirt streaked down her face, smearing her delicate features into a chaotic mess as she stared intently at Li Qingran. "Master, what should I do?" Li Qingran looked up toward the void, seeking guidance. At this moment, Chen Huai'an was deeply absorbed in the talent interface, repeatedly tapping on the option to refine his already perfected meridian opening needle technique. He was just one final upgrade away from achieving mastery, ensuring a 100 safe and flawless meridian opening process with no risk of permanent harm. His earlier promise still held true, though. Suddenly, a wooden basin filled with icy water and a whip appeared before Li Qingran. A cold, detached voice echoed from the void. "Choose. Master, do we really have to treat senior sister this way?" Li Qingran hesitated, staring at the two items before him. The void remained silent, but Yu Qianqi's condition continued to deteriorate. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingran pulled the basin closer and dipped the whip into the icy water. Bowing respectfully to Yu Qianqi, he said, "Senior sister, forgive me for what I'm about to do." Without further hesitation, he turned her around and lashed out with the whip. What a talent! Chen Huai'an was momentarily stunned by the scene. It was the perfect example of the saying, "Children make choices, adults take it all." Li Qingran's method of using a whip soaked in icy water was undeniably ruthless. But that wasn't the main point. As the plot progressed, new pay-to-win options appeared. 1. Spend 6,998. You want to use the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman to shatter the illusion array. 2. Spend 19,998. You want to summon the Black Scaled Flying Sword to break through the illusion array. 3. Spend 44,444 yuan to temporarily elevate the avatar to the nascent soul fusion stage and unleash the 11th form of the Green Lotus Sword technique. 9 Heavens Galaxy. All 3 choices could progress the storyline, differing only in the power and effectiveness of their outcomes. Chen Huai'an's gaze lingered on the cost of upgrading the meridian opening needle technique for a moment. Finally, he looked up at the sky and let out a long, wistful sigh. Boundless heavenly venerable. This Lingy Valley truly seems destined for me. What is destiny? According to Chen Huai'an's understanding, it is the law of cause and effect. Whether it's a virtuous bond or a karmic entanglement, it cannot escape the cycle of cause and effect. When the system notification appeared, stating, upgrading the mastery of the meridian opening needle from advanced to perfect will require spending 30,000 credits, Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up. Wasn't this his chance to form a connection with Lingy Valley? Though he wasn't a violent person by nature, this recharge event was simply too tempting. He looked up at the ceiling, a trace of compassion flickering in his eyes, but his finger decisively tapped on option 3. Surprisingly, the game did not immediately display the scene of him attacking Lingy Valley. Instead, a prompt popped up. Please put on your game helmet. Meanwhile, in the Sect's illusionary realm, Yun Suxin suddenly sensed something unusual. As the second-level authority holder of the illusion, she realized that both Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi had simultaneously broken through the heart demon illusion. This made her frown. Without the interference of heart demons, the power of the second-layer illusion would be significantly weakened. She contemplated increasing the difficulty, but ultimately decided to let things take their course. This decision inadvertently not only saved herself but also Lingy Valley and her mother. Back in the real world, Chen Huai'an carefully put on the game helmet. Within the illusion, a figure in white, carrying a sword on his back, gradually materialized in front of Li Qingran. This time, the form of divine Chen Huai'an lacked flashy effects or dazzling black dragon shadows, yet simply standing there, he exuded an overwhelming presence that seemed to merge with the heavens and earth. Master, came an excited call from behind him. Chen Huai'an turned to see his disciple, holding a small whip in her hands, gazing at him with her gentle, clear eyes filled with admiration. Incredible! Chen Huai'an marveled inwardly. Despite seeing her every day, her beauty never failed to astonish him. Especially when he caught the uncontainable adoration and subtle affection in her eyes. It was like a budding flower, ready to bloom at any moment. To avoid blushing, he quickly turned back and adopted a more composed demeanor. The fact that you were trapped in the heart demon illusion indicates that your inner strength is still lacking. Cultivation starts with the heart. How many times have I told you this? Qingran understands her mistake, Li Qingran replied with her head lowered. Her hands clasped behind her back as her fingers fidgeted nervously. She let her long lashes fall to hide the shyness and joy in her eyes. Though her master had never actually said such things, in her heart, whatever he said was always right. Even his criticism felt like a blessing. It showed that he cared about her. Otherwise, why would he single her out and not Yu Shiji? Acknowledging your mistakes is good. To err is human, to correct divine. Chen Huai'an improvised casually, not caring whether it made sense. Since I've taken this form today, I'll help you all break through this illusion. He raised his gaze to the top of the illusion. Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi couldn't see it, but Chen Huai'an could clearly discern the core of the illusion array. To his eyes, the intricate flow of energy resembled the precise circuitry of an elaborate blueprint. Master, how will you break this illusion array? Li Qingran leaned close to Chen Huai'an, her gaze filled with curiosity and concern. Chen Huai'an's lips curved into a faint smile as his right hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword. How else? With the sword, of course. Before his words fully settled, the figure in white had already leapt into the air. His hair, like snow, streamed behind him, and his robes fluttered as a faint glow enveloped him. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the sword in his hand bloomed with brilliance, scattering like moonlight upon the earth. Li Qingran gazed up at the figure, silently marveling at his unparalleled elegance. Yet, worry crept into her heart. Her master was still engaged in a fierce battle with a great demon. Was now truly the time for such a bold move? However, her limited understanding of the abilities of a cultivator at the void fusion stage left her with no choice but to watch silently. Watch closely, disciple. Today, your master will teach you another sword technique. As the sword's radiance erupted, the world around them transformed. Amid a deafening roar, daylight dimmed, and the azure sky deepened into a profound indigo. Clouds dispersed, revealing a celestial dome as smooth as a tranquil lake, reflecting the brilliance of a starry river. This phenomenon stretched across hundreds of miles around Lingy Valley. Countless people gazed at the breathtaking starfield above, their hearts involuntarily gripped with unease. Yun Suxin stumbled out of her room, her face pale as she beheld the astonishing spectacle. Disregarding decorum, she hastily took to the skies. Amidst the dazzling starlight, She saw a figure in white dancing gracefully along the Milky Way. But as she attempted to approach, an overwhelming pressure froze her in place. May I ask who you are, senior? Why have you taken action against Lingy Valley? If there's been a misunderstanding, why not sit down and discuss it? Lingy Valley will do everything to ensure your satisfaction. Such a display, capable of manipulating the heavens themselves, was unmistakably the work of a cultivator in the integration stage. And to summon the stars and moon? What kind of legendary elder was capable of such power? The force of the starry river intensified, and the earth shook. The once graceful sword stance of the white figure turned heavy, its chilling aura piercing straight to Yun Sushin's core. Without thinking, she fell to her knees. I beg you, senior, please show mercy. I am the young master of Lingy Valley, and am willing to atone for any offenses. Show mercy? Too late. Enough with your chatter, face my sword. The voice thundered like a storm, leaving Yun Sushin reeling, her vision swimming. Above the incense burner, purple mist rises. From afar, the waterfall cascades down the cliff. With a deafening crash, the celestial river surged, poised to pour down from beneath the cultivator's feet. Lingy Valley echoed with relentless rumbling as disciples prostrated themselves in terror. The so-called elder guardians had long fled, leaving only a few quaking in place, staring skyward in despair. Please, senior, spare us. Yun Sushin managed to choke out under the oppressive weight of the heavens. Her vision blurred as she glimpsed the white figure soaring skyward, sword raised high, before bringing it down in a sweeping arc, like a silver torrent plunging 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way fell from the heavens. Before the words fully echoed, the celestial river transformed into countless streaks of sword light, cascading downward in an unstoppable torrent. In front of the main hall of the Lingy Valley Sect, a female disciple collapsed weakly to the ground, her face pale as she stared in horror at the scene before her. A massive sword mark, dozens of meters wide, stretched from the gates of Lingy Valley to the rear mountain. The cut was smooth as a mirror, unfathomably deep, and faintly echoed with the sound of sword whispers. Baihua Peak is gone. Someone shouted in terror. The Baihua Peak, which housed the Elder Hall and the Sect Master's residence, had been cleaved in two by a single strike. The enormous fissure split the mountain in half, revealing a sliver of sky between. The waterfall that once cascaded from the mountainside had been severed, leaving only silence. A fierce wind howled through the gap, producing a mournful wail that sent shivers down the spines of the disciples present. One strike to destroy a mountain, its power was terrifying. Who was the white figure that arrived stepping on the Milky Way? What kind of unparalleled mastery and swordsmanship did they possess to achieve such devastation? And why had they targeted Lingy Valley? The answers to these questions perhaps lay only with Yun Sushin, who knelt before Chen Huai'an and Yun Baiyu, the Valley Master of Lingy Valley. Yun Baiyu knelt in front of her daughter, her hands tightly gripping Chen Huai'an's black-scaled sword. Blood trickled down her pale wrists, staining her pristine white sleeves crimson. Senior, please show mercy. Cough before finishing her plea. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Already frail, she had now borne nearly half the force of the devastating strike meant for Lingy Valley and Yun Sushin, worsening her condition. Mother, Yun Sushin tried to rise, but Yun Baiyu silenced her with a sharp, commanding glare. Kneel down. Yun Sushin opened her mouth, trembling, but ultimately lowered her head and knelt back in place. Her fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly, her face alternately flushing and paling. Yun Baiyu dared not look directly at Chen Huai'an. With her head bowed low, she forced a faint smile. Senior, are you perhaps a reclusive elder of the Sword Pavilion? Whatever has angered you, I am willing to bear the consequences. Sushin is still young. I implore you not to hold her accountable. Her gaze fixed humbly on the boots of the cultivator before her, her demeanor utterly subservient. The events of 3 years ago in the Eastern Continent's secret realm had taught her a harsh lesson. In the Cangyun Realm, strength was paramount. Back then, for the sake of an ancient spirit weapon, cultivators had slaughtered one another in rivers of blood. Even her own Dao companion had turned on her. From that moment, she understood that Lingy Valley could not rely on others. Only its own strength could be trusted. Had she not been gravely injured and still retained her peak strength, even if she could not defeat this swordsman before her, she wouldn't have been reduced to such a helpless state, forced to kneel and beg. This person's swordsmanship was truly terrifying, living up to the title of Cangyun Realm's most lethal sword cultivator. Chen Huai'an remained silent, not out of an attempt to appear mysterious, but because even he hadn't anticipated the sheer destructive power of that single strike. He always remembered that Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi had come to buy spiritual herbs, so he didn't use his full strength with this strike, only 80%. Yet even this was enough to split a mountain in Lingy Valley in half. If it weren't for that woman arriving in time, the entire valley might have collapsed, leaving Yun Sushin, the disciples, and the spiritual fields and herbs reduced to dust. Your incarnation experience time remaining. 10 seconds. A prompt suddenly appeared in his vision, snapping Chen Huai'an back to reality. He blinked and looked at the valley master of Lingy Valley before him, a woman with a youthful face but snow-white hair. Frowning slightly, he said in a deep voice, "My disciples only came to purchase spiritual herbs, yet your daughter deliberately set up an array to make things difficult for them. I calculated and discovered that Lingy Valley shares a unique connection with my sword, so I tested it from the heavens. As I suspected, the connection runs deep." Yun Baiyu's lips twitched slightly as she thought to herself that this kind of connection was better avoided. But she forced a smile and said, "So, senior, have you concluded this connection today?" "Indeed." Chen Huai'an nodded solemnly, then began to ramble. "Fate, it's magical. Beyond words. Like splitting this mountain, it brings me joy. That's fate." Seeing the valley master remain silent, he awkwardly chuckled and added, "Well, I have other matters to attend to, so will take my leave. Those two are my juniors, so I asked the valley master to take good care of them. When I have time, he'll return to seek more fateful treasures." As his words fell, the 10-second limit expired. Chen Huai'an's figure dissolved into countless points of sword light, scattering with the wind. This scene left Yun Baiyu even more shocked. Just an incarnation alone was so overwhelmingly powerful. What if his true form descended? When did the sword pavilion gain such an unfathomable old monster, and without any prior rumors? Luckily, her daughter had only activated the second layer of the illusion array today. If those two young girls had been harmed, this old monster might have leveled Lingy Valley entirely. Still shaken and with her injuries flaring up, Yun Baiyu felt a wave of dizziness. At that moment, Yun Suxin rushed forward to support her. Her eyes red as she trembled and asked, "Mother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yun Baiyu weakly stroked her daughter's hair, her gaze filled with love and apology. "Don't worry, I just need some time to recover. That sword cultivator didn't go all out. It seems he only intended to warn us." Yun Suxin pouted. Splitting a mountain in half was considered a warning? The sword pavilion people were utterly unreasonable. Not only did they rob them and destroy the illusion array, but they nearly obliterated the entire valley. And now they were the ones who had to apologize and smile? "All right, go and welcome those two sword pavilion disciples," Yun Baiyu said, eager to suppress her injuries and not wanting her daughter to worry. She feigned calmness as she added, "Treat them with the utmost respect, as honored guests. Do not be impolite, especially to the younger one. That sword cultivator specifically mentioned that she's his disciple. Young cultivators with such a powerful background are best not offended." "Qingran, was that really your master just now?" Yu Qianqi stared at the split Baihua peak, still in a daze. "Yes, that was my master's incarnation, but its time away from the true body is limited," Li Qingran replied with a nod. Her reaction was much calmer. After all, she had already witnessed her master's swordsmanship in Qingyun's sect. Though this strike had left her deeply shaken, she was somewhat mentally prepared. At the moment, she was more concerned about her master's condition. This incarnation seemed to be at the integration stage, which would have consumed significant energy. She worried it might affect his combat abilities and the demon poison within him. So powerful. Yu Qianqi crouched down, running her fingers over the sword marks on the ground, clicking her tongue in amazement. If his incarnation is this strong, how terrifying must his true body be? "Qingran, has your master ever thought about finding a Dao companion? You know, I usually keep things wrapped up, but if I let loose, hee, you get it. Male cultivators these days love my type." Li Qingran was both embarrassed and annoyed, her face flushing as she scolded, "Senior sister, let me tell you the truth, master prefers someone a bit smaller." "Oh, and how would you know that?" That's none of your business. These are the spiritual herbs you need." Yun Suxin carefully packed the herbs listed, her gaze sweeping disdainfully over Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi, her tone laced with obvious displeasure. "The total comes to 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones. How are you planning to pay?" Chen Huai'an, who had been waiting by his phone for the meridian opening needle breakthrough, immediately bristled upon hearing this. "We already let your Lingy Valley off the hook, and now you're still asking for money? Seriously?" A system prompt popped up. 1. Spend 4 million to buy 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones and pay the debt. 2. Spend 88 to summon a sword and instantly defeat Yun Suxin. 3. This item is destined to be mine. Chen Huai'an's lips twitched as he saw that a single lower-grade spirit stone was priced at 50 yuan with no discount. Without hesitation, he selected the third option. After all, he had a fondness for destiny. Suddenly, Li Qingran's ears twitched slightly, and her delicate face flushed as she stammered, Just now, my master sent me a voice transmission and asked me to relay something." Yun Suxin instinctively took half a step back, her eyes narrowing. "Relay what?" he said. "These spiritual herbs are destined to be his?" The meaning behind this statement was crystal clear to everyone present. Yun Suxin and Yu Qianqi exchanged incredulous glances, while Li Qingran lowered her head in embarrassment, her ears tinged pink. No wonder the sword pavilion is so adept at robbery, it's clearly a tradition passed down. Yun Suxin's chest heaved with fury, her face flushed, and her eyes practically ablaze. It took several deep breaths before she managed to suppress her anger. Gritting her teeth, she spat, "Fine. Your sword pavilion plays rough." She shoved the spiritual herbs toward the pair. "Take them. I don't want a single spirit stone. Tell your master to never come to Lingy Valley to form bonds again. We're done. Let's never cross paths again." Li Qingran calmly stored the herbs in her spatial pouch and said with a straight face, "Lingy Valley's reputation echoes throughout the Cangyun Realm. If I ever need more spiritual herbs in the future, I'll be sure to return." Yun Suxin clenched her fists, her jaw tightening. For the sake of her mother and Lingy Valley, she had to endure this humiliation. That sword cultivator was far too formidable to provoke. After the two departed, Yun Suxin noticed a tattered storage pouch left on the table, its loose threads unmistakably bearing the sword pavilion's signature style. Opening it, she found it filled with sword pavilion specialties. While the total value didn't quite reach 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones, it came fairly close. "At least your sword pavilion has some decency left," Yun Suxin muttered, letting out a soft huff as she accepted the pouch. Given the circumstances, this was likely the best outcome. However, the thought of repairing the illusion array and the mountain gate still weighed heavily on her, leaving her exhausted just by imagining it. At that moment, her mother's voice echoed in her mind. "Suxin, come to the back mountain." When Yun Suxin arrived at the back mountain, she saw the valley master, Yun Baiyu, dressed in clean robes, calmly seated beside the deep sword scar etched into the ground. The deepest mark of the sword scar stretched over 20 meters wide, with a bottomless fissure continuously emitting sword energy condensed from sword intent. The surrounding rock walls bore crisscrossing cuts, evidence of its terrifying power. Yun Suxin gazed at the horrifying scene, her spine tingling with unease. What was even more chilling was that the sword cultivator responsible had already departed. Yet the overwhelming sword intent lingered deeply etched into the scar, refusing to dissipate. "Suxin, this is an opportunity," Yun Baiyu said, her eyes fixed on the sword scar, a hint of excitement flickering in her expression. "The level of mastery in this person's swordsmanship is unlike anything I've ever encountered in my life, far surpassing even Zhang Yibai, the strongest sword cultivator of Xinwu." "Really?" Yun Suxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Yibai, as the master of the Xinwu sanctuary, was said to have reached the pinnacle of the void integration stage and was revered as the greatest sword cultivator in the Cangyun Realm. Could this mysterious sword cultivator truly surpass him? Pulling her daughter closer, Yun Baiyu shook her head and explained. "Zhang Yibai hasn't drawn his sword in 500 years. Back then, it only took him 3 strikes to annihilate the demon clan and slay 4 demon emperors. But so many years have passed, no one knows his current level. Even so, in terms of swordsmanship, this sword cultivator indeed surpasses the Zhang Yibai of 5 centuries ago." "And what of it?" Yun Suxin said, her spirits sinking further as the power of the mysterious figure overwhelmed her. "No matter how incredible his swordsmanship is, what does that have to do with us?" Before she could finish, a sudden burst of sword energy shot out from the scar, slicing through a nearby rock with a sharp clang. The mere brush of the sword wind left Yun Suxin drenched in cold sweat. Yun Baiyu's eyes shone brightly. For a sword cultivator, the most important thing is sword intent. The sword intent within this scar, undispersed and pure, provides the perfect conditions for comprehension. From now on, the disciples of Lingy Valley can meditate here to study unparalleled sword intent, supplementing their healing arts with swordsmanship for self-defense when venturing out. Yun Suxin opened her mouth to speak. Though she felt uneasy, she couldn't pinpoint the flaw in her mother's reasoning. The disciples of Lingy Valley were indeed lacking in combat ability, but trying to comprehend such an advanced level of sword intent seemed overly ambitious. "That senior must have left this sword scar intentionally," Yun Baiyu remarked with a sigh. "The people of the sword pavilion are direct but measured in their actions. Since you did not harm their disciples, he merely shattered the formation and split the mountain gate as a warning, while also leaving behind this timely opportunity. Is it really that dramatic?" Yun Suxin wondered if her mother was overthinking things. "It is exactly as I said," Yun Baiyu replied solemnly. "Cultivators of this caliber act with purpose in every gesture. Go and form the sect starting today. Every disciple must spend 3 hours daily meditating on the sword intent." Though still doubtful, Yun Suxin went to relay the order. Once her daughter was gone, a sudden surge of blood overwhelmed Yun Baiyu, and she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Her cheeks flushed with an unhealthy red, and the light in her eyes began to dim. Old wounds compounded with new ones. She murmured with a self-deprecating smile. "I was already a dying person, leaving sooner doesn't matter." At least before I go, Sushin and Lingy Valley finally have a path forward. There's no need to seek help from the Yaoqi Sanctuary anymore. The thought of her experiences at Yaoqi Sanctuary 3 years ago sent a shiver down Yun Baiyu's spine. It was a memory she never wanted to relive. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an finally reached the pinnacle of the meridian opening needle technique. Praise be to the infinite Lord, he exclaimed in joy but quickly grew anxious over his dwindling supply of spirit stones. Still, his current situation was better than before. At least he could now take on tasks with the Demon Slayer division to earn money. After washing his hands and sanitizing the silver needles, he prepared to perform his first treatment. But he hesitated. No, I need to be cautious for my first attempt, he thought. Then an idea struck him. If humans can open meridians, so can cats. If the cat ends up useless, I can take care of it for life. But if I fail, the cat can't take care of me. I'll test it on Baji first. Something's wrong. There's killing intent. Baji jolted awake from its meditation, a suffocating sensation coiling around it like a serpent, making its entire body tense. It scanned its surroundings warily but found no visible threats. Not until the door of the guest room creaked open. Chen Huai'an emerged, holding a silver needle in his hand. His gaze swept the room, immediately locking onto Baji, who was perched near the water basin by the windowsill. Ever since the resurrection of the big green fish, Baji had moved to this new spot. After all, the bathtub was meant for bathing. To ensure the fish's comfort, Chen Huai'an had even replaced the tub with a large baby bath so its tail wouldn't stick out. Baji, today I bestow upon you a great opportunity, Chen Huai'an announced with a kind smile, stepping closer with deliberate strides. But to Baji, that smile was more terrifying than a frenzied Xing Tian. This is it. He's giving me an opportunity? He must have awakened some memory and discovered my true identities, planning to kill me. Baji's fur bristled as it turned and bolted. With the doors and windows sealed by talismans, Baji had no escape and could only dart around the room, seeking a hiding spot. A chaotic chase unfolded in the living room. Chen Huai'an crawled under tables, rummaged behind the coffee table, and after several attempts, finally cornered Baji against the wall. Strange. Baji is usually so obedient. Chen Huai'an panted, puzzled as he looked at the trembling black cat curled up in fear. Then, he remembered his new neighbor, Lin Lingling. Cats, being sensitive creatures with strong territorial instincts, often categorized all beings as part of their world, relying on scent to distinguish friend from foe. Especially for a stray like Baji, unfamiliar smells heightened its vigilance. Don't be scared, Baji. Even if you're disabled, I'll take care of you for life, give you the best cat food, maybe even find you a calico wife. Chen Huai'an crouched down, his shadow looming over Baji. These words only made Baji shudder more. Memories of a grand and tumultuous era flashed through its mind, being tamed by the celestial race to guard Xing Tian's severed head. After the great calamity, it had gained freedom but was forced into slumber, only to wake now and fall into someone else's hands again. Am I forever destined to be a watchdog? No. I must fight back. Baji's gaze locked onto Chen Huai'an's approaching left hand, its eyes glinting red as its body coiled, ready to pounce. But in that instant, a sharp tingle at the back of its neck rendered its body immobile. Still works like a charm, Chen Huai'an chuckled triumphantly. Using his left hand to distract Baji, he had seized the perfect moment to grip its scruff with his right. This trick might not work on big cats, but for a small one like Baji, it was foolproof. Damn this weak and pathetic body. Move. Move, you useless thing. Baji struggled desperately, but its claws could only twitch feebly, as if frozen in place. Howl. Oh whoa. Chen Huai'an, startled by the sound, lifted Baji to eye level. Seeing the terror in its eyes, he laughed. Wow, Baji, you can bark like a dog? No. Wait, this actually sounds more like a wolf. With that, he carried Baji over to the sofa and sat down. To prevent Baji from struggling during the acupuncture, Chen Huai'an firmly gripped the scruff of its neck with his right hand. His left hand moved with fluid precision, swiftly removing the needle case and deftly pinching a silver needle between two fingers. Be good, it'll be over in a snap, Chen Huai'an coaxed softly. Who knows, you might even turn into a super cat. Then I can film you doing backflips and barking like a dog. If you go viral, you could earn your own cat food. Backflips? Barking like a dog? A flash of humiliation crossed Baji's eyes. It was no ordinary creature, it was the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai. Even the celestial gods had only captured it to guard the head of Xingtian. Though it had been a degrading task, at least it retained some dignity. But now this man wanted it to perform such disgraceful acts. Just as it opened its mouth to roar in protest, Chen Huai'an's hand struck like lightning, swiftly inserting a needle. In an instant, Baji was paralyzed, unable to move, not even to roll its eyes. Huh. Little beast, if my acupuncture technique is as good as I think, you'll thank me for this one day. Chen Huai'an smirked, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. Baji's entire network of meridians became vividly clear to him. As Baji locked eyes with those golden pupils, its mind momentarily blurred. In Chen Huai'an, it glimpsed the shadows of Fuxi, Wu Pong, and Shening ancient sages from myths and legends. Their images overlapped with Chen Huai'an's, making it seem as though these legendary figures were the ones wielding the needle. At that moment, even if it could move, it wouldn't dare act recklessly. No doubt about it, this is the consummate meridian opening needle technique. Chen Huai'an thought to himself in awe. As he continued treating Baji, he gained profound insights. He could not only control the force and timing of each needle with perfection, but also foresee their effects clearly, even identifying various issues in Baji's body. One particular observation caught his attention: Baji's limp. Although it often hobbled when walking, its legs were actually in perfect condition. Some kind of neurological disorder? Chen Huai'an mused. That's easy to fix, but it'll take at least 100 needles. Might hurt a bit though. The moment the thought crossed his mind, his hand moved like a blur. A row of silver needles instantly pierced Baji's forehead. Arg! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. The door to the master bedroom creaked open just a crack. Lin Lingling cautiously peeked out. She had been meditating when the chilling scream shattered the silence. Though frightened, her duty as an observer assigned to monitor Chen Huai'an compelled her to investigate. The scene before her left her utterly stunned. Chen Huai'an was seated on the sofa, administering acupuncture to the cat demon. His hands moved so quickly they left only a blur, like butterflies flitting through flowers. Even with her enhanced reflexes from unlocking her Ran and Du Meridian's reflexes sharp enough to break multiple Olympic records, she couldn't keep up with his speed. So this is the power of the Qilin arm, Lin Lingling marveled silently. His kidney function must be incredible. Beyond the astonishing speed, something else about Chen Huai'an stood out. His eyes glimmered faintly, and his entire demeanor had transformed. Gone was the usual air of a mischievous monk. He now exuded the presence of a master healer. But why was he giving acupuncture to a cat demon? Healing? No, the creature wasn't injured. It had been faking a limp in front of Chen Huai'an, yet she had seen it leaping and sprinting around the living room in private. Could it be to enhance its abilities? Lin Lingling pressed her lips together, holding her breath as she continued to observe. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could this cat demon have been nurtured by Chen Huai'an from the very beginning? It all makes sense now. Lin Lingling suddenly realized. She finally understood why this powerful cat demon always acted like a docile little kitten in front of Chen Huai'an. It was clear that the cat had long known Chen Huai'an's acupuncture could help it evolve, so it had deliberately pretended to be injured to trick him into treating it. Lin Lingling stood still, her brows furrowed in thought. Should she expose this cunning demon? She carefully weighed the pros and cons. From her experience with the Demon Slayer Bureau, not all demons were harmful. Some people even gained their powers from them. The last time she was attacked by the cat demon, it was because she had trespassed without permission. Now that she had entered lawfully, the cat demon showed no hostility. Shaking her head vigorously, she decided to inform Chen Huai'an about this. Even though it was just her speculation, what if this was a patient and scheming demon? However, she had to proceed cautiously, ensuring the cat demon wouldn't suspect her of revealing its secret. Otherwise, she might face retaliation. Of course, there was also the possibility that Chen Huai'an already knew the black cat's true identity. After some contemplation, Lin Lingling came up with a plan. She pushed open the door and walked over to the sofa. She initially intended to sit beside Chen Huai'an, but after catching a sharp glance from Baji, the black cat, she moved to the edge of the sofa instead. At that moment, Chen Huai'an was finishing the last few acupuncture points on the cat. 3-0, you're up early. What do you want for breakfast? Chen Huai'an asked without looking up. I want steamed buns, Lin Lingling said, trying hard to keep her voice from trembling. Oh, I feel like having steamed buns too. Go buy some, he replied casually. Lin Lingling froze. She had assumed Chen Huai'an had already prepared breakfast, but it turned out he wanted her to get it. Still, this wasn't the time to dwell on such trivial matters. She quickly shifted the conversation. Chen Huai'an, there are more and more demons appearing lately. It's best not to go out before dawn. Stray cats, dogs on the streets, even fish in the market, they could all be demons. The moment you get close, you might be attacked. You can't be too careful. Upon hearing this from the windowsill, the big green fish lurking outside immediately sank back into the water. Meanwhile, Baji, perched on Chen Huai'an's lap, fixed its gaze on Lin Lingling, who was nervously staring at her feet. A flash of killing intent flickered in its eyes. It thought to itself, what is this human brat planning? Does she intend to expose my identity? Baji was filled with regret. It should have gotten rid of this potential threat earlier. Although Chen Huai'an's acupuncture caused it immense pain, the pain was worth it. It was helping to open its meridians. Over the past few days, the spiritual energy it absorbed had mainly been used for this purpose, but doing it on its own was far too slow. Chen Huai'an's acupuncture, though crude, could rapidly unblock its entire network of meridians, which was a tremendous benefit. More importantly, the fact that this man was willing to help open its meridians suggested he still hadn't figured out its true identity. After unlocking its meridians, Baji could finally display some traits of a demon, allowing it to both hide its identity and reasonably stay here. Most importantly, it could escape at any time. This was the perfect arrangement until now. That damned human child was trying to disrupt the harmony between it and the big boss. Are you saying Baji might also be a demon? Chen Huai'an raised an eyebrow as he removed the last silver needle, completing the acupuncture process. He looked up at Baji and asked, "Baji, are you a demon?" Faced with the question, Baji flipped onto its soft, white belly and let out a deliberately tender meow. Chen Huai'an gently picked Baji up and smiled at Lin Lingling. See? How could such an adorable little cat possibly be a demon? Though, maybe it might have the chance to become one in the future. Lin Lingling couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She understood now Chen Huai'an had absolutely no clue about the truth. In the future? By then, this cat demon would already be a demon general, she thought to herself sarcastically. I didn't mean that. Lin Lingling forced a smile and addressed Baji. Even though I'm afraid of cats, it's obvious Baji isn't a demon. It's just a perfectly normal Hakimi. Baji immediately looked up at Chen Huai'an and let out a smug meow, as if to say, exactly. I'm just a little kitty with open meridians. Definitely not some ancient ferocious beast like Tao Tai or anything. Chen Huai'an, here, take this. Lin Lingling pulled a watch out of her pocket and handed it to him. This is a custom watch from our Demon Slayer division. Chen Huai'an was stunned for a couple of seconds before taking the watch. Why are you giving me a custom watch from the Demon Slayer division? Lin Lingling had already prepared her response. She waved it off casually. Even though you're not an official member of the Demon Slayer division yet, the boss thinks highly of you. This thing isn't worth much. It just has a few extra features. Go ahead and use it. She made it sound so casual, but in reality, her heart was bleeding. This watch cost 50,000. It had many features, but the most important one was its ability to scan for traces of evil energy. The scanning function was prominently displayed on the watch, and she was confident Chen Huai'an would use it. Once he scanned Baji, the truth would naturally come to light, and the cat demon would never suspect her, since it couldn't speak and would therefore be assumed to lack intelligence. Among the demons registered with the Demon Slayer division, those with human-like intelligence could all speak, though most weren't too smart. So Lin Lingling wasn't worried about being exposed. Alright, nice watch. Thanks, Chen Huai'an said, starting to examine the watch intently. Lin Lingling breathed a sigh of relief, though she realized she'd have to buy a replacement watch. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient during missions. Fortunately, the Demon Slayer division had them in stock, and she could just have one delivered. She glanced at Baji a few more times before heading back to her room to continue her cultivation. Hey, 000, Chen Huai'an suddenly called out, using her nickname. Where did the Tianfu District Demon Slayer division relocate to? Where do I go to take missions now? Lin Lingling paused for a moment before turning back to reply. It's not that complicated. The watch has an app for taking missions. Just let me know when you've chosen one. First missions always require a veteran to tag along. Of course, there was no such rule, and Chen Huai'an probably didn't need her help. She just wanted an excuse to join his mission. TSK. This watch is pretty interesting, Chen Huai'an muttered, toying with it like someone who'd never seen anything so advanced. It really was the most high-tech watch head ever used. With so many features, it was overwhelming. The demon detection function was especially intriguing. It reminded him of those augmented reality games where you could catch Pokemon or detect ghosts in the real world. This evil energy detector had a similar immersive feel. Just imagine seeing a cute little dog, then scanning it and discovering it's actually a demon. It was like opening a surprise mystery box. He opened the app, and a user guide immediately popped up. The detection range of this device spans from low-level demons to demon generals. Evil entities are categorized similarly. The detected energy levels are displayed in different colors, ranging from yellow, orange, red, to purple, in ascending order. To use, aim the camera at the target and press the detection button. Note that detection consumes significant energy, so be sure to recharge regularly. Perfect, it's idiot-proof, Chen Huai'an exclaimed, understanding it in one go. But theory alone wasn't enough, needed to test it out. For example, on Baji, who was currently playing with a ball nearby. Completely unblocked meridians. Surging power. The beginning of evolution. Baji darted around the living room, leaping from walls to furniture with incredible speed, leaving only a streak of black in its wake. Its golden pupils sparkled with excitement. Ever since awakening in the form of a cat, it had discovered an irresistible urge towards spherical and elongated objects. Whenever it saw such items, it couldn't help but swipe at them with its paws, especially when it was in high spirits. Now that its meridians were fully opened and its body brimming with spiritual energy, its cultivation speed was bound to skyrocket. Baji thought to itself, The sky's the limit now, like a bird soaring freely or a fish swimming in the vast ocean. Freedom. Feasts. The thought of future indulgence in sumptuous meals brought a sinister chuckle to its throat. Eh. It seemed this place was worth lingering in for a while longer. Baji, come here. Hearing Chen Huai'an's call, Baji abruptly skidded to a stop on the windowsill and turned its head toward the voice. Seeing the man who had opened its meridians, it instinctively licked its pawa subconscious act that it didn't even realize was becoming second nature in its role as a cat. Although getting too close to Chen Huai'an carried the risk of exposure, Baji knew it still needed to show respect where it was due. With graceful steps, it padded over and stopped beside him. Then, with practiced ease, it rolled onto its back, exposing its soft belly. This was a trick it had picked up from watching television, one that never failed to lower human guards. Initially, Baji had scoffed at such tactics, but experience had proven their effectiveness. After all, for a seemingly fragile creature like a cat to thrive in a human-dominated world, it must have its own unique advantages. Chen Huai'an looked at the increasingly obedient Baji and, feeling reassured, gently patted its head. Since Baji was cooperating so well, he decided to forego the needling restraint procedure. Raising his smartwatch, he aimed its camera at Baji and initiated the scanning program. A green scanning line swept over Baji's body from top to bottom. However, the lines on the screen suddenly began to distort, flickering with a kaleidoscope of colors as though the device had short-circuited. Finally, the display froze on a chaotic mess of pixels before the scanning line disappeared, and the screen went completely black. Click. The app automatically shut down, and the smartwatch powered off. Chen Huai'an frowned in confusion. Plugging it in, he realized the battery had simply run out. Meanwhile, Baji was quietly observing the smartwatch, its sharp senses detecting a subtle probing energy emanating from it. Though the device didn't appear to be a powerful artifact, Baji decided it was better to be cautious. It suppressed its spiritual aura entirely, pulling all traces of energy back into its body. At the same time, its tail casually swished against Chen Huai'an's pant leg, maintaining the guise of an innocent, harmless house cat. When the smartwatch rebooted, the second scan proceeded without issue. The screen displayed a prominent green checkmark, and the results confirmed. This was just an ordinary, adorable cat. I knew Baji couldn't be a demon, Chen Huai'an chuckled, shaking his head at himself for even entertaining such a thought. After all, every demon he had encountered so far had been grotesque and terrifying, nothing like Baji, whose sleek black fur made it look like a cute little lump of coal from afar, complemented by its bright golden eyes. How could such an adorable creature possibly be a demon? And yet, a tiny flicker of disappointment lingered in his heart. It's all right, Baji. I've already unblocked all the meridians in your body. One day, you will become a truly powerful monster. Chen Huai'an spoke gently while patting Baji's head. Hearing these words, Baji felt a whirlwind of emotions. The master's expectations filled it with both gratitude and sorrow. As a Taotai, a fierce beast of ancient legend, its existence was inherently tied to evil and calamity. In its youth, it couldn't control its hunger and instincts, devouring the very body of Qiyu, its creator, and consuming all living beings within a 100-mile radius. By the time it learned to control itself, it had become a creature feared and hunted by all. To survive, it was forced to fight and feed, eventually earning a name that struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it. At this moment, Baji stared at the ceiling, shadows of the past flickering in its eyes. It wished, more than anything, to simply be an ordinary monster. But it couldn't bring itself to tell Chen Huai'an that it was a touty. Just the mention of its name would likely make the master destroy it on the spot. No one would willingly associate with such a monstrous being, and any human who sheltered a fierce beast would undoubtedly face widespread condemnation and attacks. Chen Huai'an, oblivious to Baji's inner turmoil, was focused on other matters. Though he felt a slight disappointment in confirming that Baji wasn't an ordinary monster, he had other priorities. He turned toward a water basin, adjusting the camera to point at a large green fish inside, treating it as a test subject. One glance at the screen and Chen Huai'an's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! 3 eggs! Come quick and see! From another room, Lin Lingling jolted at the shout. She took a deep breath, grabbed the long spear leaning against the wall, and charged out. Chen Huai'an, I'm here to help you. But when she burst out of her bedroom, she was greeted by the sight of Chen Huai'an holding the flailing green fish, a silly grin plastered across his face. Hey, 3 eggs. Guess what? You were totally right. That random fish I bought from the market, it really is a monster. Lin Lingling froze in place, her gaze shifting between Chen Huai'an, the green fish, and Baji curled up in the corner. Her expression gradually mirrored the same dumbfounded look. Just then, an eerie voice echoed through the room. Little brat, so that gadget you gave the master can detect demonic energy, huh? Hehehe. Too bad, too bad. This king has long since mastered the art of concealing my aura. Lin Lingling whipped her head toward the corner and saw Baji lazily licking its paw, its eyes glinting with a cryptic intensity as it stared at her. What the hell? This cat demon can talk. This cat demon has brains. Lin Lingling's dreams of flying swords and cultivating immortality shattered in an instant. Her face turned pale as a wave of cold dread surged through her. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to her knees with a thud. It was over. Completely game over. With a slightly threatening tone, Baji said, "Scared? Aren't you? I suggest you act normal. Although I am a demon, I have no intention of harming this youngster. Do you think all the strange things happening to this kid came out of nowhere? It was all thanks to the opportunities one gave." Lin Lingling froze upon hearing this, staring at Baji in shock. His golden demonic eyes shimmered with an unusual light, locking onto her. Ever since his meridians were fully unblocked, Baji had awakened part of his Taodai bloodline's abilities, including the power to influence the minds of others. While this ability wasn't particularly strong, it was more than enough to deal with Lin Lingling. Under the influence of Baji's power, Lin Lingling suddenly felt a flash of clarity. So that's it. No wonder Chen Huai'an could get along with Baji so well. Turns out, he's the most mysterious opportunity-granting demon in the Demon Slayer division. However, she still found it odd that this powerful figure spoke like a child. Baji pointed at the large green fish in Chen Huai'an's arms and sneered, "See that fish? That's a demon I personally enlightened. I wanted to give this kid a surprise, hoping it would eventually transform into a mermaid. But humph." That cold humph sent a shiver down Lin Lingling's spine. Just then, Chen Huai'an muttered to himself, "3 eggs. Have you ever eaten a demon? Do you think this fish would taste amazing if it turned into one?" The big green fish, hearing this, immediately panicked, flapping its fins against Chen Huai'an's hand and shaking its head desperately. Lin Lingling, observing this, became even more certain that this fish was indeed a creation of Baji. She quickly stood up, tightly gripping her spear, and forced a smile to dissuade him. "Chen Huai'an, you really shouldn't eat demon meat. It could cause serious problems." "But it looks so delicious," Chen Huai'an replied, gazing down at the fish with longing. "You really can't eat it. Isn't boiling water supposed to kill everything? If that doesn't work, we can use a pressure cooker," Chen Huai'an said, swallowing hard. "Anyway, I don't know how long you'll live, so why not try it?" Seeing that neither Lin Lingling nor Baji could stop him from his impending doom, the big green fish suddenly opened its gills and spat out a pearl the size of a quail egg. It then looked at Chen Huai'an with pitiful eyes. "You can produce pearls?" Chen Huai'an asked, his expression turning serious. The big green fish nodded vigorously. "How long does it take to produce one?" Chen Huai'an pressed further, while the fish stared back at him, looking utterly confused. "All right, let me call out some time frames. If I get it right, just nod." Chen Huai'an began testing the waters. "A day? A week? A month?" The large green fish immediately nodded when it heard "a month." "Too slow. I'm very disappointed." Chen Huai'an's face darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. "I'll give you just 1 week. Every week, you must present me with a pearl. Otherwise," he squinted his eyes menacingly, "I'll toss you into a pressure cooker and turn you into fish soup." The green fish frantically nodded in agreement. "Good deal." Chen Huai'an's face suddenly softened into a kind smile as he extended 2 fingers to shake the fish's fin. He then placed the green fish into a basin and gently announced, "From now on, you're a new member of our family. I'll call you Xiao Qing." He tapped the fish on the head and sternly warned, "You're a spirit, but Baji is not. You're not allowed to bully Baji." Hearing that it could potentially bully the black cat, Xiao Qing froze in disbelief. She wouldn't dare, not even if she had 100 times the courage. Natural pearls of this quality should sell for 40 to 50,000, right? Chen Huai'an held up the pearl Xiao Qing had spat out, examining it carefully under the light. Lin Lingling, standing nearby, poured cold water on his excitement in a soft voice. "Xiao Qing is a freshwater fish. Putting aside the mystery of how a fish can produce pearls, these are likely freshwater pearls. Freshwater pearls aren't worth much. Even if the quality is excellent, they might only fetch 2 to 3,000. 2 to 3,000? Chen Huai'an was calculating whether to stew the fish right away or settle for a monthly income of less than 10,000 when Lin Lingling added. But from another perspective, since they're produced by a spirit, they could be handed over to the demon-slaying division. Items created by spirits like Xiao Qing, based on their research value, could sell for around 10,000. Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up. 10,000 was great. If he didn't set size requirements and let Xiao Qing produce 1 pearl every 3 days, that would be 10 pearls a month. $10,000. The murderous intent on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a benevolent smile. Truly a valuable member of the family. Whether it's turning into fish soup or producing pearls, you found your purpose here. Wonderful. Lin Lingling rolled her eyes, thinking that Xiao Qing would go insane if she stayed here for long. She decided to report both Baji and Shaoqing to the demon-slaying division as harmless, opportunity-based spirits. This would not only provide a basis for evaluating Chen Huai'an's strength, but also allow observation of the potential of these two spirits. After all, the demon-slaying division needed to harness any possible sources of power for development, even if those sources weren't entirely safe. Chen Huai'an, I need to head out for a bit, Lin Lingling said as she stood up. Chen Huai'an thought this was perfect since he had been wondering how to get Lingling out of the way. Alright, go ahead. Oh, by the way, he added nonchalantly, I really like the 4C's buns from that shop in the village. Could you grab some on your way back? Lin Lingling's face turned green. To get from here to the demon-slaying division, and then to that village would mean taking a huge detour 3 or 4 hours at least. By the time she got back, the buns would be lunch. And she wasn't some kind of servant. She was just about to object when a chilling voice suddenly spoke up. This king also wants 4C's buns. A shiver ran down Lin Lingling's spine. After a moment of silence, she plastered on a sweet, innocent smile. Sure thing, big brother. We'll go get them for you right away. Standing by the window and watching Lin Lingling get into a rideshare car, the carefree expression on Chen Huai'an's face faded instantly. He returned to the sofa, pulled out a silver needle, and his demeanor turned unusually solemn. The safety of the meridian opening needle has been confirmed now. It's time to open my own meridians. The dimly lit room, the swaying curtains. On the sofa, a mysterious black cat lay lazily sprawled, while in the water bowl, a green fish stared around with an eerie gaze. In the center of the room, Chen Huai'an stood shirtless, his muscles taut. So this is what unlocking the meridians feels like, he muttered, clenching his fist and taking a deep breath. Everything around him became unusually vivid. The fresh green of the grass on the windowsill, the enticing aroma of the bananas on the table, even the pungent odor wafting from the cat's litter box. Suddenly, Chen Huai'an's eyes shot open. In one swift motion, he lunged at the wall and threw a powerful punch with his right hand. Bang! A roo! A piercing wail echoed through the entire apartment building, alarming the neighbors, who thought someone was slaughtering a pig. Meanwhile, Baji's black cat calmly licked its paw, and the green fish in the water bowl blew a bubble, flicked its tail, and sank to the bottom, as if none of this concerned them in the slightest. 10 minutes later, Chen Huai'an was applying medicinal ointment to his swollen fist, his thoughts already unraveling the issue. It wasn't a problem with unlocking the meridians. He was simply missing a crucial internal cultivation technique. Without internal energy, there was no spiritual qi, and since he had neither practiced martial arts nor exercised, that punch was nothing more than self-inflicted harm. To make matters worse, he noticed that the spiritual stone bracelet on his wrist had completely lost its glow. This meant the meridian opening needles required spiritual energy to function, and now even his accelerated healing ability had vanished. Looking at his right hand, now swollen like a steamed bun, Chen Huai'an chuckled bitterly. So it turned out that his rapid wound healing had always been thanks to the spiritual stone bracelet, not some connection to cancer cells as he had once imagined. He recalled fantasizing about having an arm like K9999 from King of Fighters, transforming into a massive monster-slaying appendage. Now, it seemed he had no choice but to settle down on the path of cultivation. So many excellent options, as always, he thought sarcastically, opening up a game. Li Qingran and Yu Qianqi were meditating aboard a flying vessel. He zoomed in on Li Qingran's face, studying her features like a masterpiece of art. She reminded him of a summer from his school days, the quiet girl reading under an old tree, the breeze lifting her hair, and that gentle smile as she tucked a strand behind her ear. He couldn't help but reach out, touching the screen where Li Qingran's cheek was displayed. Watching the image depress slightly under his touch, it felt almost like he was truly caressing her. Umitba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. He quickly pulled his thoughts back and opened the talent page. The previously dimmed tideborne technique was now fully illuminated, indicating he met the conditions for cultivation. Cackling with glee, he declared, I want the heavens to never obscure my eyes again. Chen Huai'an threw his head back and laughed, clicking on the tideborne technique. Someone as talented as him, a child of destiny, will surely figure out how to cultivate in no time, Chen Huai'an thought to himself. As they say, a small step in sheer refinement, a giant leap to becoming an immortal lord. Suddenly, the sound of seawater surging backward echoed in his ears. His vision filled with the breathtaking scene of an endless blue ocean, waves crashing against the shore. Amidst the tumultuous tides, the faint silhouette of a cultivator appeared. Spiritual energy swirled around the figure like a vortex, and with a mere wave of their hand, they commanded the rise and fall of the tides, even stirring the alternation of day and night. This extraordinary vision vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. In its place, a scroll with patterns of ocean waves unfolded before his eyes. It was the first volume of the tideborne technique observing the waves. The pages were densely packed with intricate text. To begin practicing this method, One must clear the mind and calm the thoughts, aligning the 5 points of the body with the earth to achieve harmony between man and heaven. This posture subtly embodies the balance of yin and yang, connecting the 3 principles of the cosmos, forming the foundation of entry. This method requires sensing the rotation of the sun and moon, the alternation of yin and yang, and inwardly visualizing the ebb and flow of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy pervades heaven and earth, inherently unified, scattering and gathering unpredictably, cycling endlessly, following the profound truth of creation from 1 inch. Chen Huai'an stared at the esoteric text in silence for a moment before pulling out his translation device. As a science student, his grasp of classical Chinese was far from sufficient to comprehend such an arcane cultivation method. Meanwhile, Li Qingran slowly opened her eyes, her long lashes trembling lightly. As she recalled the sensation on her cheek moments ago, she was certain it was her master's hand. Her master's touch was always so gentle, a stark contrast to her senior sister's playful habit of squishing her face into various shapes. She found herself torn between two thoughts. On one hand, she wanted to chat with her rarely visiting master, but on the other, she worried that appearing inattentive to her cultivation might disappoint him. Just as she was caught in her dilemma, her master's voice reached her ears. Qingran. Master, you're here. Li Qingran's eyes lit up as she quickly explained. I was just diligently cultivating, but I thought I'd take a short break after practicing for so long. Her master responded briefly. Sensing the weariness in his tone, Li Qingran asked with concern, Master, is something troubling you? Indeed, Chen Huai'an was currently vexed by the challenges of cultivating the tideborne technique. Half an hour of study had yielded no progress. Even with the aid of his translation tool, the text remained frustratingly obscure, far more challenging than his earlier cultivation of the Green Lotus Sword manual. An idea struck him. Turning to Li Qingran, he said, Qingran, how is your progress with the tideborne technique? Why don't you explain its intricacies to me? Let me see if your cultivation has encountered any issues. Then, with a more serious tone, he added, Qingran, you've been cultivating for some time now. The tideborne technique is profound and complex. Today, I shall test your understanding. My master is finally going to teach me. Li Qingran's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation, though tinged with a trace of nervousness. Ever since she joined the sect, her cultivation journey had been remarkably smooth. Spirit stones? She never lacked them. Spiritual energy? Every night, mid-level and high-level spirit gathering arrays continuously provided an abundant supply. Cultivation techniques? Her master had given her the tides of life technique, which perfectly harmonized with her water spiritual root. As for medicinal resources, they were nothing short of lavish. Everything from Hunyuan Butian pills to an array of rare elixirs was at her disposal. In terms of protective artifacts, her Su Xian sword was of such high quality that even her senior sister, one of the master's direct disciples, couldn't help but feel envious. Each volume of the Tides of Life technique came with detailed annotations filled with her master's personal insights, narrated in the first person. This was in stark contrast to Taoist Qingxuan's approach, which involved providing only the basic texts with no explanations whatsoever. However, because everything had been so smooth and effortless, she had missed out on the most precious aspect of her cultivation journey, learning directly under her master's guidance. Cultivating without her master's personal instruction was like a sapling growing without the attentive care of a gardener. No matter how much sunlight and rain it received, it could never grow into a towering tree. At this moment, Li Qingran lay on her bed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her body fidgeting slightly with anticipation. On the other side of the screen, Chen Huai'an watched with a puzzled expression. Hadn't done anything. So why was his disciple so worked up? Do you have any questions about cultivating the Tides of Life technique? Chen Huai'an asked through voice transmission, carefully masking his true intentions. Master, I feel like I don't understand anything, Li Qingran murmured, lowering her gaze and nervously tugging at the hem of her robe. Your disciple is dull-witted. I humbly ask for your guidance. Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, this is my chance. He replied, then let's start with the first volume. Tell me about your insights from cultivating it. Li Qingran took a deep breath, calculating her response. She had already mastered the first volume, but she couldn't appear too proficient, nor could she come across as completely clueless. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she deliberately slowed her movements, adopting an expression of tentative realization mixed with slight hesitation as she began to demonstrate. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Huai'an was frantically taking screenshots and recording the demonstration from his side of the screen. So that's how it's done, he exclaimed to himself. No wonder I couldn't activate it before. Me hand gestures were completely wrong, and my visualization was off. I was focusing on various types of water when it should have been the interplay of sun, moon, yin, and yang. At last, he'd managed to grasp the basic preparatory techniques. Chen Huai'an carefully observed Li Qingran's performance and said softly, your foundation isn't solid enough. You need to strengthen it further next. Let's move on to guiding qi into your body. Show me how you do it. Li Qingran felt a surge of joy in her heart. As expected of her master, he immediately noticed the deliberate awkwardness she had feigned. Thankfully, he hadn't seen through her act. If he had, her little schemes would have been impossible to hide from him. She began explaining in detail. When the mind reaches a state of clarity, you'll enter a phase where heaven and earth resonate with each other. At that moment, you can perceive the mist-like qi flowing between heaven and earth, sometimes white, sometimes blue, intertwining and circulating. Using your intent as a guide, you draw a strand of spiritual energy, feeling its cool and gentle essence seep through the Baihui acupoint. She continued. Once the spiritual energy flows along the Ren and Du meridians and enters the qi rotation phase, it will naturally integrate into the body. At this point, the yin and yang energies converge and merge with the envisioned image of the two forms. A warm sensation will arise in the Dantian, signifying the completion of the first major cycle of the tidal surge technique. After finishing, Li Qingran blushed and bowed respectfully toward the void. This disciple is dull-witted and has a shallow understanding, far inferior to master's wisdom. I humbly ask for your guidance. Chen Huai'an was inwardly amazed. Shallow understanding? This was clearly a complete mastery of the first volume of the tidal surge technique. Yet, with Li Qingran eagerly awaiting further clarification, he felt his knowledge might not suffice. Fortunately, inspiration struck, and he began to draw on ancient teachings. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate the youth. When the balance of yin and yang is disrupted, I shall stain the heavens with my blood. The void fell silent for a moment before a resounding Taoist voice echoed. All things embrace yin and hold to yang, with harmony arising from their interplay. Interplay refers to their dynamic exchange, while harmony denotes their balanced coordination. Yin resides within, yang manifests outwardly. They rely on and sustain each other. The rise of the tide symbolizes yang, its fall symbolizes yin. The alternation of sun and moon reflects the mutual push of yin and yang. To master the tidal surge technique, one must comprehend this principle, guiding the harmonious qi of heaven and earth to align with the Tao. Li Qingran's eyes lit up as she listened, and spiritual light surged around her. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered like a tide. Seizing the opportunity, she focused her mind and calmed her breath. Her previously unstable foundation establishment realm instantly solidified, and the spiritual energy within her surged, propelling her straight into the midstage of foundation establishment. Overwhelmed with excitement, she bowed deeply once more. Master's teachings are like recreating heaven and earth. This disciple will diligently cultivate and live up to your expectations. Nearby, Yu Qinchi watched in astonishment. Advancing from the early to midstage of foundation establishment, in a single day this cultivation speed was unheard of. She was overjoyed for Li Qingran and stood guard to protect her, feeling proud that the Sword Pavilion had gained such a talented junior sister. Finally, the flying vessel arrived at the Sword Pavilion. At that very moment, within the Sect Master's hall. Report. Sect Master, a flying vessel is approaching the Sect. Su Qinian, who was polishing his sword, narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. He said in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Shoot it down." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.